Jinling Men's Business Vocational College. Across the street is the famous Jinling University of China. It was the start of the school year and new students, both male and female, were walking towards Jinling University. This was especially true for many of the female students, who, having just transformed after the college entrance exams, had swapped school uniforms for hot pants and short skirts. One slender jade-like leg after another was exposed, creating untold fantasies with every step. At that moment, from within Jinling Men's Business Vocational College across the street, a pair of eyes was watching this bevy of beauties. "Oh God, does my luck have to be this rotten? If I've sinned, please the law punish me. But what is this? I bombed my exams and ended up at a men's vocational school, prepared to live like a monk. But then you bring along this crowd of leggy beauties, now that's just not right." Chu Ling sat on the curb, watching the group of sophisticated beauties from the 985 University all dressed up across from him, and he was absolutely losing it. Looking back on these 18 years, Chu Ling just wanted to flip the bird to the heavens. They say heaven is jealous of great talent, but Chu Ling felt he wasn't just talented, he was a once-in-a-million genius. Otherwise, how could he be this unlucky? Since he was a child, his parents' business failures caused their once well-off family to fall into decline, plummeting to rock bottom. So he had always studied hard, preparing to get into a good university so that in the future, if not a high official or rich, at least he'd be well off and return home in glory, right? In the end, that bit of optimism was completely shattered by reality with a front kick, a whip kick, and a left stab punch. Originally, through hard work, Chu Ling had become one of the top students in his class, planning to change his destiny with the college entrance exam, but on the day of the exam, he had a severe cold. He was practically delirious while scribbling his Chinese essay and performed explosively bad in the other subjects as well. The final score, even his usually refined and easygoing homeroom teacher just said, "Oh my God, after seeing it, well off, return home in glory." A bright future? Now Chu Ling had ended up at a damn vocational school, so what bright future was there to talk about? If this continued, let alone the beauties in front of him, would he be single for the rest of his life, or go on blind dates later? Just thinking about it gave Chu Ling a headache. Just as Chu Ling was sighing, the next moment, a screen of light suddenly materialized. Host's resentment towards God has been detected to have reached an unprecedented level, activating the God-level Tycoon sign-in system. Host can sign in, however, sign-in rewards will be temporarily stored within the system. After successfully signing in for 4 years, the restrictions on the rewards will be lifted. After 4 years, the amount of money rewarded by the system will be directly transferred to the host's account, skill-type rewards will be directly granted to the host, and asset-type rewards will be placed in specified locations. Host, please complete sign-in. Sign-in location, Finance Office of the Administration Building. Sign-in time limit, 10 minutes. How? This is a system. For a moment, Chu Ling felt a bit dazed, but then he quickly calmed down and immediately began to rush towards the other side. The location was indeed the finance building. As Chu Ling walked, he thought to himself, can I sign in every day with this thing? The light screen popped up again. Sign-ins will be triggered irregularly every day and have time limits. If you do not sign in within the time limit, you will not receive the sign-in reward. The sign-in location is restricted to within the school. After 4 years, when the system's energy is fully accumulated, the restrictions on location and sign-in spot will be lifted. Chu Ling understood. In other words, for the next 4 years, he would be signing in right here. Although the rewards wouldn't be issued yet, 4 years later, damn it, I can directly give God a front kick, a whip kick, and a left stab punch, and let it know what it means for young people to have no martial ethics. In less than 3 minutes, Chu Ling arrived at the finance office. Sign. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Obtained rewarding breathing skill. For every breath the host takes, you will receive a 10-cent reward. The account will accumulate, and the amount in the account will be issued after 4 years. All rewards are processed and are completely legal. Please rest assured, host. Huh. Chu Ling was stunned for a moment. Rewards for breathing? Then he did some quick math. A person breathes about 8 million times a year at 10 cents a breath, which means Chu Ling's annual salary is now over 800,000? And this was just the first sign-in. This is just too good. The second day. Host, please complete sign-in. Sign-in location, dormitory building, no. 2. Sign-in time limit, 10 minutes. Chu Ling was still sleeping when he heard this voice in his ear. Then he scrambled out of bed and ran outside while putting on his clothes. The old man at the gate was confused. Wow, I have to say, just back when I was a hotel receptionist, even the guys running out of the hotel naked in the middle of the night clutching their clothes weren't as fast as you. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the goddess rebate skill. Spending money on female students with a beauty score of 95 or higher will result in a random cash rebate. Note, random sign-ins will be triggered from time to time. Host, please sign in on time. Do not miss the opportunity. The third. Host, please complete sign-in. Sign-in location, dormitory washroom. Sign-in time limit, 10 minutes. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 1 centimeter boost and the primary skill of the golden spear. Chu Ling was speechless. I'm already this long? I need a boost too. Won't that be getting it right in one go? I'm also doing this for the sake of the ladies, right? Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. During these 4 years, Chuling stayed in school, dutifully signing in. At first, he would still go out, but once when he just reached the city center, a random sign-in was triggered, and by the time he rushed back to school, he had missed the deadline. Having missed a few sign-in opportunities, Chuling now really wanted to know what he had signed in for the few times he had missed it. Afterward, Chuling just stayed as a shut-in at school, except of course for returning home during Chinese New Year to accompany his parents and younger sister. While lost in thought, Chuling then took out his notebook. It was time to write a journal entry. Started searching. June 30, 2017 in China, weather sunny. After signing in for a few days, I decided to start writing a diary. Today was actually not very interesting. The class monitor Liu Hao was bragging in the group. He seems to have gotten into Jiangsheng University and is shouting for everyone who is in Jiangsheng for college to go out for a group dinner. Initially, I thought by the look of him he was going to treat everyone, but it turned out to be Dutch treat. Note, today I signed in the far-reaching reach skill in the washroom. Now it feels a bit numb. July 1, 2019 in China. Now I've been signing in at school for 2 years. 2 years and I have achieved nothing, just idling my life away. I think this can't go on. In the class group, everyone has started versalesing. I can only quietly watch them brag. Note, signed in for a bit of appearance point today. June 25, 2021 in China, signed in advanced cooking at the cafeteria. June 26, 2021 in China, signed in advanced cursive skill in the art room. June 27, 2021 in China, signed in for a 2-centimeter growth in the washroom. June 28, 2021 in China, sign in. Chuling, oh Chuling, look at you, how can you be this degenerate? You're practically embarrassing the system. You're supposed to achieve great things. You can't go on like this. I've decided starting tomorrow, I will set a small goal to earn 100 billion. June 29, 2021 in China, signed in Molong Group, 100 billion market value group on my bed. Chuling was looking at his notes. He felt like flipping a table. To hell with it, what's the point of keeping notes? Chuling then pulled up his information. Neighing. Age. Height 185 centimeters. Appearance. 82. Accumulated appearance point 16. Undelivered assets. 4,823,000. Tianfang Tanlong Bay No. 1 villa, Molong Group. Physique 100. Average adult physique 100. Accumulated physique points 900. Undelivered skills. Goddess rebate skill. Far-reaching reach skill. Advanced cursive skill. Advanced cooking skill. Just as Chuling was looking at it, the screen of light popped up again. Detected that the host has random sign-ins for 4 years. The God-level Tycoon sign-in system is upgraded. Location is no longer fixed, can sign in anywhere. Now starting to deliver rewards. Physique rewards issued successfully. Appearance rewards will be distributed in a gradient over 1 year. Assets issued successfully. Skills issued successfully. One after another, light screens popped up. Gradually, a series of strange sensations surged through Chuling, leaving him stunned for a moment, before he checked the SMS notification on his phone. What? Over 4.8 million? It really arrived? Chuling? This feeling, why does it feel so much like breaking through? Haha, beautiful world, here I come. Chuling brought up the light screen, looking at the assets that had been issued. Assets issued, Bugatti Veyron currently parked in the underground parking lot of Wanda Plaza in Jinling City. I might as well go and retrieve that first. After all, I need a ride. As for driving, Chuling had obtained his driver's license before entering vocational school, and in his first year, he had signed in to receive God-tier driving skills. His driving ability went without saying, and he was an experienced driver, so how could he possibly crash? Immediately, he took out his phone to call a ride to Wanda Plaza. Suddenly, a group message notification popped up on his phone. Chuling happened to tap the notification and was switched to the WeChat group chat interface. High school classmate group, Chuling raised an eyebrow. Everyone in the group chat had changed their nicknames to their real names, and the person speaking was Liu Hao. How is everyone doing? You've all graduated from college, right? I've returned to Jinling. Why don't we take this opportunity for a reunion, old classmates? How about it? After all, once we start working, we might have less time to get together. Liu Hao was the class monitor back in high school. He was incredibly arrogant even then, apparently because his family was well off, and he was generous with money, so many classmates fawned over him. Chuling still had a few scores to settle with him. These past few years, he was always showing off in the group anyway, and Chuling was getting tired of it. Just as he was thinking about it, many classmates had already been blown out, sending messages one after another, and his phone vibrated non-stop. Oh, monitor, you're back. Are you going to develop your career in Jinling from now on? Have you found a job? Oh my, what kind of person is our monitor? He's already 100 years ahead of us in status. Does he even need to worry about a job? On the other side, Liu Hao looked at the replies on his phone and smiled smugly. The more Liu Hao thought about it, the more smug he became. His fingers quickly typed a line on the screen. "Don't put me on such a pedestal. Aren't you afraid I'll fall and crush you?" I did find a pretty good job. A Fortune 500 company wanted to keep me. But as you know, my family's business needs someone to run it too. There's nothing I can do. I had to come back. After finishing, Liu Hao sent 3 sighing helpless emojis. In an instant, Chu Ling felt sick looking at this message. He still remembered that back in high school, there was once an essay competition in town with the theme of family traditions. The guy started the very first sentence with, "My father is the president of Liu Group," which secured him the first prize. It was on par with the "My father is the district chief" line from Fizz, but this was the real-life version. It's not really a question of pay with the family business, just about 300,000 or 400,000 a year in salary, but what can you do? The classmates stared wide-eyed as they read Liu Hao's message on their phones. That's an annual salary of 300,000 to 400,000. Some of them worked their butts off for a whole year and didn't even make what he earned in a month. And he was acting like he didn't even care about it. Isn't that infuriating? The classmates felt sour inside, but what they wrote back was full of flattery and sycophancy. As expected, gold will shine wherever it is. Monitor, your family has raised you so well, it's time for you to repay them. Sigh, it's truly a difference of fate. We all came from the same high school, but our monitor is already a capitalist. It's truly enviable. Don't be sour, everyone. If one of our old classmates has made it big, can our good days be far behind? Besides, we all know the monitor's character. He's so loyal. He definitely won't forget us. Liu Hao looked at the screen full of envy and bootlicking and gave a cold laugh. I'm doing well, that's fine. As for you guys, just watch from the sidelines. This time, everyone must come out for a gathering. No one is allowed to make excuses. At this point, most of the classmates had popped up to interact with Liu Hao. Chu Ling looked at his phone and almost burst out laughing. It's been years since I've seen these old classmates. I don't know how else they are, but when it comes to flattery, they are naturals. The way they talk, so grandiose and uptight, is really interesting. Chu Ling watched smilingly for a while and started to feel a bit bored. Just as he was about to close the group messages, he suddenly noticed someone at him in the group. Chu Ling hadn't planned on responding since he didn't have much interest in attending such a gathering anyway. Forget it, let's see who it is first. Chu Ling scrolled down through the chat history and discovered the one mentioning oneself was actually Liu Hao. Chu Ling, listen here, old classmate, you have to come this time no matter what. Tell me it's been years, every single time you make up an excuse. We've all graduated now. If you keep saying you're too busy to come, that's just brushing off your old classmates. Besides, the past is in the past. Everyone knows you flunked the college entrance exam and didn't get into university, going to a vocational school instead, but that's no reason to avoid your old classmates, right? Chu Ling looked coldly at these words, not sure what he was thinking. This Liu Hao was pretending to be persuasive, but really he was just picking his old wounds. Otherwise, this happened 4 years ago. Everyone has graduated college now. Is there really a need to drag this back up? The subtle contempt was hidden between the lines. Those classmates who went to university along with Liu Hao's usual lackeys saw Liu Hao's message and quickly began to second the class monitor. That's right, Chu Ling. After graduating college and entering society, aren't we all blank slates? We just have one extra diploma more than you. Let's not say it like that. Does not going to university mean you're not a good comrade? Besides, Chu Ling at least got into a junior college, right? Let's be careful with our words. He doesn't even have to take the Siet 4, how relaxing. No way, he didn't even take the Siet 4, how is he going to find a job? Chu Ling, you have to come to the reunion this time. The monitor is back and only a big shot like him can help you. Cherish the opportunity. The more these people talked, the more excited they got, finding a sense of superiority for no reason. Especially Liu Hao himself. At this moment, Liu Hao also had a cold smirk on his face. After all, he had competed against him for the class monitor position back then. If it wasn't for his father being the president, he might not have won against Chu Ling. Moreover, Chu Ling was envied by the boys in high school, mainly because his deskmate was the school goddess, Ku Xiaobing. Ku Xiaobing was the white moonlight in the hearts of so many male students. So when Chu Ling failed the college entrance exam, who knows how many classmates felt secretly happy about it. Now that they had another chance to stomp on Chu Ling, they were all putting in their best efforts. Chu Ling wasn't annoyed, since Liu Hao had tagged him, not responding would be a bit impolite. So he typed in the chat box, "Sure, I'll attend, send me the time and location." Liu Hao didn't expect Chu Ling to respond. He was stunned at first, then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. 6 p.m. tonight at Xian Hotel, it's my treat. Anyone who doesn't come is not giving me face. Upon hearing Xian Hotel, the classmates became lively again, chattering and discussing. Wow, as expected of the monitor, so generous. In Jinling, who hasn't heard of Xian Hotel? Haha, we're really getting a taste of luxury this time, but to make the monitor spend so much, I feel bad. The monitor is truly too grand. Chu Ling couldn't be bothered to watch anymore. Seeing all this fawning made him feel a bit nauseous. He closed the chat interface directly and walked outside. Before long, the Didi he called arrived. He got into the car and went straight to Wanda Plaza. After arriving, he went straight to the second floor of the underground parking lot. Just as he exited the elevator, he saw his Bugatti Veyron in a parking spot not far away. There was no reason for it other than the fact that this car was simply too eye-catching in the parking lot. Even if the parking lot were several times larger, one could still find its position at a single glance. A glint flashed in Chuling's eyes. It really was a top-tier luxury car. It was just too beautiful. Just then, someone walked out of the elevator from another direction. The girl was wearing a fitted black OL suit with light makeup on her face, giving off a feeling of trying to cover up her original innocence to look mature. As for her figure, those ample curves were stretching the suit tight, which was extremely attractive to the eyes. A head of wavy hair dyed a chestnut color was scattered casually on her shoulders, giving her temperament a qualitative upgrade. As she walked, the lightly curled tips bounced back and forth, and the unique charm of the girl radiated all around her. Several passing men couldn't help but take a few looks at her. Their eyes were filled with amazement. This girl not only had a perfect figure, but her face was even more exquisite and charming. Combined with her temperament, she was practically the perfect lover. The men's eyes were practically glued to the girl as she left. The girl, however, didn't pay any attention to them and continued on her way. A wisp of steam drifted occasionally from the coffee cup in her hand, energizing her. Oh, there's a Bugatti Veyron parked here. Bai Yian slowed her pace, surprised. Since when did Jinling have a luxury car of this caliber? And the styling of the Bugatti Veyron, it was just too cool. Bai Yian didn't hide her love for the Bugatti Veyron, even circling the car and looking at it with admiration in her beautiful eyes. Who says this is only a boy's dream? It's a dream for many girls too. When she returned to the front of the car, Bai Yian noticed the license plate. J9999. Bai Yian raised an eyebrow. This license plate number is too amazing. This is the best license plate in Jinling. 59 is what people often call the supreme number. That is the top-tier license plate number. Usually, such a plate can't be bought at the DMV or just by paying a little money. In many places, the higher-ups award these special meaning plates to local well-known business owners as a gesture of encouragement and recognition. Bai Yian thought about it. There didn't seem to be any news in Jinling about who this plate was given to. But even so, it showed that the owner's strength was unfathomable. Bai Yian thought to herself, feeling even more envious. A beautiful car like this, plus the perfect license plate, is standard for successful people. However, it was someone else's car after all, so Bai Yian prepared to head forward. Perhaps she was too lost in her thoughts, because Bai Yian didn't notice Chuling, who had already walked up close. The two collided head-on. The coffee in Bai Yian's hand spilled out from the impact, and a small part of it splashed on Chuling's clothes. Chuling was wearing a gray and white tracksuit today, and the pure cotton material was very absorbent. Seeing this, Bai Yian apologized repeatedly. "I'm so sorry, sir. I was distracted and didn't expect to bump into you. I'm truly sorry." As she apologized, she took a tissue from her pocket and carefully wiped Chuling's clothes. As Chuling looked down, he could see Bai Yian's earnest profile. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she looked very cute. Bai Yian wiped carefully, not daring to use too much force for fear that paper scraps would stick to the white tracksuit, which would look awful. After she finished wiping the suit, she looked down and saw that Chuling's shoes had also been splashed with some coffee, shining with the luster of water droplets. Chuling noticed it too and was about to take the tissue to wipe it himself, but to his surprise, Bai Yian had already knelt down without hesitation, her business skirt tucked, and used a tissue to wipe the coffee stains off his shoes until they were clean. As she knelt down, those ample curves on her chest became even more obvious. Chuling stared. Stunned, he had to admit that from this angle it was extremely attractive. However, the next moment Chuling's eyed. And then they lit up for an instant. "Young lady, you're going to achieve great things in the future," Chuling said afterward. Bai Yian kneeling below was also Bai Yian? What, is he suddenly fortune-telling just because of the attitude I had kneeling down to wipe his shoes? Does that mean I can achieve great things? After wiping it, Bai Yian looked at her work with satisfaction, looked Chuling with a smile, and said, "Not bad, it's finally clean, but I'm still very sorry." Chuling examined Bai Yian's pretty face, highly appreciating the girl's polite attitude. Usually, girls this beautiful are quite arrogant. Those willing to squat down and wipe someone's shoes are probably extremely rare, practically non-existent. Since she had admitted her mistake so sincerely, Chuling naturally had to be magnanimous. He said directly, "It's all right, I can handle the rest myself." Bai Yian looked at Chuling's sportswear and frowned slightly. Coffee stains were the hardest to clean, and for this kind of pure cotton clothing, it probably wouldn't wash out. "This coffee stain probably won't wash out. How about this? Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll compensate you for the clothes. What do you think?" Bai Yian looked at Chuling earnestly and proposed a solution. Chuling smiled faintly and said to Bai Yian, "There's really no need, it's fine." Seeing that Chuling wasn't just being polite, Bai Yian still felt a bit bad and apologized again. "No matter what, I've caused you trouble, I'm really sorry." Afterwards, Bai Yian said a few more words before walking towards the other side. Chuling watched her from behind. The goddess cashback auxiliary skill activated. A light screen popped up. Name Bai Yian. Height 168 centimeters. Appearance score 97. Figure 36. Favorability 65. Goodness, I knew this girl had a spectacular figure. Chuling then thought about it. Had he known, he would have added this girl on WeChat just now. After all, only spending money on girls with an appearance score of 95 or above could trigger a random cashback. However, they were complete strangers. If you just started spending money on her, wouldn't you scare her away? Let's just forget about it for now. A moment later, Bai Yun walked up to a Maserati Quattroporte. This was her car. At this time, Chuling also walked up to the Bugatti, examining the luxury car. The contrasting color splicing was very eye-catching. The metallic paint of the top-tier luxury car was blended with gold dust, shining with a special brilliance under the parking lot lights. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful beast? The W16 engine, which was a 16-cylinder direct injection engine, and the 8.T power configuration gave this car ample kinetic energy. It takes only 2.7 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour, and the maximum horsepower reaches 1,000. It is even hailed as the fastest sports car in the world, bar none. The more Chuling looked, the more he liked it. The reward given by the system was indeed extravagant and perfect. Beep. Chuling pressed the car key and the Bugatti Veyron let out a soft sound as the car unlocked. Pulling the car open and seeing the exquisite red interior, Chuling sat inside. The seating position in this kind of supercar is very low, but it feels extremely comfortable to sit in. Compared to first-class seats, it feels just as good, if not better. The connection point of the steering wheel was protected by a metal shell. The genuine leather cover of the steering wheel was made of spliced red and black leather, and the colors were very beautiful. The center console was breathtakingly beautiful. The car's interior was full of details. Every part reflected the artisan's ultimate thought, revealing the advantages of a top-tier luxury sports car. Chuling stroked the leather steering wheel, feeling the soft touch of genuine leather, and was quite satisfied with the... Then, Chuling started the car. A roar like an awakening beast echoed in the parking lot, making one's heart tremble. With a step on the accelerator, the car dashed out. Although the speed wasn't fast, the massive power brought an extreme sensation of being pushed back into the seat. This was a feeling impossible to experience in an ordinary car. Not long after driving out, he saw Bai Yun preparing to drive away. Bai Yun was sitting in her Maserati Quattroporte. She didn't expect to encounter the owner of the Bugatti Veyron. Why did this car suddenly stop right in front of her? Just as Bai Yun was feeling puzzled, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She watched in surprise as the opposite car window slowly rolled down. It revealed a face she had just seen. It was exactly Chuling, the one she had spilled coffee on. Bai Yun was completely stunned. No way, the owner of the Bugatti Veyron was actually him? Bai Yun looked at Chuling's handsome face. Such a young person could actually afford such an expensive car. Which family's young master? While Bai Yun was deep in thought, Chuling looked at her pretty cheeks, recalling that this girl had a pretty good character. Before slowly speaking, I thought about it and decided to remind you. When you squatted down just now, the button on your chest popped open. Hurry back and change your clothes. After saying that, Chuling rolled up the window, stepped on the gas and left, leaving Bai Yun alone in the car, completely flustered. What did he mean? Chest? Two blushes rose on Bai Yun's face. She slowly looked down and indeed saw that the button on her chest had fallen off somewhere, exposing a deep cleavage and a dazzling expanse of white skin. Bai Yun cried out in surprise, her small face suddenly blushing even redder. However, soon after, she clenched her fists. In a flash, she also understood what Chuling meant by his earlier remark, "Girl, you are destined for great things." For so many years, Bai Yun had always worn conservative clothes. Even with her work suit, she would button up to the very top just to prevent any accidents. But she never expected. Today, someone had seen right through her, and from a top-down view at that. This was supposed to be high-end custom fashion, and this was the quality? At this time, Chuling was already driving the car out of the garage, following the ground directions. A female driver had just paid her parking fee and was about to drive away. Her husband, sitting next to her, stared wide-eyed at the Bugatti Veyron in front of them. Oh my god, a top-tier luxury sports car. Sweat instantly broke out on the man's forehead. He turned his head and shouted at his wife, "Stop, stop, stop. Honey, stop the car right now." The female driver immediately hit the brakes, looking at her husband in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you shouting so loudly? This is the entrance of the parking lot. If you scare me and I hit another car, what then?" "Other cars are fine. Just don't hit the luxury car in front." The man's sweat was about to drip down. "If you even scrape it, we'll lose our house." Seeing her husband so nervous, the female driver realized the severity of the situation and quickly switched seats with him. The man drove the car, turning the steering wheel sharply, and drove off at high speed. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they reached the main road. The situation with the other cars was similar. They all wished they could stay miles away from the Bugatti Veyron. Chuling hadn't expected it to cause such a commotion. He sat in the car and smiled helplessly. After leaving the parking lot, the Bugatti Veyron attracted the attention of countless people on the road. Many people even disregarded traffic safety, stretching their phones out of their car windows just to get a clearer shot. "Look, it's a Bugatti Veyron. Isn't this color combination too beautiful? I'm gonna take a picture and make it my wallpaper." "What's the point of a wallpaper? You should be like me, take a picture and post it on Weibo. You can even gain some followers. The owner of the Bugatti Veyron seems to be a young guy. I really want to exchange contact info with him. Please, someone track down this handsome guy's information. Unaware of the craziness of the people outside, Chu-Ling drove straight to the Purple Cloud Hotel. The Purple Cloud Hotel was one of Jinling's 5-star hotels and could be considered quite luxurious. The main body of the hotel building featured a bullet-like exterior design, looking very imposing. Especially at night, when all the exterior lights of the hotel were turned on, it looked like a glowing bullet, which was extremely impressive. Because of this unique design, the Purple Cloud Hotel had attracted much attention since its construction. Its business had been booming over the years, making it the top must-visit hotel in Jinling. The security guards at the main gate wore crisp uniforms, looking young and handsome. Sitting in the car, Chu-Ling glanced into the Purple Cloud Hotel. It was densely packed with luxury cars, showing just how many guests there were. Even at the entrance of the parking lot, many cars were parked, waiting. At this time, a beautiful female manager was standing next to an S-Class Mercedes-Benz, bowing as she spoke to the car owner. I am truly sorry, sir. Our hotel is fully booked today, and both the surface and underground parking lots are full, so we have to ask you to park on the street outside. But we promise to assign a dedicated person to watch over your vehicle and ensure that your beloved car won't be damaged. Is that acceptable to you? The beautiful manager apologized with great sincerity and proposed a very reasonable suggestion. Moreover, her tone and choice of words were extremely polite, making her sound very pleasant. Her attitude was excellent. However, the Mercedes owner didn't seem satisfied. His face darkened as he said coldly, "Is this your hotel's service attitude? Is this how you treat your guests? You actually want me to just park my car on the side of the road? This is a Mercedes S-Class. Take a good look, okay? The few security guards you have at the door aren't even enough to handle the coming and going guests. Makes you guarantee that you can watch my car properly. What if someone scrapes it? Can your hotel take responsibility?" The Mercedes owner was full of questions, directly firing off a rapid barrage of interrogations. His numerous questions left the beautiful manager stumped. She had been a manager for several years, but this was the first time she had encountered such a guest. But no matter what, this person was a guest of the hotel, and the customer is God. The beautiful manager adjusted her emotions, took a deep breath, and "Sir, let me explain. Our hotel has experienced a full parking lot a few times before. In those cases, we asked guests to temporarily park outside and then move their cars in once a spot opened up. The security guards you see behind me are all responsible for guarding the vehicles. If there is any issue, our hotel will contact you immediately and ensure you don't suffer any losses." The Mercedes owner still wouldn't let it. He continued to complain with an indignant expression. "We waited at the entrance for so long, and then you come over and say there are no parking spots left. This is infuriating." There were a few other car owners gathered around the beautiful manager. Hearing what the Mercedes owner said, they also sighed and chimed in agreement. "Exactly. We drove all the way here and even scheduled meetings with clients, only to find out there are no parking spots. Tell me, how much money has your Purple Cloud Hotel made over the years? Don't you know how to build a few more parking spots? It's really driving people crazy. Seeing that you're all waiting here, I'm not going to park outside either. It'll save me a lot of trouble in case something really happens to the car." Some car owners had already softened their stance and were planning to park outside, but after hearing the Mercedes owner's words, they immediately changed their minds. While they were discussing, a sudden roar echoed from the other side, and the sound wave immediately drew everyone's attention. When the crowd saw the Bugatti Veyron, their eyes widened. It was too rare to see such a luxury car on the streets. Seeing Chu-Ling's car, the beautiful manager also hurried over to greet him. She was feeling very bitter inside. It just had to be today, when there were no parking spots, that they welcomed a top-tier luxury car. This was really going to be difficult to handle. "What's going on?" Chu-Ling asked, seeing so many people gathered around. The beautiful manager quickly explained the lack of parking spots, then looked bitterly at the Bugatti Veyron in front of her as she presented the solution. She didn't hold any hope. Even the Mercedes owner was unwilling to park outside, let alone such a top-tier luxury car. Unexpectedly, Chu-Ling nodded immediately upon hearing this. "Sure, it's just parking on the side of the road, I don't mind." The beautiful manager was taken aback. He agreed. "Thank you so much. If a spot opens up inside, we will definitely notify you immediately." After parking the car on the side of the road, Chu-Ling handed the car keys to the manager. "You don't need to notify me. Just find a valet to park it inside for me." The manager took the car keys with both hands, feeling extremely excited. Being able to see such a luxury car with her own eyes was already lucky, and the owner actually handed the keys to her so easily. This was a tremendous show of trust in the hotel. Thinking of this, the manager immediately ordered her security guards to protect the Bugatti Veyron. The beautiful manager's gaze then shifted to the other car owners standing nearby. The car owners looked abashed. They exchanged awkward smiles, seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. How could they not be embarrassed? They were this terrified over just driving their ordinary BMWs, Benzes, and Audis. Look at the real big shot over there. It was a luxury car worth 50 to 60 million, a Bugatti Veyron. He parked it outside just like that, not caring in the least. He even tossed the keys directly to the manager and walked toward the hotel lobby without a second thought. Who could match this kind of poise and attitude? Only someone like this could be considered truly wealthy. The owner looked to be in his early 20s, but he gave off a truly noble aura. No matter how luxurious the car was to him, it was just a simple means of transportation. Unlike them, who were controlled by their cars, making them look completely petty and shabby. Thinking of this, how could they have the nerve to keep insisting? No matter how expensive their cars were, could they be more expensive than a Bugatti Veyron? One by one, they obediently got into their cars and drove them to the parking spots on the street outside. The area in front of the hotel was finally cleared, and the beautiful manager breathed a sigh of relief. I really have to thank that gentleman with the Bugatti Veyron, otherwise things would have been quite troublesome today. However, they couldn't afford to relax yet, so the beautiful manager sent 2 more security guards to watch the other vehicles were turning to leave. Chu Ling had already walked into the hotel lobby. As soon as he entered, he saw a purple fountain. Purple decorations hung from the ceiling of the lobby, shaped like a tornado, completely enveloping the fountain. At first glance, it looked like purple water flowing straight down from the ceiling, which was incredibly beautiful. Such an exquisite design made even Chu Ling pause to take a few extra looks. The entire lobby's design was full of ingenuity and style. It's no wonder the place has been so popular for so many years. It has a lot to do with this impressive decor. In a private room on the other side, many classmates had already arrived and were gathering around Liu Hao to chat. Since not everyone had arrived yet, they simply ordered a pot of tea and were chatting while sipping it. Liu Hao was chatting with his classmates while checking his watch, saying, "I think it's about time. It's this late already. Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet?" Liu Hao frowned slightly. The school beauty Ku Xiaobing, whom he had been thinking about, hadn't arrived yet, which was driving him crazy. Is she not coming? Although Liu Hao was anxious, he didn't show. The classmates looked at each other, and soon someone replied, "Ku Xiaobing hasn't arrived, and Chu Ling and Zhang Qiang aren't here either. As for everyone else, they're all here." Just as they finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside, and a tall woman in a moon-white dress walked in. "I'm really sorry everyone, I'm a little late." Her gentle voice sounded as pleasant as an orchid in an empty valley, and coupled with her soft smile, it made it hard for people to look away. Ku Xiaobing wore light makeup today, and her willow leaf eyebrows had been carefully trimmed into a very natural shape. A light sweep of brownish coffee brow powder made her eyes look clearer and softer, perfectly matching her temperament. Her eyes were round and dark, reminding one of an adorable little deer. Her moist gaze, when directed at you, revealed a sense of kindness and friendliness. Seeing such eyes, even if you were furious, you wouldn't be able to stay angry for long. Ku Xiaobing's eyelashes were thick and curled, not like the results from those beauty salons, but naturally thick and curly, looking both natural and beautiful. It was as if her eyes had special effects applied to them, making them look even more gorgeous. Her lips were just right, not too thin or thick-coated with orange lip gloss containing shimmer, looking so shiny that one couldn't help but want to take a bite and savor it. Combined with today's white lace long dress, she looked like a stunning fairy who had descended from the heavens, making it impossible to harbor any impure thoughts. Such a pure and elegant beauty was the ideal candidate for a girlfriend in their hearts. Not only were the boys stunned, but even the girls, who had been chattering away, stopped talking and looked toward Ku Xiaobing. Suddenly, feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred began to rise. They were all women, so why was she so beautiful? Seeing the stunned look on her classmates' faces, Ku Xiaobing felt a bit embarrassed. She gave a light cough and said, "Ahem, sorry, have you been waiting long?" This single sentence finally snapped the classmates out of their shock. Especially the boys, who started crowding around Ku Xiaobing, talking non-stop. "Oh my, our goddess is getting more and more beautiful. No wonder they say that girls change for the better as they grow up." Tieski. If you say that, I'm actually a bit surprised. You say our school beauty Ku is already this pretty, so how could there still be room for improvement? You don't understand that, do you? We are all ordinary people, so naturally we get worse as we grow. But our goddess Ku is a fairy, so she has to get prettier as she grows, right? Ku Xiaobing just smiled faintly at the compliments and said, "All right, stop teasing me." After saying that, she looked around, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Huh? Didn't Chu Ling say he would come to the gathering today? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chu Ling, she hadn't seen her high school deskmate in 4 years. For many previous gatherings, Ku Xiaobing had come with expectations and left with disappointment. If it weren't for wanting to see her deskmate, she wouldn't even have bothered to come to such snobbish gatherings. It had been so long, she wondered what he had become now. When the boys heard what Ku Xiaobing said, their expressions all turned quite ugly. What was going on here? The goddess in their hearts asked about another man the moment she arrived? If she had asked about someone they couldn't even compare to, that would be one thing, but it was actually that Chu Ling who hadn't even passed his college entrance exams. It was simply too much. They were all feeling very annoyed and wished they could string Chu Ling up and give him a beating. However, the boys only dared to think about it, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, Ku Xiaobing was just their classmate and there was no other relationship. If they said that rashly, Ku Xiaobing would feel offended, and it would only make the relationship awkward, which wasn't worth it. One of the boys coughed lightly with a smile on his face. He glanced at the other classmates and softly, "Chuling hasn't come yet. We've been waiting for him for a long time too. But to be honest, Chuling is quite something. It's already this late, why hasn't he come over yet? Didn't he agree to it before? He wouldn't stand us up, would he?" After this boy finished speaking, the others followed suit, saying, "Don't talk about Chuling like that. I heard that after he failed his exams back then, he went to a vocational school. His family condition isn't very good either. I'm sure he must have had to take the subway and transfer to buses to get here, and the hotel is still quite far from the bus stop. I figure he still has to walk, so everyone should be understanding. Yeah, we came with the class monitor, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to make it either. It's always better to follow the big shots, ha ha ha. There's a special situation, he should have said so in advance. Making everyone wait for him like this isn't the right way to do things." The boys seemed to be making excuses for Chuling on the surface, but in reality they were looking for an opportunity to step on him. To think he actually gained Ku Xiaobing's favor, it really made them angrier the more they thought about it. The classmates didn't want to talk too much about Chuling, so a female classmate looked curiously at Liu Hao and asked, gossiping, "Class monitor, they say you bought a new car." Everyone had just graduated and had barely managed to find jobs, let alone buying a car. Just how they were going to get by next month was a problem. Large luxury items like cars were something they didn't even dare to imagine. But looking at the class monitor, Liu Hao, whose family was well off, he had switched to a new car right after graduation. It's infuriating when you compare yourself to others. The other classmates stretched their necks to listen, wanting to hear what car their class monitor had bought. Before Liu Hao could speak, the male classmate who had ridden in his car replied first, "The new Audi A6L. When the monitor came to pick us up earlier, the old men and women downstairs were all stunned. Haha, it was so face-saving. In a normal old neighborhood, where would they have seen such a nice car? And the fact that it was picking up kids they knew, could they be anything but surprised?" The male classmate spoke with great emotion while Liu Hao just sat there drinking tea but felt smug inside. When the classmates heard that their old classmate had bought an Audi, they all exclaimed in surprise. "He really is the class monitor, Sai. We can't keep up with him once he makes a move. The pressure on you boys must be greater. For us girls, we'll just buy an Audi to make do for now. Tiski eske, we can't keep up now and it will be even harder later. Aren't you girls looking to marry into wealth? Here's a ready-made one and we know his roots too, so hurry up. That's an Audi A6L, isn't it? It must cost hundreds of thousands, right?" Liu Hao heard the classmates asking for the price and waved his hand indifferently, saying, "Shh, this car isn't worth much, just over 400,000. Just over 400. Hearing Liu Hao's words, the classmates couldn't help but curl their lips. That's small money. What amount of money is considered a lot then? Actually, I really didn't intend to rely on my family to buy a car. You all know me, I'm not the kind of person who sponges off my parents just for a bit of face. Besides, I didn't plan on buying such a nice car at first, but recently my dad gave me $2 million to invest in funds to practice my financial management skills. To my surprise, my luck was unstoppable. I made 600,000 in the short term, so I bit the bullet and bought an expensive one." Liu Hao finished in one breath and gulped down a cup of tea. He looked indifferent, but in his heart, Liu Hao had already screened his words back and forth several times. Saying it this way felt the most respectable. The classmates heard what Liu Hao said and looked at each other. No one spoke. Looking at the conditions of their class monitor, it really was infuriating. 2 million in funds for practice. My goodness, if only I had a powerful dad too. The boys remained envious and jealous, but the girls' views were different, and the way they looked at Liu Hao had changed. This Audi, when you get down to it, was still bought by Liu Hao with his own money. Although his family gave him money for the funds, he hadn't touched a penny of the principal. He had spent the profit portion. Liu Hao not only had a good family background, but his ability to earn money was also good. If one could find a husband like this, it wouldn't be bad at all. At the very least, life would be absolutely guaranteed. Thinking of this, the girls looked at Liu Hao with anticipation and invitation in their eyes. Liu Hao was an old hand at romance, but he pretended not to understand their intention. Are you kidding? He came here for Ku Xiaobing today. He didn't care for other mediocre beauties. The more he acted like this, the more the girls' interest was piqued, chasing Liu Hao to ask about his current situation, even asking about his parents. It was as if they were already preparing to marry into the Liu family. Faced with such enthusiasm, even an old hand like Liu Hao had to retreat step by step, drinking tea and saying nothing. While the classmates were fawning over Liu Hao, Ku Xiaobing sat quietly in a position far from him, scrolling through her phone. She didn't like this atmosphere. If it weren't to see Chuling, Ku Xiaobing really wouldn't have wanted to attend the class reunion. This gathering had already changed, it was just a show-off session. Just then, the door to the private room was opened from the outside, and a figure walked in. It was none other than Chuling. The classmates instinctively looked over. Although it had been 4 years, Chuling hadn't changed much, just matured a bit more than high school. But the tracksuit he was wearing was quite out of place with their elaborate outfits. Liu Hao looked at Chuling's appearance and smiled, saying, "Chuling, 4 years no see, we thought you were going to stand us up today too." Chuling shook his head. No, I just got delayed on the road. The classmates smiled at each other. Didn't they know the condition of this old classmate? He must have left early to wait for the bus, but there was traffic, so he couldn't help it. It's fine, we all understand. A girl stood up and said, beckoning Chuling to sit down quickly. Since you're here, find a seat and sit down. You made us wait so long. Liu Hao had been observing Chuling, constantly looking for flaws in him, as if that was the only way he could feel better. Heh, what a pauper look. Wearing a tracksuit to a class reunion, he probably doesn't even have any good clothes to wear usually. Suddenly, he saw a coffee stain on the tracksuit and laughed coldly. I say, Chuling, did I give you too short notice so you didn't have time to change? Look at that big coffee stain. Sorry, it's my fault. Coffee stains are stubborn. Even if they get on black clothes, they make the color of the clothing look different once they dry. If you look closely, you can tell at a glance. The other classmates looked at Chuling's chest and giggled, covering their mouths. They felt inexplicably relieved at this moment. Even if they weren't doing that well themselves, there was someone doing worse. In an instant, their inner balance was restored. Especially the boys who already had a lot of opinions about Chuling. Seeing him in such a down-and-out state, they echoed Liu Hao's words and began to mock him. Monitor, you still have to leave some time in the future. But Chuling, you're quite careless. Look at yourself. Are you working part-time at a coffee shop now? Otherwise, how did you get that stain without knowing it? Don't say it like that. Work has no high or low status. Don't they have uniforms at coffee shops? The classmates were getting more and more ridiculous, and the disdain on their faces was unconcealed. Only Ku Xiaobing was looking at Chuling with a smile, waving at him and saying, Chuling, don't just stand there, come sit over. As she said this, her little hand patted the seat next to her with a face full of smiles. There was an empty seat next to her, which Ku Xiaobing had specially reserved for Chuling. She hadn't seen Chuling for a long time, and Ku Xiaobing wanted to use this opportunity to have a good chat with her long-lost desk mate. Everyone was surprised that Ku Xiaobing would show favor to Chuling, and for a moment, everyone stopped talking. Chuling saw Ku Xiaobing at this time and walked directly toward her seat, greeting her. Long time no see, you've become so beautiful. Ku Xiaobing's attire today perfectly matched her temperament, beautiful like a fairy that could only be watched from afar, and Chuling couldn't help but praise her. Afterward, Chuling looked forward. Name, Ku Xiaobing. 38. 170. Figure. Favorability 80. Deskmate, your figure hasn't changed at all. Over here while Chuling was looking at Ku Xiaobing. Exactly, some people haven't had a single message in 4 years, and they don't come to any class reunions. Isn't that a long time no see? Ku Xiaobing's tone was full of complaints, and even in her eyes there was a trace of resentment she hadn't realized herself. You haven't even tried to reach out to me for such a long time. The point is, after all this time, he hasn't even posted a single social media update. She had thought Chuling might have lost his charm, but looking at him now, thankfully that's not the case. In fact, he seems even more handsome than he was back in high school. Chuling let out a hearty laugh, scratched his head in embarrassment, and sat down casually. Ku Xiaobing silently took a wet wipe from her bag, looked at the coffee stain on Chuling's shirt, and said calmly, looking at this, it must have just happened, right? Before she finished speaking, she had already started wiping the stain off for Chuling. Ku Xiaobing wiped it very carefully, and the pristine white wet wipe was soon stained by the coffee. The boys nearby watched this scene with burning jealousy, wishing they could tear Chuling apart. What on earth is Chuling thinking? Doesn't he know he's no longer worthy of Xiaobing? He was never worthy to begin with. What a toad lusting after a swan, and he's even resorting to a sympathy ploy. The boys' imaginations were running wild. They had long forgotten their own teasing and contempt, subconsciously assuming that Ku Xiaobing's gentle treatment of Chuling was just the result of him playing the victim. Indeed, the prettier the girl, the softer her heart. Goddess, please don't fall for it. That jerk Chuling must be trying to trick you. Ku Xiaobing was unaware of the boy's internal cries. While wiping his shirt, she chatted with Chuling. Have you found a job? Chuling shook his head. Not yet. How about you? Me? I don't think I'll be looking for a job for a while. Ku Xiaobing looked at Chuling and said, I got accepted into the graduate program at Jinling University back from Shanghai. I remember your school is right across the street from there. I'll be heading to the school to meet my advisor soon, so since you haven't graduated yet, we'll be quite close. Watching Chuling and Ku Xiaobing chatting and laughing, the boys all looked like they had just swallowed a fly. Especially Liu Hao, his eyes were glowing green with envy. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, someone pushed the door and entered the private room. Everyone turned to look and found it was the fashionably late Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang walked in and immediately shouted, Class monitor, the hotel you guys picked is way too high-end, isn't it? When I walked into the lobby just now, my eyes popped out. Dining here must be incredibly expensive, right? As expected of our class monitor, rich people really are on a different level. By the way, did you guys see the car by the roadside when you came in? A car by the roadside? The students shook their heads in confusion. They didn't notice anything unusual when they entered. This is a 5-star hotel after all, with so many cars parked every day. How could they possibly keep track? However, seeing Zhang Qiang acting like a country bumpkin, they assumed he hadn't seen many nice cars, so one of them asked casually, "What kind of car? Don't tell me it's a Mercedes or a BMW. You really have no taste." If they got that excited over such an ordinary car, everyone would definitely laugh themselves to death. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Qiang guessed what they were thinking. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Are we still old classmates or not? Can't you even trust me on this?" The students looked at him without saying a word, letting him figure it out for himself. Seeing this, Zhang Qiang pulled out his phone in a huff and showed them the photo. "It's a Bugatti Veyron. It's parked right at the entrance of our hotel. You guys are looking down on me too much. Isn't that a fancy car?" A Bugatti V. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes went wide, filled with utter disbelief. How could that be? If such an amazing car were really parked there, how could they have missed it? The students quickly took Zhang Qiang's phone and passed it around, staring at the stunning luxury car on the screen with wide eyes. "What a beautiful sports car. The streamlining is just breathtaking. I love it. It's actually parked right outside our hotel. Is the owner really that careless? This car can't be cheap, right? It's gorgeous beyond words. Oh my god, this is what love at first sight feels like. Since when does Jinling have luxury supercars of this caliber? My god, I feel like I haven't been back in a while and Jinling has completely changed. Take a look at the license plate of that top-tier luxury car, Jin A9999999. Is that a plate an ordinary person could afford?" Even the female students who didn't know much about cars knew that this was definitely a vehicle belonging to someone of high status. Anyone could tell that a license plate like that is legendary. With just this license plate alone, I feel like even if I worked my whole life, I might not even be able to afford one of those nines. This must be a big shot in Jinling. I just wonder who it could be. Why don't we go and wait outside to catch a glimpse? That's some serious social potential. Forget it. If you've got that kind of ambition, you'd be better off waiting for our class monitor. That's more realistic and actually within reach. One girl who didn't know much about cars pointed the picture on the phone and asked, "How much does this car cost?" Liu Hao smiled faintly. It was his time to this car. The manufacturer's list price is over 40 million, plus various purchase taxes and luxury car taxes. It adds up to over 50 million, Liu Hao said casually. Regardless of whether it was 50 or 60 million or just a few million, he couldn't afford it anyway. There's no point in being jealous or envious of something you can't buy, just admiring it is enough. Liu Hao was satisfied to hear the gasps from the room. This car has a 16-cylinder engine. The power is absolutely incredible. It can accelerate to 100 km/h in just over 2 seconds. There are only a few of these in China, usually in Shanghai or Beijing. It seems Jinling has really developed well lately to have such a luxury car here. The students listened with wide eyes, complimenting Liu Hao on his extensive knowledge. As expected of a child from a wealthy family, his understanding of luxury cars is truly thorough. Liu Hao just waved his hand, feeling quite proud himself. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the beautiful manager walked in. Her striking appearance immediately captured the attention of many men in the room.
The bright lights in the private room perfectly accentuated the beautiful manager's figure. She wore a black work uniform with such flair that it looked like high fashion. Her face was as fair and round as a hibiscus flower, and when she smiled, 2 tiny dimples appeared. She was incredibly sweet. The male students present were staring with wide, fixed eyes. Who would have thought that a manager at the Zion Hotel could be this beautiful? "Beautiful lady, is there something you need?" Liu Hao gave a light cough and asked the beautiful manager with a very serious tone. Although his main target today was Ku Xiaobing, making friends with another beauty seemed like an unexpected bonus. Liu Hao felt he was the most prestigious guy among all the male students, so he figured he was the most appropriate person to greet the manager. Unfortunately, his good opinion of himself served absolutely no purpose. When the beautiful manager saw Chuling, her eyes lit up instantly, and then she walked straight toward him. "What is going on here? Why is everyone rushing to Chuling's side? What are we missing?" If anger had colors, the men in the room would be turning every shade of the rainbow. The beautiful manager walked toward Chuling with graceful movements, as one would expect from a trained manager of a 5-star hotel. She stood beside Chuling, bowed her head slightly, and said to him with great respect, "Sir, I came to inform you that there is now a spot in the parking lot downstairs, so you can move your car in." As she spoke, the manager reached out with both hands to present something toward Chuling. Chuling looked at the manager with some surprise and said, "Didn't I already tell you? Just have one of your staff park it for me. Why make the trip yourself? It's too much trouble." When Chuling said this, a flash of distress crossed the beautiful manager's face. She gave an awkward smile and replied, "But none of our staff dares to drive such a valuable car." She didn't want to disturb such a wealthy man either, but her staff was just too timid. The beautiful manager had considered driving it in herself, but she lost her nerve before she even sat in the driver's seat. Just the thought of such an expensive car was terrifying. After thinking it over, the beautiful manager decided to come and find Chuling. The beautiful manager was truly out of options. She bowed lower and pushed her hands forward again, appearing even more humble. In the manager's open palm lay a uniquely designed Kai. Wasn't that logo the Bugatti? Even those who didn't recognize a Bugatti Veyron had developed a deep impression of the logo after seeing the photo Zhang Kang had taken. In that instant, everyone turned to stone. How could this be? This is Chuling's car. No, that's impossible. Almost every student subconsciously assumed the beautiful manager had mistaken him for someone else. But Chuling didn't have a generic face. He was actually quite handsome. How could anyone mistake a man like... Most importantly, Chuling had been talking with the manager just moments ago, which seemed to confirm everything. Liu Hao, who had been speaking so eloquently just before, was stunned into silence, staring blankly at Chuling. Even Ku Xiaobing, the only one who had been genuinely sincere to Chuling, looked at her old classmate with sheer shock and disbelief. They had only been apart for 4 years, and Chuling, who had failed his college entrance exam, had already become so successful that he was driving a Bugatti Veyron. Such a huge contrast was hard for anyone to accept. Chuling stood up, grabbed his car keys, and gave his old classmates an apologetic look. Sorry everyone, I'll go down and move my car first. With that, he walked out following the beautiful manager. After Chuling left, the entire room went deathly silent. It was as if God had hit the pause button. No one in the room even moved. Everyone's mind was in a complete state of chaos. Everyone is lost in their own thoughts, far too preoccupied to speak. And what was there to say? Should they repent for bad-mouthing Chuling? Even if they wanted to apologize, they'd have to wait for him to come back. Liu Hao, sitting at the head of the table, was feeling restless. Was he really bragging about his beat-up Audi earlier? Look at Chuling, he drives a supercar, the world's fastest no less, and he was being so low-key about it. How could his piece of junk car possibly compare to a real supercar? This wasn't just embarrassing, it was downright humiliating. And a Bugatti Veyron like that couldn't possibly be a rental. They had seen the supreme license plate clearly. Do you really rent out a car like that? That's just wishful thinking. Even if he borrowed it, it proved that he had an excellent relationship with someone powerful. No matter how you looked at it, Chuling was a big shot they all needed to cultivate a relationship with. The boys were filled with regret, and the girls wore strange expressions, all feeling they had missed out on a prime catch. If they had realized earlier that Chuling was capable and handsome, wouldn't their lives be so much better now? They were truly blind to miss such an opportunity. They were all feeling terrible, their mental states completely shattered. Only Ku Xiaobing, far from feeling disappointed, was genuinely happy for her old deskmate. Soon Chuling returned. As soon as he walked in, he was surrounded by classmates trying to suck up to him. Chuling, no brother Chu, is that car really yours? You have such good taste. Managing to buy such a beautiful supercar, I'm honestly so envious of you, brother. Brother Chu, you're so fierce. You jumped straight to a supercar. If you find any good opportunities, remember your brothers. Let me get rich with you. Brother Chu, please accept my WeChat friend request. I've been away at university, so I haven't been in touch much. Please don't mind me. Even Liu Hao stood up, walked to Chuling and said in a friendly tone, Chuling, you've really hit it big. Among all our classmates, you're the most successful now. You absolutely must take the seat of honor. Liu Hao's family had always been in business, so he understood how the world worked better than most. Bowing your head isn't shameful, you only have real confidence when you have money. A big shot like Chuling, you absolutely had to stay on his good side. Listening to them, Chuling experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature. He didn't say much. After all, there's a saying, the poor live in the busy city with no one to ask about them, while the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains. It's exactly true. With that thought, Chuling walked back to his original seat, sat down next to Ku Xiaobing, and said to everyone, I'm fine sitting here. Chuling couldn't be bothered with what others thought. After settling in, he looked at Ku Xiaobing beside him. He saw Ku Xiaobing with her mouth wide open, looking completely stunned. She never expected that even with so many people chasing after him, Chuling would choose to sit back by her side. Her bright dark eyes were rounded, looking remarkably cute. Chuling and Ku Xiaobing had been deskmates for years, and he'd never seen her look so cute. He couldn't help but tease her. What's wrong? I only stepped out for a moment. You don't recognize me anymore. Ku Xiaobing looked at Chuling with curiosity and asked, but seriously, Chuling, weren't you back then? How did you end up like this? Chuling laughed. Then what did you think I was doing these past 4 years? Following that, Ku Xiaobing fell into deep thought. Next, everyone started eating. Classmates kept finding reasons to toast Chuling, and even though he insisted on drinking tea, they still toasted him with their alcohol. Revolutionary friendship always starts with heavy drinking. Brother Chu, hurry and finish that glass. You're drinking tea and still leaving the bottom. Are we still old classmates or not? Brother Chu, no need to say anything else. After this cup, if I did anything wrong in the past, I hope you'll overlook it. Stop pressuring Brother Chu to drink. Why drink so much? Even if it's tea, don't you think it's uncomfortable to drink that much? You guys are so thoughtless. By the end of the meal, Chuling was the absolute protagonist of the reunion, with almost every topic revolving around him. After the meal, Chuling refused requests from other girls for a ride home, citing that it wasn't on his way but called Ku Xiaobing instead. How are you getting home? Huh? Ku Xiaobing laughed. I'm taking a taxi, of course. Come with me, I'll drive you. Chuling said, and Ku Xiaobing giggled. Wasn't it not on your way? How come it changed for me? Never mind then. Ku Xiaobing. No, I was wrong. I really wanted to ride in this supercar. Otherwise, I might never have the chance again. She stopped teasing and then followed Chuling to get the car. Chuling hopped into the driver's seat first and shouted at Ku Xiaobing, who was standing outside dazed. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in. Oh, got it. Ku Xiaobing acted as if she had just woken from a dream, and then finally got into the car. As she lightly touched the leather seats and took in the absolutely luxurious interior, a flash of amazement crossed Ku Xiaobing's eyes. It really is a top-tier global luxury car. It's just so beautiful. The combination of purple and black in the interior makes it look both noble and majestic. Most importantly, the choice of materials shows that this top-tier luxury car wouldn't use cheap parts just to cut costs. It's the kind of extravagance that practically screams money. The finest materials make the purple and black look more pure, which is the only way to achieve such a perfect color scheme. To be honest, I never imagined in my life that I would be able to ride in a Bugatti Veyron, Ku Xiaobing said with a sigh of emotion. Chuling started the car and said with a chuckle, really? You're about to be a graduate student. Why are you so lacking in confidence? It wasn't that Ku Xiaobing lacked confidence. On the contrary, she was a young woman with a strong sense of purpose. She believed that she could create a very good life with her own hands. She would definitely have a car one day. A mid-range car like a Mercedes, BMW or Audi wouldn't be a problem. But something like a Bugatti Veyron was truly beyond her imagination. If even bosses worth hundreds of millions wouldn't dare dream of such a car, how could she, a girl who hasn't even finished graduate school, ever imagine it? Oh, by the way, Ku Xiaobing said, taking a gift box out of her bag and handing it to Chuling. There were too many people earlier, so I didn't feel comfortable giving it to you then. This is a gift I prepared for you. Chuling was a bit surprised. He took the gift box and said to her, wait a moment. I didn't prepare a gift for you. Let me go buy you some milk tea. Don't all girls like these sweet drinks? Besides, Chuling wanted to take this opportunity to test if his goddess random rebate skill was useful. The opportunity had just arrived. However, the next moment, Ku Xiaobing waved her hands, refusing. Forget it. I don't want to be called a gold digger. Besides, this gift isn't even worth the gas money for you driving me home. If you calculate it like that, I'm actually the one coming out ahead. Seeing that she wasn't just being polite, Chuling nodded and said, all right, let's go then. Then the two set off. The group of classmates outside watched the Bugatti driving away in silence. The girls were filled with envy and jealousy. Ku Xiaobing was just too lucky. As for the boys, they were green with envy. Giving her a ride like this, he probably just sent away all his potential descendants. Thinking of Ku Xiaobing's figure and beauty, they felt their hearts breaking. But what could they do about it? Back in the car. On the way to Ku Xiaobing's home, they had to cross the Yangtze River Bridge. Feeling the unique tranquility of the night, Ku Xiaobing narrowed her eyes slightly. The wind ruffled her hair, and as Chuling looked at her soft profile, he couldn't find the right words to describe such beauty. She was like the beautiful and carefree heroine in a Hong Kong movie, possessing an indescribable charm. Her loose hair playfully brushed against Chuling's cheek and neck, making him feel a tingle in his heart. Ku Xiaobing glanced over and accidentally discovered that Chuling was watching her. Her face turned red and she said coyly, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at a beautiful girl, is that not allowed?" Chuling raised an eyebrow and teased casually. He found himself very relaxed with Ku Xiaobing, just like back in high school, where everything felt incredibly easy to talk about. Ku Xiaobing squinted at him. "So, in these 4 years you didn't just get rich, you also became a smooth talker. You'd better be honest with me, how many girlfriends have you had to become this silver-tongued?" Looking at his increasingly handsome face, she didn't believe for a second that he had been well-behaved all these years. With money and looks, plus this tool to pick up girls thinking about it, Ku Xiaobing felt a bit sour. Even though Chuling and she had no relationship, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. However, on this side, when Chuling heard the word girlfriend, he felt like exploding. This old classmate really knew how to poke where it hurt. Wasn't this rubbing salt into the wound? 4 years? Do you know how I spent those 4 years? That damn school was practically a monastery. Whenever I wanted to go out for some fresh air, a check-in would drag me right back. He really wanted to find some casual dating partners, but he never had the chance. Ku Xiaobing noticed that Chuling's expression had darkened, and she suddenly felt amused. For some reason, seeing his bitter look, she seemed to realize something and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Her tone was full of concern. Chuling glared at her, shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, that's just heart-wrenching." The two chatted and laughed until they arrived downstairs at Xiaobing's building. Must say, the residential compound Ku Xiaobing lived in was considered a high-end area in Jinling. Even a Bugatti had to register at the gate for quite a while to get in. Just as the car stopped not far away, a man and a woman flashed by quickly. Judging by their sportswear, they seemed to be out for a night run. The two saw the uniquely designed sports car, subconsciously looked at each other, and gasped. The woman's eyes went round, and she pointed tremblingly in the direction of the Bugatti Veyron, saying, "Old Ku, look. This luxury sports car is actually parked downstairs at our place. Whose kid is this successful? It's truly a glory to the family." The man next to her was also full of gossip. He looked around and said to the woman, "How can we see clearly from this far away? Besides, there's no rush to finish the run. Why don't we get closer and take a look?" The two agreed instantly and walked toward the Bugatti Veyron in the dark. Ku Xiaobing realized they were home. Seeing a small supermarket nearby still open, she said to Chuling, "Don't leave yet, wait for me here, I'll be right back." Soon, Ku Xiaobing returned with 2 bottles of fruit juice in her hand. She handed one to Chuling and said, "I remember that back in high school, you loved this brand of juice the most. Do you still drink it?" "Thank you." Looking at the familiar juice, a warmth flowed through Chuling's heart as he recalled memories from high school. "How did you know I was thirsty? You still remember what I like to drink after all these years?" Listening to Chuling, Ku Xiaobing blushed, then whispered, "I saw your car was brand new and didn't even have a bottle of water in it, so I bought it for you." Chuling smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "You're absolutely right. This is a brand new car. I only drove it out this afternoon." However, Chuling was very grateful for her thoughtfulness and started drinking the juice. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the man and woman standing not far away watching them. When they saw clearly who had just stepped out of the car, their eyes widened in absolute shock. "Old Ku, if my eyes aren't failing me, the person who just got out of that car seems to be your daughter." The woman looked at her husband subconsciously, her mouth wide open, the corners of her lips twitching. Could it be that the girl who brought glory to the family was actually their little baby? The man glared at his wife and snorted, "What of it? It's as if she's not your daughter too." The woman glared back at him. This was no time to be nitpicking. "Who cares whose daughter it is? If we don't go check now, she'll belong to someone else." The woman watched the situation unfold, narrating like a live host. "She's even buying drinks for the person in the car. Look, she's even smiling so happily." The man saw it clearly. He clenched his fist and said, "Let's go, we're moving in." Their precious girl was about to be snatched away. They had to go see what was happening. On the other side, Ku Xiaobing said goodbye to Chuling. Chuling was already driving the car forward, preparing to turn around and leave. Ku Xiaobing stood where she was, drinking her juice while watching him turn to leave. Just as she was looking at the taillights with a sense of loss. Suddenly a cold snort came from a man beside her, and two figures moved in behind her. Still looking? They've already driven off. Ku Xiaobing was startled. She turned around subconsciously to see two familiar faces. Daum? You guys? What did you just see? Ku Xiaobing's face flushed crimson instantly, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Seeing her daughter's expression, Ku's mom understood everything in an instant. Ku Xiaobing was startled by the sudden appearance of her parents. The two elders glanced at their daughter, then turned their gaze toward the direction Chuling had just left. After confirming that Chuling had left the residential complex, they even let out a long sigh, as if regretting something. Mom, Dad, what are you looking at? Ku Xiaobing's delicate face was flushed with embarrassment. She never expected that asking Chuling to drive her home would result in running into her parents out for a night jog. This is just so embarrassing. Seeing their daughter's shy and timid reaction, Ku's parents had a pretty good idea of what was going on. They exchanged glances and immediately reached a decision. Forget the night jog, let's go home. Ahem, daughter, whose was that fancy car just now? Her father cleared his throat and began to ask tentatively. Ku Xiaobing didn't think much of it and replied directly, It's Chuling's. You remember him, right? Upon hearing the name Chuling, both her parents were stunned. Wasn't that kid a high school classmate? He's doing that well for himself now. As they walked upstairs, her mother grabbed Ku Xiaobing's arm and whispered, Daughter, tell Mom the truth. How much did that car of Chuling's cost? Her mother didn't know much about luxury cars, but just looking at its design told her it was worth a fortune. It was much prettier than any other car in the neighborhood. It must feel so impressive to go out in a car like that. The more her mother thought about it, the more excited she became, looking at her daughter with great expectation. Ku Xiaobing thought for a moment and repeated what the class monitor, Liu Hao, had said at the class reunion today. That's a top-tier world-class supercar. A single car costs 50 or 60 million. 50 or 60 million. Hearing this number, both parents were shocked. That much money for just one car. If that's the case, then this kid Chuling is really incredible, isn't he? Even with a net worth of hundreds of millions, one wouldn't dare spend 50 or 60 million on a single car, right? How could one afford to maintain or repair such a car? Her parents were clearly excited, their hands firmly gripped together. Their daughter is truly amazing, and the people she meets are too. Even a little deskmate has become this successful. While they were thinking this, the family unlocked the door and entered their home. Her mother sat down on the sofa and gestured for her daughter to sit nearby. Ku Xiaobing felt a bit helpless, so she walked over and complained, What's wrong, Mom? I'm a bit tired today and I want to take a shower and go to bed early. She knew her mother's knack for nagging all too well. If she got started, no one in the family would be able to rest for a while. Just thinking about it gave Ku Xiaobing a headache. Oh, just come over when I tell you to. Your mother isn't going to hurt you, right? Her mother gave her a reproachful look, but then her face broke into a smile, one that Ku Xiaobing thought looked just like a maternal aunt's smile. I just want to talk to you, chat, and see how you're thinking about things these days. Fine, then speak. Ku Xiaobing resigned herself to her fate and sat down, ready to listen. Her mother nodded with satisfaction and said earnestly, Xiaobing, you're not a child anymore. I think you understand some things. Regarding this classmate of yours, you... Ku Xiaobing's face turned bright red instantly. Oh, she knew it. Her parents were really too old-fashioned. It was just a boy giving her a ride home, and they were already blowing it out of proportion. Even if she were willing, she didn't know what Chuling was thinking. Ah, no, that's not what she meant either. She didn't mean she was willing either. Ku Xiaobing was conflicted, her face turning even redder. She interrupted her mother and explained, Mom, what are you thinking? I know my limits. Besides, I'm not that kind of girl who worships money. If she were to be with someone, it would never be because of the car he drove. Her mother was unbelievable, not even trusting her own daughter's character. Her parents looked puzzled. Her mother looked at her husband, frustrated, and said, I mean that you should definitely seize the opportunity. Such a good boy, and you know him so well, of course you should hold on to him. Limits are all well and good, but what good are they now? Can they bring home a good son-in-law? Honestly, now that their daughter is older, as parents they really are worn out with worry. Ku Xiaobing looked hopeless. When did her parents become like this? How old am I? And they're already desperate to marry me off. Are they already getting the dowry ready in such a rush? Ku Xiaobing felt that staying in the living room was torture, so she got up and headed straight to her room, leaving only her parents in the living room, watching their daughter leave. Then, her mother looked at her husband, old Ku. Do you think our parenting style might have some problems? On the other hand, Chuling had already driven out of the complex and onto the main road. There weren't many cars at night, and when other drivers saw Chuling's Bugatti Veyron, their reaction was surprisingly consistent. A gasp of "my God" expressed their mood, and they immediately hit the brakes to yield. You can't afford to mess with a top-tier luxury car like this, so just stay away. Chuling, enjoying the courtesy from others, was in a good mood and began to test the car's performance on the main road. It lived up to its name as the strongest performance car. Driving this on a highway felt completely effortless. Chuling barely felt the pressure on the gas pedal. Just a light touch and the car shot forward into the distance like a wild horse off its reins. Even at low speeds, there was an extreme feeling of being pushed back into the seat. This was what a truly powerful luxury car was all about. Chuling suddenly had an idea, recalling lines from a movie, and he imitated the scene by resting his hand outside the car window, feeling the wind created by the speed hitting his palm. 20 mph is A, 40 mph B, 60 mph is C. Chuling muttered to himself as he felt the air. Too bad this is the city and I can't hit 100 mph, otherwise I'd see what D feels like. Chuling switched speeds along the way, feeling the different sensations. Seeing that it wasn't early anymore, Chuling increased his speed and headed toward the Tanlongbei Villa area, an asset he had previously acquired. Better pick up the pace, so he could still make it in time for the handover. Besides, he had already given them a heads up when he came earlier. Tanlongbei is the most luxurious residential area in the city, and to emphasize the prestige of the owners, they even built a dedicated road leading directly to the main gate. Chuling had heard people talk about this road, saying it was extremely luxurious, and today he wanted to see for himself if it was true. Soon, Chuling drove onto the road leading to the villa area. Just after one turn, the road ahead instantly became wide and expansive, and the surface was so smooth, it was as if workers were there every day to level it out. It could only be said that this road was built to strict standards, clearly made with the finest materials and workmanship. Chuling's Bugatti Veyron felt especially good driving on it. It seemed like there was even more grip, allowing for even higher speeds. Moreover, the property management had arranged for dedicated staff to clean it, so the road surface was immaculate and orderly, not a single pebble or piece of debris in sight. Not to mention any visible Chuling took a casual look and nodded with satisfaction. It really was the most luxurious villa area, worthy of its reputation. The streetlights glowed with an orange light, warm and bright. Each pole was carved with two dragons coiling upward, poised as if they were about to soar into the sky. Even looking from a distance, one could appreciate the intricacy of the dragon-shaped lamps. If they weren't so strict about the details, how could they have spent piles of cash on things like this? The cost of one such lamp could buy 8 or 10 ordinary ones. Even the greenery on both sides of the road was meticulously trimmed into flawless shapes. Beside them were planted large areas of Chinese roses, their buds just about to bloom, which was a delight to behold. Everywhere he looked along the way, it screamed refinement and beauty. The surrounding scenery was also excellent. One could not only see the Yangtze River in the distance, watching the rolling water flow eastward, but behind the winding mountain road, there was also a majestic high mountain. Mountains, water, and good land. It truly was a spot with great feng shui. No wonder it was hyped up so much. After driving for a while, Chuling could see the gate of Tanlongbei in the distance. Chuling felt a surge of excitement, stepped on the gas, and headed straight toward the gate. As he got closer, Chuling could clearly see that the gate was very impressive, with 4 large cylindrical pillars supporting a high plaque, the gold leaf characters shining brightly. Unlike other low-end neighborhoods, the nameplate here didn't use any neon signs or tacky colorful lighting. 4 security guards were on duty under the gate, all looking young yet determined, standing in perfect military posture. Chuling realized that these guards were likely retired soldiers, which explained their impeccable demeanor and appearance. While Chuling was observing the guards, he didn't notice a young woman in the shadows quietly watching him. The moment she saw the Bugatti Veyron, she was absolutely shocked. A 50 or 60 million luxury car just being driven out like this. The woman looked at the car, She had been the property manager for a while now and was very familiar with the owner's cars. She knew for a fact that this car didn't belong to anyone in the complex. Plus, considering the call she had received earlier today, without hesitation, she walked up to the Bugatti Veyron and knocked gently on the window. Hearing the knock, Chuling opened the door and stepped out, seeing a woman in a black suit looking at him with a smile. "Sorry to disturb you, may I ask if you are Mr. Chu?" Chuling sized up the property manager. She didn't look old, probably only 22 or 23. She had a very pure appearance and a nice figure. "Yes, that is me," Chuling stated his identity directly. There wasn't a trace of surprise on the young woman's face. She knew it. Only such a top-tier billionaire could be the client for Villa Number 1 at Tianfang Tanlong Bay. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the property manager for Tianfang Tanlong Bay. We received your call about arriving today, so I have been waiting for you. I will take you to Villa Number 1 now for the handover." The young woman introduced herself professionally, displaying high standards of service. Chuling nodded and gestured for her to get into the car. "Let's go, let's head in now." Seeing the property manager accompanying him, the security guard saluted immediately and allowed Chuling's car to pass. The property manager took a cautious peek at the supercar while saying to Chuling, "Tomorrow, I will enter your vehicle information into the system as early as possible. That way you can just scan your license plate to enter the complex in the future." Chuling nodded and thanked. The property manager felt a bit flattered and quickly insisted that it was her job. She added with a touch of emotion, "Seeing you for the first time, I really didn't expect the owner of our Villa Number 1 to be so young and handsome." "Oh? Does the manager mean that I should have been an old man?" Chuling smiled faintly, making a joke. The property manager didn't dare to say yes, but that was indeed what she had been thinking. Villa Number 1 at Tianfang Tanlong Bay was indisputably the crown jewel of the villa area, boasting the best location, size, and amenities. Of course, the price was also the most outrageous. Many famous big bosses in Jinling had come to see this famous property, only to give it up with regret because of the astronomical price. The property manager had the good fortune to witness the regretful expressions on those bosses' faces, so she had a deep impression of it. She had imagined what the owner of Villa Number 1 would be like many times, but she never pictured someone like Chuling. I have to say, Chuling was just too young and far too handsome. Good looks and money, he is simply perfect. Even as a woman, the property manager couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Chuling. The villa area occupied a large area of land. To ensure privacy for the clients, the distance between the detached villas was much greater than in any other villa district. Since Villa Number 1 was located in the prime spot in the middle of the district, it took Chuling and the manager over 10 minutes to drive there. The property manager looked at the luxurious villa complex with a hint of pride and said, "You see, the area of our villa complex is second to none in Jinling. Even across the whole of China, it doesn't fall behind any other design. You can live here with total peace of mind." As she spoke, the property manager took out a tissue and wiped her sweat. Chuling noticed her movement clearly and asked curiously, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "It is already evening and the weather is quite cool." The property manager smiled faintly and joked with Chuling, "I have always heard that girls feel hot when they get into luxury cars, but I never expected it to be true. I guess I really experienced it for myself today. Get hot when entering a luxury car." Chuling couldn't help but. This property manager is quite mischievous. "Look, that is Villa Number 1. The property manager suddenly pointed to the most magnificent building not far away. Although it was night, the lighting inside the villa area was very bright, making the surrounding environment clearly visible. Villa Number 1 covered the largest area, and the landscape in the middle of the residential area looked like a private garden for the villa, visible right from the doorstep. There were several artificial fountain systems in the villa area, with the largest and best designs concentrated around Villa Number 1, making the whole building look even more enchanting. Chuling raised his eyebrows. Such a beautiful landscape was just like a dream castle. The gate to the courtyard of Villa Number 1 was locked, so the property manager quickly took out the electronic remote key and operated it to open the gate automatically. Chuling drove the car into the courtyard of Villa Number 1. The property manager introduced, "Mr. Chu, every gate of our villas is equipped with the latest electronic technology. You can input your vehicle information and register your iris for the system. After double authentication, the gate will open automatically for you to enter." Of course, you can use the remote control key, but that is a bit more troublesome. Not only the courtyard gate, but the main door of the villa also uses iris recognition technology. These systems are all interconnected. You only need to input your information once for the whole system to be synchronized. The property manager pointed toward the main door and explained in great detail. Chuling didn't say anything, instead scanning the environment of the villa's courtyard. Although he hadn't moved in yet, the villa was delivered fully furnished, featuring nothing but top-tier world-class technology. The courtyard must be professionally maintained, as the plants were pruned beautifully, and everything was spotless, making it a delight to the eyes. The property manager also mentioned that the plants grown in Villa Number 1 were all rare and precious, requiring extra care when tending to them. Seeing Chuling's expression, the property manager immediately explained, "Our housekeepers arrange for inspections and cleaning every single day. For other detached villas, 2 villas share 1 housekeeper. But Villa Number 1 is the top property. It has its very own dedicated housekeeper who takes care of it at all times. Therefore, whenever Chuling chooses to move in, he will always experience the best environment. In the future, even when Chuling is away, he won't have to worry about the house. The professional housekeeper will carry out inspections and maintenance according to the schedule. Let's go inside and take a look." Chuling waved his hand nonchalantly. He could study the courtyard another time. For today, he planned to settle in, so the interior decoration seemed more important. The property manager opened the villa's main door with a password, and the smart lock issued a pleasant mechanical voice, "Welcome home." At the same time, the lights inside the room lit up instantly, and a melodious piano piece began to play in the living room. In the center of the living room was a huge crystal chandelier, and one look at its quality told him it was worth a fortune. Under the light, the crystal ornaments radiated a dazzling glow, looking incredibly beautiful. As the two walked closer, a series of lights along the skirting board illuminated their path, which looked stunning. This Villa Number 1 uses a full smart home experience. Almost all furniture is interconnected. We can arrange for engineers to come and customize the settings to your liking. The property manager spoke as if she knew everything about the house by heart. For instance, our lighting uses the latest motion sensor system, which both saves energy and gives you the most prestigious experience. To be honest, Chuling was also very surprised. He never imagined he would sign in to receive such a luxurious villa. This feeling is just too good. These top-tier, whole-house smart furniture facilities alone are probably worth enough to buy an ordinary villa. Such an experience is truly extraordinary. On the basement floor, there is a private cinema and an independent gym. There are indoor and outdoor swimming pools, both with smart temperature control and self-purifying water circulation systems installed. However, if you need them, we have dedicated personnel to clean them for you. The property manager explained in detail while taking Chuling to see the environment. Chuling was extremely satisfied with the environment. He smiled at the property manager and said, "Let's stop the tour here. I can explore the rest on my own. Thank you for the introduction. Would you like to have a cup of tea here?" The property manager shook her head and refused with a smile. "My duty has been fulfilled, and according to regulations, I cannot stay for tea. I wish you a pleasant stay. If you have any questions, feel free to call me." After the property manager left, Chuling went to the bathroom to take a shower. Just as he turned on the shower, a light screen flashed before his eyes, showing a new sign-in confirmation. "Host, please complete the sign-in." "Sign in." Chuling focused his mind. Shortly after, the light screen popped up again. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the latest globally limited edition sets from Gucci, Armani and Versace." "Huh? Chuling? Is it?" Looking down on the clothes I'm wearing. "Fine." Afterward, Chuling lay back in the hot, steaming bathtub and began to enjoy himself. When he came out after his shower, he found the walk-in closet filled with the latest clothing sets. He casually picked out a pair of underwear, measured it, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Damn it, this can't hold anything. After simply putting on a change of clothes, Chuling lay down quite casually. It was indeed a world-class mattress. Lying on it felt just like resting on a cloud. It had the perfect balance of softness and firmness, supporting the body naturally without letting you sink in, which was incredibly relaxing. Chuling found a comfortable position, rested his head on his crossed hands, and lazily thought about the events of the day. He had truly met 2 girls with ratings over 95 today, but unfortunately he hadn't managed to spend a single cent. Otherwise, he could have tested the goddess random rebate feature. What a pity. Sigh, it's not easy to find a girl rated over 95, Chuling sighed. It just so happened that the 2 he met were both good girls. One was too much of a stranger, and the other wasn't materialistic. It was simply giving Chuling a massive headache. It seems there's one more gift left to unwrap. Following that, Chuling took out the gift Ku Xiaobing had given him and unwrapped it. That's pretty cool, Chuling thought. In his hand was a tiger head badge. Perhaps because he was born in the year of the tiger, he had always liked things related to tigers. Courtesy demands reciprocity. I will think about getting a gift for Ku Xiaobing later to make up for this. However, the matter of the goddess rebate still weighed on Chuling's mind. Chuling thought for a moment, took out his phone and said to himself, modern life is so convenient, finding a beauty shouldn't be hard, right? Open a live streaming app and every one of them is a beauty. Anyway, the goddess rebate only requires the woman to have a rating of 95 or higher. It doesn't specify how the money should be spent. Donating on a live stream shouldn't be against the rules, right? With this in mind, Chuling didn't hesitate and opened the Feiyu livestream app. Soon, a girl who looked like a little loli appeared on Chuling's phone screen. Her big eyes were round, bright, and shiny, looking exactly like a cute girl from an anime. Seeing this, Chuling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This girl looks so cute. A girl this cute must have a high rating, right? Chuling quickly checked the rating provided by the system, 75. You've got to be kidding me. Chuling instinctively rubbed his eyes. How could the rating be so low? But very quickly, Chuling realized what was going on. Feiyu is a live streaming platform after all. To make their streamers look more glamorous, the software itself comes with powerful beauty filters. On top of that, some streamers order the latest and best beauty equipment online for better results, so ordinary viewers get tricked. They actually think that is the streamer's real face. Thinking of this, Chuling couldn't help but shudder. Live streaming is way too scary, isn't it? Changing rooms. Chuling quickly switched to the next room. Brother, do you like me? Moi? Chuling's phone signal seemed to glitch, but he could hear the sound from the live stream room. That voice was so sweet. If you were a diabetic, you'd have to be careful listening to that. It was so intoxicating. Chuling perked up. Could his luck really be this good? Did he find a high-rated beauty streamer this quickly? With a voice like that, she definitely can't look that bad. Just as Chuling waited in excitement, his phone network suddenly returned to normal, and the face of an older lady appeared on the screen. This auntie's face was as big as a blooming sunflower, round as a ball. Chuling. Damn it. If I have sinned, let the law punish me. Why make me endure something that someone my age shouldn't have to? It really holds true. Pretty girl doesn't necessarily have a sweet voice, and sometimes it's even the exact opposite. I don't even need to look at this rating. I bet it's barely a passing grade. Strange, are the requirements for streamers these so low? Anyone can do it. Chuling muttered angrily to himself. After browsing a few more rooms, Chuling discovered that the beauty scores of female streamers were mostly around 70 or 80. They were barely passing, just average looking, not even really pretty. But Chuling didn't mind, he just considered it a way to kill time and wind down before bed. Just as Chuling felt a bit tired and planned to close the app to sleep, the app sent another notification. Chuling, feeling indifferent, clicked on a girl with a cartoon avatar to enter the room, grumbling to himself. If this one turns out to be a monster, I'm going straight to bed. I'm not dealing with this anymore. The video in the live stream showed a girl playing a game. The game was the currently most popular one, Honor of Kings, and the girl was playing as Shangguan Wana, showing off her skills on the screen. The public chat below was full of messages shouting at the streamer. He's here, he's here. The enemies are coming with their teammates. Run quickly, little Wana. Streamer, don't run. Don't be a coward. Go up and fight them. Wana, you have the skills. Show them what you've got. Is that you, show off? I seriously want to use my 9-toothed rake to comb your hair. How can you have the heart to let such a cute girl like Wana die? Why are you all panicking? You aren't real loyal fans, are you? Wana is a skilled streamer. She can take anyone down in a second. Watch closely. The public chat was scrolling fast. Chuling took a look and saw that this streamer was also named Wana. She seemed to be a newcomer. She was looking down at her phone, focused on the game, so he could only see part of her face. Don't talk nonsense. I won't just lie down and lose. Let me show you what real skill is. Wanna must have seen the chat as she said this in an annoyed tone. The streamer's voice was clear, with a slight magnetic quality, feeling like a spring of ice water flowing past you in the heat of midsummer, making one feel comfortable from the bottom of their heart. Especially with that hint of queen-like dominance in her tone, it made one want to tease her just to hear her speak more. The audience went wild over her casual comment, flooding the chat. Wanna's voice is super nice, say more. The looks combined with that voice amazing. I predict Wanna is going to be a huge hit. Wanna isn't exactly unknown now either. Look, as a new streamer, there are already nearly 1,000 people in her room. That's proof of her beauty, ha! While everyone was teasing Wanna, she suddenly manipulated her character, performed a series of movements and scored a pentakill. Pentakill! That wave of damage was absolutely devastating. The live stream room seemed to pause for a second. That was a pentakill. That move was way too flashy. The fans were all Honor of Kings players who hadn't tried playing Shangguan Wanna. Executing her ultimate ability is extremely difficult. A single mistake and it can be interrupted, leading to certain death. But Wanna's performance just now was like flowing water. Every step and every point was timed perfectly, resulting in a flawless pentakill. She's just a girl, how can her mechanics be this good? I bow down to the master, you're not Shangguan Wanna, you're Shangguan show-off. That was insanely flashy, right? Wanna, please carry me to rank up, okay? With your skills, you could totally work as a pro booster. I'm so excited. This match is definitely in the bag. Look, her teammates are already complimenting Wanna's skills. Man, this girl is amazing. Is that skill you're talking about? For real? Hey, you with your dirty mind, that's not what I meant.
Chuling was watching Wanna's gameplay. Seeing her impressive skills, his eyes lit up. This girl is actually quite good. Let me check her ratings first. I don't want to get hurt again. Although Chuling was impressed, his goal today was to test the goddess random rebate system. If the beauty rating didn't meet the requirements, everything else would be in vain. A light screen appeared and Wanna's information was displayed on the screen. Nin Wanner. Age. 168. B rating 97. 52C. Chuling's eyes lit up. He had finally found a high-score beauty. At that moment, Wanner had already secured the game's victory. The chat screen was flooded with 6-6. Wanner looked at the camera with a gentle smile and said sweetly, "Thank you all for your support. Since you are satisfied with this performance, I'll be ending the stream now. It's getting late, so everyone should get some rest early." Finally, Wanner's full face appeared before all the viewers. On her small, delicate oval face, a pair of sparkling eyes looked into the camera with a playful smile as if she were making direct eye contact with you. Who is this streamer? She's way too beautiful. A small, straight nose and soft, pouty lips, everything about her was just perfectly beautiful. Wanner didn't look very old. Her face was full of youthful radiance. On screen, she looked like a perfect 10 without a single flaw. The public chat was swarmed once again. "Oh, she's so beautiful. Don't end the stream yet. Let us look at you a bit longer." Wanner's beauty is top tier among all streamers, alright? If you have the means, send some gifts. If you're broke, at least help share the live stream. How could I bear to share such a beautiful girl with others? She looks amazing and plays games so well. She's definitely the ultimate girlfriend. Nobody's gonna compete with me for her, right? Because I'm taking her. One more round, play another round. If you play another one, I'll gift you a rocket. Seeing the request for a rocket on screen, Wanner leaned over the table and said helplessly, "You're all big liars. Even trying to scam a beauty, you're useless at everything else, but number one at freeloading. You only know how to freeload off me. You guys said the same thing last round, that you'd give me a rocket if I finished the game, and what happened? Look, I'm almost down to eating pickled vegetables. Usually, I just have them with some chili sauce." That's too much, absolutely too much. Wanner wasn't the kind of streamer to beg for gifts or tips, so her daily income was quite tragic. The current state of the live streaming world is just extreme. Some are dying of thirst, while others are drowning in wealth. Those big streamers make tens of thousands easily every day. They just shout a few words to the big shots in the chat, and people immediately start gifting to raise their rankings. Wanner felt she had real skill, but sometimes she couldn't make enough to cover her meals. At first, Wanner thought it was just because she was a newcomer and money wouldn't be easy to make. Later, she gradually realized that all those popular influencers were just using suggestive talk to get ahead. For a streamer like her who acts like a serious official, being too proper makes it hard to find wealthy backers. In the world of streaming, a streamer without a backer is like seaweed in the water, drifting aimlessly with the tide. Wanner was just putting in the required streaming hours to collect a small base salary. If she really had to rely on this money to live, she probably couldn't even a chili sauce. Hearing Wanner cry poor, the fans in the chat started chiming in. "Damn streamer, you're awesome. You can still afford chili sauce. I'm so poor I'm boiling my dad's belt for soup." You still have a belt? I only have the dirt from my flower pot left. Does the streamer want it? Wanner watched the barrage of comments, not believing a word of it, and was just about to end the stream. The next moment, notification popped up. User Lingyan has entered the live stream. Wanner gave a soft smile to the camera and said sweetly, "Welcome Lingyan to my channel." Hearing the welcome, the fans in the chat felt a bit bitter and started stirring the pot. "Big shot Lingyan, our little Wanner has welcomed you. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? There's a rule in Wanner's channel, you have to send a big rocket when you enter. Brother Lingyan, since you've joined, you're on the ship now." Exactly. Every channel has its own rules. Don't worry, your rocket won't be wasted. Wanner can show you some pro-level gameplay. Chuling ignored the public chat and asked Wanner, "How old are you, streamer? Starting so young." "I'm 21 this year. I'm already an adult. I'm perfectly fine to be a streamer." Chuling, I wasn't talking about your age. Once Chuling's message was sent, the chat box exploded again. "Oh my god, I found an absolute master of dirty jokes here. That caught me completely off guard. I'm getting on in years. Nearly threw my back out from that curveball. I want to get off. This isn't the bus to kindergarten. Let me out quickly or I'm jumping off this moving vehicle." Wanner, in front of the screen, was taken aback for a moment, but then she caught Chuling's drift. Her pretty face flushed red, and she jokingly scolded, "You guys are such perverts enough. Any more of that and I'm muting you. How old am I? Didn't I tell you guys before? I'm just a 36D, stop asking." Chuling. "The hell, you're a 36D? That's not right, I just checked with my vision, it's 30C. But honestly, for someone who should be about the same size as Ku Xiaobing, they do look bigger, almost like that girl I met at the parking lot earlier." Without hesitation, Chuling activated the X-ray vision of his golden eyes. Surprisingly, it worked even through the screen, and what he saw was truly incredible. "Holy!" Chuling exclaimed, "Holy! What is this? Are you wearing padding?" A moment later, a screen popped up. "Host, is that how you're supposed to use the golden eyes?" Watching the screen, Chuling was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. "Well, that's not exactly appropriate." Look further down. The screen popped up again. "Chuling, you're acting suspicious." After that, Chuling began sending barrages to tease the young streamer. "Streamer, you're going to be streaming. Aren't you still in school? At your age, you should be a student, right?" In an instant, Wanner's expression turned dejected. She sighed and said, "Sigh, my family is poor and couldn't afford my tuition. That's why I started streaming. I just want to bring some joy to you all. As for money, it doesn't really matter." As she spoke, Wanner wiped the corners of her eyes and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. For a second, even Chuling felt a bit stunned, feeling a pang of sympathy. This streamer, she actually seems quite pitiful. However, a few barrages popped up the next moment. "Liar. The streamer is the biggest liar. We saw you using your student ID to enter Jinling Arts College just a few days ago. That's a top-tier school, one of the top 3 arts academies in China." "Yeah, no school? No money? I don't believe a word of it." Heh. Chuling, "Miss, it's a shame you aren't an actress with those acting skills." Caught in the act, Wanner blushed, shouting into the microphone, "Everyone, there are honest folks here. Hurry up and come bully them." "Hey, Lingyan, I was just kidding earlier. I saw your profile, you're from Jinling too, right? Tell you what, if you gift a plane, I'll introduce you to some beauties from our Jinling Arts College. Secretly tell you, the girls in our college are all super pretty." In that moment, Chuling felt like the girl in front of him was just like a meddlesome old matchmaker. At the same time, 2 special effects appeared on everyone's screen in the channel. 2 planes were sent in an instant. "Oh my god, those are planes! 2 of them at once, what a rich boss." Lingyan is awesome. Wanner was stunned looking at the screen. This Lingyan actually gifted her 2 planes? And without any warning, Wanner's little heart was pounding. A big spender had finally entered her room. On his end, Chuling had already received the random rebate. Detected that the host has successfully spent 200 yuan, triggered the goddess rebate skill, 3x rebate, 600 yuan returned. Heh. Chuling nodded in satisfaction, his eyes fixed on becoming even brighter. Wanner was also delighted. After all, her food money was secured. "Thank you, Lingyan. You're so generous. You guys in the room who just freeload, look and learn. You only know how to shout. That's what I call class. Go learn from him." Hearing this, Chuling typed, "Sigh. I was planning to gift a super rocket, but since you asked for planes, I'll grant your wish. One of the gifts was meant to help you nutrition, but since you said you're a 36D, well, you clearly don't lack nutrition, so I swapped the super rocket for planes." Lin Wanner, Boss, I'm a 32C, I am lacking nutrition, boo-hoo." As soon as she said that, the barrage in the channel went wild. "My god, I give up. The streamer is something else. You had the nerve to say we lacked class, your class isn't exactly big either. Streamer, what were you thinking asking for planes instead of a super rocket? This is hilarious. Alright, now you can send me your WeChat." Chuling sent the message. On the screen, the barrage came to a screeching halt. Wait, he's asking for the streamer's private Then, the screen was flooded with messages. "Streamer, don't do it, don't fall for it." Streamer, you have to hold your ground. Is he really being this direct? Looking at Chuling's message, Wanner laughed immediately, the words rolling off her tongue. Oh my, so Lingyun wants my WeChat ID. I forgot to mention my way's free. Chuling. Wanner puffed out her chest, thinking she'd finally scored a point. A while later, the two added each other on WeChat. After adding each other on Wanner, hello Lin Wanner. Chuling, my name is Chuling, you can just call me Brother Ling. How about this, let's play a game. If you do what I say, I'll gift you some presents, how's that sound? Wanner, Brother Ling, what do you want? Let me tell you, even though I'm just a poor student who lives on pickles, my integrity will never allow me to do things like that. Even if I get banned today until the end of time, I will never agree to a single one of your terms. Chuling, one term equals one super rocket. Wanner, Brother Ling, I really want to see the special effects of a super rocket. Chuling, wow, you really are a total hypocrite, selling your principles for a bowl of rice. Wanner, I can agree to the terms, but your terms must be describable in just one word. After Wanner said this, a mischievous smile curled the corners of her mouth. Chuling. A moment later, Wanner looked at the and was momentarily stunned. Why isn't he saying anything else? Is he still mulling it over? Wanner, Brother Ling, tell me your terms. You haven't run out of ideas already, have you? Chuling, I already said it. Already said it. Chuling. Oh. Wanner stared at the character. The next moment her face flushed red. Pervert. A total pervert. Seeing that Wanner stopped talking, Chuling directly sent a super rocket. Instantly, dazzling special effects lit up the live stream. System. Detected that the host has successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill. Gain double rebate, rewarded with 4,000 yuan. Oh really? Chuling started sending them in rapid succession. System. Detected that the host has successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill. Gain triple rebate, rewarded with 6,000 yuan. System. Detected that the host has successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill. Gain double rebate, rewarded with 4,000 yuan. System. Detected that the host has successfully spent 2,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill. Gain tenfold rebate, rewarded with 20,000 yuan. After a short while, 50 super rockets had been sent out. The entire chat room was shocked. Damn, that's what you call a real baller. No nonsense, just 50 super rockets straight away. That's 100,000 yuan. That's a whole year's salary for me, and he just threw it away like that? Not just them, even Wanner was stunned. She'd been streaming for a while, but this was her first time seeing so many super rockets at once. 100. Even after the platform takes its cut, she'd still get 40,000 or 50,000. That's more than what many streamers make in a year or even several. Wanner said, Brother Ling, you're so generous, thank you so much, Brother Ling. Chuling sent a message in the chat, never mind, I'm done, I'm tired of gifting. After that one sentence, everyone's eyes widened, they couldn't believe what they were seeing, tired of gifting. That has to be the most arrogant thing said all year. Chuling looked at the extra 300,000 yuan with satisfaction but still felt a bit unfulfilled. He then sent a voice message directly to Wanner. Never mind, I won't tease you anymore. Beauty, how about we grab a meal tomorrow? That shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Wanner listened, go out. This? Why does it feel like a cliché? Plus, Chuling's voice sounded magnetic and a bit cocky, just like a rich kid. Just as Wanner was about to look for an excuse to reply, another WeChat message popped up. Manager, Wanner, you're doing great today. Over 100,000 gifts and your popularity is way up. I've been watching, you should really hold on to this big spender. Keep this up for a few more days, and I'll apply for a homepage recommendation for you. Keep it up. A homepage recommendation? The effect of that recommendation is incredible. Wanner wouldn't have dared to dream of such a spot before, but now that the manager said so... Wanner, okay manager, thank you. I'll make sure to keep the big spender. Manager, show me good results, and if you really can deliver, I'll put all my support behind you. Wanner, thank you so much manager. Afterwards, Wanner turned to her roommate Xiao Nan, borrow me some of your stuff. Once everything was confirmed, Wanner replied to Chuling. After they set the time and place, Chuling went to sleep. Today was quite the windfall, and Chuling felt he had found the code to wealth. Meanwhile, Wanner used the boost in popularity to play a few more games, growing her follower count several times over. Then she fell asleep feeling very satisfied. The next morning, Chuling woke up early, freshened up, and after putting on a limited edition Armani suit, he checked his system assets. There's a watch I haven't claimed yet. I should be able to just pick it up with my ID. Might as well do that while I'm out. With that, Chuling drove toward the Jinling Academy of Arts. Over here. Wanner had woken up early, done a beautiful makeup, and headed to the school gate. After all, since it was her first time meeting Chuling, it was better to be punctual. She patted her handbag, saying, whether I can come back with a good harvest today depends on you. Wanner waited for a while but didn't see Chuling. She wasn't in a rush, just stood by the roadside waiting expectantly. Her posture, combined with her nervousness, looked a bit like a young wife longing for her husband's return. Then, the phone in her bag rang. Wanner opened her bag and answered. Sorry, Wanner, I'm stuck in traffic. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer, Chuling said apologetically on the other end. Lin Wanner laughed. No problem. I'm already at the school gate. Just come find me when you get here. Wanner wore a beige dress today, which made her look elegant. The sleeveless design highlighted her slender, graceful arms, not to mention the long legs under her dress. They were so fair and bright, almost like hooks, making it impossible for people to look away. Passing students and pedestrians couldn't help but look at her. She was turning heads everywhere. Even the girls couldn't help but look at her with admiration, filled with envy. Wanner wasn't in a hurry. She took out a small mirror to check her makeup, her long fingers fixing the loose hair by her temples, a perfect picture of a delicate beauty tidying herself up. As she was fixing her hair, a rich kid driving a BMW passed by the school gate. He caught a glimpse of this beautiful sight, and his eyes went wide, his heart racing. He had seen many beauties, but one this pretty he'd never seen in his life. And the way she stood, she was likely still innocent. Upon this thought, the rich kid did a hard U-turn and drove straight toward Wanner. To show off, he screeched his BMW to a stop in front of her and casually rolled down the window. Hey beauty, waiting for someone? How about we grab a coffee and wait there? I know a great spot not far from here. What do you say? The rich kid leaned over, calling out to her. Wanner gave him a look of disgust, her expression turning cold. Thinking he can pick up girls just because he has a little money, how shameless. The way he let his greedy eyes scan over her made her feel sick, so she coldly refused his invitation. No thanks, I'm waiting for someone. The rich kid didn't take a rejection to haul. To pick up girls, you have to be shameless. He knew the simple rule well, persistence beats resistance. Besides, for a top-tier beauty like Wanner, it was worth extra effort. Seeing her aloof attitude, the rich kid rolled his eyes and said, I know you're waiting for someone, but look at how harsh the sun is today. Your skin is so delicate. It would be a shame if you got tanned. Why not hop in my car for a bit? I've got the AC on. Waiting in here is much more comfortable than outside. His logic was flawless. Most girls cared about their appearance. Even if they didn't like you, they wouldn't want to get a tan, right? Plus, it was a perfect excuse to show off his luxury car. Once she got in, he had plenty of ways to get her to talk and slowly wear her down. Unfortunately, Wanner didn't pay him any mind. Instead, she subconsciously stepped back and gave another cold refusal. No, thank you. Besides, my friend will be here very soon. The repeated rejections didn't dampen his enthusiasm. He pulled out his phone, waved it in front of her, and said with a chuckle, how about we add each other on WeChat first? Don't worry, we'll just be friends. I won't force you into anything. Wanner walked away, ignoring him. Seeing this, the rich kid actually got out of the car and followed her with a grin, making it clear he wasn't leaving until he got her WeChat. Wanner was getting annoyed and was about to snap at him when she received a call from Chu Ling. I'm here. What color clothes are you wearing? I'm wearing a beige dress. Hearing Chu Ling's voice, Wanner felt a sudden surge of nervousness. Got it, I see you, Chu Ling said, then drove toward her. The roaring engine caught everyone's attention, and the passersby gasped in surprise. Oh my god, it's a Bugatti Veyron. Wow, where did such a huge tycoon come from? I really want to go over and take a photo. I can't believe we have such an expensive car in Jinling. That's insane. Wanner watched the Bugatti Veyron pull up right in front of her, completely stunned. She naturally knew what kind of car that was. A Bugatti Veyron. A super sports car worth tens of millions. But shouldn't a car like this be in Shanghai or Beijing? How does it have Jinling plates? And it seems to be driving toward them. The rich kid next to her had his eyes wide, mouth hanging open, looking like a total idiot. Why is this car driving right up to them? The car stopped beside Wanner and Chu Ling stepped out. Looking at Lin Wanner, he said, Hello, I'm Chu Ling. What? Lin Wanner's eyes went even wider. She had imagined what Chu Ling looked like many times in every possible way. But she never imagined he would look like this. Handsome, elegant, and driving a multi-million-dollar supercar. With his looks and style, he could truly be called a peerless young master. Chu Ling looked at Lin Wanner and checked her favorability rating. Huh? It reached 70? Just as he was about to tell Wanner to get in, he noticed the stunned rich kid. Who are you? The rich kid was scared stiff. Seeing the Bugatti and the prestigious license plate, he knew this was a big shot he couldn't afford to mess with. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. He quickly said, I was just asking for directions. Just asking for directions. He jumped into his car and sped off. He drove so fast he could have competed in the Olympics. Chu Ling blinked. This guy's got a good eye for people. Chu Ling got back in the car. Seeing Lin Wanner still standing there, he waved his hand. Come on, get in. What are you waiting for? Wanner trotted over and Chu Ling's eyes flickered as he watched her. She opened the door. As she leaned down to get in, a cylindrical blackjack rolled out of her handbag and landed on the seat. Chu Ling was stunned. What the hell? Is that a stun gun? What is this? Chu Ling picked up the stun gun and looked at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner's face turned beet red. Ling, don't be nervous. You know I'm a girl, so I just keep this in my bag as lipstick. That makes sense, right? Right, sure. Chu Ling chuckled without calling her out, but a moment later a canister of pepper spray fell out of her bag. Chu Ling was speechless. Lin Wanner was all silent. Wanner quickly picked it up. Just like I said, I'm a girl, so it makes total sense to keep this around, mistaking it for perfume, right, Ling? Huh? Are you kidding me? Does that actually make sense? How do you manage to stay so calm while All right, I think I've figured out your style. I totally understand, Chu Ling said, subtly taking the stun gun and pepper spray and placing them on his side. Wanner was at a loss for words. You call that understanding? However, Wanner didn't dare say anything. She sat there, and since it was her first time in such a luxury car, she felt herself getting flushed. The faint scent of her perfume mixed with her natural fragrance filled the car, smelling absolutely lovely. Just as they were about to head off, a girl with long legs and fair skin, wearing light makeup and high heels, walked over. I have to say, those long legs looked like a natural pair of runway pillars. The girl then knocked on Chu Ling's window. Can I help you? Chu Ling asked after rolling down the window. Because the Bugatti was so low, the girl leaned in, and for a split second, a deep cleavage was visible right before Chu Ling. Hey handsome, can we add each other on? Looking at her smile, Chu Ling couldn't help but think, wow, you're quite well endowed. Beside him, Lin Wanner came tense in an instant. It felt as if someone were trying to steal her belongings. However, Chu Ling just smiled. Sorry miss, I'm not interested in adding strangers on WeChat. Goodbye. With that, he rolled up the window and drove off with Lin Wanner. The beauty stood there, stamping her heels in fury, so arrogant, just because he drives a Bugatti, as if I'd ever want to add you anyway. Ah, this is so unfair. A guy then walked toward her. Hey beauty, should we add each other on WeChat? The beauty glanced at him. Get lost, you beggar. Do you really think you're worthy of adding me? Then she strutted away in her heels. The guys at the scene were speechless, such double standards. Over here. Lin Wanner had already settled naturally into the passenger seat. She gave Chu Ling a sweet smile and asked, where are we going? Chu Ling turned his head to look at the beaming Lin Wanner, his gaze making her blush instantly. What is Brother Ling looking at? It's so embarrassing to be stared at like this. But still, Brother Ling, he is really handsome. Chu Ling's handsomeness is special, the kind that looks great at first sight, and even better the more you look at him. Especially the way he chased away those annoying pests earlier, it was just so cool, wasn't it? Thinking of how that rich kid scurried away in panic, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Lin Wanner felt 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind. It was like a little deer was thumping inside her chest, making her heartbeat race. Wanner, Chu Ling began. Her heart beat even faster. Was he about to say something important? Oh? Her delicate fair ears began to glow, turning a soft, rosy. She acted all shy, her voice soft and sweet. I'm here, Brother Ling. Is there something you want to say? Wanner felt a slight tremble in her body as she waited for Chu Ling to speak. The next... You haven't fastened your seatbelt yet. Lin Wanner. Oh my god, did I just make a massive fool of myself? This is so incredibly embarrassing. He was just reminding me to follow traffic rules and buckle up in the passenger seat. Lin Wanner, oh Wanner, wake up. While scolding herself internally to wake up, she reached for the seatbelt, only to find she couldn't locate the buckle. Are the seatbelts in luxury cars all in different places than regular ones? Chu Ling hadn't started the car yet. After waiting a while and seeing that she hadn't buckled up, he turned his head and saw her fumbling around the seat. Her right hand was still clutching the belt. Chu Ling let out a laugh as soon as he saw she couldn't find the buckle, could she? Seeing this, Chu Ling leaned over, reaching out with his left hand to grab the belt. Lin Wanner hadn't expected him to lean in so suddenly, and she instinctively pressed herself back into the seat. Her heart was in a state of utter panic. This position is way too intimate, isn't it? In such a cramped space inside the car, I have nowhere to hide. Is Brother Ling trying to hug me? But Chu Ling just pulled the belt over and fastened it for her. The buckle has been right here, your bag was just blocking it. That simple sentence made Lin Wanner blush all over again. Wanner pouted, her bright eyes wide and rounded as she looked at him. Brother Ling, are you what they call a legendary dense blockhead? Heh, acting like a pervert online, shame on you, shame on you. Chu Ling looked helpless. What does that mean? Being oblivious and not knowing how to woo a girl. Then Chu Ling reached out and tilted her chin with his finger, locking eyes with her instantly. Even Chu Ling could feel Lin Wanner give a sudden jolt, her face flushing crimson. She looked exactly like a panicked little rabbit. Next, Chu Ling leaned in toward her. As Lin Wanner watched him slowly approach, she felt enveloped by his warmth. She regretted it. She regretted provoking him just now. Is this it? Is my first kiss going to be given away right here? With that thought, she nervously closed her eyes, ready to surrender to whatever might come. A moment later, a breeze brushed past her ear, making her shudder. Little girl, if it weren't for the limited space in the car, you wouldn't be getting away today. Provoke me again, and you know the consequences. Chu Ling laughed heartily as he looked at her. Amidst his laughter, the car drove off toward the Jinling Wanda Plaza. Lin Wanner listened to his words, wanting to retort, but she didn't dare. After all, her weapons had already been confiscated by him. What right did she have to act tough now?
It is still early, and there are not many cars on the road. Consequently, almost all the vehicles along the way are subconsciously keeping their distance from this Bugatti Veyron. Cherish your life, stay away from luxury cars. Lin Wanner also notices this situation. She sits in the car giggling, and when she laughs, she looks remarkably like a sweet girl next door. You see that? Those drivers are looking at you as if they have seen a giant tiger, and they are all staying far away. A 50 or 60 million yuan Bugatti Veyron on the road is truly terrifying. Chuling keeps his eyes on the road ahead and casually retorts, "You are making fun of them. If you had bought a car, wouldn't you have to stay away from me just the same?" Critical hit. That was a one-hit kill. Lin Wanna is rendered speechless by Chuling and can only sit in the passenger seat in silence. If it weren't for the fact that Chuling is so handsome, Lin Wanna would love to turn into a giant tiger and swallow him whole. That was so infuriating. However, Chuling has a point. Once her rewards are deposited, maybe she can go buy a car, right? Tieska, never mind. I'll just treat Brother Ling to a meal then. Making a wave of popularity for nothing is not bad either. At this moment, they arrive at the Wanda Plaza. Jinling Wanda Plaza is one of the top shopping centers, and it attracts a huge number of customers for consumption every day. Moreover, with various dining and entertainment venues, the place is bustling and lively at all times. Many girls, accompanied by their boyfriends, are chatting while holding hands in the center of the plaza. For their dates, they have put on the most satisfying outfits from their wardrobes. Those skirts are so short that they reveal long, fair legs, making for a beautiful sight in the plaza. Many single people are also strolling around with friends, seeing couples behaving intimately. Even though they cannot hear their whispers, the sight of their happy expressions is enough to make the singles feel like they have been force-fed dog food. The entrance to the parking lot is a bit congested, so Chuling has to drive forward inch by inch. Many people are drawn to the cool exterior of the Bugatti Veyron and are whispering among themselves. Wow, it is actually a Bugatti Veyron. This is my first time seeing this car in person. It is 10,000 times better looking than the pictures. The girl in the passenger seat seems to be a real beauty. She is so lucky to have found such a rich boyfriend who is also willing to go shopping with her. This car is super expensive, right? It must be over 10 million, right? So beautiful. Over 10 million? You can only dream of that price. This car is a global limited edition. Not to mention whether you can even buy one. Even if you could, it would cost a sky-high 50 or 60 million. Forget about buying one. The cost of maintaining this car could buy you several BMWs, Audis, or Mercedes. These people are not only envious of Chuling's ultimate supercar, but also jealous of Lin Wanna sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing the jealous looks of those people, Lin Wanna cannot help but straighten her back. She feels a sense of honor. By now, Chuling has driven the car into the underground garage, hearing the security guard tell the driver in front that there might not be any parking spaces left and that he should go find one himself. The driver in front grumbles but follows the instruction and drives down into the garage. The security guard, who initially looked listless and unenthusiastic, almost has his eyes pop out when he catches a glimpse of the Bugatti Veyron. Such an impressive car has actually come to Wanda Plaza. These security guards have all received training, and they are familiar with many luxury car brands. They hear the name Bugatti Veyron every day, but this is their first time actually seeing one. The guard sitting in the booth jumps up, opens the door, steps out and salutes Chuling in the driver's seat, saying, "Sir, please wait a moment. We will check right now to see which area still has an empty space." The manager has given strict orders that they must show a good attitude toward owners of such luxury cars, as these people are not to be offended. Lin Wanna in the passenger seat remarks, "They really judge people by appearances. Just now they told that person to go find a spot himself. But once they see a luxury car, they can suddenly check for parking areas." To put it plainly, the security guard is just lazy. He only found his professional ethics when he saw a luxury car. Chuling waves his hand and says, "No need, I will go down and look myself." With that, he engages the handbrake, tells Lin Wanna to wait in the car, and drives into the interior of the garage. The garage is packed full of cars, and it is indeed hard to find a parking space, which shows just how busy Wanda Plaza is. However, Chuling soon sees two cars about to pull out not far away. Two connected parking spaces, that is not bad. Chuling thinks to himself, then takes a plastic cap from the side and places it on the space that has already been vacated. At this moment, the other car also backs out of its space and nods to Chuling. The driver can tell that Chuling intends to wait until he has fully pulled out before parking. This gesture of yielding makes things much easier for the driver, so he naturally wants to express his gratitude. Chuling watches the two cars leave and is just about to pull into the space when a car suddenly rushes in from the side at an astonishing speed. A Porsche Panamera speeds directly toward him, knocking the plastic cap away. If Chuling, who was standing next to the cap, had not reacted quickly and jumped back in time, his body would have been sent flying by the momentum of the car. The Porsche lets out a screeching sound as the brakes are applied. The car comes to a steady halt, straddling the 2 parking spaces. Chuling stands not far from the car and can hear the loud music still playing inside, along with the flirtatious laughter of a man and a woman. Thinking of the dangerous moment just now, a flash of anger crosses his deep eyes. It is bad enough that the driver nearly hit him, but now they are taking up 2 spaces. What is the meaning of this? Suppressing his anger, Chuling walks up and knocks on the window of the Porsche Panamera. The window rolls down, and before Chuling can say anything, he hears the man speak in an arrogant tone. "What are you knocking for? If you break it, can you afford to pay for it?" Chuling sighs up the man in the car. The man looks like he is in his mid-20s, wearing high-end international designer clothes, with an impatient expression on his face. "You have taken up 2 parking spaces, could you let one go for me?" Chuling's voice is cold. The rich kid glances at the Armani suit Chuling is wearing. It does look authentic, but the style is one he has never seen before. Anything he has not seen before must be a fake. He has seen all the new domestic styles, and there is nothing like what Chuling is wearing. Thinking of this, the rich kid feels even more confident. This confidence makes his anger flare up, and he swears at Chuling. "Kid, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you dare come over to talk to me? What do you mean by putting a trashy plastic cap there? I am telling you, if I see any scratches on my car later, you are definitely going to pay for it." Thinking of the plastic cap he knocked away, the rich kid's heart starts to ache. This Porsche Panamera is a car he just bought, and the thought of it potentially being scratched fills him with rage. It is truly heartbreaking. The rich kid sneers at Chuling, "And what if I take up 2 spaces? Who do you think you are to have the nerve to ask me to give up a space? You don't even look at what car I have, a Porsche Panamera, a luxury car, you understand. If you had a Porsche, you could take up 2 spaces too. Get out of here now." After he finishes speaking, Chuling is so angry he laughs. He stares into the rich kid's eyes and asks, "So you are saying you won't give up the space, is that it? Can't you understand Chinese? Why should I give you a parking space? Get the hell away from me." The rich kid curses without hesitation, and even opens his door, intending to get out and beat Chuling up. But after stepping out, the rich kid realizes that this Chuling is actually nearly a head taller than him. If it were just the height, it would be fine, but Chuling is not only tall but also appears much more muscular. The tailored Armani suit sits perfectly on Chuling, looking no worse than a supermodel. Such a Chuling looks sharp and capable, and compared to his own flabby body, he is clearly superior. Thinking of his own body, which has been hollowed out by booze and women, the rich kid loses his nerve, and his clenched fists slowly relax. If they really got into a fight, he would clearly be the one to suffer. Chuling looked down at the rich kid with infinite coldness in his eyes. "You want to pick a fight? Then do it quickly, don't waste my time." "Ha, kid, so that's your game." The rich kid's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had caught Chuling in the act. "You're waiting for me to make a move so you can blackmail me, right? You really are sinister. Let me tell you, I won't fall for it." Trying to extort his money, what a pipe dream. Chuling couldn't be bothered to look at the rich kid again and turned to walk away. Watching Chuling's retching figure, the rich kid said to his female companion in the passenger seat, "These poor losers have some self-awareness after all. Once they saw I called their bluff, they didn't even dare to say a word and just slunk away." The woman clung to the rich kid's arm with a flattering expression and said in a sugary voice, "My man is definitely the best. Since you're so amazing, are you going to buy me a bag? Tee-hee." The rich kid looked at her with a wicked smirk, and the two began whispering to each other in the car. Meanwhile, Chuling walked aside and flagged down a Wuling Hongguang minivan. "What's up, brother?" The driver was a middle-aged man. He wasn't annoyed at being suddenly flagged down. Instead, he looked at Chuling with a warm, friendly expression. He seemed like a very easygoing guy. Chuling smiled at him and said, "I'd like to discuss something with you, buddy." The two talked quietly for a while, just loud enough for each other to hear. The man reached his arm out of the car, patted Chuling on the shoulder, and said quite gallantly, "Buying back this old junker of mine wouldn't do you much good, but just blocking his car. Easy. Don't use it much anyway. It doesn't matter if it stays parked here for a few days." The man was a straightforward person, and he usually hated these arrogant rich kids who thought they were something just because they had a little money. Seeing such a good opportunity to get back at them, the man happily agreed. He then got out of the car and handed the keys to Chuling. Chuling naturally wouldn't let him do this for free, so he pulled out a thick stack of cash, about 2,000 yuan or so, and stuffed it into his hand. The man tried to decline twice before finally accepting it. Chuling then got into the van, stepped on the gas, and drove over, blocking the 2 parking spots completely. After blocking the spots, he pulled the handbrake and locked the doors. The rich kid was still flirting with his companion in the car and didn't even realize they had been trapped in their parking spots. Chuling strolled over slowly and said to the rich kid, "Since you love these 2 parking spots so much, you can enjoy staying here." He didn't believe for a second that this guy's car could drive sideways, and as long as it couldn't, he was stuck there. Damn it, this jerk is looking for trouble. The rich kid finally realized they were trapped. He watched Chuling walk away, his anger boiling over. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, shouting, "These poor losers, these beggars are so annoying. Driving a piece of junk Wuling Hongguang and he dares to block my car. Damn!" But no matter how much the rich kid cursed or looked down on the minivan, it wasn't going to disappear into thin air. The rich kid circled the minivan for a while. The way it was parked was just perfect. There was absolutely no room in the front or back for him to pull out. This was clearly a deliberate act against him. Chuling couldn't care less about the rich kid's temper tantrum. He had already driven his own car to a higher level to find a new parking spot. Seeing Chuling return, Lin Wana asked with concern about what happened. She said indignantly, "People who maliciously occupy parking spots like that are just despicable." Cute tone matched with her delicate features made Chuling laugh out loud. If a girl like this walked by in the past, most men would stare blankly, let alone argue with her. They would probably turn into spineless bootlickers in an instant. "Let's go, let's head up and take a look around." Chuling parked the car in a space and invited Lin Wana to go shopping. Lin Wana came to the Wanda Plaza often, but at the end of the day, she was just a poor student, so most of the time she was just window shopping. She followed behind Chuling, heading directly toward the high-end luxury brand area upstairs. A flash of shock crossed Lin Wana's eyes, though she found it perfectly normal. After all, Chuling had tossed out a 100,000 yuan tip without blinking and drove a Bugatti. Such a person's financial power was definitely not to be underestimated. He was unimaginably wealthy. For someone like him, buying luxury goods must be like an ordinary person going to the supermarket to buy a bag of salt. Chuling was thinking about the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime watch he had claimed earlier, and today was the day to pick it up. So he took Lin Wana straight to the Patek Philippe store. The Patek Philippe store featured a uniform black decor, appearing both high-end and elegant. At this moment, Zhao Lan, who was standing at the entrance, saw Chuling and Lin Wana and immediately stepped up to greet them. "Welcome, both of you. It's a pleasure to serve you today at Patek Philippe." Zhao Lan greeted them politely while subtly checking out Chuling's attire. As someone working for an international top-tier luxury brand, Zhao Lan was much more perceptive than that rich kid. She recognized Chuling's Armani outfit at a glance. If it wasn't the latest collection, then it was definitely a custom piece. With that realization, Zhao Lan's attitude toward Chuling and Lin Wana became even better, and her voice grew softer. Lin Wana felt that the experience was simply wonderful. It was her first time encountering such a professional sales assistant. Thinking of this, Lin Wana couldn't help but glance over at Chuling. It was because of this man that everything had become different. "Sir, let me take you to our high-end area to see if there are any models that catch your eye." Zhao Lan gestured respectfully and led the way toward the high-end section. The watches in the Patek Philippe high-end area were each priced at over 500,000 RMB. This Patek Philippe store was quite high-end, even keeping some platinum models in stock. Under the spotlights, they emitted a special dazzling glow. Lin Wana didn't know much about watches. She just craned her neck to peek and then pursed her lips. How could there be so many zeros at the end of that price tag? A watch like this actually costs over 500,000. The one right next to it, which looked exactly the same, was triple the price, over 1.5 million. While Lin Wana was still in a daze, Chuling had already walked over to a separate display cabinet for another watch. Right in the middle of 4 spotlights sat a bright, eye-catching photo. The photo was an actual shot of the Grandmaster Chime watch. Chuling found it quite funny and laughed out loud. He looked at Zhao Lan beside him and said with a chuckle, "Your store is quite interesting, putting a photo in an independent display cabinet. Well, that's quite creative." Zhao Lan didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she politely explained, "Sir, are you interested in our Grandmaster Chime watch? This is one of the top-tier wristwatches under our brand and one of the most classic models. It features a classic small seconds subdial style and possesses complex horological functions. Perpetual calendar, moon phase, chronograph, these are all very practical features. Moreover, our Grandmaster Chime only comes in platinum, further highlighting the noble status of this watch." Lin Wanna was listening intently, her pretty almond-shaped eyes widening. After Zhao Lan finished, she asked, "How much does such a good watch cost?" 24 million RMB, Zhao Lan answered with firm conviction. It was precisely because of the staggering value of this watch that they didn't put the actual piece out, but instead displayed a photo for people to admire. Furthermore, not just anyone could own a Grandmaster Chime. Even the official Patek Philippe website explicitly stated that such top-tier, highly complicated timepieces were limited to a production of only 2 pieces a year. It wasn't that the official brand was hoarding them, but rather that they truly couldn't produce any more. You have to understand, this is the most complex handmade watch in the world. A single tiny component might require a master craftsman to polish it for 10 days or half a month just to meet the standards. Looking at Zhao Lan's proud face, Chu Ling smiled and said, "I have an appointment to pick up a watch. Here is my ID." "Very well, sir. Let me check that for you." Zhao Lan paused for a second before quickly taking out her tablet to check. After seeing the information, she froze completely. This gentleman had actually ordered a Grandmaster Chime. The very same Grandmaster Chime she had just been raving about. Please wait a moment. This watch needs to be transferred from our headquarters in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so it might take a little while. Zhao Lan was so excited she could barely speak, and she hurried to the back room to call the manager and inform him of this. Just as Zhao Lan left, the rich kid from earlier walked in with his female companion. "My little darling, as long as you please me well, I'll definitely buy you whatever clothes or bags you want." The wealthy young man draped his arm over his companion's shoulder, his eyes leering hungrily at her body. Looking like a lust-crazed monster, he would have made his move right then and there if it weren't for the fact that they were in public. His companion giggled, and instead of showing any disgust, she intentionally pushed out her chest, making her proud figure even more prominent. That moment, another sales assistant at the Patek Philippe store approached them, whispering to the pair, while the companion looked around and instantly spotted Chu Ling and Lin Wanna. A flash of surprise crossed the companion's eyes as she gently tugged at the wealthy young man's sleeve. Companion Lin Jing had a slight change of expression as she pointed in the direction of Chu Ling and Lin Wanna. The moment the wealthy young man saw Chu Ling, he immediately grew agitated, ready to fly into a rage and give Chu Ling a piece of his mind. It was all because of this bastard kid blocking his way. He couldn't let Chu Ling off lightly. If he hadn't run into him, that would be one thing, but for Chu Ling to show up right before his eyes, this must be heaven punishing him. "Damn it. Watch me tear him apart with my insults," the young man said as he started to walk toward Chu Ling. Unexpectedly, he was grabbed by his companion before he could even move. Seeing his companion's hand clutching his arm, the young man was stunned. "What is it?" The companion shook her head slightly, looked at the nearby sales assistant, and leaned into the young man's ear to whisper, "Is that what you think? Look at the girl next to that kid. That's the cousin I told you about." Lin Jing was Lin Wanna's cousin, and the wealthy man beside her was named Fang Jun, her new boyfriend. To be more precise, it was a new wealthy benefactor she had latched onto. Lin Jing looked at Lin Wanna, her gaze filled with extremely complicated emotions. How should she put it? Lin Wanna was the kid from next door that Lin Jing's mother always nagged about. Since she was a child, she had been a good student, beautiful and gentle in everything she did. Later on, Lin Jing heard from her mother that her cousin had even been admitted to the Jinling Institute of Arts. That was one of the premier institutions of higher learning in Jinling. It could be said that other than not having a better family background than her, Lin Wanna was better than her in every way. But the more that was true, the more it made Lin Jing sneer. On what basis? A kid from a poor family trying to turn her life around. What right does she have to succeed? Lin Jing, originally jealous and somewhat angry, felt a sense of relief over her upon running into Lin Wanna here today. It was like a heavy stone that had been weighing on her heart for years had finally been lifted. Seeing Lin Wanna with Chu Ling today, she suddenly felt balanced. "So you, Lin Wanna, are so outstanding talented in every way, and so what?" After all that searching, you still ended up with someone who drives a Wuling Hongguang. A little cutie who, when he gets angry, only dares to use a Wuling Hongguang to block the road. Thinking about it, it's really hilarious. The beautiful campus belle of Jinling Institute of Arts, falling in love with a man who drives a van. As expected, poor people can only find companions from poor families. Their impoverished mindset limits them. They should never even think about jumping out of that vicious circle. As this thought crossed her mind, the corner of Lin Jing's mouth curled into a smile. Fang Jun frowned when he heard Lin Jing's words. A cousin? Seems like he had a vague impression. Is this the distant cousin you mentioned before? The one who goes to university in Jinling? Fang Jun said as he looked toward Lin Wanna, who was standing beside Chu Ling. With just one glance, Fang Jun was frozen in his tracks. He didn't want to just stare so foolishly, but his eyes wouldn't obey him. He couldn't look away. This young girl is so incredibly beautiful. Those eyes seem like they can speak, so spirited. If he could see a girl like this every day, wouldn't he live a few years longer? If he could get his hands on her, wouldn't it be like getting a daily health boost? Once this thought took root in Fang Jun's mind, it was like a feather constantly tickling his heart, leaving him feeling incredibly itchy. How can such a beautiful girl be with a beggar? That Chu Ling is okay looking, but his character is nothing special. Look at him, getting angry and blocking someone's car, wearing fake designer labels. He's clearly a vain man who loves to save face. No money but wants to show off. Just as Fang Jun made up his mind, he heard Lin Jing let out a cold laugh, looking at Chu Ling and Lin Wanna with disdain as she whispered, "Exactly, kids from poor families have the stench of poverty in their bones. They pick and choose, but only end up with a guy who drives a Wuling. The world is so realistic. Couples with poor judgment are destined to have worse and worse lives. Clearly broke, yet they still walk into Patek Philippe to hang around. Are they trying to act sophisticated? This is a top international watch boutique. Where would they have any cheap watches? That cousin of mine must have been deceived by the man and actually followed him here. In a moment, the guy will definitely find an excuse to run from the bill. I'll just wait here, ready to see Lin Wanna make a fool of herself." Thinking of something amusing, Lin Jing's eyes almost lit up. And Fang Jun, after hearing Lin Jing's words, already had a plan in mind. He sneered internally. Such a golden opportunity landed in his lap. If he didn't grasp it well, he'd be doing a disservice to how cooperative Chu Ling was being. Just when he wanted to gain some face in front of the beauty, this Chu Ling voluntarily walked in to show off. Does he really think he can pick up girls just by pretending to be rich? If that were true, he'd have it all in the bag. Thinking of Lin Wanna's delicate face, Fang Jun looked at Chu Ling, who happened to be looking at a watch with Lin Wanna. Fang Jun had been to Patek Philippe a few times and knew the layout well. Chu Ling was looking at the low-end section. Fang Jun and Lin Jing exchanged a look, then walked toward them with a smile. Hearing footsteps nearby, Chu Ling glanced over casually and saw Fang Jun and Lin Jing. He looked at them with an unfriendly expression as well. What do these two want by coming over here? Lin Jing just gave Chu Ling a shallow glance before turning to Lin Wanna, smiling and saying, "Wanna, it's me, your cousin Jing Jing. You've truly grown up. You're getting more and more beautiful. I barely recognized you when I saw you just now." Lin Wanna frowned and thought for a long time before saying with a look of sudden realization, "You are my cousin Lin Jing?" "That's me. Don't tell me you don't even have an impression of me," Lin Jing said, feigning a hurt look. Lin Wanna waved her hand quickly and said, "Of course not. It's just that we haven't seen much of each other in the last few years, so I didn't recognize you right away." After Lin Wanna finished explaining, Lin Jing snorted in her heart. "Of course we had less contact. You guys are still paupers, and our family has already struck it rich. Naturally, we have to cut ties with poor relatives like you. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Fang Jun, my boyfriend." Lin Jing generously introduced Fang Jun to Lin Wanna. Lin Wanna didn't quite like the way Fang Jun was looking at her, so she just gave a light nod to acknowledge him. Chu Ling lowered his head and asked in a whisper in Lin Wanna's ear, "Are they really your relatives? If you have relatives like that, it's just too pathetic." Lin Wanna was stunned by Neng's. Is this a bass cannon? It sounds so good her legs felt weak. And in such an intimate posture, Lin Wanna felt the heat emanating from Chu Ling, causing her face to flush red. "Suppose so, but the relation is the distant kind, so we aren't that close," Lin Wanna said diplomatically. Chu Ling nodded. If that were the case, he understood. Since they were just distant relatives, he had absolutely no reason to hold back. Fang Jun was still greedily studying Lin Wanna. In order to win the beauty's favor, he spoke hypocritically. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It turns out we're all acquaintances. Look, we've basically become friends through this scuffle. My attitude just now was a bit poor. But brother, you're a bit too uncompromising. You shouldn't have just parked your Wuling Hongguang behind my Panamera and blocked me in." While he was speaking, he deliberately emphasized the words Wuling Hongguang, as if he were afraid the people around them wouldn't hear him. Customers in the store looking at watches heard Fang Jun's words and all looked over, their eyes filled with a trace of disdain toward Chuling. Driving a Wuling Hongguang, is there any need to come to a top boutique like Patek Philippe to buy a watch? With that money, wouldn't it be better to improve your family's life? Some even started whispering and chuckling with the people beside them. Oh boy, this guy probably just brought his girlfriend here to show off, but he didn't expect to get called out like that. Guess he can't keep up the act anymore, huh? Ha, how pathetic. You have to admit though, that girl is actually really pretty. Look at that youthful glow on her face. She can't be that old. Tieska, I'm so envious. Well, isn't that just youth for you? At my age, even if you tried to scam me with a low-end Patek Philippe, I wouldn't fall for it. Being young is nice, even being fooled is done so sincerely. The onlookers were biased from the start. After hearing Fang Jun's words, they immediately pegged Chuling as just another poor kid trying to act rich, and they couldn't get enough of the drama. As if doing so would somehow elevate their own status. Fang Jun felt even more smug seeing the look of disdain on the faces of the people around him. Yes, this is exactly the pace I want. Everyone should look down on him together, force him to reveal his true ugly colors, and then we'll see if Lin Wanna can still stay with him after that. Hey brother, are you here to buy a watch too? Which model are you thinking of getting? Fang Jun asked Chuling with a fake, friendly smile. As he spoke, Fang Jun craned his neck to look at the display case the two had just been browsing, only to find it filled with entry-level watches in the 10 to 20,000 range. A faint smile touched the corner of his mouth. Fang Jun felt smug. It was just as he thought, this Chuling really didn't have any money. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Fang Jun looked up, meeting Chuling's eyes, and said in an overly familiar tone, "Don't bother looking at these cheap $10,000 or $20,000 ones. A man needs a good watch to motivate himself to work hard, don't you agree? Why don't you get the same one as me? How about that?" He spoke loudly, drawing the attention of the surrounding customers who wanted to see what kind of watch this young man had bought. Excuse me, did the watch I ordered arrive today?" Fang Jun asked the sales assistant, acting as if he didn't really care. The sales assistant was very professional. Since Fang Jun was a frequent visitor, she recognized him immediately and gave him a faint smile. "Mr. Fang, your watch has arrived at the store. Would you like me to bring it out for you now?" Fang Jun nodded. "Bring it out, and let my friend here take a look too. It's only a $100,000 watch or so, but it's definitely much better than that low-end junk." Only 100,000. Only? The surrounding customers felt their mouths twitch. Looks like this young man is definitely a spoiled rich kid. He's so young and talking about buying a $100,000 watch just to play around with. Does he think money just falls from the sky? The sales assistant was quick and retrieved Fang Jun's watch from the back room. "Mr. Fang, you may now inspect your watch." The sales assistant placed the watch case on the glass counter and gestured for him to check it. It wasn't just Fang Jun. The other customers also turned their eyes toward the watch case. Fang Jun walked up to the glass counter with great solemnity, holding his breath as he reached out his hand. He was feeling extremely nervous. This was the first truly high-end watch he had ever owned in his life. Perhaps he would get even more expensive ones in the future. But for Fang Jun, this was a very precious first time, and he took it very seriously. He gently opened the case to reveal the classic, vintage-style watch inside. Inside, the cream-white dial was a classic track-style face, looking extremely sophisticated, both timeless and attractive. Paired with blue hands, it was the classic color scheme of a Patek Philippe. The stitched calfskin strap looked soft and comfortable, highlighting every detail of the Patek Philippe and exuding a sense of luxurious texture. The surrounding customers cast envious looks and couldn't stop praising the exquisite watch. This watch is truly beautiful. As expected from a Patek Philippe classic, it could be worn for hundreds of years and never go out of style. You can't argue with that. After all, it's a vintage model modeled after classic designs, just with a more powerful core. Look at the color, is that the 18K gold option? This kind of gold watch is what you call low-key luxury with substance. This young man has taste. Fang Jun was floating on air, his smile so wide he couldn't control it. Oh, it's nothing really. I just wanted to be a bit low-key. That's why I chose this one. The subtext was clear. My wealth goes far beyond this. I just lowered my requirements to pick something casual to wear. This young man must come from quite a background. Receiving so many envious gazes, not only was Fang Jun immensely proud, but Lin Jing's nose was practically in the air. She felt a sense of reflected glory. Driving a Porsche Panamera and wearing a $100,000 Patek Philippe, cousin, what could you possibly have to compete with me now? Your guy might look okay, but what's the use of being handsome? Can you pay for things with a pretty face? Lin Jing looked at her cousin Lin Wanna with a smirk and whispered, cousin, your taste in men is really quite poor, isn't it? Lin Wanna just smiled and didn't say oh. Chu Ling's true worth didn't need her to explain it, and this so-called cousin Lin Jing certainly didn't need to know. Lin Jing didn't understand what Lin Wanna was thinking and instead became even more Seems like my cousin has finally surrendered, that's why she's being so quiet and soft-spoken. Fang Jun slowly picked up the watch, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. But he insisted on acting like it was no big deal, gently fastening it to his wrist, then shaking it toward Chu Ling and saying, how about it, brother, what do you think of my watch? Let me tell you, not all luxury watches hold their value. So if you're going to buy one, choose a classic model. Not only will it last, but maybe you'll even make money off it in a few years. Afterward, he looked at the sales assistant. Hey assistant, why don't you let this brother of mine try on my watch? People need to see high-end things more often to get motivated to work hard. Just as the assistant was about to speak, Fang Jun slapped his forehead and said apologetically, look at my brain, I got carried away again. Right, you look like you're still in school, aren't you? That was inconsiderate of me. Your situation is different from mine. I'm working myself to the bone meeting clients and talking business, so I always need some good gear to keep up appearances. I don't have a choice, but take my advice. Even if you are a student, don't wear those low-end watches you hear. Here, how about I pick out a few mid-range ones for you to look at? Something in the 70 or 80,000 range should be enough for you. Hearing Fang Jun talk about needing gear to impress clients, the other customers nodded in agreement. Who would want to wear such an expensive watch if they didn't have to? Isn't it just for showing off and proving your financial strength to clients? At that moment, a sales assistant walked over with a watch priced at 70 or 80,000 and held it out to Chu Ling with both hands. Chu Ling just took one glance at it and directly refused to try it on. He really couldn't care less for such a low-end watch. Fang Jun was watching from the side, and to him Chu Ling's disdain was just the awkwardness of not being able to afford it. It's fine, brother. The manager here is a friend of mine. I can get you a discount. Why don't you just place an order? Fang Jun was goading Chu Ling, wanting to see him thoroughly humiliated. Chu Ling just smiled faintly and said, it's too cheap, forget it. As soon as Chu Ling spoke, everyone was stunned. But soon the surprise turned into contempt. Fang Jun and Lin Jing exchanged a look, and both saw a cold sneer in the other's eyes. If you don't have money, just say so. No need to act like a big shot here. Lin Jing couldn't keep up the act any longer. She sneered, covering her mouth as she said, too cheap? Heh, you really have a nerve, don't you? 70 or 80,000 is too cheap? Do you have any idea how many families live on that amount for 1 or 2 years? Sigh, some people are just like this. Driving a cheap van but still pretending to be rich. Cousin, you better be careful not to get scammed. She was determined to expose Chu Ling in front of everyone, and she was going to drag Lin Wanna down with him, so that both of them would be utterly humiliated. That moment, Fang Jun seized the opportunity to jump in. He looked at Lin Wanna with a meaningful gaze and said aloud, it is perfectly normal for a young lady like you to have poor judgment of people. Why don't you exchange contact info with me? Just tell me what kind of guy you like, and I will definitely help you solve your personal problems. His words were laden with deeper meaning. Helping you solve your personal problems did not mean he was going to introduce you to a man. The only perfect candidate was none other than himself right there in front of her. No need, Lin Wanna said with a cold face, rejecting him point blank. The guests shook their heads one after another, feeling that Lin Wanna was truly beyond saving. A beautiful girl like her choosing to stick with a young guy who only knows how to act tough, she is bound to regret it sooner or later. Just then, a man walked in, looking travel-worn as if he had just returned from a trip. The moment Fang Jun saw the man, he became visibly. This person is the general manager of Patek Philippe in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He is one of the top managers in the region and is exceptionally capable. More importantly, his connections are unimaginably powerful. The clients he serves are all super rich elites from all over China, not just some small-time millionaires. Fang Jun had once had the fortune of meeting this manager at a banquet. Back then, he had taken the initiative to offer him a cigarette, but the man didn't even bother to glance at him, as if looking at him would be a waste of time. But Fang Jun didn't feel offended. If anything, that just proved how impressive the manager was. Seeing Fang Jun's reaction, Lin Jing whispered to him, asking who the man was. Eager to show off his connections, Fang Jun briefly described the manager's background and concluded, "This manager is no ordinary person." Just as Lin Jing and the other guests were watching the manager with awe, he began to walk directly in their direction. Fang Jun's heart started racing with excitement. Could it be that he heard what I just said? Is that why the manager is being so gracious, intending to shake my hand in person? Fang Jun was already ecstatic. This was such a huge honor. He was so thrilled. He even took the initiative to reach out his hand, fully prepared to shake the manager's hand. But to his surprise, the manager walked right past him and continued forward. At this moment, Zhaolan also finished her work in the back room and came out, walking over to Chu Ling to introduce him. "Manager, this is Mr. Chu." After that single sentence, the manager's body trembled slightly. He then hurried over to shake Chu Ling's hand, his head bowed in a humble and submissive manner. This demeanor and gesture made everyone behind him gasp in unison, Fang Jun included. What? In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They stared dumbfounded at the scene, completely unable to process why things were not turning out as they had expected. Why did the manager walk straight to Chu Ling and speak to him with such respect? Fang Jun had already introduced the manager's status to them. Someone like him, a person they all had to look up to, why would he be so courteous to a young kid? The crowd was both shocked and felt it was beneath the manager to act this way. Maybe mistook him for someone else. Just as they were thinking that, "Mr. Chu, I am truly sorry to have kept you waiting," the manager said, his voice extremely gentle. His humility seemed to be ingrained in his very bones, appearing completely natural. Every movement, word, and tone was filled with such reverence that everyone present felt a buzzing sensation in their heads. The feeling was unsettling. They sensed that something was definitely wrong. Chu Ling gave a faint smile and reached out to shake the manager's hand. "It's all right. Did you bring my watch?" "Of course. I have brought your Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime. I am glad I did not fail you," the manager said, nodding firmly. He spoke loudly enough for everyone in the shop to hear clearly. At the mention of the Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime, everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts and froze in their tracks. It hit them like a bomb, leaving them reeling in confusion. Those who had been to the store knew the Grandmaster chime was in the high-end section, and what was displayed there wasn't even a real piece, but a photo. That alone showed how precious this watch was. Chu Ling actually ordered a Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime. That watch costs over 20 million, and it's not something just anyone can buy. This is impossible. But deep down, everyone knew perfectly well that since the general manager himself had arrived, the authenticity of the situation was undeniable. There was absolutely no room for doubt. If the general manager of Patek Philippe delivers the watch in person, could it possibly be fake? Spending over 20 million on a watch this level of wealth, how could he be anyone simple? Fang Jun and the others stared with bloodshot eyes at the watch box in the manager's hand, watching as he handed it to Chu Ling with both hands. "Mr. Chu, this box does not reflect your noble status. I have prepared a crystal box for you here in the store. Please wait a moment," the manager said, motioning for a sales assistant to fetch it. Chu Ling just gave a hum of acknowledgement, opened the box, took out the watch, and fastened it onto his wrist without hesitation. The 18K rose gold casing radiated a unique, majestic aura, while the alligator leather strap featured distinctive patterns, looking both high-end and mysterious. He turned it around on his wrist, examined it, and gave a lukewarm assessment. It'll do, I suppose."
Not too bad. The crowd watching around them felt as if they'd been slapped hard across the face. It stung like hell. Especially Fang Jun and Jing, it felt as if they'd been forcibly pinned to the ground and vigorously rubbed. It hurt so much. Just a moment ago, they'd been saying that person couldn't afford a range watch costing 70,000 or 80,000. Haha, isn't the height absurdity? He genuinely looked down on it. He thought it was too cheap. This is the kind of luxury watch that the ultra-wealthy would choose. It's incredible. To actually manage to secure one of the most complex watches of which only 2 are produced each year, Chu Ling's face was now deeply etched into everyone's memory. The sales associate had already retrieved the crystal watch box and respectfully placed it on the counter in front of Chu Ling. The manager looked at the luxurious crystal watch box and explained succinctly, "This is a watch box specially designed for us by Patek Philippe, created in collaboration with Swarovski's top designers. It's available at a special price of 200,000 RMB, and only our most exclusive Patek Philippe clients can own one. This crystal watch box is not sold separately. It is given exclusively as a gift to top clients by the store. A 200 RMB gift, and it's Tieska. As everyone listened, they all winced at the thought. Isn't this gift too extravagant? Fang Zhen was so shocked his legs went weak. The watch box they were giving away was more expensive than the luxury watch he'd worked so hard to buy. And he'd been trying to outdo them in wealth, even accusing them of showing off. The more Fang Zhen thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He nearly fainted. Chu Ling completely ignored the people around him. He walked straight up to the luxury watch counter and pointed to a women's diamond watch priced at 700,000, saying, "Wrap this one up for me. I want to give it to this lady." His finger was pointing directly at Lin Wanner. Everyone present looked at Lin Wanner with envy. This beautiful young woman is just so lucky, isn't she? Not only is her boyfriend rich and handsome, but he's also so kind to her. Spending 700,000 on a diamond watch right off the bat, she's so lucky. "Miss, would you like me to help you try it on?" The sales associate took out the diamond watch and walked over to Lin Wanner. As the watch was taken out from behind the counter, those nearby could get a clearer look at its design. The pink mother-of-pearl dial was absolutely stunning. Its soft, delicate hue alone was enough to capture the attention and admiration of every woman present. Not to mention, the dial was encircled by 2 rows of diamonds, a total of 160 stones. No woman could resist such a sparkling, beautiful watch. Lin Wanner was both excited and shy. She gently bit her pink lips, held out her arm, and said softly, "Thank you." Her voice was soft and sweet, indescribably charming and alluring. All the men present roared inwardly. Truly, as befits a top-tier tycoon, the woman by his side was just stunningly beautiful. Even her voice was irresistible. Just that one soft phrase alone, it practically made their bones melt, you know? Lin Wanner's wrist was incredibly slender, and her skin was fair and dewy. Once she put on the watch, she looked even more beautiful than the models in the advertisements. Her luminous white skin and the watch's sparkling finish complemented each other perfectly, giving Lin Wanner a completely different aura. The sales associate exclaimed with genuine admiration, "Miss, you and this watch are a perfect match. You look absolutely stunning." Lin Wanner felt a twinge of pain in her heart. How could it not be a perfect match? That's 700,000 RMB. If someone handed me 700,000 RMB to carry down the street, would people still say it suits me? Although Lin Wanner really liked the watch, her reason told her she shouldn't accept it. With such an expensive gift, she couldn't owe Chu Ling any more than she already did. With that in mind, Lin Wanner took a deep breath and resolutely reached to take off the diamond watch. "Why are you taking off the watch? Doesn't it look good on you?" Chu Ling walked over at that moment and stopped her. He took her arm and examined it, then smiled and nodded. "It's fine, just as I imagined. Let's go with this one." With that, Chu Ling handed the sales associate a bank card and swiped it to pay. The sales associate respectfully accepted the card, while Lin Jing's gaze was fixed intently on the sales associate's every move as she swiped the card and entered the amount. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic receipt printed out, and Lin Jing was utterly devastated. Lin Wanner really was born to a lucky star. The man she'd found was actually this impressive. And here I was going out of my way to show off in front of her, and look at the result? What a humiliating slap in the face. She'd given so much to Fang Zhen, yet he hadn't even given her a single hand. Lin Wanner just tagged along to pick up a watch, and she received a diamond watch worth over 700,000. Lin Jing's eyes welled up with tears, and her heart was filled with nothing but endless shame. Host successfully spent 700,000 yuan, triggered the goddess rebate skill. Received triple rebate, 2.1 million yuan. Chu Ling looked at the triple cashback with satisfaction, earning over 1 million so effortlessly felt truly great. "Let's go." Chu Ling put away her bank card and beckoned to Lin Wanner. Everyone watched them leave. Suddenly, Lin Jing pointed at the warranty card on the table and exclaimed, "Wait, you forgot to take your stuff." Fang Zhen also stood up at that moment, watching the two who were about to leave with longing eyes. Chu Ling turned back indifferently and said, "We don't want it. Just throw it away." "Throw them away. But if your watch breaks and you need to get it repaired, you'll need the warranty card." Lin Jing was a bit dumbfounded, her voice growing softer and softer. Is this what it means to be a top-tier millionaire? To be this capricious? This time, Chu Ling didn't even turn his head, but his voice carried clearly so that everyone present could hear it distinctly. "If it's broken, I'll just get a new one. It's too much trouble to fix." Everyone felt as if their nerves had gone numb. Then they all turned to look at Fang Zhen and Lin Jing. "Are you two out of your minds? People like this, could they really be driving a Wuling Hongguang? Huh? P.S. Here are the rules for extra chapters. I'll post an extra chapter immediately for every 300 requests. And for every 50 additional 5-star reviews, I'll add another chapter. Please, everyone share and recommend this story. I'm begging you. All the Chuling led Lin Wanner out of the Patek Philippe boutique, leaving the people behind them walk away with longing eyes. Such a wealthy person was beyond their wildest dreams, the absolute top tier, but to let them slip away like this left everyone so heartbroken they couldn't even speak. Lin Wanner felt a surge of vindication. She just couldn't stand the way they'd been sneering at Brother Ling earlier. It was absolutely disgusting. This felt absolutely fantastic. Seeing how happy Lin Wanner looked, Chuling simply smiled. Since you're in such a good mood, let me take you shopping some more. Lin Wanner wasn't as excited as she'd expected. Instead, she widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chuling with a look of disbelief. It was as if she were asking, more shopping? Seeing her expression, Chuling thought to himself, sweetheart, you still haven't realized you're just a tool yet. After all, the more you buy, the more cashback I get. The moment shopping came up, Lin Wanner thought of the expensive watch on her wrist. It cost 700,000. Over 700,000, what does that even mean? That's enough to buy a small apartment in Jinling. Right now, it was as if she were wearing a small apartment on her wrist. Chuling didn't notice Lin Wanner's silence at all. His gaze swept over the array of international luxury brands, and he said casually, since we're here to shop, let's start with Chanel. Without another word, he grabbed Lin Wanner's hand and pulled her into the Chanel store. Now that they were inside, Lin Wanner felt it would be rude not to look at anything, so she casually browsed through a few outfits. It really lived up to its reputation, as Chanel the French-style little suits were not only beautiful, but the prices were equally beautiful. Even a simple blouse to wear underneath cost over 20,000 yuan. I can't handle this, skip it. To her surprise, Chuling picked up a blouse from behind, examined it, and even pretended to hold it up against Lin Wanner's body to check the fit. Alright, grab this in her size. It looks quite elegant on her. The sales associate standing nearby was naturally delighted to grab Lin Wanner's size and thoughtfully put together a classic Chanel ensemble for her. Lin Wanner really loved Chanel's little suits, they looked incredibly high-end. But when she saw the price nearly 50,000, she instantly lost her words. Certainly does look elegant when you wear it, but it's all just money thrown at it. Unfortunately, Chuling didn't give Lin Wanner a chance to complain. He simply pushed her along with the clothes into the fitting room. Hurry up and try it on, we still have plenty of other stores to visit, Chuling said as he walked away. The saleswoman standing nearby looked at Lin Wanner, her heart practically bleeding with envy. The perfect guy is always someone else's boyfriend. It's such a hassle just to go shopping with my own boyfriend. This is the first time I've ever seen a guy rush a girl while they're shopping. What an absolutely perfect guy. However, the saleswoman was well aware that the main reason he was so wonderful was because he was rich. Wealthy customers are their gods, so the saleswoman became even more deferential toward Chuling and Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was beautiful and had a great figure. The clothes looked as if they'd been designed just for her, elevating her entire aura to a whole new level. Wrap these up for me, Chuling said with a sweeping gesture of his hand, sealing the deal on the spot. At the checkout, when he spotted the perfume, Chuling decided on the spot to buy several bottles, leaving Lin Wanner staring in wide-eyed amazement. Several thousand yuan per bottle and buying several at once? That's way too extravagant. Brother Ling, I don't need that many, Lin Wanner said, trying to gently remind Chuling. To her surprise, Chuling didn't seem to mind at all. He simply looked into her eyes and said with a smile, take your time using them. If nothing else, you can use them as air fresheners, they should work pretty well. An air freshener. It wasn't just Lin Wanner, even the sales associate, a professional who dealt with high-end customers every day, began to force a smile. Is it really that intense? We don't even want to understand the world of the rich. That's way too shocking. Sir, your total for this purchase is 285,600. Would you like to pay by card? Chuling handed over his bank card immediately and soon heard the system's notification sound. Detected that the host successfully spent 285,600 yuan, triggering the goddess cashback skill. Double cashback activated, 571 ton 200 yuan. Sir, your spending qualifies you for membership. Let me sign you up for a membership card. The saleswoman looked at Chuling with a gleam in her eyes. Chuling let out an "oh" and nudged Lin Wanner beside him, saying, you go get the membership card. You'll earn points every time you visit the store. That's pretty good. The sales clerks felt a twinge of envy in their hearts. He really was the kind of boyfriend everyone else wished they had. His words made everyone even more jealous of Lin Wanner. He always kept his girlfriend in mind when it came to anything good. Had this girl saved the galaxy or something? Then, Lin Wanner was led by Chuling to the LV store. The sales staff's eyes lit up the moment they saw the large and small bags the couple was carrying. Having already spent so much, they were clearly big spenders. The saleswoman rushed over, eagerly taking their bags and ushering them into the store. Chuling picked out some clothes and handbags, spending another 100,000 or so. Detected that the host successfully spent 186,800 yuan, triggering the goddess cashback skill. Triple cashback triggered, resulting in a refund of 56,400 yuan. The two were truly on a shopping spree. They'd already spent nearly 1 million yuan after visiting just a few stores. Chuling checked the system messages and found that the cashback had already exceeded 2 million yuan, truly a surefire, risk-free deal. Passersby saw Lin Wanner carrying bags of all sizes, their eyes with shock and envy. That girl looks so rich. Look at all those international designer brands. Not only is she beautiful, but her boyfriend is so handsome too, it's enough to drive anyone crazy. Does she just look rich? She's actually rich. Did you see the luxury watch on her wrist? That's a diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe ladies' watch. It costs hundreds of thousands. Chuling paid no attention to the passersby's gossip. Glancing at the luxury stores a short distance away, he said, "Wanner, is there anything else you want to buy? Look over there, there are still plenty of shops." Lin Wanner, whose face was usually as radiant as a flower, looked as if she were about to burst into tears. She said with some difficulty, "Brother Ling, you're like my own older brother, is this okay? Look, we've already bought so much cosmetics, clothes, handbags, we've bought it all. Look at the way they're staring at me. Anyone who doesn't know better would think I'm your mistress, that you're keeping me on the side. I'm not buying anything else. Really, I'm not. Even if I were your mistress, you couldn't just throw money around like this, right? I'm at my wit's end, is that okay?" Chuling shot Lin Wanner a helpless glance. His eyes tinged with resentment, and thought to himself, "Why don't you even a shred of self-awareness as a tool person? When I spend money on you, I get a rebate. You don't even know how to spend money when I tell you to. I give you the chance, but you're useless." Chuling shook his head as he spoke. This pretty girl just didn't have the spending power. "Just buy whatever you like. Even if you don't like something, you can still take it home. You might end up liking it after all." Lin Wanner, "It's fine when I'm spending my own money, but spending someone else's, it makes me shudder. If it were just a little spending, that'd be fine, but splurging like this, I'm completely unprepared for it." Chuling suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the Armani store in front of them. "Since you have everything you need, let's go in and buy a purse. If there's a chance to get cash back, take it, and if there isn't, create one. It's still spending, isn't it? No, I think that's really enough." Lin Wanner refused to go, and no matter what. For the first time in her life, she felt a sense of dread at the thought of shopping. Who could stand shopping like this? Chuling was amused by Lin Wanner's stubborn resistance and, exasperated, stepped forward to pull her along. The Armani saleswoman, who had been watching from the side for quite a while, hurried over at that moment and said to Lin Wanner, "Miss, you really should come inside and take a look. The clothes in our store are excellent in both quality and fit. They perfectly complement your elegant and refined demeanor." Lin Wanner. She couldn't even remember how many times today she'd been left speechless. "I have an elegant aura. Right now, I'm practically radiating the aura of a poor person, okay?" But just as Lin Wanner was lost in thought for a moment, by the time she snapped back to reality, Chuling had already pulled her into the store. I have to say, the way Chuling held Lin Wanner's hand felt incredibly soft, as if it were boneless, smooth, and supple. It felt absolutely amazing. "Sir, you're just so good to your girlfriend. We've been sales associates for so long, and this is the first time we've ever met a boyfriend like you." The saleswoman didn't hold back her praise for Chuling. This wasn't flattery. He'd simply gone above and beyond. Even though his girlfriend said she didn't want it, he still insisted on buying it for her. His boyfriend game is off the charts, okay? So, of course, even though the two weren't actually dating, in the saleswoman's eyes, they certainly were. Otherwise, why would he be buying her things like this? As for Lin Wanner, hearing the sales clerk keep referring to him as her boyfriend, a blush crept onto her face, and the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Chuling didn't say a word. Just as he was about to pay, he happened to spot some jewelry on the counter and leaned in for a closer look. "Hey, this design looks pretty nice." As soon as Lin Wanner heard Chuling's words, she bolted out of the store like a startled little rabbit. "This guy is buying again. Are you not satisfied unless you knock me out?" Chuling and the sales staff all burst out laughing at the sight of Lin Wanner. "That girl is just too cute, isn't she?" Chuling silently shook his head and pointed to one of the bracelets, saying, "Wrap this one up for me to make the packaging look nice. I'm giving it as a gift." He'd accepted a gift from his classmate Ku Jiaobing, but hadn't shown any appreciation yet. Now that he'd found a suitable gift, he figured he should return the favor. However, there was no commission this time, and Chuling understood that it was probably because he hadn't given the gift away yet. A little while later, Chuling finally stepped out and found Wanner. Lin Wanner said to him with righteous indignation, "Chuling, I'm really at my wit's end here, okay? Why don't we go grab a bite to eat? It's on me, I'll treat you to a meal, alright? I really can't go shopping anymore." If she kept buying things, Chuling was going to turn her love of shopping into a nightmare, wasn't he? Chuling nodded. After being out shopping for so long, he was actually getting a bit hungry. Besides, this utility person seemed a bit uncooperative. He'd have to re-educate her a bit. She needed to be a little more open-minded about spending. That's what makes someone seem broad-minded. "Let me take you to a restaurant outside. Wanda Plaza is too crowded. It's not a comfortable place to eat," Chuling said, glancing at the growing number of customers. "As for you treating me to a meal, we'll save that for another time." Well, Wanner was about to say something, but the next moment Chuling shot her a sharp look. "What? You still want to keep shopping?" No, no, no. Wanner immediately waved her hands, then fell silent, looking as if she were at his mercy. Carrying bags of all sizes, the two of them walked out of Wanda Plaza and headed toward the car. Chu Ling had parked the car in the surface parking lot earlier. Not long after they emerged from the side entrance, they spotted the eye-catching silhouette of the Bugatti Veyron. Just as the two approached the car and were about to get in, two figures in the distance spotted them. It was none other than Fang Jun and Lin Jing. Seeing the bags and packages Chu Ling and Lin Jing were carrying, especially the logos of various international luxury brands on the paper bags, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. This Chu Ling, he's way too rich. Just taking a girl out shopping and he bought this much stuff? Judging by the sheer number of bags, it must have cost at least 100 or 80,000. What's more, neither Chu Ling nor Lin Wanner seemed the least bit cautious. They just casually tossed those designer goods into the car. It's a world of difference from the penny-pinching attitude of those who treat possessions as if they were precious treasures, constantly gushing about them. That's how truly wealthy people carry themselves. Fang Jun felt his face flush with embarrassment. The watch box they'd casually tossed aside was more expensive than his own watch. That was a painful slap in the face. No wonder Chu Ling hadn't reacted at all when he'd mentioned the Wuling Hongguan earlier. He was simply in a completely different league. Even a few extra words from him would drag her down to his level. His car is actually a Bugatti Veyron. That must cost at least 50 to 60 million, right? Lin Jing covered her mouth and watched in shock as the two got into the car. It suddenly dawned on her that Wuling Hongguang from earlier was probably just a rental Chu Ling had used to deliberately block their path. Compared to his supercar, Fang Jun's Porsche Panamera looked like nothing more than a toy barely worth mentioning. Especially when they got a clear look at the license plate golden A9999, their legs gave way simultaneously, and they nearly collapsed to the ground. Their hearts were pounding as they watched in horror as the Bugatti Veyron drove out of sight. A 95 license plate, what kind of powerhouse must this person be? Had they actually been showing off in front of a tycoon like this just now? Fang Jun and Lin Jing exchanged a glance. Remembering the things they'd said and done earlier, their faces instantly turned whiter than paper. They were nothing but clowns actually pretending to be rich and acting like big shots in front of such a powerful figure. Fang Jun instinctively swallowed hard. A thin sheen of sweat had already broken out on his forehead. Having offended such a powerful figure, would he even be able to continue doing business in the future? If word of today's incident got out, the two of them would likely become pariahs and Jinling everyone would be out to get them. On the other side, is there anything you'd like to eat? Chu Ling turned his ask Lin Wanner's opinion while Lin Wanner looked at Chu Ling and said, "Brother Ling, I'll eat anything, I'm not picky at all." Chu Ling nodded. Since there wasn't any particular restaurant she had her heart set on, they might as well go a fancy restaurant after all. He still had the goddess rebate skill. He casually scrolled through his phone. The highest-rated restaurant was Ziyun Pavilion. Ziyunji has long renowned in Jinling. As the city's only restaurant awarded 3 Michelin stars, it is undoubtedly the crown jewel of Jinling's dining scene. A place like this is actually a great choice for treating a beautiful woman to dinner. How about we go to Ziyun Pavilion? Chu Ling asked. Sure, I'll go along with whatever you say, Brother Ling, Lin Wanner said, turning her head toward the window so Chu Ling wouldn't notice her flushed cheeks. Chu Ling drove in silence, but suddenly he heard Lin Wanner's cell phone ringing repeatedly, the rings coming in rapid succession. Couldn't help but furrow his brow and asked, "What's wrong, Wanner? Is something going on over there?" Not only did the phone keep ringing, but Lin Wanner also kept her head down, busy replying to messages, looking very occupied. Lin Wanner shook her head slightly and held her phone out toward Chu Ling so he could see the messages clearly. "It's really nothing serious. My fans are just urging me to go live." In the past, to meet her live streaming hours, Lin Wanner would go live at this time and then stream for a while in the evening. That way, by the end of the month, she could easily rack up enough hours to earn her base salary. Yesterday, Chu Ling's gift-giving had caused Lin Wanner's live stream to go viral. Many fans who cared about her had specifically come to remind her to go live early to keep those new fans engaged, which would naturally boost her future earnings. Chu Ling glanced casually at Lin Wanner's phone and saw it was flooded with messages from fans. "Wanner, if you don't go live soon, you'll be back to not being able to afford Lao Ganma chili sauce. Get to it already." Is Wanner feeling a little nervous because there are so many new fans? Don't worry, Wanner, we've got your back. Can't wait for the stream to start, can't wait to see all the viewers perform. Looking at Lin Wanner, who looked torn, Chu Ling suggested, "Since they're urging you to go live, why not just start the stream? But since it's not convenient to play games outdoors, why not switch to a restaurant review stream instead? Checking out a 3 Michelin star restaurant, that's actually a pretty good theme, right?" Is that really okay? Lin Wanner felt a surge of excitement inside. She also hoped to capitalize on the traffic Chu Ling had brought her yesterday to solidify her following. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Lin Wanner also to become a hugely popular streamer and make a name for herself through her own efforts. Now that Chu Ling was supporting her so wholeheartedly, Lin Wanner immediately opened the live streaming app on her phone. As soon as she entered the live stream, she noticed that thousands of fans were already waiting in the chat. The moment she appeared on camera, they went wild with comments, all asking where Lin Wanner had been and why she was just now going live. Lin Wanner watched the comments scroll by rapidly and smiled brightly at the camera. "Hello, everyone. I didn't expect you'd all be waiting for me. Wanner thanks you all for your support." Even though Chuling was driving very smoothly, the screen still appeared to shake slightly. The chat screen was instantly flooded with questions. "Wanner, aren't you going to play games today? That background looks a bit unfamiliar. It doesn't look like you're in a room. Are you outside?" Wanner wasn't lying. She honestly explained to the camera that she was out having fun with Ling Tian today, so she wouldn't be gaming. "Do you guys want to see the dining atmosphere and dishes at a Michelin 3-star restaurant? Ling Ji and I are about to check it out." As soon as fans heard Ling Tian's name, they immediately began wailing in the live chat. "I never thought the innocent streamer Wanner would fall into the arms of a rich guy. This has absolutely broken my heart. Give me back my love. Beautiful women really are only meant for the rich. For poor beggars like us, all we can do is watch the live stream from here." "Big brother Ling Tian, isn't that the big spender who dropped over 100,000 yesterday? Please show your face, big brother, so we can see you." Wanner read their comments and simply smiled wryly. There are some things that, even if explained, people simply won't believe. They'll just think you're trying to cover something up. The best solution was simply to ignore them. Lin Wanner noticed that quite a few fans were clamoring to see big brother Ling Tian's true face, so she asked Chuling, "Brother Ling, would you mind showing your face?" "I don't mind," Chuling said casually. Lin Wanner looked at the frantic requests for a glimpse on the chat screen and said with a smile, "Sure, I'll show you guys. Let's satisfy your curiosity." With that, Lin Wanner turned her phone's camera toward Chuling. Chuling's profile, as he concentrated on driving, came into view for everyone. For several seconds, the live stream seemed to freeze. Not a single person spoke. Only the notification XX has joined the live stream kept scrolling across the screen. If it weren't for that notification, Lin Wanner would have seriously wondered if her phone had frozen. After about 10 seconds, the chat exploded. The messages came so fast it was almost impossible to read them. "Oh my god, what kind of godlike looks are these? Is Ling Tian really this handsome? Is big brother Ling Tian really this good looking? I thought everyone who tipped in live streams was an ugly monster. Guess I'm just too poor. What did I just see? Did you guys see that? Holy crap, Ling Tian is actually driving a Bugatti, the most powerful supercar on the planet. That's so awesome." Everyone was blown away by Chuling's handsome profile, but they were immediately sidetracked by the other viewers in the live stream and started focusing on his luxury car instead. Once they figured out it was a Bugatti Veyron, they let out another collective gasp of awe. No wonder he can tip over 100,000 at a time. The car alone costs 50 or 60 million. What a tycoon! Ling Tian's financial clout is terrifying. I'm totally impressed. 6666666. Just then, Lin Wanner noticed fan asking in the comments where she planned to visit for today's restaurant review. "Today, we're planning to go to Zion Pavilion in Jinling. It's the only Michelin 3-star restaurant around here," Lin Wanner said with a smile as she interacted with her fans. Zion. Quite a few fans had actually heard of Zion Pavilion and started typing what they knew about it in the chat. Zion Pavilion is a legendary restaurant in Jinling. It's the absolute top of the list. Wanner, you really should give it a try. Otherwise, you'd be a fake Jinling local. I looked it up online. The ratings are super high. But do restaurants like this even allow live streaming? Any experts out there who can figure this out? That's a long-established 3 Michelin star restaurant. The selection process for the first batch was extremely rigorous. It's definitely the most deserving group. I'm so jealous. I'll just have to settle for looking at it. The car drove a short distance further, and Lin Wanner suddenly spotted a very tall archway by the roadside not far ahead, bearing the characters Ziyun Pavilion. The archway was painted in very vivid colors, as if it had just been freshly painted. By this point, Chuling had already driven into the Zion Pavilion parking lot. Lin Wanner made a point of taking a photo for her live stream viewers. The lot was packed luxury cars. The fans gasped in awe. It truly lived up to its reputation as a 3 Michelin star restaurant. The diners here were either wealthy or influential. Located near the commercial district, Ziyun Pavilion is a standalone 3-story building constructed in an antique style and decorated with exquisite elegance. Several hostesses dressed in red cheongsam stood at the entrance. Each was sweet and charming, with voices so melodious they brought joy to both body and soul. Upon entering, we were greeted by thick carpets covering the floor. Stepping on them felt soft and cushiony, as if walking on clouds. "Ladies, which floor would you like to dine on?" The first floor features open-concept dining tables, while the second floor and above offer private dining rooms. The hostess said in a voice as gentle as a babbling brook, fluently explaining the layout of Zion Pavilion. She concluded by adding, "I should also mention that our private dining rooms require a minimum spend of 10,000 yuan. If your bill falls short of this amount, a 1,000 yuan private room fee will apply." The fans watching the live stream were completely stunned upon hearing this. No way. It's just a private room, right? And a minimum spend of 10,000 yuan? There are only 2 streamers. They'd spend 1,000 or 2 at most, right? 10,000 yuan, isn't that just outright robbery? Hearing just how steep the bill was, even Lin Wanner hesitated a bit. A meal is way too expensive. Even though she knew Chu Ling was wealthy, she didn't want to waste his money like this. A 1,000 yuan private room fee alone was enough to cover half a month's living expense for her. Before Lin Wanner had a chance to object, she heard Chu Ling say to the hostess, "Give us a quieter private room, please." The hostess immediately led the two of them upstairs and into the first private room on the left. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a wooden screen. The entire room was decorated in a Chinese style, giving it a very refined look. Behind the screen stood a round wooden table. It didn't look very large, but the tabletop was spotlessly clean and gleamed with the natural luster of the wood. After they took their seats, a server immediately handed them the menu and asked with a slight bow, "What would the two of you like to order?" That perfectly measured sense of humility was simply impeccable. Fans in the livestream were all praising the server's service. "You go first, see what you'd like to eat." Chu Ling, ever the gentleman, handed the menu to Wanner first. Lin Wanner took it, glanced through it, and held it up to her phone so all the viewers could see. The prices on the menu started at nearly 4 figures, and there were plenty of dishes costing 5 figures as well. After showing it to her fans, Lin Wanner quickly pushed the menu toward Chu Ling. "Brother Ling, you order. Whatever you choose, I'll eat." Chu Ling, feeling a bit helpless, simply tapped a few items on the menu at random. The waiter jotted down the order and left the private room. Before long, the server brought over a dainty little plate. Lin Wanner glanced at it. It appeared to be a fruit platter, with grapes inside that looked crystal clear and incredibly tempting. Lin Wanner picked one up with her fingers and took a gentle bite. The grape was so tender it seemed almost skinless. She bit into it effortlessly, and the juice instantly burst in her mouth. Immediately, her mouth was filled with the unique aroma of grapes. Lin Wanner finished the grape in just 2 bites. The flavor completely satisfied her taste buds, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes. Still marveling at the taste, she picked up another grape and popped it into her mouth. Savoring the wonderful sensation of the juice bursting in her mouth, she couldn't help but say to Chu Ling, "Brother Ling, what kind of grapes are these? They're so delicious, better than any I've ever had before." After saying this as if worried Chu Ling wouldn't believe her, she picked up a grape and handed it to him. Chu Ling smiled faintly and explained, "These are ruby Roman grapes. They cost about $600 per bunch, which is roughly 40,000 yuan, and are grown in Japan. Each grape sold must have a sugar content of around 18% and weigh about 20 grams. Not only do they have to be sweet enough, but each grape must also be large enough. A single grape like this must cost nearly 1,000 yuan. Chu Ling popped the grape into his mouth and nodded in agreement. Wanner nearly choked. Had she just eaten 1,000 yuan in a few bites? The fans in the livestream went absolutely wild. 1,000 yuan for a single grape? Forgive my lowly status, I'm not worthy. Look what the guy above said. Who does he think he's looking down on? Let's be humble together online, bro. No wonder it's Big Brother Ling Tian, even the food he eats is sky-high priced. I can't handle that. Chu Ling was unaware of the fans' reactions in the live stream. He turned his head, gave Lin Wanner a faint smile and said, "But compared to the tea next to you, this grape is actually quite cheap. That tea is brewed with top-grade pure. The market price for just one lying of that is at least tens of thousands." Lin Wanner froze on the spot, unsure whether she should swallow the tea she'd just taken a sip of. That's way too expensive, isn't it? Tens of thousands of yuan per lying? Just then, a server walked in carrying 2 plates. Hawthorn, cherry, and foie gras. Here are the kaiseki-style beef cubes. Please enjoy your meal. Lin Wanner picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks and tasted it. The beef was incredibly tender, with a hint of sweetness that brought out its rich, savory flavor to the fullest. Japanese-style willow leaf wasabi shrimp balls. As soon as this dish was brought in, it took Lin Wanner by surprise. A tree-shaped arrangement, nearly as tall as a person, sat on a tray with several small bamboo baskets suspended from it, each containing wasabi shrimp balls. The most impressive part was that these were wrapped in layer upon layer of translucent sugar threads, giving them an ethereal, otherworldly appearance that was exceptionally romantic. Wanner spent the entire meal in a state of shock and dazed wonder. It was the first time in her life she'd experienced a dish like this. It was simply amazing. After the meal, Chu Ling went downstairs to pay the bill. The cashier said respectfully, "Hello, sir. Your total for today is 70,000 yuan. Chu Ling handed over his bank card immediately and quickly received a notification from the system. Detected that the host successfully spent 70,000 yuan, triggering the goddess rebate skill. Triple rebate activated, 210,000 yuan rebated. Just then, Lin Wanner came downstairs as well. Whether it was from sheer shock or because the meal had been so delicious, she momentarily lost her focus and missed the last step. Fortunately, the fall wasn't from very high up. She only lightly bumped her knee, which turned slightly red. "Are you okay? Why were you so careless?" Chu Ling hurried over and helped Lin Wanner to her feet. Lin Wanner felt a bit embarrassed and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Brother Ling, I'm fine. I just zoned out for a moment and didn't watch where I was going." Chu Ling gave Lin Wanner a helpless look, then took her hand and carefully guided her toward the exit. Seeing her hand being held, Lin Wanner's pretty face flushed red in an instant. Lin Wanner was standing very close to Chu Ling. She could smell the faint scent of men's cologne on him. Her heart was in complete disarray. She didn't even notice that Chuling had guided her all the way to the car. Chuling looked at Lin Wanner, who was still lost in thought, and thinking she might still be feeling unwell, opened the car door and lifted her into the car. Ah! It wasn't until her body was suspended in the air that Lin Wanner snapped out of it, letting out a soft gasp. Instinctively, she reached out with her small hands and clung tightly to Chuling's neck. The next second, Lin Wanner let go. Oh my god, what had she just done? Not only did she ask Chuling to carry her to the car, but she even took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck. Wanner's face turned so red it seemed it might bleed, and her heart was racing wildly. Chuling, however, didn't think much of it. After getting into the car, he even leaned over to help Lin Wanner fasten her seatbelt. In the confined space of the car, their bodies pressed against each other and their scents mingled, creating a heart-fluttering aroma. Lin Wanner blinked nervously, stealing glances at Chuling's face. With Lin Wanner blushing fiercely, Chuling drove her straight back to school. As soon as the Bugatti Veyron entered the campus, it attracted the attention of many students. Having never seen such a high-end car before, the students all stopped in their tracks and stood a short distance away, pulling out their phones. Their intentions were obvious. As soon as the owner stepped out of the car, they'd snap a few candid photos to show off on their social media feeds. Upon arrival, Lin Wanner got out of the car and turned to look at Chuling. "Brother Ling, please drive carefully on your way back." When they saw that the familiar figure emerging from the luxury car was none other than the school's most beautiful girl, the hearts of the male students shattered into a million pieces with a loud crack. No, this wasn't what they wanted to see. Why was it Lin Wanner getting out? This was just too much. Their goddess already belonged to someone else. Just thinking about it made their hearts ache. Especially since one sharp-eyed guy happened to notice that Wanner's knee was red. She even seemed to be limping slightly as she walked. The boys' vivid imaginations immediately kicked into gear. Scene after scene too graphic to look at unfolded in their minds. In their hearts, the guys felt nothing but pity, jealousy, and intense contempt. This Chuling really doesn't know how to treat a lady with care. How could he be so rough? Doesn't he know that girls are made of water and should be treated gently? To be so raw even with a goddess, that's just too much. Lin Wanner had no idea they were thinking about stain remover. Blushing, she said goodbye to Chuling and headed straight back to the dorm. Her roommates happened to be there, and when they saw Wanner coming back with bags of all sizes, they all gathered around her. "You're back. Wow, you bought so many nice things." Their eyes lit up as they spotted the designer bags. They couldn't wait to be the first to admire them. As everyone gathered around, a few flimsy receipts slipped out of the bags. One of the girls quickly picked them up and was about to return them to Lin Wanner when she froze in her tracks. What had she just seen? With just a casual glance, she'd spotted a purchase amount in the hundreds of thousands. There were so many zeros she almost lost count. "Wow, Wanner, your watch is so beautiful." Another roommate, still unaware of what had happened, leaned in and snapped a photo, thinking she'd look up the brand and buy one for herself. But the search results made her eyes widen in shock. A Patek Philippe diamond set ladies watch 700,000. Oh my goodness, that's almost as much as half the price of an apartment. The roommates all froze, staring intently at Lin Wanner. They'd been roommates for over a year and knew a thing or two about each other's family backgrounds. Lin Wanner was usually very frugal. There was no way she could afford to buy so many luxury items on her own. The roommates exchanged glances, and when they recalled how Lin Wanner had taken extra time to get dressed up today, it all clicked. Lin Wanner, she's in a relationship. Not only that, but she'd found a boyfriend who was either rich or from a prominent family, and he was extremely generous with her. That little minx, didn't she even tell them she was dating? She must be out on a date today. The roommates instantly surrounded Lin Wanner and said, "Wanner, when are you going to bring your boyfriend over so we can meet him?" "Yeah, or maybe you could ask your boyfriend if he knows any other great guys and introduce them to us." "Jealousy is eating me up. Wanner's boyfriend is just too perfect, isn't he? Hurry up and set us up with someone to soothe my restless heart. You're feasting, you can't just forget about us, right? At least give us a little broth to sip on." As her roommates kept mentioning her boyfriend one after another, Lin Wanner didn't bother to correct them. Instead, she felt delighted, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of her mouth. "Little girl, what are you smirking about? Didn't you hear what we were saying?" One of her roommates pinched Wanner's cheek. "Huh? Am I smirking?" The roommates. "You weren't? Your mouth is practically splitting to your ears." After Chuling dropped Lin Wanner off, he got in his car to head back and rest. Unexpectedly, just as he pulled onto the highway, his phone suddenly rang. Chuling picked up his phone to check and discovered it was a call from his cousin, Chu Mengmeng. "Hello, what's up, Mengmeng?" Chuling asked in a gentle tone. On the other end of the line, Chu Mengmeng was delighted to hear her cousin's voice, and her excitement was evident in her tone. "Cousin, have you been busy lately? I just finished my graduation ceremony and my classmates, and I agreed to go to Jinling for a trip. I'll come see you when I get back." Chu Mengmeng was overjoyed. The thought of seeing her cousin, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, made her smile involuntarily. "Sure, I'll take you out when you get here," Chuling said. Chu Mengmeng chattered on about all sorts of things like a happy little squirrel. "Cousin, just wait for me in Jinling. I'll treat you to a meal when I get there." Treat me to a meal? Chuling couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, don't even think about it. You're living off uncle's money, I'll treat you instead. After all, he was a grown man, how could he possibly let a young girl treat him to a meal? Chu Mengmeng snorted lightly and said indignantly, Cousin, don't look down on me. I went to work after my college entrance exams and saved up quite a bit of money. Chuling hadn't expected that. He went, oh really? Tell me, what kind of jobs did you do? Chu Mengmeng proudly recounted her work experience to Chuling, an internship at a Fortune 500 company. Huh? A Fortune 500 company? That sounds pretty impressive. Chuling was visibly taken aback. Had this little girl become that accomplished already? She'd just graduated from high school and she'd already managed to land an internship at a Fortune 500 company? As if she'd anticipated Chuling's reaction, Chu Mengmeng burst out laughing on the other end of the line. Aha, you're such a goofball, cousin. I was talking about McDonald's. I'm working part-time as a server there and this is all hard-earned money. You little brat, you dare to mess with your cousin like that, huh? Just wait until you get to Jinling, then you'll see what I'll do to you. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chuling's mouth, but he deliberately adopted a menacing tone. This scared Chu Mengmeng so much that she took it seriously and kept begging for mercy over the phone before Chuling finally let her off the hook. Let me know when you arrive in Jinling and I'll pick you up, Chuling instructed Chu Mengmeng. After all, she was a young woman who had just turned 18, so safety came first. Feeling her cousin's concern, Chu Mengmeng smiled sweetly. Okay, I know. After exchanging a few more casual words, they hung up. Casually placing his phone on the passenger seat, Chuling's thoughts drifted far away, taking him straight back to his childhood. Chu Mengmeng was in a sense his cousin. He remembered that he had just started middle school when his family's fortune suddenly took a turn for the worse, and it was around that time that his father began to limp. As life grew increasingly difficult, his father's temper became more volatile and his mental state even seemed to deteriorate. He spent his days drinking heavily, living in a haze. His mother felt this wasn't a way to live, so she took him and his father back to their hometown, hoping that the quiet life in the countryside would help his father rediscover himself and pull himself together again. But for Chuling, those days were incredibly happy. Carefree, he spent his days playing outside. Back then, Chu Mengmeng would follow him around everywhere like a little shadow. She'd call him Big Brother all the time, and that babyish, high-pitched voice, when Chuling thinks back on it now, it's as if those sounds are still ringing in his ears. Back then in the countryside, all the boys played together, and he was the only one looking after a little baby sister which his friends used to tease him about. The more Chuling thought about it, the funnier it seemed, and the wider his smile grew. It's been over a year since I last saw her, hasn't it? I wonder how that little girl is doing now. I won't dwell on it. Anyway, she'll be here in a couple of days. With that thought, Chuling let out a soft chuckle. He pressed down hard on the gas pedal and headed toward Tianfang Tianlong Bay. He arrived home quickly, and just then, Chuling noticed that Lin Wanner had sent him a message asking if he'd made it home safely. Chuling replied, I'm home. After being out all day, Chuling was feeling a bit tired, so he took a shower first to wash away his fatigue. After his shower, he suddenly spotted the gift he'd bought on the table was the bracelet. Chuling took out his phone and sent a message to Ku Xiaobing. I bought you a gift. When are you free? A moment later, Ku Xiaobing replied, I just bought you a little trinket. It doesn't even cover the gas money you gave me. Do we really need to exchange gifts? I happen to be free tomorrow. How about you come over to my place? My parents aren't home, so I can show you what I can cook. Chuling sent a surprised emoji, then typed, I never would have guessed our campus queen can actually cook. I thought your dream back then wasn't to become a chef. A chef? Ku Xiaobing was sipping tea on the couch when she saw this and nearly spit out her tea laughing. This Chuling, he's a bit too cheeky, isn't he? My dream is to study painting and become a freelance artist. Ku Xiaobing typed at lightning speed, seemingly betraying her slight excitement at that moment. What about you, Chuling? What's your dream? Seeing the question Ku Xiaobing had sent, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Chuling's mouth. My dream is to become an illustrator. Chuling typed out the sentence and hit send. Ku Xiaobing stared at her phone screen, stunned. An illustrator, she'd never heard that Chuling liked to draw before. Tieft. Suddenly, something occurred to Ku Xiaobing, and she spit out a mouthful of tea. That damn Chuling, he's actually making lewd remarks in a private chat. And he's going so fast he almost gave her a back spasm. It was really infuriating. Ku Xiaobing immediately sent back a picture of herself making a fierce, snarling face. After sending them, Ku Xiaobing tossed her phone aside and went to plan tomorrow's meal. These days, everyone emphasizes a balance of meat and vegetables and a well-rounded diet, so she might as well just download a nutrition recipe online. Seeing her daughter deep in thought, Mrs. Ku leaned in curiously and saw a list of dish names on the paper, most of them crossed out. It looked like a recipe, but something didn't seem quite right. What are you doing, Xiaobing? Practicing your handwriting? Ku Xiaobing looked up when she saw her mom approaching and blurted out, I've invited Chuling over for dinner tomorrow, so I'm putting together a menu. Mom, you have more experience. Which dishes do you think I should make? Ku's mom looked at her daughter with an exasperated expression and finally managed to squeeze out, Let's put the number of dishes aside for now. I want to ask you first. Do you even know how to cook? Ku Xiaobing blinked and said nonchalantly, cooking is easy, isn't it? I watch those cooking videos all the time. Besides, there are so many recipes online, I can just download one at random, right? She might not be very creative, but following a recipe can't be wrong, right? Mrs. Ku said nothing. She simply turned and went back to her room, looking deeply worried. Mr. Ku was reading a book when he happened to notice his wife's worried expression. Somewhat surprised, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried about some major national issue again?" Mrs. Ku glared at her husband and snapped, "What kind of father are you? How can you still be in the mood to joke around with me right now?" As she spoke, she recounted how Ku Xiaobing wanted to cook for Chuling. She sighed and said, "What are we going to do about this? If our daughter goes about it like this, she'll scare little Chu away." Having finally found a prospective son-in-law with such good prospects, Mrs. Ku as his future mother-in-law was truly worried sick. Mr. Ku walked over, patted Mrs. Ku on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Children and grandchildren have their own destinies. Why are you worrying so much? Besides, what kind of person is our daughter? She's inherited all our best qualities. Who knows, maybe she's just hiding her true talents." Mrs. Ku grimaced and grumbled. She can barely even boil a packet of instant noodles, and now she wants to cook for someone else. That's ridiculous. But then she realized her husband had a point. Even if a culinary god were to descend from the heavens, he couldn't teach their daughter, who'd never even touched a kitchen utensil in her life. In that case, they just have to take it one step at a time. Mr. and Mrs. Ku turned off the lights and got ready for bed. Meanwhile, Chuling was looking at cute pictures on her phone when she realized it was time to check in. "Please complete your check-in, host." Check-in.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and earned 100 constitution points, along with mastery of Baguazhang. Bajikwan. Chuling picked up his phone and searched for related information. In the realm of Chinese martial arts, Bajikwan is renowned for the saying, "In the arts of scholarship, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. In the martial arts, Bajikwan stabilizes the universe." This speaks to the status of Baguazhang in the world of traditional Chinese martial arts. Bajikwan is a close-range boxing style characterized by its fierce and rapid techniques. After watching some instructional videos, Chuling discovered that Bajikwan's techniques are relatively simple, devoid of any flashy flourishes, absolutely unadorned and unpretentious. In terms of combat techniques, it emphasizes intercepting and seizing at every inch and meeting force with force. Those who have mastered it to perfection can achieve an awe-inspiring presence, shaking the heavens with a single shoulder swing and shaking the 9 provinces with a single stomp. Of course, that's just the aura. Chuling's eyes lit up. This is actually pretty good, a real gem. Chuling checked his physical constitution points again and found they had reached an astonishing 100 points. Seeing that it was getting late, and knowing he had things to do the next day, Chuling went to bed early. Early the next morning, Chuling headed to Ku Xiaobing's house. He arrived a bit early. Ku Xiaobing seemed to have just woken up not long ago. She came to the door wearing a pale yellow nightgown and let Chuling in. "You're up really early. You've got quite a regular routine." Ku Xiaobing yawned as she invited Chuling inside. Only then did Chuling get a clear look. Ku Xiaobing was wearing a Pikachu pajama set. She was also wearing a hoodie with 2 ears peeking out from the hood, making her look absolutely adorable. Especially Pikachu's 2 big eyes, they looked plump and incredibly lifelike. Ku Xiaobing noticed that Chuling had been staring at her the whole time. She followed his gaze and was surprised to find that it was focused on her chest. "What are you looking at?" Ku Xiaobing said in a playful, reproachful tone. Chuling finally snapped out of it. He put on a serious face and said earnestly, "What else would I be looking at? I was just checking to see if the Pikachu on your pajamas is the real deal." With eyes that were so big and expressive, it was undoubtedly the real thing. Of course, those eyes were naturally bulging. At that moment, Chuling waved the gifts he was holding and asked, "Where should I put these?" Xiaobing took them, shook her head, and gently scolded, "Why are you being so formal? We're old classmates, you don't need to go through all this." Chuling had picked out exquisite fruit baskets and health supplements suitable for her parents. It was clear he'd put a lot of thought into the selection. "Oh right, there's also this, it's for you too," Chuling said, pulling a beautifully wrapped box from his pocket. "A gift? What is it?" Ku Xiaobing said, already unwrapping the package and taking out the jewelry box inside. As soon as she opened it, she saw an exquisite bracelet inside. "Wow, this bracelet is so beautiful," Ku Xiaobing said with a mix of surprise and delight as she picked it up. unable to put it down. This bracelet really is beautiful. As she thought this, Ku Xiaobing looked at Chu Ling. She hadn't expected him to have such good taste. He really knew how to pick out gifts. This bracelet is so beautiful, it must be pretty expensive, right? Although she really liked it, Ku Xiaobing still felt a bit embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift, so she asked Chu Ling softly. Chu Ling chuckled and said, "Don't worry about the price for now. Just try it on and see if it looks good." As he spoke, Chu Ling very naturally took the bracelet and slipped it onto Ku Xiaobing's wrist. Ku Xiaobing's wrist was very slender, and the bracelet looked stunning on her. Chu Ling looked at it with satisfaction and sighed. "Looks like I didn't spend enough. A wrist this beautiful deserves an even more expensive bracelet." Host successfully spent 100,000 yuan. Tenfold rebate triggered. 1,000 yuan refunded. Oh, a tenfold rebate. Chu Ling was absolutely beside himself right now. If he'd known, he really would have bought a more expensive one. "You're so annoying." Seeing Chu Ling teasing her, Ku Xiaobing laughed as she ran back into the room, grabbed her tablet, and shoved it into his hands. "Play with the tablet for a bit. I'm gonna change my clothes." Chu Ling looked at Ku Xiaobing's tablet, which was filled with single-player games that girls usually like to play. He found them boring, so he decided to look for a movie to watch. But before he could even open the app, a WeChat message popped up on the screen. Chu Ling quickly called out to Ku Xiaobing, "Xiaobing, someone's messaging you on WeChat. Should I reply for you?" "Huh? What does the message say?" Ku Xiaobing asked from inside her room, her voice coming through the closed door. Chu Ling glanced at it and said, "I'm not quite sure. It seems to be asking about the product code. They're asking why you ordered this time, when you've always ordered C before. Did you make a mistake?" Ku Xiaobing listened intently from inside her room, her pretty face flushing red in an instant. She hurriedly threw on some clothes, rushed over, and snatched the tablet away. Chu Ling looked at her flushed cheeks and immediately understood. He teased her. "Xiaobing, have you gained some weight lately?" Ku Xiaobing exploded at the remark, planting her hands on her hips and huffing, "P-heft. This is called a second growth spurt, do you even understand?" He really is a clueless straight guy, he just doesn't know how to talk. Ku Xiaobing went to the kitchen, washed some fruit, and shoved into Chu Ling's hands, handing him the remote control as she did so. "Watch some TV for a bit. I'm gonna cook." Chu Ling turned on the TV and idly flipped through the channels. Before he could find a show he liked, he heard a scream coming from the kitchen. Startled, Chu Ling jumped up from the couch and rushed toward the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Chu Ling saw black smoke billowing from the hot oil in the pan. It seemed Ku Xiaobing had been preparing to fry something, but she hadn't controlled the oil temperature properly, causing the hot oil to splatter out, which had startled her into a scream. Seeing Chu Ling suddenly walk in, Ku Xiaobing was startled. Still clutching her earlobe, she looked at Chu Ling with wide eyes. For a moment they just stared at each other in silence. "What's wrong? Did you get burned?" Chu Ling asked with concern, stepping forward to take Ku Xiaobing's hand to check. Ku Xiaobing's pretty face flushed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go get something." With that, Ku Xiaobing headed to the storage room. When she returned, she was holding a hairnet, gloves and arm sleeves. Chu Ling was completely taken aback. If he wasn't mistaken, that balaclava looked just like the kind bank robbers used. Seeing Chu Ling's dumbfounded expression, Ku Xiaobing smiled wryly, waved the gear in her hands and said, "Just go outside. Don't let my current appearance fool you. Once I put this gear on, I'm still quite capable." "Capable? How capable?" Seeing her determination, Chu Ling felt his head spin. Okay, I'll handle it." He certainly didn't dare let Ku Xiaobing battle it out in the kitchen anymore. Who knows, she might just decide to blow up the whole place. For the sake of his own life, he'd better show off his skills. Ku Xiaobing looked utterly skeptical as she continued to struggle with her apron. "You've probably spent the last few years focused on making money, right? When would you have had time to cook? Don't they say a gentleman stays away from the kitchen? Let me do it." "I believe practice makes perfect. I just need a chance to hone my skills." Practice makes perfect?" Chu Ling grabbed Ku Xiaobing by both arms, carried her out, and shut the kitchen door. "Get out there and wait for me. Do as I say." "No way. It's not right for me to call you over and then have you cook for me." Ku Xiaobing stood at the kitchen doorway, pouting as she called out. Chu-Ling didn't even bother to reply, but soon the sound of rapid chopping filled the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing that chopping sound, Ku Xiaobing's eyes widened in surprise. No way. Chu-Ling actually knows how to cook. Just listen to that rapid chopping. His knife skills must be incredible. The sound was truly delightful. Even without being able to see it, Ku Xiaobing could imagine exactly what the scene must look like. It must be just like a cooking show on TV. In the blink of an eye, the ingredients for a complete dish are already cut into the desired shapes. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chu-Ling was methodically preparing the ingredients. He noticed that Ku Xiaobing had prepared the ingredients perfectly. It seemed she had indeed put a lot of thought into it. Chu-Ling's movements were as natural and fluid as flowing clouds and water. Before long, dish after dish was served onto the dining table. Oh my goodness, did you make all of this? Ku Xiaobing could hardly believe her eyes. How could it be done in such a short time? If she were working at her usual pace, she'd still be on the second dish by now, right? And these dishes, aren't they a bit too elaborate? Ku Xiaobing stared at a plate featuring a cicada carved from ice and asked in confusion, "What kind of dish is this?" Chu-Ling smiled slightly at Ku Xiaobing. "You're quite the foodie, aren't you? The appeal of this dish is all about its freshness. Try it now. Once the ice melts, it won't taste as good." Ku Xiaobing blinked and gently poked the ice cicada with her chopsticks. "Are we eating ice cubes? Can you even eat this?" "Silly girl," Chu-Ling burst out laughing. He picked up his chopsticks and lifted a cicada wing. Only then did Ku Xiaobing realize that the cicada wings were actually made of fish slices. Sashimi, could it really be made like this? Chu-Ling had sliced the snow-white fish meat into paper-thin slices, almost translucent. Placed among the ice cubes, it looked almost indistinguishable from the real thing. If anything can be called as thin as a cicada's wing, this is it. Chu-Ling looked at Ku Xiaobing, who was completely dumbfounded, and handed her a dipping sauce. Ku Xiaobing dipped a small piece into the sauce and put it in her mouth. The moment the fish touched her tongue, it melted away, leaving only a rich, savory flavor filling her mouth. "This fish is so tender, and it doesn't have any fishy smell at all," Ku Xiaobing said honestly, her eyes fixed on Chu-Ling. Chu-Ling smiled and placed another piece in Ku Xiaobing's bowl. "If you like it, have another piece. But since it's sashimi, you shouldn't eat too much at once, you know that, right? Most Chinese women tend to have a cold constitution, so it's best to eat less raw and cold food." Ku Xiaobing nodded obediently, savoring the sensation of the fish melting instantly on her tongue, and closed her eyes in delight. Chu-Ling had prepared quite a few dishes: vegetables, meat, and shrimp, making for a very hearty spread. Ku Xiaobing had originally just planned to try a little, but once she started eating, she couldn't stop. Can stir-fried greens really taste this good? The bright green vegetable hearts were incredibly crisp to the bite, and even after cooking, they hadn't lost any of their moisture. It was as if Chu-Ling had worked some magic, locking the moisture right inside the greens. The seasoning wasn't too salty. It was just right to bring out the vegetable's natural hint of sweetness. Ku Xiaobing couldn't stop eating. It was the first time she'd ever tasted a dish this delicious. Chu-Ling had put down her bowl and chopsticks long ago. The very next moment, the light screen popped up. "Please complete your check-in, host." Check-in. Congratulations, host, on completing your check-in. You have obtained Divine Level Acupuncture. Divine Level Acupuncture Technique. Chu-Ling thought for a moment. He had previously checked in for Divine Level Pharmacology and Divine Level Medical Skills, so now he had essentially completed the set in the field of medicine. Not bad. In high spirits, Chu-Ling said to Ku Xiaobing, "After we finish eating, shall we go out and have some fun?" "Sure, just give me a minute to freshen up," Ku Xiaobing happily agreed. After Ku Xiaobing quickly tidied up and touched up her makeup, the two headed downstairs. "Where should we go?" Ku Xiaobing asked, looking at Chu-Ling after getting into the car and fastening her seatbelt. Chu-Ling thought for a moment and said, "How about I take you to see the Yangtze River?" "Sounds great. I just got back from Shanghai, and it's been ages since I've seen the Yangtze River here in my hometown." Ku Xiaobing agreed, and the two set off, chatting and laughing all the way. Traffic was very light today, and the Bugatti Veyron turned quite a few heads on the road. However, most drivers' first reaction upon seeing the luxury car was to quickly get out of the way. It would be too dangerous otherwise. You could go bankrupt at any moment. Why is there a traffic jam up ahead? It shouldn't be this busy at this time of day. Just as they were about to reach the Yangtze River Bridge, traffic began to slow down. Qu Xiaobing looked toward the Yangtze River Bridge, feeling puzzled. This was an expressway where traffic jams were rare. Chu Ling rolled down the window and heard someone rushing past, muttering something about an accident. The person's face was pale, as if they'd just been through quite a scare and were only just regaining their composure. Chu Ling furrowed his brow. He glanced at Qu Xiaobing beside him, then made a U-turn and pulled over to the side of the road not far ahead. The two of them got out of the car, one after the other, and saw a dump truck overturned not far away. The massive wheels were still spinning on their own, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The ground was covered in scattered yellow soil, giving off a distinct earthy smell. Most of the road was covered in dirt, blocking the passage of other vehicles. Chu Ling pulled Qu Xiaobing forward a few steps, and they witnessed a truly gruesome scene. It turned out that the dump truck had collided with a bus. From their vantage point, they could see that the front of the bus was dented in, and all the windows had shattered. The body of the bus had been mangled by the violent impact. The luggage compartment had burst open, and suitcases were scattered all over the ground, leaving the scene in utter chaos. Near the bus, the situation was even more gruesome. Large pools of blood were clearly visible, and even from their distance, they could still clearly hear murmurs and cries of agony. How could this have happened? The scene was so horrific, there were likely quite a few injured people. Chu Ling frowned and hurried toward the bus. The bus had also overturned, and some of the injured were still trapped in their seats, unable to move. Some people had already been rescued, and they were all seriously injured. Chu Ling noticed that many of them were wearing large red flowers on their chests. Clearly, they were military veterans. Those in civilian clothes were middle-aged or elderly people, likely the family members of these young military veterans. This must have been a bus carrying veterans and their families. Who would have thought it would be involved in an accident here? The closer he got to the bus, the stronger the smell of blood became. Chu Ling even spotted severed limbs likely torn off instantly when the bus overturned. The severed ends of those limbs had already turned black. The moment Chu Ling saw them, his heart sank. It was likely that the owners of these limbs had already met with a tragic end. Even if they miraculously survived, they would likely be left disabled for the rest of their lives. Son, no, don't waste your energy. Hurry up and bandage yourself. Mom isn't in pain, really. As Chu Ling was assessing the situation, he noticed a middle-aged woman pinned beneath the car. Her legs were trapped under the vehicle, and she couldn't move at all. Two lightly injured veterans were trying to work together to pull the middle-aged woman out, but every time they exerted force, she would furrow her brow deeply, her face turning even paler, and even the faint smile she was forcing began to contort, making rescue efforts impossible. Chu Ling walked around the bus and noticed a stone pedestal by the roadside that had wedged itself under the overturned bus, preventing it from crushing the middle-aged woman's legs completely. But now she was trapped and couldn't get out. If they delayed too long, the middle-aged woman's leg would become gangrenous due to prolonged lack of blood flow. It was precisely because of this trapped middle-aged woman that the injured passengers trapped inside the bus could not be rescued. As long as anyone got on the bus, the added weight would inevitably cause the middle-aged woman even greater pain. Everyone was at a loss. If things continued like this, wouldn't they all end up dying here? The young people wearing red flowers, having regained their senses, dragged their injured bodies over to tend to their wounded family members. A large crowd had gathered at the scene, all deeply shaken by the horrific sight. Some even began to wipe away tears. Oh, what a shame. It was supposed to be such a happy occasion. A child returning home from military service is a big deal, isn't it? Who would have thought something like this would happen? It's truly heartbreaking. You're absolutely right. It just had to be a collision with a huge truck like that, otherwise, the passengers on the bus wouldn't have suffered such a terrible fate. Dump trucks like this are already huge, and with a heavy load, they shouldn't be driven fast at all. To end up like this, well, sigh. Most people left after seeing the horrific scene. They were ordinary folks who simply couldn't bear such a gruesome sight. Meanwhile, on the other lane, a Maybach slowed to a stop. Huh, why did we stop? A woman's voice came from the back seat, a voice as sweet as a nightingale's song, truly melodious. The young woman had been reading a book. As she asked the question, she set the book aside, tilted her head, and looked out the window. Her skin was very fair, and her all-white ensemble made her appear ethereal, like a fairy untouched by the mundane world, with a serene and refined aura. She carried a faint scent of herbs that was so refreshing to the nose that one couldn't help but take a few more light whiffs. The driver glanced out the window, then stammered, "Miss T, there's trouble. Up ahead it looks like there's been a major car accident." Upon hearing this, Sun Yingxu immediately opened the car door and stepped out. She glanced ahead, furrowed her brow, and quickly told the driver, "Go get the first aid kit from the trunk, we're going to help the victims." When it comes to rescuing accident victims, speed is everything. It's a race against death. With that in mind, Sun Yingxu walked toward the bus without hesitation. Her first priority was to assess the extent of the injuries and casualties, treat the most critically injured patients first, and do her best to buy them time for emergency medical care. It wasn't until Sun Yingxu reached the front of the bus that she realized just how devastating the scene was. Faced with the scene before her, even Sun Yingxu, a trained medical professional, couldn't help but turn pale. The casualties from this accident were so severe that even the strong, fit veterans looked as if they might collapse at any moment. They, too, had sustained serious injuries. The only reason they were forcing themselves to stand was to ensure their families' safety. Over here, Ku Xiaobing had been following closely behind Chuling the whole time. Not having a medical background or any experience with such scenes, she simply couldn't handle the intense shock. She was so frightened that her legs began to give way in waves. She could barely walk. Seeing how distressed she was, Chuling pulled his car keys out of his pocket and handed them to her, saying, "Xiaobing, go back to the car and wait for me." "But what about you? What are you going to do?" Ku Xiaobing looked at Chuling and asked with concern. Chuling gave her a reassuring smile. "I'm going to help save people. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourself." With that, Chuling walked toward the bus. Ku Xiaobing watched his back, clenched her teeth, and followed him. With such a major accident happening, what kind of person would just hide in the car? She might not be able to do anything major, but she could certainly handle some basic first aid. Seeing the injured people scattered all over the ground, Chuling felt a pang of unease. He first approached the middle-aged woman whose leg was pinned under the bus to assess her condition. A dark-skinned man was standing beside the bus, looking for a possible fulcrum, all while taking the time to exchange a few words with the middle-aged woman. Most of what he said was casual small talk, and after listening for a moment, Chuling realized that the middle-aged woman was the dark-faced man's mother. "Yuhan, if it's not going to work, don't waste your energy. Come here, Mom has something to tell you." The middle-aged woman's face was contorted with pain. She had gone from initial panic to a state of resigned acceptance. It seemed she had come to terms with her fate. A bus that big, just how heavy must it be? Although her son was strong, even with the help of a few comrades, he probably wouldn't be able to save her. Rather than let things come to that, she might as well settle some matters now, before she no longer had the chance. Lin Yuhan didn't dare look at his mother. He secretly wiped away a tear and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Don't say that. I'll go find help right now." Lin Yuhan's comrades kept trying to pry the bus open, but it was like ants trying to move an elephant. The bus didn't budge an inch. Even when Lin Yuhan joined in, the veins on their shoulders and arms bulging from the strain, their efforts still yielded no results. "Guys, can you get out and give us a hand? This is a matter of life and death." One of Lin Yuhan's comrades flagged down passing cars by the roadside, hoping to find more people to help. "Let's all work together, there's strength in numbers." Passing drivers, afraid of being held liable, didn't dare to step forward. Most simply took a look at the situation and drove away. No matter how many times they shouted from behind, it was to no avail. The feeling of being completely isolated and helpless brought tears to the eyes of the burly men. This really was a matter of life and death. Even if she wasn't their comrade's mother, she was still an innocent life. Just as everyone was feeling utterly helpless, a voice rang out. "Let me help." Chuling walked over, followed by Ku Xiaobing, while Sun Yingxu across the way also jogged over. The two young women, their faces set with determination, offered to help lift the car. Lin Yuhan and his comrades thanked them repeatedly. At this point, any help would do. One more person meant one more glimmer of hope. Just then, several drivers got out of the vehicles parked nearby. Pointing at Chuling and his group, they said to the other drivers, "With their scrawny builds, there's no way they can do it. That's a big bus, it's way too heavy. Even with one young man and two young women, it won't work. Let's hurry over there. Many hands make light work. Let's go." A driver standing nearby sighed and said, "We're only a little stronger than them, but our strength is limited too. Even with us, it won't work." "This isn't a joke, it's a bus, and it's incredibly heavy. Never mind us. I doubt even 10 more people could do much more than barely budge it." However, even though the drivers said this, they had already made up their minds to go help. They went back to their buses first to at least let the passengers' families know what was happening. Meanwhile, Chuling and his group had already made their way to the side of the bus. Lin Yuhan's comrades were clearly exhausted, but none of them were willing to give up. Gritting their teeth to steady their trembling arms, they wanted to try a few more times. Chuling walked straight over to an empty spot, wrapped his arms around the bus, and began to push with all his might. The bus's body was very slippery, making it difficult to find a good grip. Lin Yuhan and the others tried several times, but the bus didn't budge an inch. Seeing his mother's expression grow increasingly grim, Lin Yuhan's heart. He really had done his best. There was simply nothing he could do. This feeling of helplessness brought silent tears to the eyes of this man of iron. He was truly at a loss, but as long as there was even a sliver of hope, he had to keep trying. Tears streamed down Lin Yuhan's face as rage raged inside. Why did this have to happen? "Everyone, hang in there a little longer, don't give up." Seeing the expressions on their faces slowly turn to despair, Chuling said in a deep, firm voice. He took off the jacket of his expensive suit, used it as padding for his hand, smashed the sharp shards of glass in the window's crack, and placed his hand against the window with the jacket as a cushion. Chuling gave it a try this time. He could really put his strength into it. Sun Yingxu, standing beside him, watched his every move clearly. She could tell that although the suit Chuling was wearing didn't have any obvious logos, the fabric was clearly very expensive at first glance. Seeing him use it as a cushion for his hand made Sun Yingxu feel a twinge of regret for the garment. Seeing Chuling's determination, everyone redoubled their efforts. Although Lin Yuhan and the others' arms ached unbearably, they gritted their teeth and, risking muscle tears, strained once more. "Ah." Several young men let out low growls. In an instant, sounds like lions pushed to the absolute limit. But even so, even as they endured the pain and exhaustion, even as they gave it everything they had, the bus remained motionless. At that moment, Lin Yuhan looked down at his mother beneath the bus, his heart nearly breaking. There was no way out, truly no way out. "My mom is only 50 years old. She just wanted to come pick me up and take me home. What has she done to deserve this? Heaven, why must she suffer like this? If you're so powerful, take it out on me and..." Lin Yuhan had been in the military for many years and had long since forgotten the taste of tears, but this feeling of wanting to cry yet being unable to was even more agonizing than weeping openly. It wasn't just them, even Sun Yingxu's face was etched with despair. Just as they were all thinking there was no way the few of them could lift it, the very next moment, "Have!" Chuling let out a low shout, and in an instant, everyone felt the weight on their hands lift, and they instinctively turned their gaze toward Chuling, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is this young man really that strong? They could clearly feel that it was only after Chuling exerted his strength that the weight on their hands suddenly lessened. Even with a piece of clothing cushioning his hand and providing a good foothold, the difference shouldn't have been this drastic. However, they knew this wasn't the time to pry for details, so they quickly joined in, straining with all their might to rescue the people trapped beneath as soon as possible. Sun Yingxu watched their expressions and also felt that sudden lightness in her hands. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she stared at Chuling in disbelief. Almost everyone sensed that there was something extraordinary about Chuling except for Ku Xiaobing. With her back to the group, Ku Xiaobing continued to strain upward with all her might after feeling the sudden lightness in her hands, completely oblivious to the changes happening around her. Although she was quite weak and her efforts were practically useless, Chuling sensed that the bus had already been lifted slightly, so he turned to look at Sun Yingxu, Lin Yuhan, and the others. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get them out," Chuling said as he continued to exert his strength. Only then did Sun Yingxu and Lin Yuhan snap out of it. Lin Yuhan's eyes reddened with emotion, and he hurried to help Sun Yingxu pull her mother to safety. The people around them were also drawn to the scene, all looking on in disbelief. Even the few drivers who had just gotten off the bus who'd thought they'd never be able to lift it and were about to rush over stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, unable to believe what they were seeing. How? How could such a small group of people actually move a bus this big out of the way? But there it was, right before their eyes. Mom, are you okay? Lin Yuhan gently set his mother down on the ground. The overwhelming joy of having her back made him want to hug her. But seeing how weak she looked, he held his hands up helplessly, not quite sure what to do. He didn't know exactly where she was injured, but seeing blood trickling down her pant leg, a sense of unease washed over him. No, that can't be. His mother was still so young. She was supposed to watch him grow up, see him get married, and help take care of his children. Lin Yuhan's hands trembled as he reached for his phone and dialed the emergency center. At that moment, Chu Ling and Sun Yingxu also turned their gaze toward Lin Yuhan's mother. Upon seeing the amount of blood, their eyes both narrowed in concern. This was a very dangerous situation. If the bleeding wasn't stopped in time, she might not even make it until the ambulance arrived. Just then, Sun Yingxu's driver ran over carrying a first aid kit. As soon as Chu Ling saw the first aid kit in the driver's hands, his eyes lit up. He walked straight over, snatched the first aid kit from the driver's hands, and opened it right in front of everyone. Inside the first aid kit were alcohol swabs and a simple scalpel. In the transparent compartment next to them was a set of acupuncture needles. When Sun Yingxu saw what Chu Ling was doing, she flew into a rage and snapped, "Give me the first aid kit. I'm a professional, don't interfere with my rescue efforts." The driver, seeing Chu Ling's forceful grab, was also furious. Did this young man even know what he was doing? Even if he were a medical student, he shouldn't be performing procedures haphazardly without a medical license. Besides, did this young man even realize whose first aid kit he was snatching? The driver knew full well that the young lady came from a distinguished family of physicians, the Sun family, descendants of Sun Simiao, the king of medicine. Sun Yingxu had been immersed in the art of medicine since childhood, recognizing herbs at 5, memorizing medical texts at 6, and seeing patients at 9. Now, she had even completed the curriculum of Jinling University School of Medicine, a program that normally takes 8 years in just 1 year. This year, she was even admitted directly to Jinling Hospital. She is a prodigy among the younger generation of the Sun family. With the right training, her future achievements will undoubtedly surpass even those of the Sun family patriarch. Right now, the young lady is the apple of the entire Sun family's eye. Only the young lady from his own family was the one most likely to save this middle-aged woman. Chu Ling, to put it mildly, was a display of grandstanding. To put it more severely, he was a murderer who treated human life as worthless and took a life. And that was precisely why they were so angry with Chu Ling. Sun Yingxu's shock and admiration for Chu Ling's heroic act of lifting the car to save the woman were instantly swept away. She exchanged a glance with the driver, determined to snatch the first aid kit back. Right now, they couldn't afford to waste even a single moment. After all, they were racing against the Grim Reaper to save a life. Chu Ling had no time to explain further. He grabbed the acupuncture needle case and ran toward Lin Yuhan's mother. This was a matter of life and death. He had to administer acupuncture immediately. Chu Ling moved with incredible speed. As his hand swept over the box, his fingers had already grasped more than a dozen silver needles. The silver needles varied in length and size, each glinting with a silvery sheen. Chu Ling quickly disinfected the area with alcohol. Before anyone could react, a short silver needle had already been inserted into the middle of the middle-aged woman's face. The driver, seeing Chu Ling spring into action, instinctively closed his eyes. Although he knew nothing about medicine, he had, after all, been with the Sun family for so many years, and this was the first time he'd ever heard of anyone directly inserting a needle into the Renjong acupuncture. Wasn't this just reckless? Someone's really going to die. Just as the driver was fretting that someone might die, only Sun Yingxu's beautiful eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through them. As the saying goes, laymen look for the spectacle, while experts look for the technique. Chu Ling's first needle pierced vertically, steady and swift, a technique that was definitely not that of a novice. Even Sun Yingxu herself likely didn't possess that level of skill. Only her grandfather could possibly possess such a steady and precise technique. But how many years had her grandfather devoted to traditional Chinese medicine, and how many needles had he inserted? Chu Ling looked so young it was truly hard to imagine. Yet it was all happening right before her eyes. She had no choice but to believe it. In the brief moment Sun Yingxu was lost in thought, Chu Ling had already inserted 7 or 8 needles. The order in which he selected the acupoints was somewhat unusual, seemingly different from the techniques Sun Yingxu was familiar with. Renjong Xiaoshang Yin Bai Da Ling. Light pricks, straight insertions, and even the penetrating acupoint technique. Chuling's movements were incredibly swift. He inserted 13 needles as smoothly as flowing water, barely needing to locate the acupoints. The needle had already found its mark the moment his eyes fell upon it. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, Sun Yingxu could say with absolute certainty that he was identifying the acupoints with remarkable precision. It was simply incredible. After all, the locations of acupoints vary slightly from person to person, and sometimes a doctor must rely on their experience to locate the correct spot. But a level of precision like Chuling's really didn't seem like a technique someone his age should possess. Ku Xiaobing, too, watched Chuling's procedure with a look of astonishment. If they hadn't come out together, she truly wouldn't have believed this was the same Chuling she knew. That composure and focus, along with the confidence he exuded while inserting the needles, radiated from his very core. It was irresistible, making it impossible not to trust him. He's so amazing. His life-saving acupuncture techniques seem to come as naturally as breathing. Chuling didn't stand up. He continued to closely observe the middle-aged woman's reactions, constantly adjusting the depth and pressure of the silver needles. From time to time, he would gently flick the needles with his fingers, causing them to sway slightly. In acupuncture, this is called awakening the needle, which can accelerate the therapeutic effects of the treatment. Everyone watching from the sidelines could see clearly that the expression of pain on the middle-aged woman's face was gradually easing. Moreover, the bleeding seemed to be stopping. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is just too amazing. The crowd let out gasps of amazement, lavishing praise on Chuling's acupuncture skill. This young man is truly amazing. The results are truly immediate. It truly lives up to the essence of our Chinese heritage passed down for generations, something Western medicine simply can't compare to. Over here, Chuling beckoned to Lin Yuhan, calling him over to his side and said patiently, "I'll tell you a few acupoints. Once your mother regains consciousness, massage them for her a few times each day. It will help her legs recover." The middle-aged woman's legs had been pinned under the bus for quite some time, so there would inevitably be some lasting effects. However, since the middle-aged woman was still unconscious and her lower limbs had been crushed out of shape, there were many areas he dared not touch. So Chuling could only tell Lin Yuhan the locations and have him learn to massage his mother himself. Are there any other instructions? Like how much pressure to use? Lin Yuhan looked at Chuling gratefully as he jotted down the acupoints and asked. Chuling thought for a moment and said, "As for the pressure, just go by what your mother can tolerate. If she's in a lot of pain, go easier on her and massage her several times a day. That will yield better results. In everything, moderation is best. Too much of a good thing can be as bad as too little. As long as it's within what a middle-aged woman can tolerate, that's the right amount of pressure." Lin Yuhan hesitated for a moment, then asked Chuling, "Sir, may I ask why you didn't continue treating my mother with acupuncture?" He had just witnessed Chuling's acupuncture technique. Wouldn't combining acupuncture with massage yield even better results? Chuling knew Lin Yuhan was concerned about his mother's condition, so he explained patiently, "Acupuncture stimulates the flow of qi and blood. The internal bleeding in your mother's body has just stopped, so it's not advisable to perform acupuncture at this time. He was currently helping her restore blood circulation, so there shouldn't be any major after effects. However, since she was no longer young, she would still need some time to recuperate properly." While Chuling was instructing Lin Yuhan, Sun Yingxu, standing nearby, was silently recalling the sequence and pressure Chuling had used during the treatment, committing every detail firmly to memory. The more she reflected on it, the more astonished Sun Yingxu became by Chuling's acupuncture technique. Watching Chuling's retreating figure, having first witnessed his immense strength and now his masterful medical skills, Sun Yingxu felt even more perplexed. Sun Yingxu and the driver who moments ago had been trying to snatch the first aid kit from Chuling's hands stood frozen in place, as if they'd just undergone a profound transformation. Chuling then looked at the injured passengers inside the bus, as well as those who had been thrown from the vehicle due to the impact, and his heart grew heavier. Fortunately, the person trapped under the bus had already been rescued, so he could now board the bus without hesitation. Next, Chuling headed toward the overturned car with bandages and acupuncture needles in hand and began treating the victims one by one. For those with minor bleeding, he applied bandages first. For those with severe bleeding, he used acupuncture to stop the bleeding before bandaging the wound. Looking at the situation, Chuling realized that, after all, these were the only tools he had at his disposal, so this was the best he could do. Sun Yingxu wanted to go help as well, but by the time she snapped out her daze and was about to step forward, Chuling had already nearly finished handling the scene. Such speed was unprecedented. It was as if he'd rehearsed it countless times beforehand. Just as Chuling was about to breathe a sigh of relief, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young veteran shouting while holding a woman in his arms. Hearing the veteran's cries, the crowd instinctively gathered around them. The veteran held his mother tightly in his arms, rocking her back and forth, his voice already tinged with tears. "Mom, wake up! What's wrong with you?" Upon hearing the cries, Chuling immediately walked over. Seeing the veteran's actions, he snapped, "Lay your mother down flat right now. Stop shaking her." Many patients must remain lying flat when experiencing an episode. Family members cannot be allowed to act recklessly. The veteran was startled. He carefully laid his mother flat on the floor and said, his voice choked with emotion, "I didn't mean to. I was just worried the floor was too cold and my mother's condition might get worse." Driven by filial piety, he quickly shifted his position slightly to make room for Chuling. He was still holding the jacket he'd just taken off, unsure whether to spread it out on the ground. Chuling stepped forward and placed his hand directly on the elderly woman's neck, where a major artery runs, a spot used to determine whether a patient is in a state of pseudo-death. But after waiting several seconds, Chuling felt no response at all at his fingertips. His gaze sharpened, the pulse in the major artery had ceased. As he conducted the examination, Chuling asked the retired soldier, "When did your mother first lose consciousness?" The veteran was taken aback. "Unconscious?" "My mother wasn't unconscious. She just said she felt a little tired, and then I noticed she gradually. The veteran recalled the scene from earlier, and his eyes welled up with tears again. "Oh, right, she mentioned earlier that she felt dizzy and her heart was pounding." Chuling said nothing, but he already had some preliminary conclusions in mind. He leaned down, resting his ear against the elderly woman's chest to listen carefully. There was no sound at all, her heart had stopped beating. Chuling took a flashlight from the first aid kit and shone it into the elderly woman's eyes. Her pupils were slightly dilated, and she showed no reaction to the light. Loss of consciousness. Blood pressure could not be measured. Chuling looked up and examined the elderly woman's complexion, noting that she was extremely pale and exhibiting slight bodily twitching. Based on the current situation, it can be reasonably concluded that this is a case of sudden cardiac death. Moreover, judging by the progression of her condition, the episode must have begun some time ago. Chuling's physical examination of the elderly woman was incredibly professional. His movements were swift and precise. Combined with the fluid, seamless sequence of his acupuncture and other procedures moments earlier, everyone was left speechless. Sun Yingxu and Ku Xiaobing were also stunned by Chuling's professional examination, though compared to Ku Xiaobing, Sun Yingxu had a clearer understanding of the situation. Patient's condition was far more serious. Judging by Chuling's earlier actions and his expression, this was a case of sudden cardiac death. This condition carries a very high mortality rate and requires immediate emergency treatment. However, given the current conditions coupled with the traffic congestion on both sides, even if an ambulance arrived, it wouldn't be able to reach the patient anytime soon. Seriously. This was exactly the kind of situation that drove Sun Yingxu crazy. There was clearly a way to treat the patient, but she lacked the necessary equipment. Just then, she suddenly heard a muffled thud not far away. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chuling swing his fist directly at the elderly woman's chest. That muffled thud from earlier was the sound of Chuling's punch. As that punch landed, everyone's expressions changed. Including Ku Xiaobing and Sun Yingxu, everyone stared at Chuling in astonishment, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Those unfamiliar with medicine might have been forgiven, but even Sun Yingxu, who came from a family of doctors, looked completely baffled, utterly unable to understand what Chuling was doing. He was clearly trying to save someone, so why he suddenly started hitting him? Crowd could no longer stand it and quickly spoke up to stop Chuling's absurd actions. "Stop it right now. This old lady is already unconscious. How can she possibly withstand blows like that? Stop this immediately, you're committing murder. Why isn't the ambulance here yet? Young man, we know you're a doctor, but you can't just go around doings like this, can you? Please stop hitting her. My goodness, if you keep hitting her like this, someone's going to die. You're absolutely right. Call emergency services again, this can't go on. He's crazy, he's really crazy. Look, he's still hitting him. It was as if Chuling hadn't even heard the other's suggestions and doubts. He threw every punch with all his might, completely focused on the task at hand. He could feel the wind created by his fist as it struck the old woman's chest without hesitation. Second punch, the third blow. Only Chuling knew that every blow he landed served as a cardiac defibrillation. The only medical equipment available here was a basic first aid kit. There was absolutely no way they could have access to sophisticated devices like a defibrillator. So Chuling had no choice but to take a different approach, using his fists to deliver blows that would serve the same function as a defibrillator. Although this method could provide emergency care, Chuling was actually taking a huge risk. With every strike, Chuling had to precisely control the force. If he struck too hard, he would inevitably break the elderly woman's ribs, potentially causing even more severe injuries or even instant death. If the force was insufficient, it would fail to stimulate her heart. He would be forced to watch helplessly as the elderly woman missed her best chance for treatment and passed away tragically. None of this was what Chuling wanted to see, so he acted decisively and immediately began the resuscitation procedure. The few young veterans standing nearby watched Chuling's actions. They knew there must be a good reason for what he was doing after all. They had witnessed everything he'd done just moments before. Even the elderly woman's son turned his head away, struggling to hold back his grief. While performing rhythmic chest compressions, Chuling said to the elderly woman's son, "What are you standing there for? Do you know how to perform CPR? Start CPR right away." The veteran nodded vigorously. His movement was a bit too forceful, and with a thud he fell to his knees. The dull thud of his knees hitting the ground was enough to make anyone listening feel a dull ache in their own knees. The veteran lay there as if in a trance, covering his mother's nose with his hand and beginning to blow air into her mouth in a steady rhythm. After speaking, Chuling turned to Ku Xiaobing standing nearby and instructed, "Xiaobing, call 120. I have important instructions to give the emergency dispatch center." Hearing Chuling's calm and methodical orders, the people around him felt a deep sense of reassurance welling up from within. Although they didn't understand the medical terminology, the tone of Chuling's voice carried a reassuring magic. Just follow his instructions, leave the rest to him. That sense of security was absolutely overwhelming, okay? In that very moment, everyone present looked at Chuling with respect. A young man like this, possessing such medical ethics and skill, was worthy of everyone's admiration. Upon hearing Chuling's words, Ku Xiaobing immediately pulled out her phone and dialed 120 for emergency medical services. While waiting for the call to connect, she walked over to Chuling, rolled up the hem of her skirt, squatted down beside him, put the phone on speaker, and held it close to his face. "Hello, this is the 120 emergency center. How may we assist you?" The call to the emergency center finally went through. Chuling took the phone and said in a very solemn tone, "Listen carefully to every word I say and record it accurately. This patient is a woman who was just involved in a car accident before the onset of symptoms. She has sustained some bruises and is in a state of shock. The patient is currently unconscious. Her blood pressure, pulse, and heart sounds are all absent, and she is experiencing mild convulsions. I diagnose this as sudden cardiac death, and the episode has been ongoing for some time. I am currently performing preoperative emergency care. I have administered basic cardiac pacing and CPR, which has stabilized her condition. Given that a considerable amount of time has passed since the onset of symptoms, we must be fully prepared before the ambulance arrives. You must document this clearly. Prepare the defibrillator in advance and ensure you have epinephrine, nitroglycerin, lidocaine, atropine, clonidine, and Lobeline on hand. Also remember to remind the emergency personnel, due to a brief cardiac arrest, the patient is now suffering from cerebral hypoxia and requires an ice cap to lower head temperature, 32 C, to reduce oxygen consumption. At the same time, notify the resuscitation room and relevant staff that this is a cardiac arrest patient requiring 2 large-bore vascular access lines in the superior vena cava system. Given the current situation, the patient's peripheral veins are collapsed, making successful puncture extremely unlikely. We must opt for bone marrow puncture, external jugular vein or femoral vein catheterization. Have them prepare as soon as possible. These instructions left everyone speechless. Even the bystanders stood there looking bewildered. Ku Xiaobing, who was crouched beside Chuling with her skirt tucked up, was also stunned, her beautiful eyes flashing with deep confusion. The terminology was far too technical, nothing an ordinary person could possibly understand. Even so, everyone felt that Chuling's stature had grown even more impressive. To be so professional at such a young age, his future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Standing in the crowd, Sun Yingxu felt her lips twitch. Coming from a family of medical professionals, she could certainly understand the technical jargon Chuling had just used. There's only one way to describe it: professional. Flawless. Equipment, medication. He even thought of the ice cap without it. Even if the patient were saved, they'd likely be brain dead, or what people commonly call a vegetative state. Sun Yingxu couldn't even fathom why, without any medical equipment or test results, Chuling had been so confident in giving his answer. She didn't believe Chuling had just made up the answer on the spot. Through her interactions with these two patients, Sun Yingxu had gained a basic understanding of Chuling, but subconsciously, she had already developed immense trust in him. There are some people who, even after just one meeting, are completely reliable. Everything about Chuling suggested that he was exactly that kind of person. Sun Yingxu sighed quietly to herself. She had practiced traditional Chinese medicine since childhood but had majored in Western medicine in college. This was actually advice her grandfather had given her. Whether studying medicine or any other skill, one must learn from the best to fundamentally improve one's abilities. Over the years, Sun Yingxu's grades had consistently ranked at the very top, leaving her classmates far behind. She felt she was already quite accomplished. She had lived up to the Sun family's reputation and carried on the legacy of her ancestors. But now it seems she still has a long way to go. Take Chuling, whom she met today, for example. Whether in traditional Chinese medicine or Western medical treatment, she was not just one level, but several levels behind him. Thinking about this, Sun Yingxu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had worked so hard all these years since childhood. She had never slacked off for a single day, all in the hope of living up to the Sun family's legacy. What a stroke of bad luck today to actually run into such a freak. I really should have checked the almanac before leaving the house. This is such a blow.
As for the other passengers trapped in the car who had suffered only minor injuries, they were also rescued. Chuling stepped forward to examine them and found that none of them had suffered serious injuries. Most of them had suffered some oxygen deprivation to the brain due to the violent impact and the fact that they'd been trapped for quite some time, so it would take them a while to recover. However, the effects weren't serious. They'd be fine after getting some rest. Hearing Chuling's diagnosis, the passengers' family members breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they're okay, that's all that matters. It is only at times like this that people can truly appreciate the saying, "Safety is a blessing." One by one, the young veterans looked at Chuling, their faces filled with gratitude, though they didn't have time to thank him right then, as they were all busy tending to their families. Before long, the 120 ambulance finally arrived at the scene. Aware that a major car accident had occurred here, the ambulance crew brought along a large number of medical personnel. The well-trained medical staff immediately began a rescue operation. All the injured at the scene received the necessary treatment. Those requiring resuscitation were resuscitated, those needing bandages were bandaged, and those who needed to be loaded into the ambulances were transported. Thanks to Chuling's involvement, the rescue operation didn't descend into chaos. On the contrary, it went surprisingly smoothly. Chuling and the others helped the medical staff carry the critically ill patients onto the ambulances, and after watching the ambulances drive away, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The critically ill patients had finally been saved. Now that things here were wrapped up, he planned to leave with Ku Xiaobing. After all, he'd promised to take Ku Xiaobing out for some fun today, and a man should keep his word, shouldn't he? Ku Xiaobing followed closely behind Chuling, watching his back. She was truly captivated by the way he had just saved people. Just now, the way Chuling had focused on saving lives was truly captivating. The way he remained calm in the face of danger was simply so handsome. A man like that, responsible and reliant. Ku Xiaobing lowered her head slightly, hiding the trace of admiration in her eyes, and asked Chuling softly, "Chuling, is there anything you can't do? I'm really surprised. I never expected you to know medicine too." And it's not just that he knows a little, he knows quite a lot. Chuling merely nodded faintly, not wanting to explain too much. "I know a little. These first aid techniques are just common sense." Sun Yingxu, who had been about to come over to ask Chuling to go to the hospital with her, nearly stumbled backward when she heard the words "just a little." You call that a little knowledge, and you call this common sense? Is your acupuncture technique just a little knowledge? And what about all those meticulously prepared first aid supplies and resuscitation advice? You call that a little knowledge? Are you trying to kill me? After all my hard work, I'm still only at the know a little level? And not even at that level? Wasn't this a veiled insult implying her skills were a bit lacking? Sun Yingxiu swore she had silently recited Chuling's good qualities over and over again just to barely suppress the urge to beat him to death. Isn't that just too demoralizing? Doesn't he have any regard for my dignity at all? However, even though Sun Yingxiu was furious, she still caught up with Chuling and pressed him. Aren't you going to help out at the hospital? With your exceptional medical skills, if the hospital has any difficult surgeries, you could definitely be of great help, right? After saying this, Sun Yingxiu looked at Chuling with pleading eyes. She believed she was acting entirely for the patient's sake, but Sun Yingxiu didn't realize at all that her own self-interest was at play. She just really wanted to see just how much more untapped potential this Chuling had to offer. Sun Yingxiu had no proof, but she just had a feeling that Chuling would definitely be able to help even in a large hospital teeming with top-notch doctors. If she could invite Chuling to join the hospital as a doctor, that would be even better. It would also provide her uncle, the president of Jinling Hospital, with a formidable asset. Chuling ignored Sun Yingxiu's invitation. Instead, he walked over to the side, picked up the medical kit he'd snatched earlier, shoved it into her hands, and said, "Thanks for the medical kit." If it hadn't been for her first aid kit, several critically ill patients might very well have been in real danger. After expressing his gratitude, Chuling turned to leave. Seeing that Chuling was about to leave, Sun Yingxiu instinctively blocked his path. "You haven't answered me yet. Will you come with me to the hospital?" Chuling looked at Sun Yingxiu blocking his path, and his heart skipped a beat. The way she was standing there looked exactly like an eagle catching a little chick. Faced with a girl, Chuling couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat and said, "The question isn't whether I'll go, but what I'll do once I'm there. The doctors at Jinling Hospital are battle-hardened. They handle treatments with ease. If I go, I certainly won't be able to coordinate with them as well. I might even end up delaying the patient's treatment. Don't you agree? Besides, we should trust the doctors at a major hospital like this. They're the professionals. As for me, I'm really just an amateur. Why would you want an amateur like me to get in the way? In this accident, I've done everything I could. As for the rest, it's up to the injured patient's own fate. As the saying goes, life and death are predestined and wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. Finally, there's one more thing. They're not even paying me. Why would I go?" Chuling's line of questioning cut right Sun Yingxiu's heart. He made such a logical and well-reasoned argument. If I hadn't been thinking for myself, I really would have been fooled by you. What do you mean, amateur? If you're an amateur, then what am I? Excessive modesty is just another form of pride, and you won't pay. How dare you say that? Sun Yingxiu had seen it clearly before. The clothes Chuling used as a cushion for his hands were all luxurious suits worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. The way he handled them without a second thought showed no sign of cherishing or valuing them at all. He'd just toss aside tens or even hundreds of millions without a second thought. Someone with that kind of wealth wouldn't be short on a measly consultation fee, would they? Besides, if you're really in it for the money, I'll give it to you. Unfortunately, before Sun Yingxiu could say anything else, Chuling had already dragged Ku Xiaobing away. Watching Chuling and Ku Xiaobing walk away, Sun Yingxiu stamped her foot in frustration and stormed off toward her car. The driver, who was waiting nearby, hurried to catch up and asked cautiously from behind her, "Miss, where are we going now?" As he spoke, the driver glanced at Chuling's retreating figure. That man is quite something. Our young lady is known for being well-mannered and refined. To make a girl like her this angry, he must be quite the character. "Let's go check on my uncle," Sun Yingxiu said as she settled into the back seat of the car. Sun Yingxiu's uncle was the director of Jinling Hospital. Despite what Chuling had just said, she still wanted to check on the injured person's condition. She was now a doctor at Jinling Hospital as well. Although she was off duty today, with an incident like this having occurred, Jinling Hospital might not have enough staff. It would be good for her to go and lend a hand. She also wanted to check on the middle-aged woman whose life had been saved by the silver needles to see exactly how she was doing. Thinking of the silver needles, Sun Yingxiu opened the medical kit, took out the case containing them, and decided she would retrieve them as well. These silver needles were a birthday gift her grandfather had crafted for her when she turned 18. As she looked at the silver needles, Sun Yingxiu's thoughts drifted far away. Then she felt something unusual in her pocket. She reached in, felt around, and pulled it out. It was 2 bright red Mozong bills. Huh? Sun Yingxiu? I didn't bring any cash with me today. How did this happen? Today is really strange. Chuling and Ku Xiaobing had just gotten into the car when they suddenly froze. It seemed like the silver needles that girl had been using were still stuck in those patients' bodies, along with the bandages. I should have brought some cash with me, Chuling muttered to himself. He could tell that those silver needles were different from ordinary ones. They must have been meticulously crafted, which made him feel a little guilty. What's wrong? Ku Xiaobing asked, noticing the look on Chuling's face. Chuling smiled at her. Nothing much. I just used that girl's supplies earlier and didn't pay for them. I only just remembered after I finished. Just as he was speaking, Ku Xiaobing reached out her hand. What's that for? Chuling was taken aback. Pay up! Ku Xiaobing smiled softly. I slipped 200 yuan into that girl's pocket just now while she wasn't looking. You're something else. Here, give me your phone, I'll transfer the money to you. Chuling pulled out his phone, only to catch Ku Xiaobing giving him a sharp look. Come on, come on. Just think of it as the fare for taking me out today. Get the car started, let's go have some fun. Chuling turned to glance at Ku Xiaobing. Seeing her still pale face, he couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, she'd been scared out of her wits, yet she was still putting on a brave face. Meanwhile, inside Jinling Hospital, several doctors were looking at a note and discussing it. The man leading them was none other than Sun Ziyi, the president of Jinling Hospital and Sun Yingxu's uncle. The others were several lead surgeons at Jinling Hospital. Sun Ziyi's fingers tapped lightly on the note on the table as he said, "Everyone, take a look. This is a fax we just received from the 120 Emergency Center. It contains some preoperative instructions." Preoperative instructions. The lead surgeons didn't think much of it at first, but the more they read, the more alarmed they became. These preoperative instructions were far too detailed. Each of these points hits the nail on the head. Especially the last point about venous puncture. If it's only discovered during surgery, it would waste far too much time. These preoperative preparations can save them a great deal of time and give patients a better chance of pulling through. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. A young nurse poked her head in to announce the patient has arrived. Sun Ziyi and the lead surgeons exchanged a glance and hurried out. Inside the ambulance, the veteran soldiers were the first to jump out. Ignoring their own injuries, they insisted that the doctors attend to the other patients first. Not only that, but they also helped the medical staff move the patients' stretchers, rolling up their sleeves and pitching in a sight that deeply moved everyone. The elderly woman suffering from cardiac arrest had her son gently holding her hand. He whispered encouragingly into her ear, "Mom, you have to pull through. We're counting on you to guide us through the good times ahead. Your son is waiting for you right outside the operating room. You have to hang in there, okay?" The nurses knew time was of the essence, so they had someone nearby help the veteran walk away, while the rest quickly rushed the elderly woman into the operating room. The lead surgeon in the operating room was already prepared. After completing all the necessary preparations, he began the procedure. The surgery went smoothly, though a thin sheen of sweat had already begun to form on the lead surgeon's forehead. As a nurse wiped the sweat from his brow, the lead surgeon remarked, "Thank goodness for the preoperative preparations, they really came at just the right time. It was exactly as the note said. Otherwise, things would have been really touch and go." The assistant and the nurse standing nearby exchanged a glance, but nothing. The lead surgeon was in the middle of the operation, so they certainly couldn't disturb him. But there were some complaints they simply had to voice. They'd taken a look earlier. The preoperative preparations were incredibly professional. It was clear that only a seasoned veteran could have made such an accurate assessment. Sun Yingxu also arrived at Jinling Hospital shortly afterward. She didn't sit idle either, but kept assisting the hospital's medical staff with the rescue efforts. It wasn't until treatment for everyone at the accident scene was complete that Sun Yingxu stretched, changed her clothes, and headed home. Everyone was exhausted today, and her uncle was surely even busier. She couldn't go and disturb him now. She'd done everything she could. Staying any longer wouldn't be of much help. As for the condition of the injured, she'd inquired through her connections and learned that the surgeries had been very successful. In other words, all of them had pulled through. However, after she left, the atmosphere here took a different turn. The group of men all shed tears, just like those song lyrics say, tasting the flavor of tears they hadn't felt in a long time. Meanwhile, Chuling had already taken Ku Xiaobing to the banks of the Yangtze River. Watching the waters of the Yangtze River rush by, Chuling felt a wave of relief wash over him. Those unpleasant memories seemed to be washed away by the river, fading into the distance. "Xiaobing, are you feeling any better?" Chuling asked softly. But after waiting for quite a while with no response, Chuling looked over in Ku Xiaobing's direction and realized the girl had been staring blankly into space the whole time. Chuling paused for a moment, realizing that Ku Xiaobing must have been thoroughly frightened. After all, a scene like that was simply too much for a young girl to handle. Thinking of this, Chuling felt a pang of guilt. He should have left Ku Xiaobing in the car, then she wouldn't have been so frightened. After mulling it over, Chuling gently tapped Ku Xiaobing on the arm and asked, "Xiaobing, do you want to watch a comedy?" They say the cure for a troubled heart is a happy one. If she'd been scared by something gory, wouldn't watching something cheerful make up for it? Ku Xiaobing blinked, forced a smile, and said, "Sure." Seeing that Ku Xiaobing had agreed, Chuling immediately went to get the car and set off for their destination. As evening approached, Ku's parents returned home. "Hey, old Ku, what do you think our daughter cooked for little Chu today?" Mrs. Ku had already started eagerly speculating before she even stepped through the door. Mr. Ku was just taking out his keys to unlock the door and hadn't responded to his wife's question when he heard her continue. "I wonder if she cooked well. If this meal turns out terrible and we lose such a great son-in-law because of it, just thinking about it breaks my heart." Mrs. Ku was genuinely starting to worry. She could see that her friends' daughters and her own daughter had all gotten married. The thought that her own outstanding daughter was still single was truly heart-wrenching. Mr. Koo opened the door, ushered his wife inside first, and then followed her in, saying as he walked, "My daughter takes after me. Her cooking skills are absolutely top-notch." "Mrs. Koo, are you sure? You can't even scramble an egg. What are you trying to pull?" If Mr. Koo hadn't said that, Mrs. Koo wouldn't have been so worried, but the moment he did, her heart sank even further. After changing their shoes, the two walked into the house. As soon as they entered, they saw several plates of food still sitting on the table, not yet cleared away. Dad and Mom Koo exchanged a glance, both questioning looks in their eye. They walked over to take a look. The plates showed signs of having been eaten. It seemed these were the leftovers from their daughter and Xiao Chu's meal. Mr. Koo smiled as he looked at the plates and said smugly, "Did you see that? I told you my daughter takes after me, didn't I? Just look at these dishes. They're absolutely perfect in color, aroma, and taste. How wonderful!" To be honest, even if you, her mother, cooked them yourself, you might not be able to match her skills. Mr. Koo wasn't exaggerating. Objectively speaking, the presentation of the dishes on the table right now was on par with that of a hotel chef. And at the very least, they were on par with a 5-star hotel. As he spoke, Mr. Koo asked Mrs. Koo to bring him a pair of chopsticks. He wanted to taste his daughter's cooking. "It's only thanks to my future son-in-law that I get to taste my daughter's cooking. As a dad, I've really not done a very good job." Mrs. Koo heard every word of Mr. Koo's lament and laughed so hard she was doubled over. "Look at you, talking so bitterly. Just wait until our daughter gets back, then you'll see how I'll give you a hard time." As she spoke, Mom Koo had already handed the chopsticks to Dad Koo. Mom Koo was still a bit hesitant to try it. Even though it was her own daughter, how good could her cooking be on her very first try? The taste was definitely nothing to write home about. Mr. Koo, however, wasn't thinking that much about it. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it gently. The dish had already cooled somewhat, so it wasn't until the meat was warmed in his mouth that its true flavor came through. Mr. Koo couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. This flavor... In that very instant, a gleam lit up Mr. Koo's previously calm eyes. He seemed to have been rejuvenated, nearly leaping out of his chair. This dish was simply delicious. The diced chicken was perfectly seasoned, salty and savory with a hint of numbing spice, making it incredibly delicious. Even though it was chicken breast, it wasn't dry or tough at all. On the contrary, it felt incredibly tender and smooth. Mr. Koo could hardly believe it. He quickly picked up the herbal tea from the table and took a sip before picking up another piece of chicken and popping it into his mouth. This time the flavor seemed even richer. The herbal tea hadn't completely washed away the flavor in his mouth. Perhaps that flavor as a base, the aroma of this second piece was even richer and more mellow. That intense flavor further stimulated his taste buds, and Dad Koo felt his appetite suddenly surge. He was hungry. "Don't just keep eating, tell me what it tastes like." Mom looked at Dad, who remained silent, feeling as if a cat were scrambling around inside her chest. She was dying to know. But Mr. kept eating without even looking up, shoveling bite after bite into his mouth. Mom was stunned and her anger flared up. That good-for-nothing man eating such cold leftovers without saying a word. Had his tongue frozen to the roof of his mouth? After all, they'd been married for many years, and Mrs. Koo still cared deeply for her husband, so she said, "I can't stand seeing you act like a starving ghost. If you're really that hungry, I'll go make you something hot." But Mr. Koo still didn't respond. He just kept his head down and ate. Mrs. Koo was getting genuinely annoyed, so she snatched the chopsticks and took a bite herself. Mrs. Koo froze on the spot, immediately picked up the 2 plates in front of her, and headed toward the inner room. "That's not fair. Wait a minute, let's eat together," Mr. Koo said, not caring about anything else. He grabbed a cold steamed bun from the kitchen and rushed into the inner room. The couple ate with such gusto that the delicious food on the plates was soon devoured. Mrs. Koo looked at the empty plates, still feeling a bit unsatisfied, and said indignantly, "Well, that little girl is something else. She's clearly such a great cook, yet she acts like she can't even make instant noodles. From now on, she'll be the one cooking all our meals at home. She doesn't have a shred of consideration for her parents." Mr. Koo listened with a gleam in his eyes, nodding repeatedly as he agreed, "My dear, you're absolutely right. A child like that deserves to be punished by having to cook every day." If he could come home to meals like this every day after work, he felt his golden years would be nothing short of bliss. Mr. and Mrs. Koo lost interest in watching TV. Sitting on the couch, they discussed the flavors of the dishes they'd just eaten, and the more they thought about them, the more they regretted not having more. These dishes are so delicious, wouldn't they taste even better if they were piping hot? "It's all your fault. If you'd hit the brakes in time, the 2 of us could have at least warmed up the food. That's when it tastes best," Mrs. Koo complained. Dad Koo smiled sheepishly. He wanted to eat them hot too, but his hands wouldn't let him. "It's okay. Once the chef gets back, we'll have hot food. How wonderful that be?" Just as the 2 were talking, a noise came from near the front door. Koo Xiaobing had returned. As soon as Koo Xiaobing walked in, she saw her parents standing at the doorway, staring at her expressionlessly like 2 door gods. It gave Koo Xiaobing quite a start. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? You scared the life out of me. Ku Xiaobing gently patted her chest and exclaimed in exasperation. Her parents exchanged a glance, and her mother said, "Come on in for a moment." Without giving it a second thought, Ku Xiaobing obediently followed her parents into the room. As soon as she entered, she saw several empty plates, all sparkling clean. Huh, did you guys eat the leftovers? But since you washed the plates clean, why are they still here? Wouldn't it be better to put them back in the kitchen? Ku Xiaobing recognized these as the plates she'd used at lunch that day and asked in confusion. Mom gave a slight smile. Your dad wiped them clean with a steamed bun. Ku Xiaobing. Are these really my mom and dad? I want to call 110 right now. I suspect my parents have been abducted by aliens. Mom tapped her finger on the table and asked sternly, "Did you make this dish for lunch?" Upon hearing her parents' question, Ku Xiaobing's expression visibly changed. Thinking back to her kidnapper look from that afternoon, she found it hard to face them herself. Ku Xiaobing cleared her throat and said, somewhat sheepishly, "Yeah, I made it. What do you think? It tastes pretty good, right?" "You really made this? That's wonderful." Mr. Ku lit up with joy. They even high-fived each other in celebration. "Then from now on, you'll be in charge of all the meals at home, okay?" What a bright future lay ahead. Ku Xiaobing. These definitely weren't her real parents. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ku Xiaobing quickly came clean. "Okay, I admitted I really didn't make it. Chuling did." If she didn't come clean now, the burden of feeding the three of them would fall squarely on her shoulders. Doing some chores for the family was no big deal, but Ku Xiaobing was worried her parents' stomachs couldn't handle it and that their taste buds wouldn't keep up with hers. Mr. and Mrs. Ku didn't believe her. They thought their daughter was trying to hide her true abilities again, so they said earnestly, "Don't try to hide it anymore. Mom and Dad can tell just by tasting it this is clearly the true legacy of the Ku family." The true legacy of the Ku family. They could tell just by tasting it? Ku Xiaobing's mouth twitched slightly. Her dad really had the nerve to say that. She raised both hands high above her head in surrender. "Really, it really was Chuling who made it. I don't even know how to make instant noodles. How could I possibly have cooked all these delicious dishes?" She explained for quite a while. Ku's parents exchanged a glance, and only then did they begin to believe her. Mom thought for a moment and asked, "So it was little Chu who made it. How much did you guys make, and what dishes were there?" Since they wouldn't be able to eat any of it right away, it was nice to at least treat their ears to the descriptions. Ku Xiaobing thought for a moment and said, "I don't know the names of the dishes, but there were quite a lot of them. We ate the best ones for lunch. The rest are just the regular ones." Mr. and Mrs. Ku. "And you call this just average?" My goodness, young people these days really do have such refined palates. Just how delicious must those best ones have been? They felt a gnawing curiosity like a cat scratching at their hearts. Thinking about the dishes from lunch, Ku Xiaobing couldn't help but think of that sashimi. It was so delicious, just thinking about it made her mouth water. "Mom and Dad, have you ever tried sashimi?" Ku Xiaobing pressed. Ku's parents exchanged a glance, both looking completely bewildered. They just had ordinary home-cooked meals. There was no sashimi to be found. Ku Xiaobing hurried to the dining room and saw the only plate left on the table. The cicada Chuling had carved out of ice had long since melted, turning into a puddle of water on the plate. Ku Xiaobing pointed at the water and said, "Isn't that it? It's right in there." Seeing the bewildered looks on her parents' faces, Ku Xiaobing quickly grabbed a pair of chopsticks, fished a few slices of sashimi as thin as cicada wings out of the water, and waved them in front of her parents. "Isn't this it?" Mr. and Mrs. Ku stared at the sashimi, so thin it was translucent, their mouths agape in astonishment. "That's way too thin, isn't it?" When it was in the water, they hadn't even noticed it at all. Ku Xiaobing grew even more smug as she described what it looked like when Chuling first served it at lunch. "If Chuling hadn't served it to me, I wouldn't have even seen the sashimi. I thought she was giving me ice cubes." Mr. and Mrs. Ku paid no attention to their daughter's boasting. They each picked up a slice of fish with their chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it. Without the ice to enhance it, the fish melted in their mouths. Although it lacked a bit of texture, it didn't detract one bit from the exquisite flavor. It was so delicious they almost swallowed their tongues along with it. Now that's what true deliciousness tastes like. "It's really delicious," Mr. and Mrs. Ku sighed in unison. Mr. Ku even went so far as to dramatically take Ku Xiaobing's hand and said with a serious expression, "I accept this son-in-law. Our family doesn't require a dowry. All we need is his sincere heart." Mr. and Mrs. Ku nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If he's willing to come over and cook for us from time to time, we'll let our daughter go with him." Ku Xiaobing. "These aren't my parents. My parents love me more than anything. There's no way they'd sell out their own daughter just for a good meal." Ever since she got home today, something had felt off. Her parents must have been swapped out. The three of them were sitting on the couch chatting when suddenly Mr. Ku looked at a news alert on his phone and said, "Check out this news story. There was a car accident on the Yangtze River Bridge today. It was terrible." Mr. kept staring at his phone, completely oblivious to Ku Xiaobing, whose face had instantly turned pale, and continued, The news all says there was a hero who saved people at the accident scene. Today he was driving a Bugatti. The moment they heard the word Bugatti, Mr. and Mrs. Ku froze, instinctively turning to look at Ku Xiaobing. Seeing their daughter's ashen face, they immediately realized what was going on and asked tentatively, "Was it you who rescued people at the scene today?" Xiaobing nodded slightly and recounted today's events to her parents, unable to help but gush about how amazing Chuling was and how calm and composed he'd remained at the scene. After hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Ku were utterly stunned. This young Chu really is a remarkable young man. They never would have imagined that Chuling, who was so wealthy, not only knew how to cook but was also highly skilled in medicine. He was simply the perfect choice for a son-in-law. Mr. and Mrs. Ku exchanged a glance, and their fondness for Chuling grew even stronger. Mrs. Ku looked at her daughter's deathly pale face and felt her heart break with worry. She gently wrapped her arm around her daughter's shoulders and comforted her in a soft, soothing voice. "Silly girl, don't be afraid. You've already done so well today, you're amazing. If I'd been there, forget about helping make calls or taking care of the injured, I probably would have been so scared I'd have collapsed right on the spot. Let's sleep together tonight, be afraid." Feeling her mother's concern, Ku Xiaobing smiled sweetly. "Okay, it's been so long since I've slept with Mom." After saying that, she winked at her dad. "Sorry, Dad, for leaving you to sleep alone." Dad rolled his eyes at her. "They say daughters are like cozy little cotton jackets, but hers must be made of black-hearted cotton, right?" She even tried to steal his wife for no reason. It was really infuriating. Thinking this, Mr. Ku found himself looking forward even more to marrying his daughter off, though of course, he was just joking. Meanwhile, after treating her patients, Sun Yingshu hurried back to a villa halfway up Zhengxi Mountain in Jinling. As soon as she walked in, she saw an elderly man preparing medicine. The old man was dressed in a white long robe, its buttons neatly fastened, and his face bore a meticulous expression, making him appear exceptionally focused. The moment Sun Yingshu saw him, her face lit up with a smile and she exclaimed, "Grandpa, aren't you resting yet?" Hearing the familiar voice, Sun Dihai turned his head and asked, "Xiaoxiu, you're back. You're home a bit late today." "I was treating patients at the hospital and lost track of time." Sun Yingshu laughed. "Grandpa, has Uncle come back yet?" Sun Dihai waved his hand. "No, he hasn't. He called earlier and said he had something to take care of at the hospital, so he'd be back a little later. You know him ever since he became the hospital director. He's been working day and night. Don't worry about him. Xiaoxiu, have you eaten yet? If not, Grandpa will make you something." A smile spread across the old man's face as he looked at his eldest granddaughter, the corners of his mouth curving upward without him even realizing it. Just as the two were talking, the door swung open. Sun Yingshu looked in the direction of the sound and saw her uncle, his face worn with fatigue. Sun Zi was wearing dress pants and a V-neck sweater, revealing the crisp collar of his shirt. The top button of his shirt, which he usually kept fastened, had come undone at some point, and his brow and eyes betrayed an inexpressible weariness. "Uncle, you must be exhausted today," Sun Yingshu asked with concern, quickly pouring a glass of water and handing it to him. Sun Zi took the glass of water and let out a soft from his throat as a response to his niece. He was truly exhausted, too tired even to speak. Seeing his son's exhaustion, the old man said nothing more. He got up, went to the kitchen, brought out the meal that had been kept warm, and motioned for Sun Zai and Sun Yingshu to sit down at the table. "Eat a little something before you rest, so you don't upset your stomach." As a doctor, he was dedicated to saving lives and healing the sick, often being called away in the middle of the night to perform surgery. The Sun family had been in the medical profession for generations, so naturally, they never uttered a single word of complaint. But in the Sun family kitchen, there was always a pot of soup simmering and a meal kept warm. The old man sat with the two of them at the dining table. Only after watching them finish eating did he turn to Sun Zai and ask, "Eldest son, why did you come back so late today?" "There was a major car accident near the Yangtze River Bridge today. I've been performing emergency treatment ever since my legs were practically giving out," Sun Zi replied in a gentle voice after eating a little and finally regaining some energy. Sun Zi glanced at Sun Yingshu, who was still sipping her soup, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He said to the old man, "Come to think of it, we really have Xiaoxiu to thank for today. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to save several lives." "Oh? Xiaoxiu has really come into her own." The old man was taken aback by this and quickly urged his son to explain the situation in detail. Sun Yingshu set down her soup bowl at that moment and looked at her uncle with a puzzled expression. Pouting slightly, she asked, "Uncle, why are you saying that? What did I do?" She had indeed been helping out at the hospital today, but she'd only been treating minor cases. It wasn't nearly as dramatic as her uncle was making it out to be. Sun Zi looked at Sun Yingshu's puzzled expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shaking his head, he said, "Xiaoxiu, why are you being so modest all of a sudden? You were definitely at the scene of the car accident today, weren't you?" Sun Yingshu nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Zi turned to the old man and said, "While I was in a meeting at the hospital today, I received a fax from the 120 Emergency Center. It listed in detail the equipment and medications to prepare. They even thought of an ice cap for cooling the head." Not only that, but it also included preoperative preparations based on an assessment of the scene. I was sitting there wondering, who is so capable that they can remain so calm and composed in a situation like that? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, forgetting to take a sip of the tea he was holding, and asked with a smile, "Are you saying Xiaoxu did it?" If it really were his granddaughter Chu, then this would be a kind of transformation for her as well. After all, learning from books alone is never enough. To truly understand, one must put it into practice. Traditional Chinese medicine is one thing, but when it comes to Western medicine, his granddaughter had only just graduated and started working at Jinling Hospital, so compared to her skills in traditional Chinese medicine, she still lacked practical experience. Sun Zi patted the old man's hand, signaling him to be patient. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Guess what I saw when the patient was brought to the emergency room? Knowing how anxious the old man was, Sun Zi cut straight to the chase. I saw that the silver needles in the patient's body were the very set you gave to Xiaoxu. Sun Zi was a meticulous sort of person. Not for such clear evidence, he wouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Those patients were in a very critical condition. If the bleeding hadn't been stopped in time with the silver needles and they hadn't received proper emergency care, they would have bled to death on the way here. Moreover, the force applied to the silver needles and the precision in targeting the acupoints were both masterful. I'd go so far as to say that even I probably couldn't have performed at that level. Moreover, Xiaoxu's preoperative warning came just in time. Thanks to our thorough preparations, we were able to stabilize their conditions. Otherwise, they likely wouldn't have made it off the operating table. And even if, by some miracle, they had made it off the operating table, they would most likely have ended up in a vegetative state. Sun Zi spoke with great enthusiasm, while the old man listened with wide eyes, especially when he heard his son say, "Even I'm afraid, could not achieve such a level." The weight of those words was clear after all. The eldest son was arguably the most skilled in traditional Chinese medicine among his brothers, having practiced for decades. For him to say something like that was certainly no trivial matter. The legacy of the Sun family had finally been passed on to the next generation. Such an outstanding child, truly, the pupil has surpassed the master. Sun Zi reached out to pat Sun Yingxu on the head and said admiringly, "Xiaoxu, you're truly amazing now. You've certainly lived up to your grandfather's teachings. Very good, very, very good." The old man listened cheerfully from the side, downed the tea in his cup in one gulp, and burst out laughing. "Well done, Xiaoxu. You've done wonderfully. Our Sun family's creed is to always remember the compassionate heart of a healer. Grandpa is deeply gratified that you've lived up to it so well." Sun Zi pulled a box out of his pocket. Inside were Sun Yingxu's silver needles. He very formally pushed the silver needles towards Sun Yingxu, his gaze filled with approval. Sun Yingxu's pretty face flushed bright red. She knew full well that none of the deeds her uncle had mentioned were actually her doing. But seeing how moved her grandfather and uncle were, the truth stuck in her throat, and she simply couldn't bring herself to speak. "Dad, I'm so tired today. I'm going upstairs to rest," Sun Zi told his grandfather. "I might have to rush back to the hospital tonight, so I'm going to get some sleep first." "Go ahead." The old man watched his eldest son go upstairs, then sat down at the dining table with a cheerful smile, sipping his tea, his eyes crinkled into slits. Watching her grandfather like that, Sun Yingxu felt an unbearable pang of sorrow in her heart. After agonizing over it for a long time, she finally decided to lay the whole truth bare before her grandfather. Medical skills can be learned over time, but one's character must never be compromised. Having come to this realization, Sun Yingxu sat down next to her grandfather and said in a voice so soft it was barely above a whisper, "Grandpa, actually, what happened today, I didn't do it. Those were..." Sun Yingxu recounted in great detail to her grandfather exactly what happened when she went out. Of course, she focused on describing Chuling's rescue efforts, how he stopped the bleeding, how he applied acupuncture to specific points, and how he used his fists instead of a defibrillator to save the patient. "Grandpa, when Chuling called 120 for emergency help, he was performing CPR while quickly going over all the precautions. I was truly amazed. Tell me, how can there be such an incredible person in this world? And those amazing techniques and methods, he's someone who's equally skilled in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. He's so far beyond her in every way." The more Sun Yingxu spoke, the lower she bowed her head. She was practically turning into a little ostrich. "Grandpa, do you think I used to be too full of myself? I'm really shaken up today. I'm starting to doubt myself." Sun Yingxu's voice was subdued, just like her current mood. After listening to his granddaughter's account, the old man fell silent for a moment as well. Even someone of Sun Dihai's advanced age was stunned by Chuling's remarkable feats. This young man was truly remarkable. But even so, that didn't mean his own granddaughter wasn't outstanding. The old man reached out and gently patted Sun Yingxu on the shoulder, his voice steady and kind. "Jiaoxu, listen to Grandpa. You've already achieved a great deal." Sun Dihai had always held his granddaughter in high regard. She had been hardworking since childhood, quick-witted, and impeccable in every aspect of her character. Her life had been smooth sailing since childhood. She'd never faced any setbacks. In that sense, Sun Dihai felt that Chuling's appearance served as a wake-up call for his granddaughter, warning to stay vigilant. It was, after all, a good thing. "Jiaoxu, do you remember what Grandpa has always told you since you were little? There's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. We're not the only medical family in Huaxia. Based on what you've said, he might be the sign of some other medical family. I just never expected him to be so well-versed in Western medicine as well. It seems that medical families today, just like ours, are all seeking change. Sun Dihai's words finally made Sengshu look up. Sun Dihai kept thinking it over, muttering to himself with some confusion. But as far as I know, none of the families I'm familiar with seem to have any children of that age. And I've certainly never heard of such a talented young heir. Could it be that someone from a medical family outside the region has come to Jinling? Sun Yingshu tried hard to recall Chu Ling's appearance. Suddenly, she gasped and said, "Ah, that's right, Grandpa, that Chu Ling is incredibly strong. The patient he treated with silver needles to stop the bleeding was originally trapped in a bus." Sun Yingshu briefly recounted the rescue operation. Sun Dihai's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, "Are you really sure he lifted that heavy bus?" Sun Yingshu nodded with absolute certainty. She was absolutely sure of this. That bus hadn't budged an inch before, but as soon as he touched it, he was able to lift it. It had to be him, there's no mistake about it. Sun Dihai chuckled softly, looking at his granddaughter with a smile. "Jiaoxu, you really are quite lucky to have encountered someone with a genuine martial arts lineage." "A lineage of masters?" Sun Yingxu looked completely puzzled. "Grandpa, what's a lineage?" The old man sighed. Not only had Xiaoxu never heard of it, but even he had only ever heard others mention he'd never actually encountered such a remarkable person himself. People like this are extremely rare, but every single one of them is truly a cut above the rest. I heard this from my own grandfather. There are indeed still some martial lineages in China, ancient martial arts lineages. Their disciples undergo training from a young age to open their hips, align their dragon spines, and unblock their meridians. Combined with rigorous training and mastery of power generation techniques, they truly possess strength of 1,000 jun. However, such people are rare these days. Generally, they either live in seclusion in the mountains or serve in the military. As the old man spoke, a hint of longing flashed across his face. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Sun Yingxu was completely dumbfounded. Ancient martial arts traditions, 1,000 jun of strength? It sounded just like a fairy tale. Grandpa, do such people really exist in this world? Sun Yingxu couldn't believe it. Sun Dihai burst out laughing. Kids these days know so little. Or do you think stories like the Overlord lifting a cauldron or Lu Bu's 1,000 yuan strength are just made up? All those mighty generals in history had masters who trained them. Back in the day, stories of heroes scaling walls and leaping across rooftops, while they might have been embellished, were based on real figures. Sun Dihai answered his granddaughter's questions with a smile. Hearing her grandfather's words, Sun Yingxu felt as though the worldview she'd built up over the years was about to crumble. If all this really existed, then... Grandpa, do they have something like Truqiai? Sun Yingxu's eyes sparkled as she looked at her grandfather expectantly. Sun Dihai nearly choked on his anger at Sun Yingxu's question. This kid must have been led astray by some novels. Sun Dihai gave his granddaughter a light tap on the head in exasperation. Only after hearing her cry out in pain did he speak slowly. True Qi, you say? Have you been reading too many Xiangsa novels? If it were really that powerful, would Huaxia have ended up in such a shattered state back then? All it would have taken was a few reclusive masters to lead their forces and invade enemy territory. Thinking back on the various horrors of those days, Sun Dihai couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Those sects and schools were also decimated because they joined the war. Some didn't even have time to pass down their teachings before they breathed their last and passed away. In those years, who knows how many precious traditions were lost forever. Thinking of this, Sun Dihai ached deeply. Jiaoxui, have you ever heard of the Daoist order? The Daoist order has an ancestral precept. In times of chaos, Daoists enter the world to help others. In times of peace, they withdraw from the world to pursue spiritual cultivation. In fact, other ancient martial arts schools all adhered to this principle, and that is precisely why there are so few mountain sects and martial arts schools left in China today. Those individuals, armed with their skills and a heart dedicated to saving the world, resolutely threw themselves into the ranks of the resistance. Sun Dihai let out another long sigh. If it weren't for these ancestral precepts, these reclusive clans wouldn't have seen their talent dwindle to the point of near obscurity. Upon hearing this, Sun Yingxu finally understood. It was the first time she'd heard such stories, and she found them utterly fascinating. She felt genuine admiration for those predecessors. Grandpa, is Chu Ling really from a reclusive clan, having to balance physical cultivation with the study of medicine? That must be incredibly taxing, isn't it? Grandpa, didn't you say they're all supposed to live in seclusion? Then how did Chu Ling learn Western medicine? He couldn't have taught himself, could he? Grandpa. Sun Yingxu kept asking question after question, and it wasn't until evening that she reluctantly went to bed. Sun Dihai watched his granddaughter, who was clearly exhausted, and felt an indescribable pang of sadness. His own dear granddaughter, she couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning that boy. Sun Dihai could only sigh daughters grow up and leave home. And that look of adoration in her eyes, it was definitely genuine. Ah, well, never mind. As for Chu Ling, after dropping off Ku Xiaobing, he drove back home. He'd really had a tiring day, so he quickly took a shower and he felt much more relaxed afterward. He felt completely refreshed. Sitting on the couch, Chuling reflected on how he'd saved some life that day and was very satisfied with the medical skills he'd earned from checking in. Anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. It certainly didn't let me down. Then, in the very next moment, a light screen popped up. Please complete today's check-in, host. Check-in. Chuling silently muttered to himself, and immediately a beam of golden light shot out. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 30% stake in Rolls-Royce. Shares in Rolls-Royce? Today's check-in reward was something Chuling hadn't expected at all. He found it quite novel. However, he quickly put the matter out of his mind, remembering that after a day out, the fish in his villa were still hungry. The fish food was on the shelf next to the aquarium. Chuling casually grabbed a can and craned his neck to look at the blood dragon fish. The blood dragon fish was swimming freely in the tank. Chuling's arrival didn't seem to affect its movements. If anything, it seemed to be moving a little faster. Huh, is it hungry? Chuling looked at the blood dragonfish's bright red scales and felt quite pleased. As adult blood dragonfish mature, their color gradually shifts from golden yellow to orange-red, a hue that persists until they are about 8 or 9 years old. As they continue to age, their color slowly transitions from orange-red to deep red. Only after reaching this deep red are they considered to have completed their entire color-changing process. The one before Chuling had reached its most beautiful color. It looked as if it were made of blood-red jade, truly a stunning sight. At the 2004 International Fish Exhibition, a blood dragonfish was auctioned off for $600,000, which is approximately 5 million RMB. Chuling had seen photos of that fish, and to him it didn't look much different from the one in front of him now. He cheerfully poured the fish food into the tank, a small, sealed jar containing live baby shrimp, just the right amount for a blood dragon's meal. The blood dragonfish swallowed 2 of them in one gulp, devouring them with great relish. After admiring the fish for a while, Chuling took some more food to check on the giant alligator snapping turtle he kept. The giant alligator snapping turtle lived in the villa's fish pond. To help it grow stronger, Chuling provided it with fresh fish and shrimp, as well as top-quality beef. The alligator snapping turtle had a massive lower jaw and could swallow large chunks of food in a single bite. Before he knew it, Chuling had tossed in a few extra pieces of beef, teasing the alligator snapping turtle as it devoured them at the bottom of the pond. He actually found himself feeling like a doting father, subconsciously believing that as long as the alligator snapping turtle ate more meat, it would grow faster and healthier. After finishing feeding the fish, Chuling thought of the rare flowers and plants he tended. It was time to tend to them as well. Watering them, trimming excess branches and leaves, and checking the soil conditions. Caring for plants isn't difficult at all, it just requires a little patience. After all that work, several hours had already passed. Chuling couldn't help but grumble to himself. No wonder those wealthy people move into villas when they retire. After all this work, half a day has flown by. Time really does fly. Oh, that's right. Chuling seemed to think of something and muttered to himself, "The bank card I sent to Mom and Dad earlier should have arrived by now, right?" His family's fortunes had declined since he was a child, so this should make his parents pretty happy. However, Chuling wasn't quite sure why their family's fortunes had declined. He'd asked about it before, but his mom had always brushed him off. He'd save that for another time. Meanwhile, at the Rolls-Royce Jinling branch, the general manager received a phone call. Upon hearing the contents of the call, his expression changed drastically, and he sprang to his feet from his executive chair. After hanging up, the general manager immediately summoned his secretary and ordered, "Send out a notice right away. Everyone at the department head level and above is to attend a meeting." The secretary, of course, didn't dare delay and hurried to notify the senior executives from each department to attend the meeting. When the senior executives arrived at the conference room and saw the general manager's stern expression, any thoughts they might have had of asking others for details were immediately quashed. Looking at the assembled group, the general manager said directly, "Let's cut to the chase. I've just received a notice from headquarters that a major shareholder of the Rolls-Royce Group is currently in Jinling. Although we haven't received the shareholders' details yet, everyone needs to start preparing now for the major shareholder's upcoming inspection. Is that clear? With that, Director Bai will accompany me shortly to pay a visit to this major shareholder." After the general manager finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to a woman seated on his left. No one present had any objections to the general manager's decision to have Director Bai accompany him. After all, Director Bai is not only beautiful and has a great figure, but her professional competence is also widely recognized as exceptional. Her individual performance metrics rank her as the top performer in the Jinling branch. Someone with such strong abilities also knew how to get along with others and was widely praised for her interpersonal skills and social grace. It wasn't they didn't want to voice their opinions about such a talented individual, it was that they didn't dare. Most importantly, at first glance, the prospect of meeting the major shareholder certainly seemed like a good thing. With connections to the major shareholder, everything will be a little easier within the group going forward. You could even act however you pleased, and no one would dare stop you. But there are always two sides to every story. If you cater to the major shareholder well, things will be easy and convenient with plenty of benefits. But if you fail to please them or even accidentally offend the major shareholder, there's a very high chance you won't be able to survive within the group. That's why most people prefer to keep a low profile and wait to see how things play out. At the very least, they won't lose their current job or position, right? The Rolls-Royce Jinling branch offers excellent benefits and relatively light workloads. It's the kind of job that many people can only envy. The other senior executives had made up their minds. After noting the general manager's instructions, they left the conference room one by one. Only Director Bai remained, waiting for the general manager's instructions. The general manager glanced at his watch and motioned for Director Bai to wait a moment. The general manager then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly and the general manager spoke in a very respectful tone. "Hello, is this Mr. Chu? This is Du Jianzhang, general manager of the Rolls-Royce Jinling branch. I'm not sure if you have time right now, but I'd like to pay you a personal visit. Would that be okay?" After speaking, the general manager practically held his breath, waiting anxiously for Chu Ling's response. After all, this was his first phone call with this major shareholder, and since he wasn't familiar with the other party's temperament, the general manager was genuinely a bit nervous. It felt as if he had been waiting for an eternity when Chu Ling's voice finally came through on the other end of the line. "Sure, come on over. I'll send you the address in a moment." "Okay, thank you very much." The general manager finally hung up the phone and took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He'd agreed. That was a perfect first step. Director Bai, watching from the side, could clearly see that a thin sheen of sweat had broken out on the general manager's forehead. Moreover, the general manager's voice had been slightly trembling just now. Director Bai was completely taken aback by the general manager's demeanor. She'd been working with the general manager for several years and knew exactly what kind of person he was. He was undoubtedly someone who could navigate any situation with ease and remain unflappable. Even if a mountain were to collapse before him otherwise, he would never have risen to the position of general manager. She never would have imagined that just a phone call today could make him so nervous. This showed just how distinguished the person on the other end of the line must be. The general manager quickly regained his composure. He carefully tidied up his appearance and asked Director Bai to accompany him. As for Chu Ling, after sending the address, he didn't give the matter a second thought. With nothing else to do, he opened a live streaming app and, just as he saw Warner was streaming, clicked to watch. Warner's backend received a notification. User Lingyan has entered the live stream. When Warner saw the username Lingyan, her eyes lit up. "Brother Ling is here." She flashed a sweet smile at the camera and greeted Chu Ling. "Brother Ling is here, give him a warm welcome, everyone." Many of the viewers below were die-hard fans who had a strong impression of Lingyan, the big shot, and immediately joined in the welcome chorus. "A big spender who tips 100,000 at a time and drives a Bugatti, you've got to keep him happy. Let's hit 666 right away." Warner looked at the screen filled with 6666 messages and asked, addressing Chu Ling's avatar, "Bro Ling, I saw in the news today that a hero who saved someone was driving a Bugatti Veyron. That's you, right?" The moment she heard the words Bugatti Veyron, Warner instantly thought of Chu Ling. Luxury cars of this caliber are rare, and in Jinling they're one of a kind. Apart from Chu Ling, Warner really couldn't think of anyone else. Warner had already set Chu Ling's account as the room administrator, so his messages appeared with a floating effect, positioned right in the center of the screen, very conspicuous. "Yeah, that's me," Chu Ling's reply immediately floated on the screen. After circling the live stream once, the floating message disappeared, but the entire chat exploded with excitement. "Oh my god, I've actually caught a real-life divine healer in the wild. Master Lingyan, please pick me." It was even on the news. It was thanks to the timely rescue by an anonymous hero that the families of those retired soldiers were able to save their lives. "Big brother Lingyan, you're so rich you must have made your fortune by healing people, right? Is he really that amazing? Big shot Lingyan, could you treat me? I'd like a half-hour session. Could you give me some acupuncture?" "Big shot Lingyan, I only have one request. Day by day, day by day. To the person above, watch out. You might fall asleep for good. Watch out for organ damage. Don't come back smoking." Chu Ling looked at those strange requests, gave a mischievous grin, and silently typed a line. "Actually, massage is my specialty." Upon seeing Chu Ling's reply, Warner said with some confusion, "Massage? Isn't that just for wellness? What good can it do? Can it treat any illnesses? I remember you said before that you're so poor you're practically eating dirt. You've even starved. You're bound to a tiny size. Your condition can be cured with a massage. Come see me later, 3 massage sessions, and I guarantee you'll go through a second growth spurt. How about it?" Chu Ling typed quickly, sending the message in just a few seconds. His words were still floating in the center of the screen when the entire live stream suddenly fell silent.
The next second, as if the phone had frozen, the screen was suddenly flooded with LSP comments. "Damn it. I knew something was off about this bus from the start. This isn't a school bus heading to kindergarten at all. You're definitely a pro driver. This ride is fast and smooth. I didn't even realize I'd gotten on before we reached the stop. Master Lingyan, due to your excessive speed, your driver's license is revoked. Put your hands up now. At first, Wanna didn't quite catch on, but when she saw the comments flashing by, she instantly figured out what was going on. Bro Ling, you're such a pervert, Wanna said, feigning anger. But her gaze, part playful, part coy, was indescribably captivating, sparking another wave of discussion in the chat. Fans unanimously declared that their streamer had been completely charmed by the big spender. Wanna angrily pulled out her phone and said, I'm mad now, so I'm going to go on a rampage. Taimai. A familiar voice rang out, and Wanna decided to stream a game for a while. After all, as an esports streamer, she couldn't keep neglecting her main job. Chu Ling had been watching Wanna show off her skills for a while when the doorbell rang. Chu Ling walked over to answer it and found it was a call from the security guard at Tanlong Bay asking, Mr. Chu, someone is here to see you. Should I let them in? Sure, let them in, Chu Ling said, then hung up. With Chu Ling's permission, the security guard led the way for the two of them, while the general manager and director Bai followed behind in their respective cars. They were all from Jinling, so the Tianfang Tanlong Bay Villa community was a household name to them. Many had visited the estate before, and upon returning home, they had spread the word about its scenery, one person telling 10, and 10 telling 100. But hearsay is too vague, seeing is believing. Now that they had actually stepped inside, they realized that this top-tier villa community truly lived up to its reputation. Whether it was the wide roads leading up to the estate, the exquisite landscaping within the complex, or even the greenery in the common areas, all featured extremely rare and valuable tree species. There were many large, beautiful trees whose names they couldn't even identify. There's also a small, man-made stream winding its way through the entire villa complex. From a feng shui perspective, water symbolizes wealth. When water flows past the front door, prosperity naturally follows. The general manager was quite particular about these things. Looking at the layout here, he couldn't help but marvel. It really was excellent feng shui. That one over there is Villa No. 1, the security guard said, pointing out the location before turning and walking away. Only the general manager and director Bai remained, gazing in the direction of Villa No. 1, somewhat dumbfounded. Standalone villa, situated right in the center of the entire villa complex, was as instantly recognizable as a beauty glancing back from a crowd of 10,000. Their major shareholder actually lived in the crown jewel of Tianfang Tanlong Bay, a villa worth over $1 billion. Although this was entirely in line with the net worth of a Rolls-Royce major shareholder, having such a top-tier tycoon right in their midst was a bittersweet experience, a mix of envy and excitement. Chu Ling was already waiting at the villa's entrance, so the general manager and director Bai quickly parked their cars and walked over. Director Bai, you must make sure to build a good relationship with this major shareholder, understand? The general manager grew tense again as he carefully instructed Director Bai. Director Bai nodded. Yes, I understand. Just then, the two saw Chu Ling emerge from the villa. The general manager quickened his pace. Before he even reached Chu Ling, he extended his hand and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm the general manager of the Jinling branch. I've been in touch with you before. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. After the general manager finished his greeting, it was the turn of Director Bai Yun standing behind him. Bai Yun looked up, and the smile on her face froze instantly. She stared intently at Chu Ling for a long moment before finally managing to say, It's you? The general manager looked taken aback for a moment and was just about to reprimand Director Bai for her lack of manners, but then, upon further thought, a look of delight spread across his face. He turned to Bai Yun and said with a smile, Director Bai, do you know Mr. Chu? Chu Ling smiled and looked at Bai Yun, saying, Well, I suppose we know each other. Upon receiving Chu Ling's affirmative reply, the general manager's eyes crinkled with a smile so wide they were almost hidden. He thought to himself, Bai Yun really is my lucky charm. Not only does she do her job well, but she even knows the major shareholder. Won't things be much easier from now on? Let's go inside and talk, Chu Ling said, then invited the two of them into the villa. In the courtyard, Chu Ling's Bugatti Veyron was parked quite casually. The moment the general manager laid eyes on the Bugatti Veyron, the corner of his mouth twitched. Such a top-tier luxury car wasn't even kept as a collector's item. He was actually using it as his everyday vehicle. The life of a nouveau richie is all about doing whatever they please. Chu Ling led the way. As they passed through the garden, the general manager and Bai Yun gazed at the rare flowers in the courtyard, so astonished they were speechless. Truly befitting a top-tier tycoon, even the flowers and plants were so exquisitely tended. The two followed Chuling into the villa. Faced with the extravagantly luxurious interior, the general manager didn't even have the courage to sit down. It was so opulent that he instantly felt like Grandma Liu. Everything looked so novel to him. The general manager and Bai Yun stood on either side of Chuling, briefing him on the situation at the Jinling branch. They were very familiar with the company's operations and gave a clear, well-organized presentation, giving Chuling a general understanding of the situation. Mr. Chu, is there any specific information you'd like to examine in greater detail? The general manager asked earnestly. I can provide you with financial statements and annual and quarterly reports whenever you need them, so you can review them at any time. Mr. Chu was, after all, the majority shareholder and held the highest level of authority. Please have a seat, both of you. Let's talk this over at our leisure, Chuling said, unable to resist speaking up as he watched the two of them standing on either side of him like bodyguards. This arrangement made him feel a bit uncomfortable. No, Mr. Chu, you're too kind. The general manager still didn't dare to sit down, declining repeatedly. For some reason, he felt that Chuling possessed a unique aura. Although he was relatively young, people found themselves unable to look him in the eye. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Looking at Bai Yiyun beside him, he said, Mr. Chu, since you know our director Bai, she'll be both the director of our branch office and your secretary from now on. You can assign any tasks to her. Bai Yiyun, why do I feel like I've been sold out? Before Chuling could say a word, the general manager began instructing Bai Yiyun right in front of him. Director Bai, you must do your best to lighten Mr. Chu's workload and take this job seriously, understand? Don't worry, I'll request a raise for you when I get back. You have nothing to worry about when it comes to your compensation. As long as this major shareholder was satisfied, he'd be more than willing to pay Bai Yiyun the same salary he earned himself. The general manager made an excuse that he had other business to attend to and was about to leave. Bai Yun tried to follow him, but he stopped her. Director Bai, please stay behind and brief Mr. Chu on the work. I'll be going now. Bai Yun was completely speechless at that point. Was the general manager just leaving her here like this? Huh? This feeling, it seemed a bit strange, as if she were being thrown into the lion's den. But since she was already there, Bai Yun decided to fulfill her duties. She walked over to Chuling and asked, Mr. Chu, is there anything I can do for you? Chuling looked at her and said teasingly, see what I mean? You really are capable of great things, aren't you? In the blink of an eye, she'd become his secretary. Bai Yun immediately understood what Chuling meant. She instantly recalled the incident in the parking lot when the button on her collar had popped off. Capable of great things? He couldn't possibly be referring to that incident, could he? At the thought of that incident, Bai Yun's beautiful face immediately flushed crimson, like a ripe red apple. Seeing her reaction, Chuling felt it would be awkward to tease her any further, so he took out his phone and added Bai Yun as a WeChat friend. As he added a note to Bai Yun's WeChat contact, Chuling said, I'll get in touch with you if anything comes up. Okay. After that, the two chatted casually for a while. Gradually, Bai Yun was won over by Chuling's charm. Her initial reserve began to melt away, and she found herself smiling behind her hand from time to time. After chatting for a while, it was getting quite late. After Bai Yun made sure there was nothing else she needed to do for Chuling, she left. How could it be him? As Bai Yun drove home, she kept thinking about what had just happened. She still had a vivid impression of Chuling from the last time she ran into him in the parking lot. A neat and tidy young man, good-looking and with a great temperament. She'd spilled coffee all over him last time. It seemed she still owed him a new outfit. But Bai Yun never would have imagined that one day they'd meet again under these circumstances. After getting home, Bai Yun picked her phone, opened WeChat, and thought about chatting with Chuling. But upon second thought, Bai Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Just as she was about to speak but hesitated, the general manager called. Director Bai, there's something I'd like to let you know. After seeing Bai Yun off, Chuling was just about to go to sleep when he received a WeChat message from her. Mr. Chu, do you have time tomorrow? The head office board has sent you some gifts at their own expense. They should arrive in Huaxia tomorrow. If they were ordinary items, Bai Yun would have handled it herself. After all, she was now Chuling's official secretary. But since these gifts were sent by the head office's board of directors, It would be more ceremonial for Chu-Ling to receive them in person. It would also show respect for the board's goodwill and save face for them. Chu-Ling didn't think much of it and simply replied, "I'll get back to you tomorrow." If he had nothing else planned, he'd go pick them up. After sending the message, Chu-Ling placed his phone on the nightstand and got ready for bed. At that very moment, on a train traveling from Jiangcheng to Jinling, there were quite a few young men and women full of youthful energy and looking to be around 18 or 19. They gathered in small groups of 3 or 5, some chatting, others playing video games together. This was their first and last trip together before they went their separate ways, so everyone cherished it deeply. Moreover, this trip held great significance for them. A group trip at 18 is something they would definitely remember for the rest of their lives. Unlike the boys and girls fooling around beside her, a girl with a bob cut sat quietly in her seat, her eyes fixed on her phone screen with a dreamy expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. On the screen was a chat window with Chu-Ling. The girl with the bob cut was none other than Chu-Ling's cousin, Chu Mengmeng. Chu Mengmeng was wearing denim overalls paired with a white t-shirt, looking youthful and adorable. Her fair, round face had a hint of baby fat, and when she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared. Her doe-like eyes were moist, giving her a friendly and approachable look. She was like a little elf, the kind of girl next door. "Hey, silly girl, what are you laughing at all by yourself? Did something fun happen?" Chu Mengmeng turned her head and saw her roommate Zhang Lei, who was munching on a bag of potato chips that had already been opened. As she ate, she couldn't resist peeking at the screen of Chu Mengmeng's phone. "Nothing much," Chu Mengmeng smiled, her eyes crinkling into a sweet curve. "I told my cousin I wouldn't be coming for a few more days. I'm just wondering what kind of expression he'll have when he sees me tomorrow. With this surprise visit, who knows, I might even get to meet my future cousin-in-law." The more Chu Mengmeng talked, the more excited she got, and the dimples on her cheeks seemed to deepen. Her cousin was so handsome, his future wife was bound to be a real beauty too. Just thinking about it made her so excited. Zhang Lei pursed her lips, folded up the potato chip bag, and tossed it into the trash can. "You little rascal, you're so mischievous. Go to sleep already, we should be in Jinling by tomorrow morning." This girl was clearly just coming up with silly ideas. She hadn't even heard the announcements on the intercom, which had been reminding passengers for ages that the train was about to switch to night mode. With that, she took Chu Mengmeng's hand and headed toward their sleeper compartment. Chu Mengmeng was still buzzing with excitement and didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. She lay on her bunk, her mind wandering. It had been over a year since she'd last seen her cousin. She wondered how he was doing now. How wonderful, tomorrow I'll finally get to see my cousin. This time, Chu Mengmeng had arranged a trip to Jinling with her classmates specifically to see Chu-Ling. Having fun was secondary. Zhang Lei could hear every sound of Chu Mengmeng tossing and turning, and couldn't help but tease her. "What's the matter? Are you afraid your cousin has a girlfriend now and won't take you out to have fun?" "No way," Chu Mengmeng said, poking her head out from under the covers and lowering her voice. "My cousin has always doted on me the most since we were little, and that won't change just because he has a girlfriend." Chu Mengmeng had complete confidence in her cousin. She remembered everything from when they were little. Whenever Chu-Ling went out to play, he always made sure to take her along. All right. You're the little princess, okay?" Zhang Lei didn't dare speak too loudly, afraid of disturbing the other students' rest. She simply pulled out her phone and started chatting with Chu Mengmeng face-to-face on WeChat. Typing away, the 2 little girls let their guard down, sending all sorts of pictures flying across the screen, absolutely thrilled. Zhang Lei fell asleep first, still holding her phone, which cast a bright glow. Chu Mengmeng let out a soft sigh, walked over, and placed Zhang Lei's phone under her pillow before returning to her own bed to lie down. Whether it was because she'd switched beds or was simply too excited, Chu Mengmeng lay awake for a long time before finally drifting off into a drowsy sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, while Chu Mengmeng was still asleep, her roommates woke her up. "Mengmeng, get up quick and look, we're about to cross the Yangtze River Bridge." Chu Mengmeng had gone to bed late the night before and was still half asleep. She reluctantly crawled out of bed and muttered, "What's so great about the Yangtze River Bridge? Don't we have one in Jiangcheng too?" Before she could finish her sentence, she couldn't help but yawn. Zhang Lei shot Chu Mengmeng a sidelong glance, looking utterly exasperated at how sleepy she appeared. Of course it's different. Come take a look from this vantage point. Even the Yangtze River looks different. Although Chu Mengmeng said she didn't believe it, her eyes betrayed her as she looked out the window. Outside the window lay the vast Yangtze River. From their vantage point, it appeared to flow with even greater momentum than it did from Jiangcheng. They could also see quite a few fishing boats at work, with the occasional fisherman walking barefoot across the deck. Though it was an ordinary scene, it looked particularly interesting from the train. There are so many fun places and delicious foods in Jinling. Where do you think we should go first? Zhang Lai's face was full of anticipation and her mouth was practically watering. The classmates discussed it enthusiastically. Some suggested going to Confucius Temple first, while more students proposed checking into the hotel to drop off their luggage and rest a bit before heading out to explore. Chu Mengmeng didn't join the discussion. She spotted the Yangtze River Bridge and knew the train would be pulling into the station soon, so she pulled out her phone to call Chuling. Her roommate sitting next to her, noticing how flustered Chu Mengmeng looked, casually asked, "Mengmeng, has your cousin found a job yet?" Chu Mengmeng wasn't entirely sure, so she replied, "He graduated this year, so he's probably looking for a job." "Huh? Mengmeng, where did this cousin of yours graduate from?" A classmate walked past them, craned her neck to listen for a moment, and then chimed in. Having just finished their college entrance exams, they too were beginning to envision their future lives. Finding out where others were headed after graduation would help them make plans early on. Chu Mengmeng pursed her lips and said somewhat sheepishly, "My cousin didn't do well on the college entrance exam, so he's attending Jinling Business Vocational College for Men." Upon hearing Chu Mengmeng's answer, everyone fell silent, feeling a bit at a loss, completely unsure of what to say. That Jinling Business Men's Vocational College was just a junior college, or rather, a vocational school, and didn't even qualify as a third-tier university. What kind of good jobs could students from there possibly get? To lighten the awkward atmosphere, her roommate Zhang Lai cleared her throat and said loudly, "I've met Chu Ling, he's really handsome. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves in a minute." As soon as they heard there was a handsome guy to see, the young women present all got excited. Curious and thrilled, they chimed in one after another. "Then we're definitely going to get a good look at him. Didn't Mengmeng say she wanted a sister-in-law? If my cousin really is that handsome, I'll be Mengmeng's cousin-in-law someday." The group of girls chattered and jostled with one another. Seeing that it was about time, Chu Mengmeng took out her phone and called Chuling. As soon as Chuling picked up, he heard Chu Mengmeng's deliberately mysterious voice. "Cousin, guess where I am right now?" Chuling paused for a moment, listening to the noisy chatter in the background, and asked in surprise, "No way, you aren't. You're not in Jinling already, are you?" Chu Mengmeng couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing, saying, "That's right, I'm in Jinling. The train will pull into the station in a few tens of minutes." Surprised? Didn't see that coming? Chuling couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. "You little brat, playing the surprise card on me. Just wait until I see you, I'll give you a piece of my mind. Don't wander off once the train pulls in. Wait for me to pick you up, got it?" Chu Mengmeng obediently murmured, then asked with concern, "Do you have time right now? If you don't, I'll go to the hotel with my roommates first, and then I'll come find you." Chu Mengmeng certainly didn't want her surprise visit to interfere with her cousin's important business. "Just come stay with me, no need to go to a hotel. It's not safe for a group of girls to be out on their own. As for your roommates, they can come over too. I have a place now. There's plenty of room for all of you." Chuling flatly rejected Chu Mengmeng's suggestion. A bunch of kids who just graduated from high school, they didn't have any money, so they'd definitely have to stay at one of those budget hotels. He didn't care about the other girls, but when it came to his own little cousin, Chuling simply couldn't rest easy. Chu Mengmeng was completely dumbfounded by Chuling's words. When did her cousin buy a house? How come she didn't know about it? Chuling glanced at the time and said, "I'll come pick you up right now." "Okay, that's it for now." With that, Chuling hung up the phone, started packing his things, got into his Bugatti Veyron, and sped off toward Jinling train station. "Oh my gosh, my cousin is so annoying, he always treats me like a little kid." Chu Mengmeng hung up the phone. Her words sounded a bit complaining, but her face was beaming with joy. "Lele, I just talked to my cousin on the phone. He said we don't have to stay at a hotel, we can just stay at his place." As Chu Mengmeng spoke, her eyes sparkled, and the last syllable of her sentence rose slightly, making her look indescribably charming and adorable. There was a magical, infectious quality to her demeanor that made everyone around feel happy without even realizing it. The morning sunlight streamed in through the train window, bathing Chu Mengmeng in its glow. She looked like a little fairy who had descended to earth, shimmering with a golden radiance. A few boys sitting not far from them happened to catch this scene and froze in their seats. A flower-like smile bloomed on her fair, delicate face. Two intoxicating dimples appeared and disappeared, while her long eyelashes cast a captivating silhouette across her features. A girl whose eyes sparkled like that was simply every teenage boy's dream. The boys stared at Chu Mengmeng in awe. Finding her exceptionally beautiful, today she gave off a particularly wonderful vibe. It was as if a little deer had been forced into their chests, darting back and forth and leaping about, throwing their hearts into a frenzy. Just as the boys were completely captivated, a group of rough-and-tumble students walked over, taking in the sight of their dazed expressions. The leader followed their gaze and laughed derisively. "Look at you bunch of beggars, all you can do is watch. Let me tell you, Chu Mengmeng will be Brother Qiang's girl sooner or later. Think twice before you even get any ideas." Hearing this, the boys seethed inwardly but lacked the courage to retort. Zhang Qiang was a notorious school bully at their school. Relying on his family's business, which was worth tens of millions, he ruled the school with an iron fist. He was rich and generous, and plenty of students and even street thugs had become his lackeys for the money. Anyone who dared to cross Zhang Qiang might find themselves ambushed on their way home after school and beaten to a pulp. Zhang Qiang hadn't even shown his face. You wouldn't even have anywhere to go to seek justice. Even if you called the police and they arrested some small-time thugs, what good would that do? As long as they don't confess, it's useless no matter how much you argue your case. Those small-time thugs might spend a few days in jail, but once they're out, they won't even need Zhang Qiang's orders. They'll come looking for you to get revenge on their own. In fact, a male classmate was once expelled by the school for fighting back. They simply labeled it a brawl. So before long, no one in the entire school dared to mess with Zhang Qiang, and he became even more arrogant. Zhang Qiang had long had his eye on the beautiful Chu Mengmeng and had been pursuing her, but unfortunately, Chu Mengmeng had high standards and wasn't interested in him at all. But even so, Zhang Qiang would never allow anyone else to lay a finger on his goddess. In his eyes, Chu Mengmeng was his designated girlfriend. She'd be his sooner or later. His few rough-and-tumble henchmen didn't get to act cocky for long before Zhang Qiang called them over. Zhang Qiang was dressed head to toe in supreme streetwear, with a pair of limited edition Air Jordans on his feet. At that moment, he was lying fully clothed on the sleeper berth, his feet still in the Air Jordans resting directly on the blanket. Disdain was written all over Zhang Qiang's face as he said impatiently, "Look at the idea you guys came up with, insisting on taking a train. What a filthy, messy and run-down environment this is. The sleeper berth is absolutely terrible. My butt is about to split open from sitting. Even lying down is uncomfortable. My back is killing me." If they weren't about to arrive, Zhang Qiang really wouldn't have wanted to stay on any longer. It was pure torture. The henchmen looked quite embarrassed. One of them stepped forward, putting on a forced smile, and said to Zhang Qiang, "Brother Qiang, it's just that Chu Mengmeng wanted to take the train. We were only looking out for you, trying to create some opportunities for you and all that." Zhang Qiang waved his hand impatiently, indicating he got the point. However, what they just said about creating opportunities did give him a bit of inspiration. Zhang Qiang stood up and walked out, addressing the students outside. "Everyone, once we get to Jinling, I plan to take you to stay at a 3-star hotel, so I'll cover the room rates. It'll be safer if we all stay together. Anyone who doesn't come is disrespecting me, and don't blame me if I get upset with them." The students immediately perked up at the news. Staying together at a 3-star hotel? My goodness, they're going to be in Jinling for so many days. How much is that going to cost? But if they saved on hotel costs, each of their budgets would be much more generous. With that in mind, the students immediately surrounded Zhang Qiang, showering him with praise for his generosity. "Bro Qiang, you're so generous. No wonder you're the richest person at our school. You really know how to take care of us. That's why they say high school friends are the most reliable. Brother Qiang is really splurging for us. I'm bowing down to you. Brother Qiang, you're like our own big brother." Chu Mengmeng had also heard what Zhang Qiang said, but she completely ignored it. Instead, she turned to Zhang Lai and her other roommates. What about you guys? Where are you going to stay? Zhang Lai looked at Chu Mengming's eager expression, then glanced at Zhang Qiang, who was beaming with pride, and said bluntly, "We're staying with you. That's good enough, right?" Just thinking about Zhang Qiang's show-off act made Zhang Lai feel sick. People like that, the farther away, the better. "Sure. Don't worry, I promise I'll take good care of you all." Chu Mengming was delighted to see her roommates backing her up. News of Chu Mengming's decision quickly reached Zhang Qiang's ears. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Qiang turned pale with rage. He'd only been showing off his wealth and trying to impress Chu Mengming in the first place. Plus, if they stayed at the same hotel, he'd have a better chance to make his move, wouldn't he? But now she's simply not going up. But once words are spoken, they're like water poured out, there's no taking them back. Zhang Qiang thought for a moment, then walked straight up to Chu Mengming. "Chu Mengming, I was thinking we could all stay together, it'd be safer that way. I'll cover the room rate, and if any of you have any complaints, just let me know." Zhang Qiang wore a smile, looking perfectly reasonable. Chu Mengming shook her head gently and declined, "Sorry, but I just called my cousin. He said we could stay at his place. Since I'm in Jinling anyway, I was planning to visit him, so..." Zhang Qiang said nothing, but one of his henchmen following behind him snorted derisively and said, "Your cousin? Didn't you just say your cousin just graduated this year from that so-and-so university? Oh, wait, it's not even a university. Jinling Business and Vocational College for Men, right? And he bought a house right after graduating. Do you have any idea how high housing prices are in Jinling? What kind of money could a vocational college student possibly have? If he had money, would he even need to go to a school like that? He'd have gone out into the world to make a name for himself long ago." The other sycophants took a similar tone, spouting disparaging and mocking remarks about Chuling. "You've been bragging about your cousin quite a bit, haven't you? And you're even bringing your roommate along. Haha, how big could your cousin's place possibly be? You're not going to be sleeping on the floor, are you?" He's really taking this act too far. Even if Qiang Ji lives in a mansion, he wouldn't invite that many people over to stay all at once. If you really want to hang out with your cousin, you can go during the day, no one's stopping you. Having you stay with the rest of us is just for your own safety. Zhang Qiang had been watching Chu Mengming's expression the whole time. Seeing her lower her eyes, he thought she was hesitating, so he quickly said, "I think your brother is just trying to save face. You don't really think a vocational school graduate like him can afford to buy a house, do you? Even if he were renting a place big enough for 5 people to sleep in would probably be quite an expense. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Otherwise, with so many of you crammed together, heh." Although Zhang Qiang claimed to be concerned for Chu Mengming, the subtext of his words was clearly meant to belittle Chuling and mock him in every way. What kind of money could a poor college graduate possibly have? It's probably just a rundown, cramped little apartment where a bunch of people are crammed together, just barely getting by. As soon as Chu Mengming heard this, she flew into a rage. She glared at Zhang Qiang, her dark, shining eyes filled with icy fury, and snapped, "Who do you think you're looking down on? Just because you have a little money, you think you can look down on this and that? No matter how rich you are, you're just spending your parents' money away. My roommate and I are going to stay at my cousin's place, so what? Even if we have to sleep on the floor, that's our choice. Is there a problem with that?" Zhang Qiang narrowed his eyes, forcing himself to suppress the rage welling up inside. To humiliate himself in front of so many people, just great. "Chu Mengming, I'll give you one more chance. Are you coming with me or not?" Zhang Qiang asked one last time, his tone turning harsh. Chu Mengming let out a cold laugh. "I've already made myself perfectly clear. I'm going to my cousin's place." The other students watched them argue, not daring to breathe a word, until Chu Mengming dropped that line and walked straight back to the dorm room with her roommates. Seeing how angry Zhang Qiang looked, they quickly spoke up to comfort him. "Brother Qiang, don't let them get to you. They're just a bunch of poor students who've never seen the world. They have no idea what a 3-star hotel is all about. And this Chu Mengming, seriously, what's the big deal? Just because she's a little pretty, does she have to act all high and mighty? Does she really think she's some kind of well-bred young lady?" Exactly. She thinks she's a princess just because she's pretty. People like that are bound to get their comeuppance sooner or later. He looked at his classmates' reactions with disdain, curled the corners of his mouth upward, shook his head and sighed. I was planning for us to stay together, but now it seems like I'm the one being unreasonable. After all, everyone has their own freedom. It really wasn't right of me to force everyone to stay together like this. So let's just call it a night. Everyone should go find their own place. Go our separate ways. The moment Zhang Qiang's words left his mouth, the entire group of classmates froze in shock. Didn't that mean they'd lost their free 3-star hotel? That's a lot of money. The students immediately grew anxious. They'd already planned exactly what to do with the money they'd save. The students surrounded Zhang Qiang, speaking urgent. Bro Qiang, don't do this. If she's not going, we'll go with you. Chu Mengmeng is just a hick who's never seen the world. We were planning to check out that 3-star hotel. Don't cancel it, Brother Qiang. Brother Qiang, you're such a righteous guy, you wouldn't leave us girls all alone, would you? It's safer if we all stay together. Zhang Qiang looked at his classmates, who were flustered and red-faced, gave a cold laugh, and walked away without saying a word. Watching Zhang Qiang's retreating figure, the group of classmates all glared viciously at Chu Mengmeng and her friends. If it weren't for those damned few, they wouldn't have blown their budget and been forced to figure out their own accommodations. The crowd's attitude toward Chu Mengmeng and her friends had clearly turned hostile, and they were spewing sarcastic remarks as if they were free. Haha, now we've really seen it. Just because she's pretty, she thinks she's something special, huh? Oh, come on, stop it. They're just looking down on us and don't want to live with us. We reek of poverty, we'd only taint them. And she's talking about staying at her cousin's place. She's just a vocational school grad, how could she afford to buy a house, let alone rent a big one? What a load of crap. So selfish, damn it. Now our 3-star hotel plans are down the drain, and we have to pay for it ourselves. Having classmates like this is the worst luck ever. I'm totally fed up. Chu Mengmeng was naturally furious. Where they chose to stay was their own business. What did it have to do with these people? Isn't this just moral blackmail? It's absolutely shameless. The hostility from the crowd was plain to see. Chu Mengmeng and the few girls in her dorm were ostracized by these classmates. Though scattered throughout the train car, they all wore the same mocking and disdainful expressions, and their harsh words grew louder and louder. Chu Mengmeng wanted to argue with them, but Zhang Lei held her back. Zhang Lei led a few people to sit off to the side and whispered, "It's okay, Mengmeng. We don't need to get into it with people like that. They're the ones who are truly selfish. Just because we're not going, they're trying to pin this on us. It's ridiculous." The other roommates also looked indignant, agreeing that Zhang Lei was right. These people are blind both in their eyes and in their hearts. That Zhang Qiang clearly has ulterior motives. Of course we can't live with them. Exactly. Back in the day, people like them would have been traitors and collaborators. They've thrown away their dignity just for a little short-term gain. Mengmeng, don't get so upset. After all, this is our graduation trip. We'll never have another chance like this. Just think of it as a bad dream. The group glanced at their former classmates standing nearby, feeling not a shred of goodwill toward them anymore. To have already learned at such a young age to curry favor with the powerful and chase after money, it was truly disgusting. After enduring a while of scornful remarks, the train slowly pulled into Jinling Station. Jinling Station is approaching. Passengers, please gather your belongings and disembark promptly. Thank you for your cooperation. The arrival announcement began playing on a loop over the PA system, and the students prepared to retrieve their luggage and get off the train. Jinling Station is a major station, but the stop wouldn't last more than 10 minutes, so they had to be prepared in advance. Chu Mengmeng joined the line to retrieve her luggage. Just as she was about to set it down on the floor, a few girls standing nearby exchanged glances and deliberately bumped into her. With her luggage still in hand, Chu Meng had no way to dodge them and was jolted hard against the corner of a seat, causing a sharp, stinging pain. "What are you doing?" Chu Mengmeng realized the girls had done it on purpose and asked, somewhat angrily. The girls' eyes met once more, and a flash of smugness quickly crossed each of their faces. One of them stepped forward and said in a sarcastic tone, "Sorry about that, we were just in a hurry to get our luggage too. Honestly, you guys are something else. You've all got places to stay, why are you racing against the clock with us?" Just let us go first. Our original 3-star hotel reservation fell through, and we're in a rush to book another place. The other girls gathered around at that moment and chimed in. Exactly. Our situations are completely different now. Your cousin in Jinling has a big house there, so you're basically a rich girl. It's not too much to ask that you let us go first, is it? Oh, so you're a rich girl, are you? No wonder you won't stay at a 3-star hotel. You think it's beneath you, right? Even nannies traveling might stay at 5-star hotels. We can't compare to that kind of wealth. I always thought that vocational college was a junior college, but it turns out it's a school for rich kids. I've really learned something new. That mocking and derisive tone made them look even more despicable. Just as Chu Mengming was about to fire back, Zhang Lei pulled her back. Lei, they're really getting on my nerves. Why are you stopping me? Chu Mengming asked, fuming. Zhang Lei reached out and pinched Chu Mengming's cheek. We don't need to let them get to us. The girls snorted coldly. Don't bother. I think you're just too scared to stand up to them, aren't you? Just the few of you from that dorm, you're no match for us. The girls dragged their luggage out the door, chatting as they went. Look at them, they won't even stay at a 3-star hotel. Now I'm dying to see his cousin's big house. He even said it could fit all of us. How ridiculous. PF'd, he's just showing off. Who doesn't know how to show off? Haven't you heard of Versailles literature? Housing prices in Jinling are even higher than in Jiangcheng. How could his cousin afford it? Why would he even need to go to a vocational school? Don't you think that even if a vocational school graduate has the down payment, they still wouldn't be able to scrape together the monthly mortgage payments? They were deliberately speaking loudly, just to make sure Chu Mengming, who was standing behind them, could hear. Chu Mengming was furious. She could tolerate them talking about her, but talking about her cousin, absolutely not. She wanted to snap back at them, but the girls had already dragged their luggage away. Zhang Lei and a few roommates saw how furious Chu Mengming was, so they began to comfort her, telling her not to pay attention to girls like that. It would lower her standards. Instead of wasting time on this, let's all quickly check our makeup. We're about to see Brother Chu Ling. I haven't seen him in ages. As soon as Zhang Lei finished speaking, she pulled out a cushion foundation and began carefully checking her appearance in the small mirror inside. The other roommates were also filled with anticipation. Everyone says Chu Ling is handsome, and today they'd finally get to see him in person. People got off the bus one after another, gathering in small groups of 3 or 5, but none of them had left yet. It was difficult to hail a taxi near the train station, so they decided to wait for a bus at the nearby bus stop. As poor students, they naturally wanted to save every penny they could. Besides, the bus wasn't just cheap, the drivers wouldn't overcharge them either. As Chu Mengming and her friends walked toward the bus stop, they suddenly heard a classmate let out a gasp of surprise. Look over there, everyone. Oh my gosh. Everyone's gaze followed the classmate's gesture, and one by one, they gaped in astonishment, too stunned to speak. P.S. Here are 2 chapters to start with. For every 300 requests, I'll post an extra chapter. I'll definitely keep my word. Please leave comments, give thumbs up, and tip. Generous tips will earn you an extra chapter. Not far away on the street in front of the train station, there were many Rolls-Royces parked. A whole fleet of Rolls-Royces. At the front was a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended, followed by a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Rolls-Royce Wraith. Every car was brand new, gleaming with the distinctive luster of top-tier paintwork as the sunlight hit them. The front end featured Rolls-Royce's classic design. Its solid, substantial presence conveyed an unparalleled sense of security. The contours and lines of the side profile and rear all underscore Rolls-Royce's dominant status. Even just parked there, they exude a concentrated, unwavering presence that makes it impossible to ignore them. The gleaming little golden statue on the hood is a symbol of luxury and status. Now, with an entire fleet parked there, the crowd felt as if they were facing a vast army. A suffocating sense of awe washed over them. It wasn't just these students who were mesmerized. Even passers-by were captivated. They couldn't move. Bro Qiang, you're the expert on cars. How much do these cost? One of Zhang Qiang's henchmen asked him. Let me tell you, these cars are seriously impressive. Do you think they're just Rolls-Royces? No. If I'm not mistaken, these are all custom-made Rolls-Royces. Each one is worth at least tens of millions, or even over 100 million. See that stretch Rolls-Royce right up front? It's definitely worth over 150 million. 150 million? For just one car? Zhang Qiang's words left everyone complete. They had only just come of age and their understanding of money wasn't fully developed yet. Hearing such a huge number out of the blue left them trembling with fear. They were deeply shaken inside, and the look of shock on their faces was impossible to hide. Seeing his classmates looking so dumbfounded, Zhang Qiang began to feel a sense of pride. What a bunch of small-town bumpkins who've never seen the world. You don't need to be so surprised. Cars like these are usually company vehicles for large corporations. They couldn't possibly belong to an individual. Think about it. What private individual could afford so many luxury cars? Zhang Qiang explained. Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Zhang Qiang with admiration. Sure enough, a wealthy person, his perspective is just different. Taking advantage of the moment, the classmates showered Zhang Qiang with praise once again. Brother Qiang is right. Even most companies don't have that kind of clout. This car is way too luxurious. Thank goodness Brother Qiang is here, otherwise we wouldn't even know what kind of cars these are. Chu Mengmeng, Zhang Lei, and the others also stared in awe at the luxury cars. Jinling really lives up to its reputation. Even picking someone up is done with such extravagance and flair. Just then, Chu Mengmeng's phone rang. It was Chuling calling. Bro, you called me the moment I got out of the car. We really are on the same wavelength. Chu Mengmeng was overjoyed to receive Chuling's call, and her laughter, like silver bells, carried far and wide. Hearing her laughter on the other end of the line, Chuling couldn't help but be infected by her joy, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I'm a fortune teller. Where are you right now? I'm at the train station exit, Chu Mengmeng said, glancing around as she spoke, trying to spot a prominent landmark among the surrounding buildings so her cousin could find her more easily. I'm near the bus stop, cousin. I'll wait for you right here, how about that? After Chu Mengmeng finished speaking, she heard no reply from Chuling and assumed her cousin didn't know where the bus stop was. Just as she was about to look around some more, she spotted a familiar figure standing not far away, smiling broadly at her. It was Chuling. He had already spotted Chu Mengmeng but was deliberately staying silent just for fun, waiting for her to notice him. Chuling held his phone in his right hand and a bag of soy milk and fried dough sticks in his left. It looked like breakfast he'd brought for Chu Mengmeng. Chu Mengmeng's eyes widened in surprise. She jumped up, waved vigorously toward Chuling and shouted, Cousin, I'm right here. Chu Mengmeng was a bit excited, and her voice was so loud that classmates nearby could hear her. They all instinctively looked in Chuling's direction and were instantly stunned. This handsome guy is Chu Mengmeng's cousin? Wow, he's way too handsome. Chuling looked to be around 21 or 22, extremely young with shiny, glossy black hair styled to perfection. He was tall, with a slender yet muscular build. His face, in particular, was chiseled with well-defined features, a high, straight nose and a pair of deep, expressive eyes that were now fixed on them. Every gesture and movement exuded a carefree charm, like a gentle breeze sweeping over her. He's so handsome. If he were to debut in the entertainment industry, he'd instantly outshine all the current heartthrobs. While the girls were still mesmerized by his good looks and couldn't tear their eyes away, the boys snapped out of it quickly, their expressions shifting from awe to disdain. This Chuling is quite something. He came all this way to pick up his cousin, only to show up with a little soy milk and some fried dough sticks. Isn't that a bit too shabby? And judging by the packaging, it's clearly the kind sold by street vendors downstairs. It's bound to be unsanitary. It's food for a girl. After all, couldn't he have been a little more thoughtful? With that thought, the group of boys looked at Chuling with even more disdain. They sized him up from head to toe and quickly realized that although his tracksuit fit him well, it was entirely because of his great physique that it looked good on him. The group of guys stared at Chuling for quite a while but couldn't find a single trace of a logo. In their eyes, even if it had a knockoff logo, it wouldn't look this shabby. This outfit was clearly just street stall junk. Oh, and by the way, this Chuling is nothing more than a loser who graduated from a vocational school. Haha, this cousin of mine is really broke. Not only does it not compare to Brother Qiang Supreme, it's not even as expensive as the Nike and Adidas we're wearing. One of the guys couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to mock him. What good is being good looking? He's still stuck wearing street stall clothes and carrying breakfast from a street vendor. In the eyes of the group of guys, Chuling was dressed like a textbook beggar. Don't make that comparison, it really brings me down. Zhang Qiang looked utterly disgusted. What kind of beggar would they dare compare him to? Not only was he not pleased, but he felt as if they were insulting him. He, Zhang Qiang, was a bona fide rich kid. How could he possibly be compared to a beggar whose only redeeming feature was his face? Zhang Qiang shot Chuling a glance and asked in a tone dripping with contempt, "Is this the cousin Chu Mengming has been pining for?" He didn't seem like much of a person, either in appearance or in character. The sycophants standing nearby saw the look on Zhang Qiang's face and guessed he was in a bad mood. Their eyes darted about, and they replied, "Judging by what Chu Mengming said, I'm afraid it's this kid." "Brother Qiang, I really don't mean to badmouth anyone, but look at that kid, he looks like a beggar. With that outfit, I'd say he's worth 100 or 80 at most." The boss was already upset, so they were even more determined to really put this Chuling in his place. What good is being handsome if he's just a broke ass? The rest of the henchmen chimed in one after another. Exactly. With that outfit, he's clearly a vocational school grad. How could someone like that afford to rent a place in a big city like Jinling? Rent an apartment. I bet he couldn't even afford the rent even if he went without food and water. At best, he's in a single room, nothing bigger than that. I thought he was some rich kid from a wealthy family, buying a house right after graduation. What a letdown. One remark after another was whispered under their breath. Chuling, however, didn't hear any of it. Carrying his breakfast, he walked toward Chu Mengming. As Chu Mengming watched her cousin draw nearer, she couldn't contain her excitement and ran straight toward him, throwing her arms around him in a big bear hug. "Cousin, I've missed you so much," Chu Mengming said in a coquettish tone, her voice soft and sweet, like a little girl who hadn't yet been weaned. Chuling couldn't help but chuckle. He wrapped the arm holding his phone around Chu Mengming, afraid she might fall. Seeing how happy Chu Mengming was, Chuling felt a warm glow in his heart. The little kid who used to follow him around everywhere back then had now grown into a graceful young woman, yet their relationship hadn't grown distant in the slightest. If anything, it had grown even closer. "You're all grown up and still so clumsy. Look, you almost spilled the soy milk I bought for breakfast," Chuling said with a smile, his tone of gentle reproach tinged with affection. Chu Mengming pouted as she looked over, her gaze meeting Chuling's. The next moment, a light screen popped up in front of Chuling. Name Chu Mengming. Appearance E6. 165. Affection level. I was just missing you. I've only just arrived here, and my cousin already has it in for me. Chu Mengming stuck out her tongue and reached out to take the soy milk Chuling was holding. As she touched the still warm soy milk, a smile spread across Chu Mengming's face. Her cousin really does care about her. He even went out of his way to bring her some hot soy milk. Here, there's some for you guys too." Chu Mengming turned to look at her roommates following behind her and handed them the soy milk. "It's still hot, you guys should drink it while it's warm." Zhang Lai had been observing Chuling the whole time. Cradling the soy milk in both hands, she took the initiative to greet him. "Chuling, it's been a while, you've gotten even more handsome." The other roommates had long since been mesmerized by Chuling's striking good looks and showered him with compliments. "That's right. Mengming always told us how handsome Chuling is, but now that we've met him in person, we realize she really underestimated him." "Exactly. That little girl Mengming must have downplayed his looks on purpose, so we wouldn't set our sights on Chuling." "Brother Chuling, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? If you do, would you mind switching to a new one?" Chuling listened with a smile as the girl finished speaking, then turned to Zhang Lei and said, "You must be Xiao Lei, right? You've really blossomed. You're looking more and more radiant." Chuling also greeted the other roommates warmly and thanked them for taking care of his cousin. "Mengming often mentions you all to me, saying you've all been so kind and supportive to her." Seeing how polite Chuling was, the roommates blushed and quickly waved their hands, saying it was just everyone looking out for each other, no need to thank them. In reality, the young women's hearts were already bursting with joy. They couldn't believe how approachable Chuling was. He was just so charming. If they could find a boyfriend as wonderful as him, they'd wake up smiling even in their dreams. Chuling was unaware of the young women's thoughts. Looking at the lovely young women in front of him, he wore a look of hesitation. Chu Mengming had been feeling a bit hungry for a while, and now with the sweet aroma of breakfast wafting through the air, she stood by the roadside and began to eat. Of course, she didn't forget her roommates. She shared some with each of them. "Cousin, are you hungry? Want to have some with us?" Chu Mengmeng said as she held a fried doof stick up to Chuling's mouth. Chuling took a bite quite naturally. Glancing at the classmates not far away who were watching them longingly, he asked, "Mengmeng, aren't you going to share some of your breakfast with the other students? I bought extra on purpose." Zhang Qiang had seen every intimate detail of Chu Mengmeng and Chuling's interaction just now. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could go over and strangle Chuling. Aren't they just first cousins? Why are they being so intimate? It's absolutely infuriating. Chu Mengmeng remained impassive and didn't respond, taking 2 hearty bites of her fried dough stick. If these classmates thought they were going to get any of the breakfast her cousin bought, they could forget it. Noticing the slight look of unease on her cousin's face, she asked with concern, "Cousin, what's wrong? Did my coming over hold you up?" Chuling shook his head and replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I just didn't think ahead. I didn't expect there to be so many of you here. My car probably won't be able to fit everyone."
Chu Mengmeng glanced at her 4 roommates, including herself. That made 5 people, but since they were all girls and fairly slim, they could definitely squeeze in if they made a little room. With that in mind, Chu Mengmeng smiled. "It's okay, cousin. Aren't most cars 4 or 5-seaters? We're so slim we'll fit just fine." Chuling scratched his head sheepishly. If it had been a 4 or 5-seater, he wouldn't have been at a loss. "My car only seats 2. The moment he said that, Chu Mengmeng and her roommates all froze. 2 seats. Embarrassed expressions spread across their faces. Students standing nearby had also heard Chuling's words and were stifling their laughter. With looks of disdain and mockery on their faces, they whispered to the students next to them, "See, I told you so. Chu Mengmeng is such a liar." She claimed her cousin could afford a big apartment in Jinling, but when he came to pick her up, he couldn't even bring himself to take a taxi. He rode a motorcycle instead. It's absolutely hilarious. "Haha, that's hilarious. Actually, I was thinking it might not necessarily be a motorcycle, right? It could be an electric scooter, or maybe a shared bike? I think a shared bike is more likely. Otherwise, if it really were a motorcycle, why didn't we see him ride up on it? A guy on a motorcycle is pretty cool, you know?" Zhang Qiang and the others were also struggling to hold back their laughter, their eyes full of amusement as they looked at Chu Mengmeng. Just as they thought, what kind of wealthy relatives could Chu Mengmeng possibly have? This kid's nothing more than a beggar who graduated from a vocational school. Only a knave girl like Chu Mengmeng, who's never seen the world, would treat him like a treasure, one of the sycophants said, shaking his head and sighing, his eyes brimming with mockery. The other sycophants, not to be outdone, chimed in, hurling all sorts of insults and taunts at Chuling. "I'd love to hail a cab and follow them later to see which urban village they're headed to." Urban village? Haha, I think you've hit the nail on the head. A beggar who graduated from a vocational school, that's exactly the kind of person who'd be crammed into a tiny apartment in an urban village. They say big curves, no brain, and I never really believed it before. But now that I've seen Chu Mengmeng, I'm actually starting to believe it, haha. They had deliberately turned their heads away, their expressions and attitudes as if the sight was too repulsive to bear couldn't have been more obvious. A penniless beggar, if it weren't for her connection to Chu Mengmeng, they wouldn't even have given her a second glance as she walked by. Even the girls who'd originally been drawn to Chuling's handsome looks now wore expressions of disappointment. "He's so good looking, but unfortunately he's too poor. Just looking at his face won't fill an empty stomach." Zhang Lei and the others gave awkward smiles. Finally, Zhang Lei stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Brother Ling, how about this? You take Mengmeng over there first and the rest of us will just take a cab." Upon hearing this, Chuling thought it was actually a pretty good idea. "All right, I'll give you the address. You guys will just have to go the extra mile and take a cab over." Chuling nodded. It wasn't too far from Tianlong Bay and the route was quite safe. Zhang Lei watched Chuling discreetly. She was worried that the place he'd rented might not be big enough, but she felt too embarrassed to ask. If it were just her, she could probably manage by squeezing in with Mengmeng. But there were 3 other roommates here, all girls, and living in such close quarters would inevitably lead to some inconveniences. With that in mind, the thoughtful Zhang Lei suggested, "Brother Chuling, you don't have to be so polite. Why don't we just stay at a hotel instead?" Zhang Lei had thought it through carefully. By bringing it up herself, she was also saving Brother Chuling any potential embarrassment. After all, they'd planned to stay at a hotel from the start, so they wouldn't be disappointed. Unexpectedly, Chuling shook his head and refused. Looking at Zhang Lei, he said with a smile, "Jiao Lei, you're the ones who shouldn't be so polite to me. There's plenty of room for you all here. Trust me, it's safer this way. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the car." No sooner had Chuling finished speaking than he headed toward the parking lot. Seeing Chuling leave, the classmates standing nearby were all grinning from ear to ear. This cousin of Chu Mengmeng sure knows how to show off. Going to get his car? What is his shared electric scooter still parked in the lot? Why not just scan one here? He really is a bum. Everyone else has already seen right through him, but he insists on putting on a full-blown show just for you. What a drama queen. Just as the students were thinking this, they saw Zhang walk over to Chu Mengmeng with a few of his henchmen and stop right beside her. He deliberately muttered to himself, "Oh, I thought she was some rich relative of mine. Ahaha, how ridiculous." His henchmen laughed loudly on purpose and chimed in with sarcastic tones. "Brother Qiang, you can't say that. I think Chu Mengmeng's cousin is no ordinary guy. He even parks his shared e-scooter in the parking lot. He really knows how to live with a sense of ceremony." Haha, it really is quite a sense of ceremony. Taking my cousin who traveled all this way to see me to munch on fried dough sticks right on the street. I'd be mortified. Passing up a feast at a 3-star hotel to come here and eat fried dough sticks in the open air tier tsk. Chu Mengmeng's way of thinking is truly unique. I'm in awe. Seeing the look of contempt on their faces, the anger Chu Mengmeng had been bottling up flared up instantly. Will you guys ever cut it out? What I choose to do is my business. Did you all eat too much for breakfast or something? Why are you butting into my business? They're just bored out of their minds. What's wrong with them? Her other roommates, seeing how arrogant these people were acting, were also furious and couldn't help but snap back. Stop making snide remarks. Aren't you guys spending your parents' money right now too? Exactly. You're living off your parents' money. What right do you have to mock others? If you want a 3-star hotel feast, better get in line now. The seats will be gone in a minute. No matter how poor we are, at least we're spending our own money. What about you guys? You're just tagging along behind Zhang Qiang, freeloading off him, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. Just as the two sides were arguing, a roaring sound rang out from a short distance away. It grew louder as it approached, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost right in front of them. Everyone instinctively looked over and saw a Bugatti Veyron racing toward them like a wild beast. That car. The perfect blend of black and orange, combined with the car's distinctive supercar silhouette, was simply dazzling. The roar of the supercar, the excited howl of a supercar, crashed down like a wave, completely engulfing everyone. The supercar's chassis was very low, like a cheetah crouched low, ready to pounce at any moment, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. Everyone stared in awe at the supercar before them. It was simply breathtaking. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. The guys kept swallowing hard. A beast like this is exactly the kind of car a man should be driving. It completely satisfied their desire for conquest. What a thrill! But soon their attention was drawn to the Bugatti Veyron's license plate. Gold A999. Even as poor college students, they understood just how precious a license plate like that was. 59s, that's the absolute best license plate number, the pinnacle of prestige. Anyone who owns a license plate like this must undoubtedly be a big shot in Jinling. Zhang Qiang was so stunned that his mouth gaped wide, almost big enough to fit a fist inside. His heart was pounding so hard he blurted out a curse. Holy damn, a Bugatti worth 50 to 60 million. Has Jinling gotten this rich already? We've only just arrived. As soon as we stepped out of the train station, we saw a row of custom Rolls-Royces and now a Bugatti? What the hell is going on here? As Zhang Qiang muttered these words, his eyes greedily followed the Bugatti, wishing he had a few more pairs of eyes. Hearing Zhang Qiang's words, everyone was stunned. A supercar worth 50 to 60 million? Holy cow, all I've seen today are luxury cars. Their hearts were about to burst from the excitement. Brother Qiang, why don't you fill us in on the details? One of his sycophants suggested excitedly. Zhang Qiang, of course, wasn't about to pass up such a great chance to show off. He nodded and said in a loud voice, "Sure thing, this is a Bugatti Veyron, known as the most powerful sports car on the planet. It's powered by a W16 engine, has a top speed of 407 kilometers per hour, and can go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.5 seconds. Its power is absolutely unmatched. It's not called the most powerful on Earth for nothing." After hearing Zhang Qiang's introduction, everyone's hearts began to race and faster. It really was a super luxury car. 2.5 seconds. That's barely the time it takes to take a breath. Just then, the Bugatti drove toward them and came to a stop not far from the group. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Chuling's handsome features. A faint smile played on Chuling's lips as he waved to Chu Mengmeng and said, "Mengmeng, get in." "Beer?" Those words exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone froze in their tracks, including Chu Mengmeng. They looked at one another, none of them understanding why Chuling was sitting inside a Bugatti Veyron. What happened to the shared bike we were supposed to use? How did it turn into a supercar? That option had never even crossed their minds, okay? Zhang Qiang was so startled he nearly bit his tongue. They never in a million years would have imagined that the beggar guy they'd been talking about was actually driving a Bugatti Veyron. Was he really that big shot in Jinli? That's a supercar worth 50 to 60 million. Even Zhang Qiang, who considered himself quite well off, might not have family assets worth as much as that car. And here was a beggar he'd looked down on, casually cruising down the street in it. This. Zhang Qiang's mind was in a complete whirl at that moment. Even if his family possessed assets of equal value, they'd never sell their cars, houses, or businesses just to buy a sports car. That would be madness. This could only mean that Chu Ling's net worth was who knows how many times greater than that of this Bugatti Veyron. For a moment, Zhang Qiang was bewildered. Who exactly was this Chu Ling? He didn't look much older than them, yet he was this rich. The others, gazing at Chu Ling's car, felt their knees go a little weak. Damn it, what kind of big shot is this, just cruising around in a sports car worth 50 or 60 million? Huh? For a moment, everyone felt like their minds couldn't wrap around it. The girls, in particular, were filled with regret. Why on earth had they gone against Chu Mengmeng? A cousin this handsome and rich. If only they could have a boyfriend like that, they'd wake up smiling even in their dreams, right? It would be the absolute pinnacle of life. To have missed such a golden opportunity now, it's just so frustrating. Just as Chu Ling was about to give Zhang Lai and the others the address of his Tanlong Bay residence, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was Bai Yiyun calling. Chu Ling paused for a moment, then answered. As soon as he picked up, Bai Yiyun's sweet voice rang out. Mr. Chu, the gift for the board meeting has already arrived in Jinling. Where are you right now? Would it be more convenient to have it delivered to your home, or somewhere else? I'm at the train station picking someone up right now. Why don't we talk again once I get home? Chu Ling held the phone between his shoulder and ear as he wrote down the address on a piece of paper. Bai Yiyun paused for a moment. You're at the train station? While still on the call, Bai Yiyun stepped out of the car. As soon as she got out, she spotted Chu Ling's Bugatti Veyron. Its striking color and design were one of a kind in Jinling. Bai Yiyun told Chu Ling over the phone to wait a moment as she hurried toward him. Everyone was still in a state of shock, but when they saw the stunningly curvaceous Bai Yiyun appear, their eyes were instantly drawn to her. Wow, what a beautiful woman. They watched as Bai Yiyun walked toward Ling. Chu Ling noticed Bai Yiyun at that moment, so he got out of the car and casually asked, "What kind of gift is this? Why all the secrecy?" Bai Yiyun beamed and pointed to the fleet of Rolls-Royces across the street, saying, "Those there a personal gift from the board of directors for you." That single sentence struck everyone like a sledgehammer to the chest. The entire crowd fell dead silent. Zhang Qiang and the others were all stunned speechless. They felt their calves go weak in waves and could barely stand. Luxury cars worth hundreds of millions, and they're just gifts? What kind of company could afford such a lavish gesture? One of the Fortune 100? Next, Bai Yiyun gave a brief introduction to the cars. Every word she spoke sank into the crowd's ears. Compared to Zhang Qiang's presentation, Bai Yiyun placed even greater emphasis on the cars' prices. And the prices she quoted were tens of millions higher per car than Zhang Qiang had estimated. Just the lead car, a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom Stretch, was worth over 200 million. Chu Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "That's quite the splurge, but it's come at just the right time. It's like getting a pillow just when you're feeling sleepy. I happen to need a car to pick someone up." As he spoke, Chu Ling smiled warmly at Zhang Lai and the others and said, "Xiao Lei, you don't need to take a taxi, just hop in these cars to get there." Upon hearing Chu Ling's words, Bai Yiyun realized that Zhang Lai and the others were his guests and immediately stepped forward enthusiastically to help carry their luggage. Chu Mengmeng and the others looked at Bai Yiyun all a bit dumbfounded. As young, inexperienced girls, when had they ever seen such a mature and stunning city beauty? She was just so beautiful, wasn't she? And she was absolutely irresistible. As fellow girls, they all began to feel a bit jealous of Bai Yiyun. She was not only stunning, but also had a great figure. Chu Mengmeng's eyes darted around, then she turned to Chu Ling and whispered, "Cousin, who is this?" "She must be a potential cousin-in-law, right?" "This is my personal secretary," Chu Ling said before introducing Bai Yiyun to everyone. "Personal secretary?" The group of boys standing nearby turned to look at Chu Ling, their eyes red with envy. "A secretary, a personal one no less. Doesn't that mean she'll handle the work when there's work to be done, and when there isn't?" Chu Ling glanced again at the stunned classmates not far away and asked Chu Mengmeng, "Are these all your classmates? Why don't you have them get in the car too? I'll take them wherever they want to go." Chu Ling had a good point. Since Bai Yiyun had come to provide the cars, they must all come with drivers. If these were Mengmeng's classmates, it wouldn't be a big deal to give them a ride to the hotel, just a small favor. Upon hearing Chu Ling's words, the crowd instantly grew excited. After all, these were Rolls-Royce's custom editions, no less, each worth over 100 million. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they might never get to ride in one their entire lives. With that in mind, everyone looked at Chu Mengmeng with eager eyes, hoping she would agree right away. Chu Mengmeng snorted coldly through her nose and said in an icy tone, "No need. They're already scrambling to find a hotel on their own. Let's not hold them up." They might have forgotten what those people said earlier, but Chu Mengmeng remembered it all very clearly. "Weren't you all belittling my cousin, calling him a good-for-nothing beggar who only graduated from a vocational school? And now you want to ride his coattails and get a ride from him? It's like a dream." Chu Ling said nothing. Seeing Chu Mengmeng's reaction, he knew there must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, his cousin, who had always been sensible and well-mannered since childhood, would never have put on such a stern face. Since that was the case, Chu Ling decided not to interfere, and his gaze grew distant. Hearing Chu Mengmeng's words, the group of classmates felt a sudden chill in their hearts, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. After a moment of silence, a girl's voice rang out from the crowd. Mengmeng, we're all classmates. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. After all, we've been friends for years. It's such a luxurious car, we'd love to hop in for a ride, okay? Chu Mengmeng glanced at the girl who had spoken. Wasn't this the very girl who had bumped into her earlier? How dare someone like that have the nerve to talk to her about friendship? When you bumped into me and spoke sarcastically to me, did those years of friendship just disappear? Seeing that Chu Mengmeng wasn't responding, the other classmates chimed in one after another. We're all classmates, why make things so awkward, right? After all, this is our graduation trip. Wouldn't it be better if we all just had a good time? Give us this chance. We've never ridden in such a nice car before. We're all in this together, aren't we, Mengmeng? You're not being that petty, are you, Mengmeng? We've all apologized to you. What more do you want? In an instant, they all took the moral high ground. They didn't care if this was moral blackmail after all. There were more of them, so they were in the right. Chu Mengmeng looked at their self-righteous faces and sneered coldly. Do I even know you guys that well? Just because it's a graduation trip, why does your happiness have to come at the expense of my making sacrifices? And you still expect me to share in your joy? And what's with all this talk about what I want? I don't want anything. I just want you to stay away from me. The more Chu Mengmeng thought about it, the angrier she got. She turned to look at Chuling and said, Cousin, shall we go? Seeing Chu Mengmeng's attitude, Chuling nodded without hesitation and started the car. The Bugatti Veyron roared as it sped off. The Rolls-Royces behind them immediately followed suit. As they passed the crowd, they caught a glimpse of Zhang Lei and her group's profiles. They were sitting in the stretch Rolls-Royces, chatting and laughing. The group of classmates all froze, watching helplessly as the convoy of luxury cars vanished from sight. Right now, they were filled with nothing but regret. They wished they'd slapped themselves twice right then and there to vent their frustration. Their perspective was simply too narrow. All for a stay at a 3-star hotel, they'd actually managed to offend Chu Mengmeng. Offending her was tantamount to indirectly offending her cousin. Anyone with eyes could see just how good Chuling was to Chu Mengmeng. Fearing she might go hungry, he even walked over to buy her breakfast himself. Although they didn't know Chuling's true identity, didn't his Bugatti Veyron worth 50 to 60 million and his fleet of Rolls-Royces worth several hundred million speak for themselves? At the very least, he's a top-tier tycoon. Now, not only had they missed out on the chance to experience a luxury car, but they'd also missed an opportunity to mingle with top-tier dignitaries and VIPs. Bro, Jinling looks so bustling. Sitting in the car, Chu Mengmeng pressed her little head against the window, admiring the sights of Jinling the whole way. Silly girl, what you just saw was downtown Jinling, of course it's bustling. Hearing Chu Mengmeng's words, Chuling couldn't help but chuckle softly. This little girl was still so adorable. Chu Mengmeng huffed in displeasure. Of course she knew it was the city center, but the surroundings here were just so much nicer than in Jiangcheng. Chuling looked at Chu Mengmeng and reached out to ruffle her hair, prompting another wave of indignation from her. Cousin, you're picking on me again. What can I do? You just look so easy to pick on. Chuling burst out laughing. The two laughed together, and then Chu Mengmeng looked at her cousin. She didn't know how he'd managed to become so successful, but she knew that his journey hadn't been easy. She had once overheard her parents mention that her eldest uncle's business had also taken off brilliantly when he first started out. With her aunt's support, it had flourished back then. She had even looked up to her aunt as a role model, wanting to become a well-educated and well-mannered young woman like her. When she mentioned this to her mother had smiled and said, "Your aunt is from Tianjin. She's been well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. She's cultured and well-mannered with a broad perspective. We simply can't compare to her." Later, she asked her mother why she'd never met her aunt's family or heard her cousin mention anything about his grandmother, but her mother always told her not to pry. Later, her cousin's family fell on hard times and her eldest uncle began to limp. Once she wanted to find out what had happened and asked her parents, but she was scolded. Since then, although she remained curious, she kept her thoughts to herself. Still, seeing her cousin like this now, she felt genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Just then, Chuling, sitting next to her, sensed Chu Mengmeng staring at him and turned his head. "What's up? Why are you staring at me?" "Nothing, really. I was just noticing how much more handsome my cousin has become," Chu Mengmeng said with a soft smile, pursing her lips. Then Chuling ruffled her hair. "You're such a sweet talker." Just as the cousins were sharing this affectionate moment, inside the stretch Rolls-Royce behind them, several young women were gazing excitedly out the windows, whispering to each other about the bustling city and the beautiful scenery. Bai Yun overheard their conversation and said with a gentle smile, "We just passed through the city center. Once you've settled in, you should come over and check it out. There are plenty of places to eat and have fun around here. I'm sure you'll love it." "Thank you, Sister Yun," Zhang Lai said with a wide grin. They had already established a good rapport with Bai Yun as soon as they got in the car. Zhang Lai had a friendly personality and a sweet way with words, and she and Bai Yun hit it off immediately. Hearing her call her Sister Yun so affectionately made Bai Yun wish she could truly adopt this younger sister. With the navigation app open on Zhang Li's phone, she soon realized that their current location was getting farther and farther from downtown. Sister Yian, isn't Brother Ling's place in the city center? Zhang Li asked, a bit puzzled. Given Chu Ling's current financial standing, he must surely live in the most luxurious area. In the minds of these young girls, isn't it just natural for rich people to live in the most expensive places? The closer to the center, the higher the price. Conversely, the farther away from the city center, the lower the prices drop. Bai Yun chuckled softly and explained to Zhang Li, Mr. Chu's house isn't actually in the city center. Zhang Li paused for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Oh, is that so? But if Brother Ling lives that far away, isn't it really inconvenient for his daily work? And being so far from the city center, isn't it a hassle to go shopping or attend social engagements? Silly girl, some things aren't as simple as you imagine, Bai Yun said with a faint smile. Do you girls know what kind of place Tianlong Bay where Mr. Chu lives is? The girl's eyes lit up simultaneously. This sounded like a bombshell. Tianlong Bay. Although the name was unfamiliar to them, it gave off a rather upscale vibe. The girl sitting in the back seat instinctively leaned forward, looking at Bai Yian with eager eyes. Sister Bai, this isn't our first time in Jinling. How could we possibly know all that? Please tell us about it. Let me put it this way, Tianfang Tianlong Bay, where Mr. Chu lives, is the most luxurious residential community in all of Jinling. With just one sentence, Bai Yian highlighted Tianlong Bay's status in Jinling. The most luxurious residential complex, period. The girls exchanged glances, their faces brimming with envy. That's just like Brother Chu Ling living in the very best place, befitting his wealth. The most luxurious residential complex? I wonder what it's like, one roommate muttered to herself. Her limited financial means had stifled her imagination. Besides the houses being bigger and looking more impressive, what else could possibly be different? Bai Yian had a truly kind personality. Not only did she make fun of the girls, but she patiently explained. Every aspect of Tianfang Tianlong Bay is simply superb. With mountains visible behind and the river stretching out before, it's the epitome of luxury. Most importantly, it specializes in top-tier villa communities, catering to high-end clients in the Jinling area. Only Jinling's most elite dignitaries can live there. The girls nodded, half understanding. They thought about it for a moment but couldn't quite picture it. Do you know what they look like? One of the girls asked in a hushed voice. Zhang Li blinked, stroked her chin, and replied, I think it's probably like those two-story villas you see in American TV shows, right? The wooden structure looked quite historic and was very eco-friendly. Especially during the snowy season, a house like that could have Santa Claus pop out at any moment. After all, not only were they low-slung, but they also had chimneys absolutely essential for Santa's travels. The more the girls thought about it, the more envious they became. Living in a house like that must be so wonderful, right? Bai Yian drove quietly. Suddenly, she pointed to a fork in the road ahead and said, Take that turn and you'll be on the private road to Tianlong Bay. Once you see that road, you'll understand why those houses command such high prices. The girls were a bit confused. Wasn't it just a road? So what if it was private? Was it going to lead all the way to the sky or something? Just then, the road took a turn, and their view suddenly opened up. To their surprise, the girls discovered that this road was 2 lanes wider than the main road they'd been on. Sister Yian, didn't you say this was a private road? Why is it built so wide? Zhang Li couldn't help but gape in astonishment. It had to be said, such a wide and perfectly paved road did indeed exude an air of extravagance. This was the first time she'd ever heard of such a luxurious residential complex. Not to mention, the greenery lining both sides of the road was unlike that of ordinary streets. Every so often, there was a jingo tree, and beneath them were lush, colorful flowers. They couldn't identify all the flower varieties, but they recognized some as tulips, and the air carried a faint, sweet scent. The flowers were in full bloom at that moment, freely displaying their beauty, leaving the young girls in the car staring in awe. They're so beautiful. There's even more to come. Bai Yun said nothing as the car continued on its way, soon reaching a stretch of mountain road. Everyone gazed at the surrounding trees, the mountains on either side, the Yangtze River, and the bustling cityscape of Jinling spread out below. They were all awestruck. It turned out that, viewed from the mountain road, the Yangtze River took on a whole new appearance. From this vantage point, the Yangtze River resembled a jade sash winding through Jinling, exuding an indescribable grace. The mountains behind them were equally breathtaking. The sunlight had draped them in golden armor, making them appear majestic and imposing. The young girls were speechless. Living in such an environment would truly be like living the life of a god or goddess. There was very little traffic on this private road, so before long they spotted the entrance to Tianlong Bay. As the motorcade approached the residential complex, it began to slow down, moving gradually toward the entrance to Tianlong Bay. As soon as the security guard spotted the black and orange Bugatti Veyron, he knew the owner of Villa No. 1 had returned. But when they looked further down the line, the security guard on duty was taken aback. Oh my goodness, has the owner of Villa No. 1 bought new cars again, and they're all Rolls Royces. How much could all that cost? What are you doing? Stop spacing out. Hurry up and raise the barrier. The captain watched from the side, growing increasingly anxious. The lead car belonged to the owner of Villa No. One, if he got angry, the entire security team would be in big trouble. Oh, okay. The security guard hurriedly raised the barrier. Watching the motorcade file in one after another, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was a close call. Captain, who is the owner of Villa No? The security guard asked the captain, watching the motorcade disappear from view with a look of admiration on his face. The captain shot him a scornful glare. If he hadn't reacted quickly, they would have offended a big shot. And he actually has the nerve to ask who they are. Someone you can't afford to offend. Just look at that license plate. Do you really think a security captain like me would know who they are? Mind your own business and stick to your duties, the captain said sternly, his face set in a grim expression. As he walked outside, it was time for his patrol again. The grand gates of the Tanlong Bay Villa complex left the young girls speechless. They kept exclaiming that they'd never seen such a luxurious entrance before. By then, their car had officially entered the villa complex, and the villas in the outermost row came straight into view. Looking at the modern-style three-story villas, Chu Mengmeng, Zhang Lai, and the others were completely blown away. This villa is just too beautiful. It's a million times better than anything in the movies. The flowers and plants in the garden were beautifully manicured. From where they stood, they could see the lights glowing on the second floor and glimpses of the interior decor. Even though it was just a glimpse, it left the group of young women utterly awestruck. The decor is so luxurious. I never even imagined a house like this. So Brother Chuling actually lives in a place this heavenly? Watching their reactions, Bai Yin couldn't help but smile, covering her face when adorable girl. But then she paused in surprise when she first arrived the day before yesterday. She'd had exactly the same look on her face, like a country bumpkin visiting the Grandview Garden for the first time. Thinking of this, Bai Yin shook her head in exasperation. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, it was simply that this place was on a whole other level. Even someone like Bai Yin, who prided herself on having seen a bit of the world, was that astonished, let alone these young girls who hadn't yet experienced much of life. The car soon pulled up in front of Villa No. 1. As everyone gazed at the building, which was at least twice as large as the luxurious villas they'd seen earlier, they fell silent. Then, glancing at the villa's grounds, which resembled a private garden, the young girls truly didn't know how to express the shock they felt. If what they'd seen before was the height of luxury, then Villa No. 1 was nothing short of a heavenly palace. The difference in class was no small matter. Sister Yun, can we get out here? Zhang Lai and the other young girls couldn't take it anymore. All they wanted now was to step outside and feel what the air around this heavenly palace was like. Bai Yun pulled the car up to the entrance of Villa No. 1 and said cheerfully to the group, "Of course you can." Zhang Lai and the others couldn't wait to get out of the car, and just then Chu Mengmeng also emerged from the Bugatti Veyron. The girls successfully reunited and huddled together, chattering away. "Oh my gosh, Mengmeng, this place is amazing. I swear I'll never set my sights on your cousin again, he's way too rich." I just glanced back. Villa No. 1 is actually right in the center of the entire villa complex. This must be the legendary king of villas. Do I even need to tell you that? Just look at this colossal building, can't you picture it? Mengmeng, I had no idea you were hiding something this big. Chu Mengmeng's pretty little face fell, and she said with a helpless expression, "Give me a break. Do I look like I knew about this all along? If I'd known my cousin was this well off, why would I have dragged you guys onto that cramped green-painted train?" Zhang Lai chuckled and slung her arm around Chu Mengmeng's shoulder, saying, "Come on, why are we all fretting over this? We're about to live the high life with Mengmeng. Let's go check it out." The young girls chatted and laughed as they walked through the main gate of Villa No. 1. Chuling had already parked his car and was waiting for them. "You'll be staying here for now. There's definitely enough room." The girls exchanged glances. Even if there were enough rooms and they had to sleep crammed together, they wouldn't want to leave. "Come on, I'll give you a quick tour so you don't get lost," Chuling said as he headed inside the villa. Chuling gave them a quick tour. The outdoor swimming pool was spotlessly clean, unlike public pools, didn't have that strong chlorine smell. "I know you young ladies all love to look your best and place great importance on staying in shape. This is the outdoor pool, and there's also a small, dedicated gym on the villa's lower level. You're welcome to use it anytime you need to," Chuling explained thoughtfully. He kept talking to himself as he led the way, completely oblivious to the girls' astonishment behind him. This villa is so luxurious it's practically paradise. Just as thought the tour was over, Chuling led them to the garden. The garden was Chuling's pride and joy. It was time for the rare flowers and plants he'd tended to meet his guests. As soon as the group followed Chuling into the garden, they were so amazed they couldn't close their mouths. "Is this the villa's private garden? This is practically a botanical garden built from scratch. It's so spacious and there are so many varieties." And those flowers looked absolutely stunning. The young ladies had a natural instinct that, judging by their appearance, these were definitely rare varieties. Just as they were speculating, Bai Yin, who was trailing behind, let out a gasp. "Oh my goodness, boss, you've actually grown tiny lotus and spring orchids?" Chu Mengmeng and the others were completely baffled, so they simply pulled out their phones to search Baidu themselves. When they saw the search results for the Tianhe spring orchid, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. It turned out to be an astronomically expensive orchid. One pot costs over $1 million. "Hey, cousin, why don't we go take a walk somewhere else?" Chu Mengmeng said helplessly, looking at her roommate's terrified expressions. To be honest, it wasn't just her roommates. Chu Mengmeng herself was terrified. This was all about money. It was safer to keep her distance. Chu Ling hesitated for a moment. He hadn't given it much thought, assuming the girls didn't know much about flowers, so he led them back to the fish pond. He even showed them the giant alligator snapping turtle he kept. Seeing the giant alligator snapping turtle, which looked just like a dinosaur, the girls were absolutely amazed and quickly pulled out their phones to take plenty of photos. This was such a rare sight, and he was raising himself. How fascinating. Finally, Chu Ling took them to the media room. Although it was called a private home theater, its size and layout were indistinguishable from a small movie theater. If there was any difference at all, it was that it was furnished with top-of-the-line calfskin sofas and the finest audio equipment. "If you don't feel like going out, you can come here to watch a movie. It should be pretty nice," Chu Ling said thoughtfully, having considered every detail for the girls. This deeply touched Chu Mengmeng, and her roommate's brother Chu Ling was truly wonderful. The space was so vast that even just stopping to take a quick look here and there took a full hour to explore. "Come on, I'll show you the rooms now." Only then did Chu Ling lead the girls upstairs to the guest rooms and help them settle in. There were plenty of rooms upstairs, so Chu Ling arranged for 2 girls to share a room. That way, they could look out for each other. Then Chu Ling checked the time. It was about time for lunch. With that in mind, Chu Ling walked over to the girls and said, "You must be tired, right? Take a shower and change your clothes, then come downstairs for lunch. I'll go get everything ready." "Thank you, brother Chu Ling." The girls cheered with excitement. The surroundings were so wonderful, it was almost like a dream. Chu Ling took his phone downstairs and called a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant, asking them to send a chef and ingredients for in-home service. The restaurant manager eagerly agreed and soon drove over with the chef and waitstaff. The fresh ingredients were brought in high-end insulated containers and streamed into the villa one after another. By the time Chu Mengmeng and the others had changed and come downstairs, the head chef had already made all the necessary preparations, and they were ready to begin the meal. Watching the chefs bustling about in the kitchen, the young girls were taken aback for a moment, but then they came to terms with it. After all, they were billionaires. Wasn't it perfectly normal to have chefs come to their home? Chu Ling sat in the head seat. When he saw them come downstairs, he gestured to the young women. "Make yourselves at home. Dinner is served." The first course was red-skinned baby radishes with foie gras. The red-skinned baby radishes still had their tender green leaves attached, giving them a fresh, vibrant appearance. The head chef trimmed the base of each radish slightly so it could rest securely at the edge of the plate, with the leaves standing upright, full of life. It looked like a miniature tree captured on the plate. A small piece of pan-seared foie gras, exuding the distinctive sweet aroma of butter, rested in the shade beneath the tree. A gentle cut with a knife and fork splits it into 2 small pieces, revealing just how tender the foie gras is. One bite reveals a tender, silky texture. The flavor is simply out of this world. Even a hint of astonishment flashed in Bai Yiyun's eyes as she whispered in admiration, "It's no wonder you're the head chef at a 3 Michelin-star restaurant. Your craftsmanship is truly unparalleled." A 3 Michelin-star restaurant? The young girls' eyes widened in shock as they stared in disbelief at the now empty plates before them, feeling like they wanted to cry but couldn't. Deep down, they were already screaming inside. "Ah, if only we'd known this was food from a 3 Michelin-star restaurant, we should have taken a photo and posted it on our social media feeds. For the next course, we absolutely have to take a photo first, then taste it." Soon, the second course pan-seared Kobe beef was served. The server professionally served the dish and then enthusiastically explained, "This Kobe beef was air-freighted to the restaurant early this morning. It's at its peak for cooking right now." Course after course flowed onto the table like a stream, showcasing a collection of the world's finest delicacies. Plus, the plating at this 3 Michelin-star restaurant was absolutely stunning. Chu Mengmeng and her friends snapped photo after photo and uploaded them directly to their social media feeds. And I've also posted those views of the villas from earlier. Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled as she worked, not forgetting to remind her friends. The other roommates slapped their foreheads. If Zhang Lei hadn't reminded them, they really would have posted those villa views. With content this good, how could they not share it so others could experience it too? Especially Chu Mengmeng and Zhang Lei, they still had a bone to pick. Earlier, those people had looked down on Chu Ling for graduating from a vocational school, calling him nothing but a poor beggar. Now it was time to show them exactly what a top-tier tycoon looked like. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiang and his group had been driving around downtown for quite a while before finally finding the hotel they'd booked earlier. Seeing that it was already getting late, and feeling too exhausted to talk, they decided to head to a nearby fast food restaurant for a quick bite. Check this out, Chu Mengmeng and the others just posted photos in the space. One of the sycophants happened to be scrolling through QQ when he received a notification that a friend had uploaded something. Zhang Qiang frowned, pulled out his phone, and logged into their social space, where he saw photos of the villa's interior and exterior various themed rooms, and even the meals which were nothing short of a lavish feast. In an instant, the group at the table erupted into a flurry of excitement. Oh my gosh, this house is huge! Look, there are themed rooms and even a movie theater. This level of extravagance is beyond my wildest imagination. The garden looks just like a botanical garden. The flowers and plants are so beautiful. Lobsters this big, how much does one cost? And those are 2 abalone, right? Honestly, just looking at the photos makes me feel a little full. Actually, it wasn't so much that I was full as that I felt incredibly disheartened. It was such a great opportunity. My cousin had even asked me several times if I wanted to help out an old classmate. What a shame they completely blew that chance. Otherwise, using the excuse of being Chu Mengmeng's old classmate, I could have at least toured one of Jinling's top-tier villas and hopped into luxury cars to my heart's content. And once I got to college, I could really brag about it. Would even make it easier to find a girlfriend, wouldn't it? The more they thought about it, the more regretful they felt. Even the food in front of them lost its appeal. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Chuling had already finished eating and was sitting at the dining table, watching the many beautiful women laugh and chat as they ate. Plus, these girls were all exceptionally beautiful, not to mention Chu Mengmeng and Bai Yian, whose looks scored over 95, which finally gave the villa that special atmosphere. Now that's the life. Once everyone had finished eating, Chuling waved his hand grandly and announced, "Take a little break. I'll take you all shopping this afternoon." The moment the girls present heard the word shopping, their eyes lit up with a dazzling glow, and they all chanted, "Long live Chuling." Seeing how happy they were, Chuling sighed silently to himself. No wonder people said any woman with a pulse to go shopping. It's absolutely true. Everyone sat in the living room chatting for a while before heading to their respective rooms to rest. After their afternoon nap, they changed into fresh clothes and gathered in the living room. Chu Mengmeng had changed into a dress she'd bought specifically before coming to Jinling just to show off to her cousin. She deliberately walked up to Chuling, twirled around, and said sweetly, "What do you think, brother? Do I look nice?" Looking at Chu Mengmeng, who looked like a little fairy standing before him, Chuling's lips curled into a wider and wider smile. "Of course it's pretty, you're my cousin after all, so naturally you're the prettiest." Chu Mengmeng turned away with a smug look, overjoyed inside. Just as she expected, her own cousin really does have good taste. Chuling looked at the group. "All right, everyone's here. Let's head out." He and Bai Yun each got into a car and headed toward Wanda Plaza. Wanda Plaza was still bustling with people today. After parking their cars, the group headed straight for the luxury brand section. As soon as Chuling stepped out of the elevator, the sales associates at the luxury stores closest to it recognized him. "Isn't this the super rich young man who spent several million in just a short time?" The sales associates' eyes lit up, and they immediately came over to greet him. "Mr. Chu, you're here. We've just received quite a few new arrivals today. They'd suit your style perfectly." "Do you remember me, Mr. Chu? I was the one who assisted you the last time you visited our store. Why don't I take you inside to browse a bit?" "Mr. Chu, you left in such a hurry last time that you didn't even have time to sign up for a membership card. Why don't you come inside and get one first? I'll make sure to credit your points for you." The sales associates at the luxury store pulled out all the stops, all in an effort to lure Chuling into their store. This display of enthusiasm shocked Bai Yun and the others. Were these really the same aloof, beautiful luxury store sales associates they knew? Openly fighting over customers like this, how have you all changed so much? Chu Mengmeng pouted, feeling a sudden tightness in her throat. "Cousin, what did you do in the past? Did he just clean out the entire store?" Chuling just smiled without saying a word, letting the sales associates lead them into the store, where he treated Chu Mengmeng and Bai Yun to a shopping spree. After all, their combined spending would trigger the goddess rebate money. Couldn't come any easier than this, right? "Cousin, I've had enough really. Please don't buy me anything else." Chu Mengmeng was already feeling dizzy from her cousin's extravagance. Just yesterday, she'd been a poor student crammed onto a green-painted train to save money. This sudden turnaround was too much for her to handle. Chuling blinked, glancing at the wide-eyed roommate standing beside his cousin. An idea struck him and he said, "Mengmeng, that's not right of you. You brought your roommates along, and now that your cousin has bought you things, shouldn't you share some with them? You have to know how to share in life, you know?" Chu Mengmeng, swayed by Chuling's persuasion, let out an "oh" and quickly handed out the designer handbag she was holding to her roommates. Zhang Lei and the others were so startled that they repeatedly declined, saying that a single bag cost tens of thousands. They weren't worthy of it. Chu Mengmeng narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, "If it weren't for your support earlier, I don't know how badly I would have been bullied. Just take them, that's what my cousin wants. Didn't you hear him?" The roommates exchanged glances, looking at one another hesitantly. In the end, Zhang Lei took the lead and accepted the bag. She slung her arm around Chu Mengmeng's shoulder and said with a cheeky grin, "Well, I won't hold back then. From now on, I'm your little protege. Please look out for me, big shot." Chu Mengmeng was so exasperated by Zhang Lei's remark that she burst out laughing, left speechless. Next, Chuling led them from store to store. Whenever they spotted something they liked, they didn't hesitate, they just swiped their cards. By the time they finished their tour, every girl's hands were full of bags from all kinds of international luxury brands. Chuling did a rough calculation. They'd spent nearly several million, and the cashback had reached tens of millions. Looking at that cashback figure, Chuling felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, and the girls in front of him suddenly looked even more appealing. It really is true that there's strength in numbers, what a blast! Once everyone had finished shopping, they headed downstairs together. Their impressive procession left all the other customers in the area speechless. Each of these girls was carrying so many luxury items. My goodness, how much must that cost? They looked at Chuling, each wondering to themselves, just whose wealthy young master is this out on a shopping spree? Not only that, but seeing Chuling out on the town with so many beautiful women, their expressions kept changing. So many beauties, he didn't just hire them, did he? What kind of balls does this guy have? Chuling was fairly satisfied with today's haul and led the group back to the villa. The group of beauties had been out shopping all afternoon. Though they were exhausted, they'd never had so much fun shopping before, and every one of them was thrilled. After resting for a while, the group began touring the villa with Chuling's permission, of course. Zhang Lai and another roommate gazed at the blood-red arowana in the fish tank, finding them exceptionally beautiful. They were particularly captivated by the color of the blood dragon scales, which looked like a flowing red that seemed to glow. The roommate was absolutely captivated and was just about to reach out to tease it when she heard Chuling's sharp reprimand from behind her. "Stop, you two young ladies are quite bold, aren't you?" The girls were startled and quickly pulled their hands back. Zhang Lai turned to look at Chuling behind her and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Chuling, we just thought it was so beautiful and wanted to touch it." Chuling waved his hand dismissively, he wasn't scolding the two girls. "This fish eats meat. I was worried you'd get bitten after all. Compared to a person, this fish isn't worth much." Chuling reached out and grabbed a can of specialized blood dragon fish food, showing the girls the live minnows and shrimp inside. Zhang Lai and her roommate finally understood what was going on. They hadn't realized brother Chuling thought so highly of them. "Chuling, how much did you pay for this fish?" Zhang Lai was curious and asked. Chuling thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but it should be around 4 million. His blood dragon fish was already fully grown and had completed its third color transformation. Its color was now as red as a ruby top-tier specimen. If Chuling were to let the word out about the 4 million price tag, a crowd would likely come scrambling to snap it up. 4 million? For a single fish? The two men sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes widening in shock as they could hardly believe what they'd just heard. No way, how can it be so expensive? Chuling looked in the direction of the voices and saw that Bai Yun and the others had gathered around at some point. Upon hearing the price, they too were all stunned into silence. Everyone had gradually gotten used to Chuling's generosity, and after spending the whole afternoon shopping, they were all tired, so they simply flopped onto the sofa to chat. After dinner, Bai Yun chatted with Chu Mengmeng and the others for a while longer. Glancing at the time on her wrist, she said, "It's getting late. I'll head home for tonight." Chu Mengmeng and the others looked reluctant to see her go. Zhang Lai grabbed Bai Yun's arm and said in a sweet, girlish voice, "Sister Bai, are you leaving already? Let us walk you out." After spending the day together, Bai Yun, who was lovely in every way, from her looks and poise to her personality, had won the affection of all the girls. When she mentioned leaving, the young women were all a bit upset. Chuling glanced at the sky outside, then looked at Bai Yun and said in a conciliatory tone, "If you don't mind, you might as well just stay here and sleep." After all, there were so many rooms upstairs they could easily accommodate 2 more Bai Yuns. Besides, it was rather awkward for Chuling to be living with just a few girls. Having Bai Yun there would make things much better, with an older sister to look after them. Hearing Chuling say this, Zhang Lai and the others' eyes immediately lit up, and they quickly chimed in, "Sister Bai, please stay, okay? Didn't we agree to plards together tonight?" "All right, I'll listen to Mr. Chu." Bai Yun nodded with a smile, agreeing without any hesitation. Seeing that Bai Yun had agreed to stay, the young girls were all delighted. Chu Mengmeng and Zhang Lai even pulled Bai Yun over to sit on the sofa, pestering her for advice on which majors to apply for and even asking her about life as a working woman. Chuling listened to their conversation from the side and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You've just graduated from high school, and you're already asking for advice on your future careers?" As he spoke, Chuling took a good look at Chu Mengmeng. His little cousin still looked like a young girl, yet she'd already learned to plan ahead. Chu Mengmeng widened her eyes and said matter-of-factly, "Of course. Cousin, you don't know the pressure on our generation is huge these days. I'm even planning to start a small business and try my hand at entrepreneurship while I'm still in college." At the mention of starting a business, Chu Mengmeng's eyes lit up. She'd be turning 18 soon, then she'd be able to legally register a company and her time would finally begin. Chuling raised an eyebrow. Of course, he was happy to support Chu Mengmeng's decision. "All right, then make sure to learn as much as you can from Sister Bai. She's really impressive." After all, Bai Yun was the director at Rolls-Royce's headquarters in Jinling. Reaching that level at such a young age was no small feat. After saying that, Chuling went straight back to her room and lay down on her bed. The next moment, a light screen popped up. Please complete today's check-in, host. Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring ownership of the Jinling Xianyuan Hot Spring Club. Huh? Ownership of the hot spring resort? Well, that's kind of interesting. Chuling didn't give it much thought. He got up, took a shower, and went to bed early. The next morning, Chuling slept until he woke up naturally. He used the remote to open the curtains and found that it was a beautiful, sunny day. The sunlight was especially pleasant. The sunlight felt warm on his face, and Chuling couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. After a quick wash and brush up, Chuling went down to the living room on the first floor. The sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing Yiyun as she practiced yoga. Bai Yiyun seemed to have been up for a while. Dressed in a light gray yoga outfit, she was performing the poses with great concentration in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sunlight seemed to bathe Bai Yiyun in a golden glow, making her look exceptionally pure and beautiful. Even Chuling couldn't help but fix his gaze on her. Accompanied by soothing yoga music, Bai Yiyun performed a variety of yoga poses. Her yoga outfit clung perfectly to her skin, clearly outlining her curves. She was tall with excellent proportions. Her delicate curves seemed like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by God, and even the slightest movement would detract from that ultimate beauty. Seeing Bai Yiyun like this even when she was fully covered couldn't help but spark the imagination, making one wonder what kind of sight lay beneath her yoga outfit. Bai Yiyun was completely oblivious to Chuling's arrival. She extended her slender arm forward, gradually lowering her narrow waist until it was parallel to the ground. She raised her left leg inch by inch until it formed a straight line with her right leg. It was like a bow drawn to its fullest. Bai Yiyun held this stretched pose as if time had come to a standstill. In that stillness, Bai Yiyun was so beautiful and pure. Seeing such a difficult pose, Chuling was taken aback. My goodness, women really are made of water. Can a body really be this supple? Her two jade-like legs were long and straight, and this pose made her already voluptuous curves look even more alluring. Chuling let out another sigh. He really was a prophet. He'd said back then that Bai Yiyun was destined for greatness, and it really wasn't just a wild guess. Just look at how big they are now. Chuling walked toward Bai Yiyun, gazing at her as he went. Men, after all, are all captivated by those few spots. Rather than sneaking glances, he might as well be open about it. After all, his intentions were as obvious as Sima Zhao's.
Bai Yiyun heard Chuling's footsteps, so she stopped what she was doing and crouched down to roll up her yoga mat. After rolling up the yoga mat, Bai Yiyun tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, looked at Chuling, and asked, "Mr. Chu, I'm going to make breakfast. What do you usually like to eat in the morning?" "Don't call me Mr. Chu, just call me Chuling," Chuling said with a smile as he looked at Bai Yiyun. Bai Yiyun nodded to show she understood. She first put the yoga mat back in its place, then picked up the water glass on the table to take a sip. This was the lightly salted water she'd prepared before her yoga session, a habit she maintained in her daily life. Drinking lightly salted water right after yoga helps stimulate digestion and promotes a healthy complexion. As Bai Yiyun held the glass and was about to head toward the kitchen, she wasn't paying attention to where she was stepping and accidentally stepped on a fitness ball the size of a fist lying nearby. Ouch. Bai Yiyun lost her balance, stumbled forward, and twisted her ankle, letting out a sharp gasp of pain. The water spilled out, splashing onto her grey leggings. The 100% cotton yoga outfit was highly absorbent, and the small wet patch stood out clearly. "Are you okay?" Seeing Bai Yiyun standing there, her pained expression hidden beneath a stoic facade, Chuling hurried over to place his hands on her shoulders, giving her something to lean on as he gently guided her toward the sofa. As she sat down, Bai Yiyun momentarily lost her balance, leaning forward and bumping into Chuling. Bai Yiyun's pretty face flushed bright red, but Chuling was so focused on protecting her from further injury that he didn't even notice. But Bai Yiyun knew that her chest had just bumped against Chuling's elbow. Chuling looked at Bai Yiyun's slightly swollen ankle and frowned. "I don't think we have any first aid ointment for bruises and sprains at home," he said. "I was helping Meng Meng pack yesterday, and I think I saw some in her first aid kit," Bai Yiyun said softly, trying to recall. Chuling stifled a laugh, though he couldn't quite hide the smile on his face. "I could go ask her, but as long as you're not worried about being misunderstood." "Huh, what do you mean?" Bai Yiyun put down the tissue and froze. She looked at Chuling's teasing gaze, then glanced at the tissues beside her and the water stain on her pants. It seemed she had figured something out. "This..." Bai Yiyun silently cursed under her breath and shot Chuling a playful, reproachful glance. Seeing Bai Yiyun's gaze part reproach, part resentment, Chuling laughed heartily and said, "Wait here. I'll go get an ice pack and some medicine to promote blood circulation and dispel bruising." Soon Chuling returned, holding a small first aid. He sat down directly on the floor, and as he looked up, he could see Bai Yun's slender, beautiful legs. From a distance earlier, Chuling had only thought they were straight and long. Now that he was closer, looking at her graceful, slender legs and the beautifully contoured calves, he found himself tempted to caress them. Wow, 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 they didn't look like they had a single trace of muscle. Legs like that must feel absolutely amazing to touch. Chuling blinked, then reached out and grabbed Bai Yun's leg, startling her. Just as she was about to pull it back, she heard Chuling say in a tone that brooked no argument, "Don't move." Bai Yun's mind went blank. No boy had ever touched her legs before. She could clearly feel the warmth from Chuling's hand seeping through her thin yoga top and onto her skin. It was like a tiny spark that instantly set her whole body ablaze, igniting a raging fire. Bai Yun's pretty face flushed and she turned her head away, refusing to look at Chuling. Chuling looked at Bai Yun's delicate, fair ankle, which had taken on an unusual flush, and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. With one hand he held Yun's small, white, tender foot, while with the other, he gently placed an ice pack on the swollen area, massaging it gently as he went. "Ouch." Bai Yun murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "It hurts. Chuling, could you be gentler? Be gentler." Chuling shot Bai Yun a slightly exasperated glance. "It'll only hurt for a moment, otherwise it'll keep hurting." He sighed inwardly. This swelling needed to be worked out with firm pressure. Really, if she just endured it for a moment, it would pass. Besides, he was already being very gentle, wasn't he? Girls are just so delicate. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei had just woken up and stumbled out her room, still half asleep, only to overhear the two of them talking. Bai Yun's cries of pain and Chuling's soothing words made Zhang Lei jolt awake, and she was instantly wide awake. What's going on here? Zhang Lei rushed back to her room, her face flushed. After a moment's thought, she cautiously pressed her ear against the door to listen to the sounds coming from outside. Hearing Bai Yun's heavy breathing and the faint sounds of pain, Zhang Lei's face grew even redder. Wasn't it just the worst possible timing for me to wake up? Chuling and Bai Yun really, even if they had certain intentions, wouldn't it be better to do it in their own room? Did they forget that I was staying here? To be so brazen as to do this in the living room of all places, and first thing in the morning, no less. It's so embarrassing. But thankfully the sound stopped pretty quickly. Chuling checked Bai Yun's ankle. "Alright, get up." Bai Yun was very sensitive to pain. She didn't dare stand up right away, so she decided to test it out carefully, step by step. It really didn't seem to hurt much anymore. Only then did she dare to move it a little, and to her delight she discovered it really was much better. Plus, since she'd been practicing yoga regularly, her body was flexible, so the sprain wasn't severe, only a slight twinge of pain remained. As long as she was careful not to re-injure it in the coming days, she'd be back to her usual self in 2 or 3 days. It wouldn't affect her activities at all. "Thank you so much, Chuling." Bai Yun looked at Chuling with a delighted smile. Zhang Lei, hearing that the noise had stopped, went downstairs and immediately saw the two of them just getting to their feet. Her eyes flickered slightly. Brother Chuling and sister Bai had just stood up from the sofa. Could it be that earlier? Just as these thoughts were swirling through her mind, Zhang Lei noticed Bai Yun's wet leggings and the tissues scattered on the floor. She let out a startled gasp and ran back upstairs. She thought to herself, "That's proof. I definitely didn't hear wrong. This early in the morning, it's true that secretaries have work to do when there's work, and when there isn't." Chuling and Bai Yun were completely dumbfounded as they watched Zhang Lei make a hasty retreat. Chuling. Bai Yun. That little girl, did she misunderstand something? At that thought, Bai Yun blushed so hard her face nearly bled. "Oh my God, could you please stop messing with me like this?" If a young girl saw a scene this awkward, she'd have no way to explain it. This is going to be a total social death for me. Chuling, however, didn't seem to care. He shrugged and looked up at the second floor. These little girls seem to have grown up a bit. They know a lot more now. Bai Yun's eyes widened. "What do you mean, no more? They clearly don't know a thing, okay?" Furious, Bai Yun gave Chuling's waist a light pinch in protest. Chuling smiled at Bai Yun. "Don't move, or else you really won't be able to handle the consequences." After hearing that, Bai Yun, who had been ready to lash out just a moment ago, instantly calmed down, becoming as docile as could be. Seeing her like this, Chuling told her to rest comfortably on the sofa while he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Bai Yun couldn't sit still for a moment longer. She carefully made her way back to her room to change into clean clothes before coming back out. Chuling worked quickly and had breakfast ready in no time. Chu Mengmeng and a few of her roommates also came downstairs one after another. When Chuling saw them, he quickly invited them over to eat breakfast. "Wow, cousin, your cooking skills have really improved. Even your fried eggs are this delicious," Chu Mengmeng exclaimed as soon as she took a bite. The other girls were also eating with such delight that they didn't even have time to speak, just quietly tucking into their breakfasts. Only Zhang Lei remained silent, her face flushed bright red as she sipped her milk in small sips. Across from her, Bai Yun looked much the same. She barely looked up, focused on the breakfast in front of her, yet eating absent-mindedly. Chu Mengmeng noticed that something was off with the two of them and was very puzzled. Weren't they fine just yesterday? Why did they both seem so strange today? "Xiao Lei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chu Mengmeng asked with concern, reaching out to touch Zhang Lei's forehead. There was no sign of a fever. Zhang Lei waved her hands repeatedly. "I'm fine, I really am." As she spoke, Zhang Lei's gaze met Bai Yun's, and both of them blushed and felt their hearts race once more. Breakfast finally came to an end, and Bai Yun quickly got up to clear the dishes. That was so awkward. "Cousin, we made plans with Sister Yun today to go out and have some fun. She's going to show us around Jinling," Chu Mengmeng said with a smile as she looked at Chuling, explaining their plans for the day. Chuling raised an eyebrow. "Don't you need me?" Chu Mengmeng shook her head gently and said, "No need. It's enough that Sister Yun is with us." She was a sensible girl. Even though her cousin was wealthy now, his workload had surely increased significantly, and she didn't want their visit to interfere with his work. "Fine, so you don't need your cousin as long as Sister Yun is here," Chuling joked, glancing at the young beauties in front of him before turning to Bai Yun. "Just take them out in the Rolls-Royce Phantom stretch, that'll do just fine." Chuling had thought this through thoroughly. After all, Bai Yun was the only one here who knew how to drive, so it was best to take the extended wheelbase Rolls-Royce. It had plenty of room and was comfortable. Bai Yun replied, "Okay, I got it." After saying that, Chuling turned to Chu Mengmeng and asked with concern, "By the way, Mengmeng, do you have enough money on you? Let me transfer some to you via Alipay." As he spoke, Chuling had already pulled out his phone and started scrolling through his Alipay friends list, muttering to himself, "Hold on a second, let me find you in my contacts." Chu Mengmeng quickly shook her head and refused. "No need, cousin. I have money on me." To be able to come see Chuling, Chu Mengmeng had made a few preparations. She'd even secretly taken a part-time job at McDonald's to save up some pocket money, enough to cover the cost of their outing. No sooner had she finished speaking than, almost at the exact same moment, Chu Mengmeng's phone received a voice notification from Alipay. Alipay deposit, 5 million yuan. In an instant, everyone's... What had they just heard? 5 million had been deposited. Are rich people these days really that extravagant? Does giving pocket money start at 5 million? Zhang Lei and the others were completely stunned by Chuling's bold move. This wasn't just a cousin at this rate of pampering. Even a biological brother wouldn't be any different. The young girls gazed at Chuling with sparkling eyes. Zhang Lei took 2 steps forward and asked in a very serious tone, "Brother Chuling, is your family still looking for a little sister?" A biological sister, a cousin, a younger cousin, an adopted sister. Anything goes. Bai Yun had also been completely blown away by Chuling's generosity, but upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, she burst out laughing. These little girls are just too funny. Chu Mengmeng too stared at her phone in disbelief as her trembling fingers tapped open Alipay. Seeing the string of zeros in her balance, Chu Mengmeng fell silent. He'd actually transferred 5 million. Although Chu Mengmeng already knew Chuling was wealthy, she never imagined her cousin would hand her 5 million as pocket money all at once. Wasn't that just too generous? The more Chu Mengmeng thought about it, the more touched she felt. Glancing at the looks of jealousy, envy, and resentment from her roommates, she wasn't quite sure what to say. "Cousin, what are you doing? We were just going out to have some fun. Why did you give me so much money?" Chu Mengmeng said in a tone that was part coy, part playful scolding. Chuling gazed at Chu Mengmeng with affection, reaching out to ruffle her hair, thinking to himself, "What an innocent little girl. She doesn't understand her cousin's intentions at all. Since you can trigger the goddess rebate, just spend as much as you can. The more you spend, the more your cousin earns. It's a surefire win-win. You'd better make the most of it." However, even though Chuling thought this, he couldn't say it out loud. So he decided to give the little girl a gentle nudge. You brought a few good friends to visit your cousin, don't you think I'd make sure everything's taken care of for you? Just take the flowers. At worst, you can give me the rest later. Seeing that Chu Ling had said this, Chu Mengmeng reluctantly accepted the flowers. She looked up at Chu Ling and said very earnestly, "Don't worry, cousin. We won't spend money recklessly." Chu Ling was truly at a loss for words. He just wanted to know exactly what he could say to make his innocent cousin realize that he actually really wanted her to spend more money. Waiting online, it's pretty urgent. Chu Ling gave them a few more reminders about staying safe and such, then sent them on their way. Bai Yun deliberately brought up the rear. After seeing the other girls walk out the front gate, she quietly called out to Zhang Lei. "Lei Lei, there's something I need to explain to you." Zhang Lei looked at Bai Yun's flushed cheeks, shook her head gently, and said with great understanding, "Sister Yun, you don't need to explain anything to me, I understand completely. Don't worry, I'll never tell anyone about what happened today." Bai Yun, what do you know? You clearly don't know a thing. Seeing Zhang Lei acting so understanding, with the "I get it" look on her face, Bai Yun's composure completely shattered. What kind of karma has she brought upon herself? It was just a minor injury from doing yoga this morning. How did it escalate to this? Now look, the more she tried to explain, the worse it got. She just couldn't make herself understood. Bai Yun let out a heavy sigh. This was heaven's punishment. She was being socially humiliated. But despite her frustration, Bai Yun still took the group of young girls out for some fun. As soon as the stretch Rolls-Royce hit the road, it immediately sparked a flurry of comments from passers-by and other drivers. "Look, is that a Rolls-Royce? Oh my gosh, that car is so long. You really don't know much about cars. That's called a stretch model, get it? Look at the solid gold emblem on the hood. That thing alone costs over 300,000. This car is so luxurious. It feels like it could rival a presidential limousine. I've got to snap a photo and post it on my Moments right away." Inside the Rolls-Royce, Bai Yun was chatting with a few young women. "Let's head to Confucius Temple first. What do you think?" Zhang Lei nodded vigorously, her face beaming with excitement. Yes. I've heard the snack street at Confucius Temple is really famous. I've been dying to try the food there." Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Bai Yun couldn't help but shake her head slightly. This little girl was definitely a total foodie. Confucius Temple isn't just about the snack street, you know. It's a place dedicated to Confucius. Haven't you heard the saying, if you haven't been to Confucius Temple, it's as if you've never been to Jinling? Bai Yun explained to the group, and that was precisely why she had chosen Confucius Temple as their first stop. Chu Mengmeng blinked her eyes and said longingly, "I've heard so much about the beautiful scenery along the Qinhuai River, especially at night, when it's absolutely stunning." The Qinhuai River has been bustling with activity since ancient times, but the young girls had only heard of it. They'd never actually seen it for themselves. Now that they had the chance to visit Jinling, they naturally wanted to explore it thoroughly. Bai Yun drove the Rolls-Royce straight to Gonyuan Street and found a parking spot to pull over. Fuzimiao is one of Jinling's most famous tourist attractions. No matter when you visit, it's always teeming with people and bustling with activity. "Wow, Sister Bai, are all these people tourists from out of town?" Chu Mengmeng gently took Bai Yun's hand and asked curiously. "There were simply too many people here. It was truly unexpected." Bai Yun shook her head slightly and explained, "Actually, not all of them are tourists from out of town. Many locals from Jinling also like to come here for a stroll in their free time. Especially families with children, they bring their kids here in their free time to experience the ancient architectural complex. It's a way to broaden their horizons and let them soak up the atmosphere of the Imperial Examination Hall, in the hope that they'll develop a love for reading and study hard. Then let's go inside and take a look." Zhang Lei walked on the other side of Bai Yun, saying with a smile. As they walked, Bai Yun explained that today's Confucius Temple consists of an ancient architectural complex comprising the Confucius Temple, the Academy, and the Jiangnan Imperial Examination Hall. As they chatted and laughed, the group soon reached the Daiqing Hall. The Daiqing Hall is a place for paying homage to Confucius. Built in the Huizhou architectural style, its intricately carved lattice work on the window frames is exceptionally exquisite and leaves a lasting impression. The Qinhuai River, like a young woman with a supple waist, flowed past the gate of the Confucius Temple, a truly beautiful sight. On the screen wall across the river, two lifelike golden coiling dragons were carved. Bai Yun pointed at the dragons and said, "At night, all the lights over here will be turned on. Come back then to see the Qinhuai River will take on a completely different look." Huh, what does it look like then? Faced with the young girl's persistent questions, Bai Yun paused for a moment before saying softly, "By day the Qinhuai River is as quiet as a maiden. By night, it's bustling and lively, just like a beauty dressed in her finest. One is heavily made up, the other wears no makeup at all, but both are naturally beautiful and graceful." The young girls listened with eager anticipation. They were determined to find time to come back at night to experience the beauty of the night scenery. The group entered the central temple courtyard through Daking Gate, where 8 white marble statues of sages immediately caught their attention. They were the 8 disciples of Confucius. "Oh, by the way, what would you like to eat for lunch? Would you prefer the street food at Fuzimiao, or should we go to a nearby restaurant?" Bai Yun asked as she guided them on their tour. She remembered there was a restaurant nearby called Xuanggong that offered a panoramic view of Jinling. It was quite unique. But to her surprise, the young girls shook their heads vigorously, as if they were rattled drums. "Let's skip the restaurant, it's too expensive. We'd rather try the delicious food at Confucius Temple." Although Brother Chuling had given them a huge sum of money before they left, none of the girls wanted to spend Chuling's money. They'd just received so many valuable gifts yesterday, they certainly couldn't keep spending like this. Chu Mengmeng nodded in agreement. She also wanted to save her cousin some money. After all, making money is so hard these days, you shouldn't just spend it recklessly, right? Looking at the young girls in front of her, Bai Yun couldn't help but admire them. Inwardly, they were all such good kids. If it were a different group of kids here, they'd definitely demand the best of everything, the finest food, the most luxurious experiences. After all, since it's not their own money, why not splurge? That kind of attitude towards spending is really admirable. "Don't worry about the money, I'll treat you all, okay?" Bai Yun said with a smile, looking at them. Chu Mengmeng and Zhang Lei exchanged a glance, then each slipped an arm around one of Bai Yun's arms and giggled. "No need, Sister Bai. It's our turn to treat you to a meal. Just don't look down on us for the modest setting." Meanwhile, Chuling had been waiting at home all morning. It wasn't until after she'd eaten lunch and taken a nap that she realized the light screen hadn't popped up even once. Wow. Chuling's first reaction was wow. This little girl was being a bit too frugal. She hadn't spent a single penny of his money. Just then, Chuling's phone vibrated and a voice announcement played. "Alipay deposit, 5 million yuan. Looking at the money that had been transferred back to him, Chuling felt truly exasperated. It seems that without his supervision, these girls' spending habits are truly cause for concern. Sigh, what a waste of a beautiful morning. I'd better go for a walk, Chuling muttered to himself as he finished getting dressed and prepared to head out. He planned to stop by the Walmart at Wanda Plaza to pick up some fresh ingredients and cook a meal for these young ladies. For some reason, Chuling suddenly recalled the scene he'd seen that morning. Bai Yun's figure was truly stunning. In contrast, the other girls were much less impressive. Compared to Bai Yun, they weren't much better than washboards. With that in mind, Chuling made up his mind. It was time to show off his true culinary skills and help those young ladies build up their strength. Chuling drove his Bugatti Veyron to Wanda Plaza, intending to park in the underground garage. The security guard was extremely attentive upon seeing the supercar arrive and respectfully directed Chuling to a spot. "Sir, there are parking spots available right down there. It's very convenient to park and retrieve your car." Chuling nodded in thanks and drove down the ramp. Just as Chuling was looking for a parking spot, several young men approached from a distance, chatting and laughing. Each of them was decked out in designer clothes from top international brands. At a glance, it was clear they were wealthy young heirs. Their female companions were exceptionally beautiful, each wearing less and less fabric than the next. The women were flaunting their figures to the fullest, standing quietly by the young men's sides with a look of sweet dependence. Each young man had an arm around his companion, yet their gazes were all fixed on the young man in the center, speaking to him in hushed tones. The young man in the center looked to be in his mid-20s, dressed in a casual Armani suit. He stood with impeccable posture, forming a stark contrast to the spoiled rich kids around him. If one looked closely at his bearing and demeanor, one could see that he exuded a military air, giving the impression of being highly capable and shrewd. The young men looked at him with constant respect, speaking with great politeness, lacking the arrogance and recklessness typical of spoiled rich kids. After all, the man standing before them was Du Junji, the eldest son of the Du family, one of the four great families of Jinling. After graduating, Du Junji did not go abroad for further studies but resolutely joined the military. He had recently returned from active duty and was hailed as the Du family's next leader. Upon hearing this news, these young aristocrats immediately began reaching out to Du Junji, hoping to build connections with him. Du Junji was usually very busy, but today he happened to have some free time, so he joined the group for a stroll to unwind. "Why don't we go out and have some fun?" one of the young hares suggested. After all, they were all grown men. What's the point of just window shopping all the time? As soon as he heard about going out, another young hare raised an eyebrow and said excitedly, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention, do you know what I saw today?" Seeing how this young hare looked like his body had been drained by a life of drinking and womanizing, the others couldn't help but tease him. "In your eyes, is there any other creature besides women?" The young hare shook his head dismissively. "Of course not. Women are like clothes, after all, for wealthy young men of their caliber, who doesn't have a mountain of clothes, changing into a new outfit every day. Even a woman of unparalleled beauty wouldn't be enough to make him so obsessed." Seeing his expression, the other young hares immediately grew impatient and urged him on. "Stop beating around the bush, just spit it out." "Exactly. Stop dithering, you're acting just like a woman. What's the big deal? You're keeping us in the dark. Are you even a real man anymore? You guys, you're so impatient." The young master shook his head from side to side and said mysteriously, "You don't know this, but when I was coming over just now, I saw a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom." The other young masters all froze in surprise. "No way. Since when has Jinling had a car like that?" The young men felt a jolt of surprise, but they quickly shrugged it off. While everyone loves luxury cars, they didn't really care all that much. After all, they were all wealthy young men who'd seen it all. One of the young hares said nonchalantly, "It's nothing special. It probably didn't cost that much anyway." The young hare who had spoken earlier let out a soft snort through his nose. "Not much money. What if I told you it's a custom bulletproof model? Just a little over 200 million, is that flashy enough?" The group was stunned for a moment, turning to stare at the young hare who had spoken. "Just a little over 200 million? That just of yours is already incredibly lavish." One of the young hares sucked in a sharp breath and asked in astonishment, "What kind of big shot has arrived in Jinling?" The young master who had spoken shook his head slightly. "Who knows? He just happened to run into them on the street. How could he possibly know that much?" After saying that, the young hare turned to Du Junji in the center and asked respectfully, "Brother Jai, do you have any news?" After all, as a member of the Du family, one of the four great families, he was bound to have much better access to information than they did. "I don't know. I haven't heard anything either," Du Junji said, shaking his head, though he had been keeping an eye out. He had become the leading figure among the younger generation of the Du family, not merely because he was the eldest grandson of the main branch, but truly because of his intellect and ability. If such a prominent figure had indeed arrived in Jinling, he would certainly find a way to get to know him and build a good relationship. "Let's go, let's grab our cars and head out for some fun," one of the young hares called out. Their cars were parked nearby, and they planned to meet up there after picking them up. The others had already picked up their cars one by one and left. Just as Du Junji and his date were about to drive off, they heard a roaring sound coming from the other side. That distinctive roar of the engine made Du Junji freeze in surprise. He rolled down the window and looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes widening instantly. A Bugatti Veyron was gliding slowly past him. Du Junji felt a tightness in his throat. 1,000 words were stuck there and he couldn't speak. It was actually a black and orange Bugatti Veyron. Du Junji was obsessed with sports cars and knew full well the price of a Bugatti Veyron. The total cost of a brand new one, including taxes and fees, would be no less than 50 to 60 million. Listening to the Bugatti's beast-like roar, Du Junji was utterly mesmerized. Truly the most powerful supercar on the planet. Just by the sound alone, one could tell it was extraordinary. The W16 engine, like a beating heart, delivers the car's most powerful acceleration, taking just 2.5 seconds to go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. Perhaps for the average person, a few seconds difference in acceleration makes no difference at all. But for those who pursue the ultimate speed experience, Even a difference of 0.1 seconds makes all the difference. Du Junji could feel his heart pounding wildly. Truly, this was the Bugatti Veyron. But when did Jinling start having luxury cars of this caliber? Brother G, what's wrong? His female companion, noticing something was off, asked with a hint of confusion. The other young hares had left early and were still waiting for them upstairs. Du Junji didn't say much. He simply pointed at his car and said nothing. You get in first. His companion obediently got into the car, but Du Junji walked toward the Bugatti Veyron. Just then Chuling finally found a suitable parking spot. As he was pulling in, he saw Du Junji walking toward his car. Du Junji didn't approach immediately. Instead, he waited politely nearby. Only after Chuling had parked and stepped out did he step forward to greet him. Hello, I'm Du Junji said as he handed over his business card. To show his respect, Du Junji presented it with both hands. Yet at that moment, Du Junji's inner world was in turmoil. He had just seen Chuling's youthful face and was utterly astonished. This Kara looked far too young. He looks to be about 21 or 22, not even as old as I am. To be driving such a top-of-the-line supercar at this age, he must undoubtedly be one of China's elite young hares. Chuling watched Du Junji's gesture and sensed his sincerity, so he accepted his business card and shook his hand. Hello, I'm Chuling. After saying that, Chuling handed over his own business card. Du Junji hurriedly accepted it with the utmost respect, unable to hide the delight on his face. Du Junji looked at the business card in his hand. The gold-embossed card bore only his name and phone number. A business card like this. Du Junji's lips twitched slightly. His grandfather had once said that truly influential people don't need business cards to assert their status. Didn't this simple, unadorned business card perfectly match what his grandfather had said? As Du Junji looked at Chuling's car and business card, he suddenly noticed the license plate. Jin 99999. It was actually the top-tier license plate symbolizing supreme authority. Du Junji froze in place as if a thunderbolt had struck his heart. Anyone can buy a top-of-the-line luxury car, but this license plate isn't something money alone can buy. Otherwise, wouldn't members of the four great families of Jinling have snapped it up long ago? Supreme Sovereign, with a license plate like that, wouldn't the driver be able to walk all over Jinling? The moment he saw that license plate, Du Junji was almost instantly certain that Chuling standing before him was no ordinary person. In fact, Du Junji didn't even dare to speculate on Chuling's true identity. He thought to himself, what on earth is someone like this doing in Jinling? No matter what, I've got to get on his good side. Just as Du Junji was letting his imagination run wild, his cell phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. Only then did Du Junji realize he'd been lost in thought for quite a while. Chuling had already left without him even noticing. The call came from one of the young rich kids he'd met earlier. Brother Zhai, why aren't you up here yet? It's not easy to drive in a public parking lot like this, you know. A lecherous laugh followed, though this driving was not what he meant. Du Junji, however, wasn't in the mood for jokes. He said a few words about coming up right away and hung up. He returned to his car and drove out of the underground garage with his date. However, Du Junji felt a bit uneasy. He furrowed his brow slightly, resolving that once he got outside, he would definitely call his grandfather first. By this time, Chuling had already gone to Walmart. As he pushed his shopping cart forward, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a graceful figure. Her long, straight, silky black hair fell naturally over her shoulders, with a few playful strands dancing across her slender arms, making her fair, delicate skin stand out even more. It was impossible not to wonder what it would feel like to touch it. A white, form-fitting tracksuit accentuated the girl's slender figure, and her long, straight legs were neatly pressed together. The more Chuling looked at this silhouette, the more familiar it seemed. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Wasn't this Ku Xiaobing? What's she doing here? Did she come to buy groceries? As this thought crossed Chuling's mind, a mischievous idea began to take shape. Glancing around, Chuling picked out a corner and slowly made his way over. His movements were light and graceful, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. Ku Xiaobing didn't notice a thing. She was completely absorbed in selecting abalone from the tank. Her slender fingers traced the abalone's surface as she selected them with the meticulous care of a top-tier expert in abalone, shark fin, and bird's nest. As she sorted, she muttered to herself, I'll use the smaller ones for the experiment first. I think I heard Chuling say last time that he really likes abalone. No sooner had Ku Xiaobing finished speaking than she felt a rush of warm air by her ear. Someone had blown a breath right into it. This sudden movement startled Ku Xiaobing so much that she jumped and instinctively tried to dodge to the side. "That's right, I really love eating fresh, tender ones." A familiar voice rang in Ku Xiaobing's ear, a deep, magnetic tone that pierced her ears and the depths of her soul like a sharp sword, catching her completely off guard. It was as if her very soul had trembled. Her fingers twitched involuntarily, and the abalone she was holding suddenly slipped into the water, sending a spray of water splashing all over both of them. As the icy droplets landed on her face, Ku Xiaobing finally snapped out of her daze. She turned to face Chuling, who was grinning mischievously, and her teeth itched with rage. That rascal. Not only did he not say a word when she was silent, but he even snuck up behind her to scare her. Ku Xiaobing glared at Chuling as if she were furious, but her big, watery eyes only made him think of a fluffy little kitten. She raised her hand and gave Chuling's chest a light punch, huffing, "You're going to give me a heart attack. You scared me to death." Ku Xiaobing didn't have much strength. The blow felt more like a kitten's playful pounce. Not only did it not hurt, but it actually tickled. Chuling looked her over and asked teasingly, "What's this? Want to hone your cooking skills and make me a meal?" Ku Xiaobing let out a soft laugh. Her long eyelashes framed her downcast eyes, making her look exceptionally endearing. The sight of this beauty's gentle smile made the air around them seem to freeze for a moment. Many customers who had come to buy seafood couldn't help but stop and look her way. What a beautiful girl. "You're the one who's beautiful. Who said I'd cook for you?" Ku Xiaobing stubbornly denied it. Chuling blinked, watching Ku Xiaobing's proud and coy expression, and said, "Humph, still playing hard to get. I heard everything you were muttering to yourself just now." Upon hearing Chuling's words, Ku Xiaobing's beautiful eyes widened slightly and her pretty face flushed instantly. Even her delicate ears turned a soft pink. Her rosy, plump appearance made one want to take a bite and savor the taste. Feeling Chuling's gaze, Ku Xiaobing turned her head away, her face flushed, and retorted, "I was just planning to use you as a guinea pig, young lady. Don't get too cocky." Chuling burst out laughing, shook his head, and said, "Come on, stop it. Let's go for a stroll and see what we want to buy. P.S. More to come later. I'll be posting an extra chapter for Dream Xi's character summoning. Extra chapters to celebrate the massive updates from Zhao Lingling, who loves meatball noodle soup, and user 3TA65I24, and an extra chapter for Shua from Sewin, who loves 3 chili beef rice. I plan to post 25,000 characters today." The little girl was clearly looking shy, and if he teased her any further, Chuling feared she might get so embarrassed she'd fly into a rage. Ku Xiaobing grabbed Chuling as he was about to leave and pointed at the abalone tank, saying, "I haven't bought any yet. Do you know how to pick them? Which kind is better?" Chuling took a quick look into the tank, picked up an abalone, and said, "See that one? That kind is the best." Knowing that Ku Xiaobing didn't know much about this, Chuling taught her step by step. First, check if the abalone meat is intact and if the color is a fresh pink. If it's missing meat or looks dull, it's definitely not fresh. Chuling's clean, slender fingertips tapped the abalone. Also, the bigger the abalone, the better. It's not like you should start with small ones to get the hang of it. That would really compromise the flavor. Ku Xiaobing had been listening intently at first, looking as if she were eager to learn. But when she heard Chuling mention practicing, her face flushed again. That rascal, he really is something. He heard it, so what? But he had to go and say it out loud. He's just so mean. Chuling helped Ku Xiaobing pick out some abalone, pack them into a bag, and set them aside. These are so fresh it's best to cook them as soon as you get home. No special preparation needed. It's very simple. Since they were already in the seafood section, Chuling wasn't about to leave empty-handed. He picked out a Chinese sturgeon and a turbot and picked up some fresh mud shrimp while he was at it. "The mud shrimp are pretty good today. Do you want some too?" Chuling looked at Ku Xiaobing and asked softly. Ku Xiaobing furrowed her brow slightly as she watched the shrimp swimming freely in the tank and asked, "Is it a hassle to prepare these shrimp?" "Not at all. Just toss the shrimp directly into boiling water to blanch them, then dip them in some Meiji sauce. They're delicious that way. Although blanching is simple, it preserves the shrimp's natural flavor, making it an excellent way to prepare seafood." Hearing Chuling say this, Ku Xiaobing immediately perked up, and following Chuling's example, scooped up some mud shrimp. After finishing their shopping, the two pushed their respective shopping carts and headed off in different directions. Just as they were picking out vegetables and fruit, Chuling's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw Yu Chengji displayed on the screen. Seeing Yu Chengji's name, a look of resignation flashed across Chuling's face. That guy, haven't heard from him in so long. I actually thought he'd gone missing. Yu Chengji was Chuling's roommate during their freshman year at vocational college. They'd been really close back then, but after Yu went off for an internship, they'd lost touch. But that's just how male friendships are. Even if you don't keep in touch, the bond remains. The two had similar personalities, and Yu Chengji's character was beyond reproach. He was incredibly loyal. Apart from not having sworn brotherhood, they were undoubtedly as close as real brothers. Hey kid, finally remembered your big brother? Chuling teased Yu Chengji the moment he picked up the phone. Before Chuling could say anything else, he heard Yu Chengji's deep voice on the other end, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Brother Ling, come out for a drink with me. I'll be at Shangfeng Bar in a minute, you better hurry over. Chuling paused for a moment, then asked with concern, what's wrong? I just got dumped. Yu Chengji's voice sounded muffled. His dejected mood was obvious without him even having to say it. A breakup? That was something Chuling hadn't expected. He remembered Yu Chengji's girlfriend was quite pretty. How could they have broken up out of the blue? What happened? Yu Chengji sighed and said with deep regret, I don't know, Brother Ling. We'd already gotten that far, and then I found out she had a tattoo. Hearing this bizarre excuse, Chuling burst out laughing and scolded him. You really don't know how good you have it, kid. It's just a tattoo. It's nothing more than a personal hobby. Just think of it as a little kink. It's just a tattoo, so what if she has one? She has the character for correct tattooed on her body, Yu Chengji said, on the verge of tears. This was an absolute insult. He was on the verge of conquering new territory. And now this. He was left with a deep psychological scar. Chuling, how many characters are there? Which stroke are you in this character? Chuling was speechless for a moment, then said, fine, wait for me. When faced with a situation like this, the only remedy really is to drown one's sorrows in alcohol. After hanging up, Ku Xiaobing leaned in and asked, where are you going? To a bar, Chuling replied honestly, making no attempt to hide it. Ku Xiaobing muttered to herself, a bar, huh? Her tone was slow and tinged with a hint of hesitation. After a moment of internal struggle, Ku Xiaobing finally fixed her gaze on Chuling's face and declared boldly, I'll go with you. Seeing Ku Xiaobing's heroic demeanor as if she were bravely marching to her doom, Chuling couldn't help but chuckle softly. Have you ever been to a bar? Ku Xiaobing felt as if she'd been deeply insulted. She glared at Chuling and retorted defiantly, I'm this old, and I've lived in a big city for so many years. How could I possibly never have been to one? Seeing the slightly guilty look on Ku Xiaobing's face, Chuling felt like laughing. He shook his head helplessly and said, all right. You're a woman of the world, so I'll have to trouble you to show me around. Ku Xiaobing gave a soft snort. That's more like it. Chuling took out his phone and called Chu Mengming. Chu Mengming answered quickly, cousin, what's up? Mengming, I've got something to do tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. You guys should go out and grab something nice to eat, Chuling said, sounding slightly apologetic. Chu Mengming was very understanding. She sympathized with her cousin's demanding social obligations, so she simply replied and hung up. The two bought a few more items at the supermarket, paid for their purchases, and headed straight to the parking lot. Chuling loaded the groceries into the car, then set off with Ku Xiaobing toward Shangfeng Bar. It was already rush hour, and the roads were extremely congested, with a never-ending line of cars stretching as far as the eye could see. The Bugatti Veyron Chuling was driving drew countless glances from other drivers, who even joked with their passengers. See that? What's the point of driving a luxury car? That Bugatti worth 50 to 60 million still gets stuck in traffic, doesn't it? It still can't fly out of here. But even so, the drivers around the Bugatti still instinctively gave it a little more space. No matter how eager they were to get home, you just don't mess with a Bugatti. I could never afford one. The family members in the car watched and sighed quietly. For a top-tier luxury car like this, what's the big deal if it's stuck in traffic? It still exudes an air of prestige. Everyone has to give way. As night slowly fell, colorful neon lights began to glow, signaling the start of the city's vibrant nightlife. Chuling drove the car, inching his way right up to the entrance of Shangfeng Bar. "We're finally here," Ku Xiaobing said with a sigh of exasperation from the passenger seat. "There's a downside to living in a first-tier city. The traffic jams are absolutely terrifying." Shang Bar was situated on the busiest street in town, surrounded by a whole block of bars and nightclubs that buzzed with activity come nightfall. At that moment, quite a few young people had gathered at the bar's entrance, chatting and waiting for others. Suddenly, someone among them spotted Chu Ling's car and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look guys, that sports car is so cool." The exclamation was loud enough for many people nearby to hear clearly, and in an instant, everyone's gaze turned toward it. The moment they laid eyes on Chu Ling's car, they seemed to freeze in place, staring in utter disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. "Oh my god, that's a Bugatti Veyron. Our great Jinling has really made it big. We actually have a car this amazing now." Open your eyes wide and take a good look. It's not just the car that's impressive. Check out the license plate, kid. You're still too young. That Bugatti is absolutely stunning. How lucky was he to be born into such a family? So young and already driving a car like that. I'm so jealous. The crowd's exclamations merged into a single chorus. Just as the commotion died down, a young man forcefully stubbed out his cigarette and said with a look of disdain, "Damn it, that driver is so shameless. Driving that car around to show off, isn't it, just to pick up girls?" A girl standing next to him heard this and snorted derisively, "Stop being so sour. I can tell you're just jealous. But today is really strange. I've even seen a few Ferraris and Lamborghinis pull up here. What's going on? Is there a rich kids party tonight?" As she said this, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. If that were the case, it would be a golden opportunity. Hooking up with any one of them would take her to the top of the world. A rich kids party? The man next to her shook his head slightly. How can a Ferrari or a Lamborghini even compare to this car? Even if those rich kids showed up, they wouldn't be worthy of licking the soles of this car's shoes. The people around him were stunned by his words. If even the rich kids aren't worthy of being on equal footing with this car, just imagine what kind of status this person must have. Everyone watched longingly as the Bugatti Veyron gradually drove away from them. Chu Ling drove straight to Shangfeng Bar. The massive building seemed to glow with a brilliant blue light, dazzling to the eye and clearly setting this bar apart from the rest. The entrance to this bar is so uniquely decorated. Ku Xiaobing's eyes widened, her face brimming with excitement. Chu Ling smiled faintly and explained, "The exterior of this bar consists of 2 layers of glass, with at least a 1-meter gap between them, which is why it creates this optical illusion." It looked as if the entire building were glowing. In front of Shangfeng Bar was a large parking lot, already filled with quite a few cars, mostly luxury vehicles. Parked right at the bar's entrance was a red Ferrari 812. The security guard noticed Chu Ling's car at that moment and hurried over, addressing him with the utmost respect. "Welcome. You can park right in front of the bar." After speaking, he gestured to indicate the spot for Chu Ling. Chu Ling parked his car right in front of the bar, then got out and led Ku Xiaobing inside. The security guard who had spoken earlier didn't straighten up and return to his usual demeanor until Chu Ling had already entered the bar. "Captain, why did you tell him to park right at the entrance? Isn't there already a Ferrari parked there?" asked a rookie security guard, who was a bit bewildered by how respectfully his captain had treated Chu Ling. The security captain shot him a glance. "You greenhorn, pay attention. This spot right in front of the bar is called the Dragon's Head. Only the finest cars that arrive here tonight are worthy of parking here." That car just now was a Bugatti, a supercar worth 50 to 60 million. It's way more expensive than the 802. How much does a Ferrari 812 cost? Just over 5 million. A single Bugatti Veyron could easily buy 10 of those. What's there to be impressed by? The new security guard was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth. My goodness, these people are so rich they spend millions or tens of millions on a single car. Does their money just blow in on the wind or something? They sure are generous. Got it, thanks, Captain. The new security guard looked like he'd finally got the hang of things. It seemed that if he wanted to stick around here for the long haul, it was time to start studying car makes and models. The security captain grunted in acknowledgement and pointed directly at the Ferrari 8012, saying, "Get in touch with the Ferrari owner and tell him to come out and move his car. If that doesn't work, the few of us will just have to lift the Ferrari. The prime parking spot is reserved exclusively for the most luxurious cars.
By this time, Chuling had already led Ku Xiaobing inside the bar. Looking at the luxurious decor, Ku Xiaobing's face was full of wonder. It was her first time in a bar, and everything seemed new and exciting to her. "Come on, let's go inside and find Yu Chengji." Upon hearing Chuling's words, Ku Xiaobing immediately nodded. Just as the two were about to squeeze through the crowd, a woman's voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Xiaobing, is that you?" Ku Xiaobing turned around at the call and recognized the person immediately. It was none other than her college classmate Zhang Nan, who was currently with her arm linked through a man's. The man looked a few years older than them, dressed in a suit and tie, looking every bit the successful professional. "It's you, Zhang Nan. You're looking more and more beautiful these days. I almost didn't recognize you." Ku Xiaobing greeted Zhang Nan with a cheerful smile. Hearing Ku Xiaobing's compliment, Zhang Nan was overjoyed. After all, Ku Xiaobing had been the campus beauty at their university who didn't know her name. "Aren't you supposed to be in Shanghai? What brings you to Nanjing?" Zhang Nan asked curiously. After graduation, everyone had gone their separate ways, and she'd assumed Ku Xiaobing had stayed in Shanghai after all. The job market there was better. With Ku Xiaobing's abilities, she would definitely have made a name for herself there. Ku Xiaobing explained, "I got accepted into the graduate program at Jinling University, so I came back. I figure I'll be building my career in Jinling from now on." The two chatted for a while when suddenly Zhang Nan slapped her forehead and said with a hint of frustration, "Look at my memory, I haven't even introduced you to yet." With that, Zhang Nan pointed to the man on her arm and said, "This is my boyfriend, She Jinghao. He's the HR manager at Jinling Ocean Trading. Jinghao, this is my college classmate, Ku Xiaobing." The two nodded in greeting, which served as their introduction. Afterward, Xiaobing introduced Chuling to them as well. Zhang Nan leaned gently against She Jinghao and asked in a coquettish tone, "Honey, can we hang out with my friend tonight?" She Jinghao's gaze kept lingering on Ku Xiaobing with her stunning figure and striking beauty. A mix of awe and desire flashed in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman, she's truly a gem. Just as he was wondering how to get to know her better, Zhang Nan unexpectedly provided him with the perfect opening. She Jinghao felt a surge of joy inside, though he gave nothing away. He nodded slightly and said, "Your friends are my friends. Of course you can." "Thanks, honey." Zhang Nan hadn't expected She Jinghao to give her such a face-saving moment today. She was overjoyed inside. Upon hearing their exchange, Ku Xiaobing looked apologetic and said, "I'm really sorry, we're actually here to look for a friend." Although she was happy to see her old classmate, Ku Xiaobing hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit. She Jinghao had no intention of letting such a great opportunity slip by, so he spoke up. "It's just one more person, why not invite him to join us? He's your friend, so he's my friend too, one more won't make a difference. Don't worry, I'm treating tonight. I'll cover everything, so just go ahead and enjoy yourselves." She Jinghao's tone was incredibly arrogant, and his attitude was utterly pretentious. He was hoping to attract Ku Xiaobing's attention by putting on this show of wealth and extravagance. The more She Jinghao looked at Ku Xiaobing's charming face, the more he liked her. If he could find a girlfriend like her, he'd wake up smiling even in his dreams. Just then, Zhang Nan walked over, grabbed Ku Xiaobing's hand, and said, shaking her arm, "We haven't seen each other in so long, let's just have some fun together." Ku Xiaobing still didn't give a direct answer. Instead, she looked at Chuling, who was standing nearby. "Chuling, what do you think? Would it be okay for you to come along?" Chuling nodded and agreed. She Jinghao watched Ku Xiaobing and Chuling interact, inwardly grumbling to himself. "Isn't it just a night out at a bar? Someone's picking up the tab, why does she even need to ask him? What does he know?" She Jinghao eyed Chuling up and down several times, feeling nothing but contempt. Apart from being a bit good-looking, this man had almost nothing going for him. A man's face is the most useless thing. What good is being good-looking? Can you use your face to pay? Most importantly, Chuling looked way too young. A man like Chuling just looked like a penniless student. At this thought, She Jinghao felt a surge of smugness. What kind of spectacle hadn't he seen before? A student like this would be a piece of cake to deal with. She Jinghao didn't take Chuling seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, he invited Ku Xiaobing to follow him inside. Just then, a bartender came over and led them directly to a booth. Once they were seated in the booth, a small spotlight was positioned directly above Ku Xiaobing's seat, bathing her entirely in its glow. Looking like this, Ku Xiaobing resembled an angel who had just descended from heaven. Every glance and smile of hers tugged at people's hearts, sending their spirits reeling. She Jinghao was practically mesmerized, and at the same time, an unquenchable desire welled up within him. He was determined to win Xiaobing over. He was going to have this beauty. To show off his clout, She Jinghao began describing the bar to Ku Xiaobing and her companion. "This bar isn't just the best in Jinling, it holds its own even against bars in the Suzhou and Hangzhou areas. Not only is the decor luxurious, but both the sound system and lighting are world-class. Just the exterior facade alone cost over 10 million. As She Jinghao went on and on, his girlfriend Zhang Nan, who seemed to be hearing all this for the first time, covered her mouth in surprise. Tens of millions just for the exterior. Is it really that expensive? My goodness, the owner of this place must be incredibly wealthy. Hearing his girlfriend's exclamation, Xia Jinggao gave her a satisfied glance and continued, and that's not all, it's equipped with a full eat-on sound system. Do you know what brand that is? Let me put it this way, Rolls-Royces are fitted with this very brand of audio system. As he spoke, Xia Jinggao watched Ku Xiaobing's reaction closely. Unfortunately, Ku Xiaobing looked completely uninterested, and even Chu Ling wore an indifferent expression, giving nothing away. Seeing that the two weren't particularly impressed, Xia Jinggao pulled a silver card from his pocket, waved it in front of them and said, "I'm a silver card member here, which gives me a 5% discount on everything." Of course, not just anyone can get this silver card membership, you have to top up 100,000 to qualify. After saying this, Xia Jinghao's gaze drifted toward Chu Ling. 100,000 yuan, can a poor student like you even come up with that? Neither Chu Ling nor Ku Xiaobing said much. Chu Ling simply pulled out his phone and called Yu Chengji, asking him to come over to their booth. Yu Chengji arrived shortly afterward. Xia Jinghao gave the unassuming-looking Yu Chengji a slight smile and even shook his hand. "We're all brothers here. Let's have a good time tonight's on me." But inside he felt in more contempt. This newcomer wasn't even as good as that Chu Ling. Birds of a feather really do flock together. After thanking him, Yu Chengji sat down next to Chu Ling. Yu Chengji seemed to have taken the blow hard. He looked listless and completely drained of energy. Looking at his good friend Chu Ling, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, so many words were stuck in his throat that he couldn't even manage a polite greeting. Seeing how downcast he looked, Chu Ling put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be down. It's just a woman after all. Wait a moment and I'll show you what heaven feels like." Heaven? Yu Chengji gave a bitter smile. He was already stuck in hell. "Never mind me. How are you doing these days?" Yu Chengji forced a smile and asked Chu Ling about his recent life. Chu Ling nodded and said, "I'm doing okay, I'm getting by." Ku Xiaobing was sitting right next to Chu Ling. When she heard his words, she nearly rolled her eyes all the way to the ceiling. "Dude, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what getting by actually means? If that's what you call getting by, then our lives are nothing short of living through the depths of hell and the fires of purgatory." While Chu Ling and Yu Chengji were chatting, Xia Jinggao kept quietly observing them. With his keen eye, he noticed that Yu Chengji was wearing clothes from low-end domestic sports brands not even on par with Nike or Adidas. The fact that Chu Ling was on such friendly terms with someone like that showed that he wasn't much of a cut above them either. At that moment, Xia Jinghao looked down on Chu Ling even more. A man like this was simply unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. As Xia Jinghao thought this, a sharp gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. He looked at Chu Ling and Yu Chengji and asked, "Judging by your age, you must have already graduated, right?" Yu Chengji didn't give it a second thought and replied directly, "Yes, we just graduated and only recently found jobs. If you're looking for a job in the future, come to my company, I'll offer you a high salary." Xia Jinghao laughed heartily. "I'm the HR manager at Jinling Ocean Trade. This wouldn't be a problem for me." After saying this, Xia Jinghao glanced in Ku Xiaobing's direction. He had previously heard Ku Xiaobing say that she planned to build her career in Jinling. And his company, Jinling Ocean Trade, was considered a leader in Jinling's foreign trade industry. Moreover, with its continuous growth over the past few years, ocean trade had skyrocketed to new heights, and its future prospects were undoubtedly set to get even brighter. Xia Jinghao had a clever plan. On the surface, he was offering to help Chu Ling and the others find jobs, but in reality, was just a decoy. His true target had always been Ku Xiaobing. Unfortunately, Ku Xiaobing didn't even look up. She completely ignored him. Chu Ling and Yu Chengji also completely ignored him, continuing to talk quietly among themselves. "Brother Ling, I'm really struggling inside." Yu Chengji was full of pent-up frustration but had no one to confide in. Now that he saw Chu Ling, it was like seeing a family member, and he suddenly felt a wave of hurt wash over him. Yu Chengji had truly been good to his girlfriend before he'd granted her almost every wish. Even a bodhisattva manifesting on Earth wouldn't have been as devoted as he was. Chu Ling actually understood exactly how Yu Chengji was feeling right now. After all, he'd seen firsthand just how much Yengji had given in the past. To have given so much and received such a reward in return, anyone would go crazy. Just then, Xia Jinghao suddenly felt a sharp, cramping pain in his stomach. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Had he eaten something bad? Xia Jinghao quickly got up and headed for the bathroom. As soon as he left, Shang Nan, who was sitting nearby, also began to feel stomach pain. Thinking it might be something off in the lunch they'd both eaten, she also quickly got up and headed straight for the restroom. After chatting with Yu Chengji for a while, Chu Ling suddenly noticed that Ku Xiaobing had barely said a word. He leaned over and asked her, "How are you feeling? Are you settling in okay?" Ku Xiaobing nodded. "If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have dared to come." The atmosphere of the bar made her feel out of place, and she couldn't help but start to feel uneasy. Since the bar was quite noisy, the two had to press close together to talk. Yu Chengji watched the two of them looking so close. He put his arm around Chu Ling's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Dude, aren't you being a bit of a jerk here? I told you I broke up, and you still bring such a pretty girlfriend here to rub it in my face. Our little boat of friendship has capsized." Chuling looked at Yu Chengji, who was looking thoroughly dejected, laughed heartily, and said loudly, "Don't get so worked up. Didn't I say I was going to give you a gift? It just depends on whether you can handle it." A gift? Completely ignoring Yu Chengji's bewildered expression, Chuling raised his hand and waved to a waitress standing nearby. The waitress was a girl with a sizzling figure. Her ultra-short uniform skirt was practically bursting at the seams. She walked over, curtsied slightly, and asked, "Handsome, what's up?" As she got closer, the sultry waitress was taken aback by Chuling's handsome face. As a bar waitress, she'd seen her fair share of people. But a young guy this handsome was a rare sight. Chuling didn't say a word. He simply pulled the drink menu out of the waitress's shirt pocket. The hot girl instinctively covered her chest, and when she saw the drink menu in Chuling's hand, her face flushed. Oh my, what a misunderstanding. The sultry girl sighed inwardly, actually feeling a bit disappointed. Such a handsome guy, if something had happened between them, she would have been the one getting the better of the situation. Chuling first scanned the drink menu, then immediately checked off 30 bottles of spade champagne along with various soft drinks. Alright, let's stick with this for now. After making his selection, Chuling nonchalantly handed the drink order over. The sultry girl took it, glanced at it, and froze in her tracks. It took her a while to recover, and she finally asked, "Handsome guy, are you sure?" 30 bottles of black spade champagne alone were already quite expensive. She clearly stumbled upon a big spender. Chuling waved his hand, and the sultry waitress walked away with the drink order. Yu Chengji and Ku Xiaobing watched the sultry waitress's stunned expression, completely baffled by what was happening. Was this waitress new? Was that why she was so surprised just by seeing a drink order? Just as the two were puzzling over this, a gasp rang out from the booth next to them. Oh my god, what's going on? Many people nearby heard it and immediately looked in that direction. They saw a line of waitresses carrying black spade champagne and soft drinks walking Chuling and his group's booth. Everyone present was stunned. So many waitstaff, such a grand display on earth was going on. The crowd was in a state of shock when suddenly, a discerning guest pointed at the drinks on the tray and exclaimed, "Whoa, they ordered black spade champagne." The moment they heard the name Black Spade Champagne, the guests were struck as if by lightning, freezing in their tracks and staring blankly. Am I seeing this right? Is this the legendary spade champagne? Oh my god, this one bottle costs 5,000 yuan. With so many waiters, just how much did they order? That's absolutely incredible. With such a big show, almost everyone in the bar noticed. Quite a few girls in the bar were walking over this way, craning their necks to get a better look. These girls, who spend their days hanging out in bars and nightclubs, knew full well that Chuling couldn't possibly finish all the drinks he'd ordered, and their intentions for gathering around were obvious. First, to get a free drink after all, everyone wants to drink good liquor. As for the second reason, well, that's even simpler. If they could hook up with a rich guy like this, wouldn't that be a ticket to the top? Watching those girls with gleams in their eyes approach, Chuling felt a shiver run down his spine. He reached out and pulled Ku Xiaobing into his arms. Ku Xiaobing's petite frame fit perfectly in Chuling's embrace. All she had to do was tilt her head slightly to hear the powerful thud of his heartbeat. The moment she was fully in Chuling's arms, Ku Xiaobing was completely dumbfounded. Her little heart was pounding uncontrollably, so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Ku Xiaobing felt her mind go completely blank in that instant. It was as if she had completely lost control of her body. She knew she should pull away at that moment, but it was as if her body had lost all its strength. "How about you act as my human shield?" Chuling's voice rang in Ku Xiaobing's ear, his warmth blowing directly onto her ear and neck. That strange sensation sent a shiver through Ku Xiaobing, and her entire body went rigid. Before Ku Xiaobing could react, she felt her body suddenly grow light as she was pulled into a warm embrace. More precisely, she found herself sitting on Chuling's lap. Chuling pressed Ku Xiaobing's head against his shoulder. A strange sensation welled up inside her, and she didn't dare move a muscle. She was as stiff as a stone statue. Chuling's hand rested naturally on Xiaobing's waist, the warmth from his palm seeping through her thin shirt onto her skin. Ku Xiaobing felt a shiver run through her body. That warmth seemed to carry a soothing energy, and she nestled obediently against Chuling's chest. Their posture looked intimate and suggestive, just like a couple deeply in love. Quite a few girls walked up to them, their eyes naturally landing first on the handsome Chuling. However, upon realizing Chuling was already taken, they tactfully turned away and headed toward Yu Chengji. He might be as handsome as Chuling, but money makes up for everything. "Handsome guy, are you taken? Can I have a drink with you, cutie?" "Oh my cutie, I'm not going to fight these ladies for you. Just give me the time it takes to finish one drink." In the blink of an eye, Yu Chengji was surrounded by all kinds of women. Looking at the long legs and fair skin right before his eyes, Yu Chengji felt his throat tighten in waves and could only swallow hard. Although these girls were all wearing heavy makeup, it was clear they were all in the prime of their youth. Their figures varied as well: curvy, slim, tall, short. As Yu Chengji gazed at all that fair skin, the sight became so overwhelming that his eyes would blur. He turned his head to look at the beauty next to him. That girl's chest was really big, no, really white, really full. Just then, the DJ walked onto the stage, grabbed the microphone, and shouted to the entire crowd, "The gentleman at table 21 has spent 300,000, making him the top spender at Shangfeng Bar tonight." Screams instantly sent the entire venue into a frenzy. Amidst a chorus of admiring gasps and exclamations, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone in the room was stunned. 300,000, just like that. That's just crazy rich. When you think about it, it's incredibly exhilarating. The lighting technician actively shining the spotlight directly on table 21. Many guests cheered along, repeatedly gesturing toward table 21 in tribute. Only the truly wealthy can pull off a dragon head bet. Yu Chengji was absolutely thrilled. His fingers were even trembling slightly as he held his glass. For the first time in his life, he was surrounded by beautiful women. These beauties were incredibly sweet-talking, their voices as smooth as honey. The way they cooed "sweetheart" nearly made Yu Chengji's bones melt. Although these girls couldn't compare to Ku Xiaobing in terms of looks, they were still far more attractive than the average girl. Not to mention that every single one of them took great care of their figures, making them a real treat for the eyes. With so many girls fawning over him, Yu Chengji felt like he was about to float away. Chuling really hadn't lied to him. This was nothing short of heaven. Everyone was staring at the men at table 21 with looks of envy and jealousy. This is the kind of life a man should be living. The unremarkable Yu Chengji was surrounded by a host of beauties, the center of their adoration. Not to mention Chuling, even with her makeup on, the girl sitting next to Yu Chengji was nowhere near as stunning as Ku Xiaobing. And right now, Chuling had his arm wrapped around Ku Xiaobing's slender waist. It felt absolutely amazing. Perhaps sensing the girl's docility in his arms, Chuling's hand began to caress Ku Xiaobing's slender waist. After all, Chuling wasn't exactly a saint. He couldn't just sit there and remain unmoved. That's just how men are. Just as table 21 was basking in triumph, at another booth, several young men and women sat with grim expressions, their gazes fixed on a young man seated at the head of the table. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, as if they were waiting for the young man to make a decision. One of the young men couldn't hold back any longer. He looked toward table 21 and said bitterly, "Brother Qian, it looks like you've been knocked off the top spot. We're clearly the ones spending the most." The so-called top spot refers to the table that spends the most. It earns the title of top spender. Qian Duo looked at Chuling, who sat across from them bathed in the spotlight, his expression as dark as could be. It was his birthday today, and he'd originally planned to order some drinks to claim the top spender title and liven things up and, while he was at it, enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by women. Instead, Chuling's 30 bottles of spade champagne had snatched the top spot from him, and all the girls who had been swarming around him had flocked over to their table. Damn it, girls at nightclubs are all fair-weather friends. The young men sitting next to Qian Duo were starting to lose their cool, especially when they saw Chuling's handsome face. It really got their blood boiling. He's already so good-looking, why does he have to copy others and throw money around to pick up girls? Don't you realize you're wasting your resources? What a waste of a good-looking guy. Bro Qian, I can't take it anymore. I'll pay to have this kid taken down. I just don't believe it. As soon as the young man spoke, the others immediately chimed in agreement. Right, we're in two. Let's take him down. Damn it, this kid is driving us crazy. If need be, we'll crowdfund it with our clout. We'll take him down in no time. Great idea. Let's take back the girl who belongs to us. Hearing what everyone had to say, Qian Duo waved directly at a waiter to get his attention. Bring me another 200,000 worth of black spade champagne. Qian Duo spoke with unwavering resolve, his gaze fixed on Chuling. He was eager to see what Chuling had to offer in comparison. Sure thing, Mr. Qian. Just a moment. The waiter ran off with a delighted expression. All those bottles of black spade champagne meant a hefty commission. Just then, the DJ received the notification. He walked back onto the stage to announce the new leader once more, and the spotlight shifted to Qian Duo. Bathed in the bright spotlight, Qian Duo felt unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The top spot was meant to be his all along. Tonight, it would belong only to him. Chuling watched as the lights above him dimmed and glanced toward the booth where the lights had come on. Across the considerable distance, his gaze locked with Qian Duo. Qian Duo's eyes were filled with disdain, arrogance, and contempt. He stared defiantly at Chuling from afar, waiting to see if the other man dared to take him on. The other young men and women at Qian Duo's table, caught up in their smugness, began whistling, flipping him off, and even forming their hands into pistols and aiming them in Chuling's direction. While the physical harm was minimal, the insult was profound. These young men and women finally felt they'd gotten their revenge. Aren't you supposed to be so tough? Bring it on! Chuling raised an eyebrow. It was indeed rare to find people so eager to play games with him. Since they were coming at him with such enthusiasm, he couldn't very well refuse to reciprocate, could he? A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Chuling's mouth. He beckoned to the hot girl from earlier and said, "Give me your microphone." The sultry girl didn't hesitate. She quickly grabbed the microphone and handed it to Chuling. "Bring 100 rounds of spades champagne for everyone here. It's free, all you can drink." The moment Chuling's words left his mouth, everyone in the room was stunned. Even Qian Duo and his group at the booth across the way were taken aback. That was just too extravagant. If you did the math, wouldn't the total bill for Chuling's table come close to $1 million? Faced with such a figure, Qianduo's face turned ashen and he sat silently in his seat. The sultry beauty looked at Chuling with a touch of embarrassment and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have that much spade champagne left. Even a top-tier bar like theirs couldn't possibly keep a large stock of a high-end beverage like spade champagne. Having over 100 bottles in stock was already the absolute maximum for a place like theirs." "Oh, I see. Never mind then," Chuling said nonchalantly. All the guests present were stunned. "Just forget it? What's that supposed to mean? Are you kidding me?" Boos instantly erupted from the crowd. Qianduo and his friends let out a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, "Wow, so this kid was just showing off. That gave me a heart attack." A few young women standing next to Qianduo chimed in mockingly. "Your act was absolutely top-notch. You almost made my back give out." "Did he bribe that waiter? Is he playing along with him to put on a show for us?" "Don't try to show off. If you're broke, you'll get struck by lightning. Kid, make sure to bring a lightning rod with you when you head out." Meanwhile, Chuling picked up the microphone and spoke again. "Since that's not the case, let's all drink to our heart's content tonight. It's on me." That single sentence silenced the entire room. Was he going to treat everyone? It was as if a bomb had exploded. The entire room erupted in a roar of shouts, everyone completely stunned. The entire venue erupted in an instant. "We bow down to the big spender. You're so awesome, big shot, thumbs up. That's incredible, he's so rich." "I always thought the story about young Master Zhao picking up the tab at the bar was just a joke. I never expected to actually witness it myself." Over on the other side, Qianduo and his group were completely at a loss. That was just too much. Never mind that he couldn't possibly pick up the tab for the entire place. Even if he could, it wouldn't have outdone Chuling. One young man, looking at Qianduo's frustrated face, shouted, "Isn't this kid just showing off? Let's drink him into the ground." Those words seemed to fly straight in Chuling's ears. He picked up the microphone again and addressed Qianduo's table directly. "That table, I'm not picking up the tab. You're provoking me and you still want to spend my money? Don't get carried away with youthful fantasies." Qianduo. The group of rich kids. Their minds were blown in an instant. "What's the deal? He even called us out by name on purpose. Is he trying to humiliate us? That's way too much." Just as everyone was celebrating, Xia Jinghao emerged from the restroom and happened to overhear Chuling's words. A sense of foreboding shot up from the soles of Xia Jinghao's feet all the way to the top of his head. Xia Jinghao hurried over and roared at Chuling, "Kid, what are you doing? Do you even know what you're saying? Even if I were the one treating everyone, this is way too much. You're treating the whole place. Don't you look at your own status and financial situation? Are you even worthy of that?" "I wouldn't even dare to treat the whole place." Xia Jinghao was genuinely furious. To put it bluntly, he was just a mid-level manager at a company. Although his salary was decent, it wasn't enough to allow him to spend money recklessly. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to put it to good use? Coming here to throw money around, isn't that just crazy? The more Xia Jinghao thought about it, the more flustered he became. He grabbed a waiter and started shifting the blame. "It was this kid who said he'd treat the whole place. It's got nothing to do with me. When it's time to pay, go find him." The reason he was so eager to distance himself was that he still had quite a bit of money left on his silver card. He couldn't let Chuling drag him down. Otherwise, he'd be out of pocket big time. After saying this, Xia Jinghao turned his accusations back on Chuling. "You're just a student. You're really full of yourself, aren't you? Tell me, were you trying to screw me over on purpose? Let me tell you, this has nothing to do with me, and I'm not paying the bill." Everyone in the room finally understood what was going on. Qianduo's grin instantly felt a sense of relief. "Haha, so you were just borrowing someone else's clout. Now that your tiger won't let you ride on its coattails anymore, what are you going to do?" A woman at Qianduo's table spoke up, her tone dripping with sarcasm. It wasn't just her. The rich young masters and ladies sitting nearby all started chiming in as well, their faces etched with utter derision. Just a moment ago, they'd genuinely been panicking, but now, haha. What was there to panic about? Not only were they no longer panicking, but they were eager to watch the show to see just how this kid would end up today. What if he doesn't have the money? Haha, then he'd really get his legs broken. Without offering any explanation, Chuling simply pulled out a bank card and handed it to the fiery-tempered beauty. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on that bank card. Everyone waited in silence for the answer to be revealed. A moment later, the DJ stepped out and signaled to the entire audience, "We've verified it. Mr. Chu definitely has the means to back up his claim that he'll pick up the tab." The crowd erupted once again. Awesome, another free night. Qianduo and his group, however, were left red-faced. Once again, they were absolutely livid. Who could stand these roller coaster-like emotional highs and lows? Qianduo was even starting to question the meaning of life. Today is his birthday. After all, has the heavens picked someone specifically to make his life miserable? What a tragedy. Xia Jinghao was also stunned, his face a picture of disbelief. How is that possible? This Chuling is so young, how could he possibly be worth that much? Shi Jingao couldn't wrap his head around it, and a sense of regret even began to well up inside him. He waited there, feeling dejected, wanting to see what was going on. The whole venue was in a frenzy, and the party went on until midnight. Even Ku Xiaobing, overcome with joy, had a small glass. She'd never had alcohol before and instantly felt lightheaded. Since Chuling had to drive later, he hadn't touched a drop. Qian Duo and his friends had never felt so frustrated. They'd wanted to leave long ago, but they couldn't bear to waste the fine wines they'd already opened, so they fought off their drunkenness and kept drinking, partying along until midnight. "Come on, let's go. I really can't take any more." Qian Duo staggered to his feet. He truly couldn't drink another drop. The group supported each other as they made their way to the front gate. When Qian Duo stepped outside, he nearly had a heart attack on the spot. "Holy crap, my Ferrari 812, wasn't it supposed to be parked right at the entrance? How did it get towed away and replaced with another car?" Qian Duo's vision was blurred by alcohol, and he couldn't quite make out what kind of car was in front of him, but he felt a flame burning from deep within his body, determined to consume everything in sight. Fueled by alcohol and pent-up frustration, Qian Duo grabbed a rock and staggered toward the car in front of him. "Screw you all, I'll let you bully me." But the very next moment, a young man darted out from the side, wrapped his arms around Qian Duo's waist, and shook him vigorously. "Brother Qian, you've lost your mind. That's a Bugatti worth 50 or 60 million. If he really smashed it with that rock, he'd have to pay for it out of his own pocket." A Bugatti, 50 or 60 million. Qian Duo was instantly jolted back to his senses. After his eyes adjusted a few times, he finally made out exactly what kind of car was parked right in front of him. A Bugatti Veyron. The sheer terror of nearly losing 50 or 60 million made Qian Duo's legs go weak, and he plopped down onto the ground with it. He was truly paralyzed with fear, his face ashen. Qian Duo forced himself to take deep breaths, and once he'd regained a bit of composure, he said with immense relief, "My good brother, if it weren't for you, I'd be done for." Chuling and Yu Chengji had also stepped out by then. Yu Chengji looked at Chuling and asked, "It's so late, how are you going to get home?" Chuling replied bluntly, "I drove here." As he spoke, Chuling had already taken the lead and was walking toward the main gate. Yu Chengji followed behind Chuling, with Shi Jinghao trailing behind them, looking sheepish. They all spotted the Bugatti Veyron parked at the entrance, as well as Qian Duo clutching a large rock, raising his arm as if to smash it. As soon as Chuling saw this, he burst out laughing and said, "What's the matter? Since you can't outdo me, Dragon Head, you're going to smash my car instead." Qian Duo and the others instinctively turned their heads. Staring at Chuling's handsome face, they were all stunned. "Is this your car?" Qian Duo, his crew, and even Shi Jinghao were all speechless. They stared at Chuling in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. Chuling was so young, yet he was this. Anyone who can drive a Bugatti Veyron must be a top-tier rich kid. Did that mean they just offended a top-tier big shot? Qian Duo was completely petrified, his face ashen. He just wanted to celebrate his birthday. He really hadn't expected things to turn out like this. My head is spinning." Ku Xiaobing walked out of the bar, her steps already a bit unsteady. Seeing this, Chuling hurried over to support her, carefully guiding her into the car and thoughtfully fastening her seatbelt. Then, Chuling got out of the car, looked at his buddy, and then at the girl still clinging to him, leaned in and whispered, "Use protection, don't go killing anyone." Upon hearing Chuling's words, Yu Chengji punched him playfully. "Bro, today I finally understand what heaven feels like. And don't go acting all high and mighty here, just look at that girl in your car. She's the real deal." Yu Chengji looked at Chuling, his face full of envy. They were classmates after all, they hadn't seen each other in years, and Chuling had really taken off. After chatting for a while, Chuling finally got back into the driver's seat. He completely ignored Qian Duo and Shi Jinghao, who was frozen in shock in the back seat, and drove off. At the bar's entrance, only Qian Duo and the others were left, standing disheveled in the wind. What kind of badasses are these? Holy crap, a Bugatti? Did I just end up crossing some serious badasses? Qian Duo glanced at the rich kid standing nearby. He probably doesn't know who I am, right? Then one of the rich kids next to him looked slightly uneasy and said, "Bro Qian, just now, I think I saw him glance at your license plate." Qian Duo, "Holy d-! Should we make a run for it? What are we supposed to do if a big shot like that has his eye on us?" Meanwhile, Chuling looked at Xiaobing beside him and chuckled. "Xiaobing, you really shouldn't drink anymore, you're a one-drink wonder." "I know," Ku Xiaobing said with a coy pout, her face still flushed, whether from being held in Chuling's arms all night or from her inability to hold her liquor. It was hard to tell. A short while later, Chuling arrived at the building where Ku Xiaobing lived. Ku Xiaobing got out of the car, and as the breeze hit her, she felt a bit unsteady on her feet. Chuling took a quick step forward, letting her lean into his arms, then lifted her up in a princess carry. Ku Xiaobing became aware of her position and gently wrapped her arms around Chuling's neck. "What do you say, do you want me to carry you up like this?" Chuling lowered his head and blew a gentle breath into Ku Xiaobing's ear. That single breath made her body shiver, and she went even softer in his arms. Then, a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz drifted over to him. "My parents have gone back to our hometown for a few days. They're not home." "No, don't get the wrong idea. I'm telling you this so you'll take me home." Ku Xiaobing quickly added. A smile played at the corners of Chu Ling's mouth as he carried Ku Xiaobing upstairs. When they reached the door, he fished the key out of her pocket, unlocked the door, and after closing it behind them, carried her toward the bedroom. After gently setting her down on the bed, Chu Ling looked at Ku Xiaobing, who was still wrapped around his neck. "What's the matter? Not planning on letting go?" He hadn't even finished speaking. Ku Xiaobing suddenly pulled him close, and the next moment, Chu Ling felt a warm touch brush against lips. "Huh?" Chu Ling was taken aback for a moment, but then he understood, and in that instant, he and Ku Xiaobing... P.S. Today's update is complete over 20,000 characters. Please tip, leave positive reviews, and send video requests for more updates. Early the next morning, Chu Ling woke up early. He turned his head and saw Ku Xiaobing still fast asleep beside him. Her breathing was light, and her eyelashes, like elegantly shaped little fans, cast a silhouette beneath her eyelids. Chu Ling's gaze swept over Ku Xiaobing's petite, pertinently resting on her lips as red and vibrant as a begonia blossom. Set against her milky complexion, that touch of red became even more alluring, making one want to take a gentle taste. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Chu Ling's mouth as he planted a light kiss on Ku Xiaobing's lips, then lay back down to sleep for a while. When Chu Ling woke up again, he glanced over to his side and saw that Ku Xiaobing was already awake, searching for something. Chu Ling leaned in closer. Then he read the headline, "How to Wash Bloodstains Off Bedsheet." Chu Ling. Then Chu Ling pulled Ku Xiaobing into his arms. "You're awake?" Ku Xiaobing looked at Chu Ling, her eyes brimming with love. After all, time had fostered affection between them, and yesterday Chu Ling had certainly lasted a long time. Chu Ling's lips curled slightly. "I'm awake, but I still want to sleep." "Okay." Then Chu Ling leaned in closer. "Ku Xiaobing, that's not the kind of sleep I meant." A few hours later, Ku Xiaobing lay completely limp, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at the refreshed Chu Ling. "You didn't even think to use protection." "Thank goodness I'm in my safe period these days." At that, Chu Ling did feel a bit awkward after all. He really hadn't. After a quick wash, Chu Ling set out to prepare a hearty breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen and opening the fridge to see it packed full of ingredients, Chu Ling felt immensely relieved. Thank goodness he'd managed to keep a clear head during that moment and remembered to bring up the quality ingredients he'd bought yesterday, otherwise today's feast would have been out of the question. Chu Ling found a skillet, placed it on the stove, cracked a few eggs into it, and stirred them. There was some top-quality bacon in the fridge. Chu Ling carefully fried it in butter until tiny droplets of Fanta bubble on the surface, then used tongs to transfer it onto the lettuce leaves he'd laid out earlier. After frying one side of the egg, she placed it directly on top of the bacon, wrapped it in lettuce, and sealed it with plastic wrap. With a swift cut of his knife, Chu Ling sliced the vegetable sandwich in half. The egg yolk was still runny, oozing out slightly. It looked exceptionally tempting. The red bacon, green lettuce leaves, and the flowing runny yolk, the colors complemented each other beautifully. A portion of the lettuce was coated in bacon grease, giving off the distinctive fresh aroma of greens. This was a vegetable sandwich Chu Ling had made especially for Ku Xiaobing. After all, it was the girl's first time drinking yesterday, and she might not have much of an appetite when she woke up. Eating something light to whet the appetite is better for her health. Chu Ling checked the abalone he'd bought yesterday. It was still fresh. After rinsing them thoroughly in a basin, he drizzled his secret garlic sauce over them, casually placed them in the steamer, and set the timer. Even though Chu Ling was preparing multiple dishes at the same time, she didn't seem the least bit flustered. It was as if every movement had been planned in advance, calm, measured, and perfectly timed. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chu Ling began carrying the dishes to the dining table in the living room. Just as she was about to go wake Ku Xiaobing, she happened to see Ku Xiaobing coming out. Ku Xiaobing was walking a bit slowly, with a slight limp, her brows slightly furrowed. She looked a bit uncomfortable. Feeling Chu Ling's gaze on her, Ku Xiaobing's pretty face flushed, and she muttered, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before." It was all that jerk's fault. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Chu Ling smiled faintly as if savoring a memory and said, "I've seen you, all of you, in fact. Everything." Ku Xiaobing instantly understood the implication behind Chu Ling's words. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Chu Ling's voice ring out above her. "I think I could see a little more clearly. Want to do it again?" Chu Ling was tall. He looked down at Ku Xiaobing and winked at her as if to say, "This time I'll definitely take a good look." "You're so annoying." Ku Xiaobing waved her hands repeatedly, too embarrassed to meet Chu Ling's gaze. Thinking back to last night's intensity, she certainly didn't dare do it again. "If we did that again, I'd be done for." "I'm going to wash up first," Ku Xiaobing said, then hurried off to the bathroom. By the time she was done, Chu Ling had already cooked dinner and set the table with a bountiful spread of delicious dishes. "Oh my gosh, you actually made all these dishes." Ku Xiaobing's eyes lit up as she looked at Chu Ling with admiration. She'd once heard from her roommates that if a guy was still willing to go out of his way to take care of you after getting intimate, that was true love. Looking at the spread before her, Ku Xiaobing pursed her lips and pretended to examine the dishes, hiding the hint of excitement in her eyes. Chu Ling nodded toward the steamed fish and vegetable sandwiches with his chin and advised, "If you're not very hungry, start with something light to tide you over." Qu Xiaobing looked at the specially prepared dishes and listened to Chu Ling's gentle voice. Her heart nearly melted. So this is what it feels like to be in love. How blissful. Chu Ling looked up at Qu Xiaobing and discovered that her favorability rating had reached 96, officially unlocking the goddess permanent rebate skill, with the rebate multiplier set at 10 times. In other words, whenever Chu Ling treated Qu Xiaobing to a meal, he would receive a tenfold rebate. A flicker of delight crossed Chu Ling's eyes as he watched Qu Xiaobing take small bites of her food, and his expression grew even gentler. Your vegetable sandwich is so delicious. Even though it's just plain and simple, it tastes better than one carefully slathered with salad dressing, Qu Xiaobing exclaimed softly. She could distinguish the flavors of each ingredient, but when combined, it was as if some kind of chemical reaction had occurred. The taste was completely transformed. The exquisite flavor exploded in her mouth, making her mouth water. Qu Xiaobing didn't just focus on eating herself. Knowing that Chu Ling loved abalone, she carefully picked out the plump abalone meat and gently held it to his lips, feeding it to him. Seeing how happily Chu Ling was eating, Qu Xiaobing felt waves of satisfaction wash over. "Why don't you try some shrimp? I'll peel them for you," Qu Xiaobing said as she began peeling the shrimp shells. The river shrimp she'd bought yesterday were very fresh, and the shells came off easily. Qu Xiaobing dipped the shrimp meat in Meijian sauce before bringing it to Chu Ling's lips, watching as he swallowed it in one bite. At that moment, Qu Xiaobing was tending to her lover like a devoted young wife, her eyes brimming with delight. Sure enough, the treatment a man receives depends entirely on whether he's to the task or not. Chu Ling was basking in this royal treatment. He looked at Qu Xiaobing and said with a smile, "You should eat some too, I made this especially for you." Chu Ling also peeled a few shrimp and held them to Qu Xiaobing's lips. After watching her eat them, he smiled and said, "From now on, I'll peel the shrimp for you so you don't prick your fingers. I'd feel bad if you did." The two of them enjoyed a meal filled with tender affection. After the meal, Qu Xiaobing wouldn't let Chu Ling clean up. She bustled about, running back and forth herself. Chu Ling took out his phone to check it and discovered he actually had a friend request on WeChat. He checked the time and saw that the request had actually been sent yesterday. But since he'd been at the bar yesterday and had spent the night in a passionate encounter with Qu Xiaobing, he hadn't seen the message. Meanwhile, in a villa in Jinling, a figure was waiting anxiously. He paced back and forth in the living room as if the floor were burning his feet, unable to stop. This person was none other than Du Junji, the eldest son of the Du family whom Chu Ling had met the day before. After returning home yesterday, Du Junji had added Chu Ling on WeChat using the phone number printed on his business card, but had received no response. "Why hasn't he accepted my friend request yet? It's been all night and half the morning already," Du Junji said anxiously, his eyes ringed with dark circles. In order to be the first to exchange a few words with Chu Ling, Du Junji not only turned his phone's ringer up to full volume, but also barely slept all night. He woke up almost every few minutes to check if his friend request had been accepted. But the whole night was completely silent, not a single notification. Du Junji kept telling himself that someone of such high social standing must lead a very busy life. It's not like he'd be glued to his phone all the time, right? But it was almost noon. Why was there still no response? Du Junji hung his head in disappointment. Just as he was convinced that his social standing wasn't on par with the other person's and that he'd never be able to add him as a friend, the request was accepted. The ding of the notification made Du Junji jump out of his chair instantly. Du Junji looked at the WeChat chat screen and began to get excited. He licked his lips, sat up straight on the couch, and thought carefully about how to phrase his words. "Hello, I'm Du Junji, the one who greeted you in the parking lot yesterday. Do you remember me? I saw the phone number on the business card you gave me, so I took the liberty of adding you on social media." Du Junji edited his message many times, proceeding with great caution. After all, this their first conversation, and he wanted to make a good impression on Chu Ling, so he carefully considered every sentence he typed. Several minutes later, he finally settled on the content of a message and sent it. Chu Ling replied quickly, "Of course I remember, you don't need to be so formal." Seeing Chu Ling's reply, Du Junji's eyes lit. This young master wasn't at all stuck up. He was very approachable, which made Du Junji even more eager to build a genuine friendship with him. After chatting for a while, Du Junji began to try to get closer to him, seizing the moment to say, "How about I just call you Brother Chu from now on?" After sending the message, Du Junji stared nervously at his phone screen, waiting for a reply. "Either is fine, you can just call me by my first name too," Chu Ling replied quickly. Du Junji narrowed his eyes. He'd successfully taken the first step. With that in mind, he quickly typed a message into the chat box. "Brother Chu, I've got some clout in Jinling. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I'll make sure to take care of it for you. Oh, and Brother Chu, I'm part of a WeChat group full of Jinling's rich kids. Would you mind if I added you? Everyone in there has admired you for a long time." "Sure." Seeing the OK Chu Ling type, Du Jun's heart was bursting with excitement. To be able to build a connection with a young master like this, he really lived up to his reputation. Du Jun was certain that Chu Ling was no ordinary person. After all, driving such a luxury car, he must be the scion of a prominent family. With this friendship with Chuling as a foundation, if he found ways to strengthen their bond in the future, it would make an even bigger impression on the young heroes and heiresses of Jinling. That way, he'd be able to advance even further in the future. Du Junji quickly sent Chuling a group chat invitation and waited for his acceptance. Meanwhile, Ku Xiaobing had already cleared the table and was sitting in her chair, glaring angrily at Chuling. Even though she'd only done a quick cleanup of the dishes, she could still clearly feel the discomfort in her body. Thinking back to last night's events, a blush spread across Ku Xiaobing's cheeks, and she said in a playful, petulant tone, "It's all your fault, you rascal, you went at it so hard, and for so long. You don't know how to treat a lady with tenderness at all. Now my whole body aches, I feel like I'm dying." Chuling put down his phone, walked over to Ku Xiaobing, pulled her to her feet, and said, "Let me give you a massage, it'll help a lot." "Do you even know how to give a massage?" Ku Xiaobing looked at Chuling curiously. This man was like a treasure trove. The longer she spent with him, the more wonderful things she discovered. Chuling didn't say a word. Instead, he walked over and scooped Ku Xiaobing up in his arms, causing her to gasp in surprise. She quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" Ku Xiaobing glanced at Chuling shyly, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. "I'm going to..." After saying that, Chuling carried Ku Xiaobing into the bedroom, completely oblivious to the sudden glow on his phone screen. It was a group chat invitation from Du Junji. Gently placing Ku Xiaobing on the bed and having her lie face down, Chuling reached out to begin massaging her. Ku Xiaobing's skin was fair and smooth. The moment his hands touched her, it felt as if he were caressing the finest silk. It felt warm to the touch and incredibly pleasant. Feeling Chuling's expert touch, Ku Xiaobing's tense nerves finally began to relax. When Chuling had just said that word "want" a moment ago, it had truly startled her. If Chuling had insisted, she certainly wouldn't have been able to refuse. But now, feeling that Chuling was truly massaging her, Ku Xiaobing was deeply moved. This man is so kind. Soon, Chuling's hands encountered an obstacle, the nightgown Ku Xiaobing was wearing. Chuling tugged at it with a look of annoyance and said, "Relax, don't tense up. And by the way, all this fabric is really getting in the way." In the way. Certain images flashed through Ku Xiaobing's mind, making her face flush with embarrassment. How could she possibly bring herself to take off her clothes? Seeing her shy and coy demeanor, Chuling said brazenly, "We saw everything we needed to see last night. What's there to be afraid of? So do you know how to give a blind massage?" "Blind my ass, hurry up," Chuling snapped, then gave a light tap where it needed to be lifted. "Oh." With her back to Chuling, Ku Xiaobing finished adjusting herself and quickly lay back down on the bed. Chuling sat on the edge of the bed, using both hands to help Ku Xiaobing unblock her meridians. With no clothes to block the sensation, Ku Xiaobing could clearly feel the warmth from Chuling's hands spreading through her skin to every part of her body. Chuling's hands seemed to possess a magical power. Ku Xiaobing felt as if she were lying on a beach bathed in just the right amount of sunlight, not glaring, but warm, making her feel drowsy. The areas of her body that had been aching were soothed by Chuling's warm hands as if by a miraculous elixir, and the pain gradually faded into the background. Ku Xiaobing felt a wave of wash over her, and several times she almost let out a soft sigh. Then a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and before she knew it, Ku Xiaobing had fallen asleep. Listening to Ku Xiaobing's steady breathing, a gentle smile spread across Chuling's face. The girl had been so exhausted last night that she hadn't gotten any proper rest. Now that he'd helped clear her meridians, drowsiness naturally swept over her, and she drifted off to play chess with the god of sleep. Chuling's hands still massaging her didn't stop. He merely eased up on the pressure slightly. Since he was clearing her meridians anyway, he might as well take the opportunity to work on her entire body. Besides, Ku Xiaobing's skin was so soft that Chuling felt hard to stop touching her. With such a wonderful feel to her skin, he naturally wanted to savor it to the fullest. Meanwhile, Du Junji had been waiting so long that the flowers were about to wither. Du Junji? What does this mean? Why hasn't she replied yet? This. He stared intently at his phone, waiting for a full hour or so, but Chuling still hadn't accepted the invitation to join the group. Du Junji waited with agonizing anxiety, on the verge of losing his mind. All sorts of thoughts ran through his mind. Could it be that Chuling had taken a liking to him, but simply couldn't stand these rich kids from Jinling? Was his invitation too forward? Du Junji was practically questioning the meaning of life. He'd actually meant well. He wanted to let Jinling's young elite know about Chuling's existence, so they wouldn't any conflicts in the future that would be hard to resolve. Thinking all this gave Du Junji a bit of a headache, and since he'd barely slept a wink the night before, he dozed off while holding his phone. The midday sun was just right, its warmth gently caressing his body. Du Junji instinctively rolled over and drifted off to sleep on the sofa. After Chuling finished giving Ku Xiaobing a massage, he looked at her sleeping face as serene as a sleeping beauty and couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something. Huh, that's right, didn't Du Junji say he was going to add me to the Jinling Elite group chat? Chuling finally remembered. He picked up his phone to check and sure enough, saw a group invitation. Chuling tapped on the group invitation to take a look and let out a chuckle. This Jinling Elite group was actually named Jinling Future. How interesting. But after giving it some thought, Chuling realized that the name actually made sense. After all, these young elites and their families controlled so many of Jinling's top resources and connections that the name was entirely justified. Without hesitation, Chuling clicked accept and joined the group. The group was bustling at that moment with several young masters and ladies chatting away. Du Junxi's group had a rule: once you joined, you had to change your name to your real one. At that moment, everyone in the group was chatting animatedly. Zhang Haidao: hey, have any of you heard about what happened last night? Jia Qian: what do you mean, have you heard? Can't you just spit it out? Hurry up, don't beat around the bush. Zhang Haitao's comment brought out quite a few of the young heirs and heiresses who had been lurking in the group, and they all chimed in with Jia Qian. Yeah, Brother Tao, just spit it out already. Otherwise, if Sister Qian's temper flares up, watch out, she might storm over to your house and hunt you down. Don't joke around when it's such a big deal. Brother Tao, stop keeping us in the dark, tell us already what's going on. This is driving us crazy. Brother Tao, can you stop teasing us? Just spit it out already. Just as everyone was urging him on, a notification popped up in the middle of the chat window. Chuling has joined the group chat. Seeing this unfamiliar name, all the young masters and ladies in the group froze for a moment. After all, the group's membership was fairly stable and they rarely added new people. However, these young heirs and heiresses paid no attention to Chuling at all. After all, none of them knew him, and seeing that he'd been invited by Du Junji, they assumed he was some rich kid from out of town. As the young heirs and heiresses of Jinling, how could they possibly take an interest in a rich kid from a small town? Everyone chose to ignore Chuling. Jia Qian sent another message, her anger practically seeped through the text. If you don't say anything, I'll kick your balls to pieces. Reading Jia Qian's message, the young heirs felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively clamped legs together. Miss Jia's temper is still just as fiery as ever. When Zhang Haitao saw that Jia Qian had specifically tagged him, he instantly felt chill run down his spine and hurriedly to reply in the chat window. Miss Jia, spare my life. Actually, I wanted to talk about Qian Duo. You guys should have some recollection of this person, right? As soon as Zhang Haitao finished speaking, quite a few of the young heirs and heiresses said they'd heard of him. Isn't he just that spoiled rich kid from the Qian group? The Qian group was only a mid-sized conglomerate in Jinling, but it still enjoyed a certain degree of fame. Thinking about Qian Duo's situation, Zhang Haitao shook his head and typed in the group chat. Looks like you guys really haven't the message. You have no idea Qian Duo, the young master, is already preparing to make a run for it. Right now, the entire Qian group is on high alert. I did some digging and heard that those second-generation heirs who usually hang out with Qian Duo have all been locked up by their families and aren't allowed to leave at all. Some people tried to reach out to him, but they can't get in touch anymore. Judging by the situation, the families must have confiscated all their cell phones. Right now, everyone in these families is on edge. It seems like the top executives didn't even go to the office today. Who knows what they're planning back home? Zhang Haitao rambled on at length. At first, the other young masters and ladies listened as if it were just gossip, but the more they heard, the more alarmed they became. It would be quite normal if a few young masters had run away. They're all spoiled brats who've done plenty of unscrupulous things. They're probably just running off to lie low to avoid punishment from their families. But they'd never heard of an entire family being thrown into such a state of emergency before. This was a first. A few of the more level-headed young masters and ladies fell silent, carefully analyzing the current situation. As children of Jinling's prominent families, they were usually well-connected and had access to the latest information. But this time, they truly hadn't received any information at all, which could only mean this wasn't the work of any single family in Jinling. Could it be that someone from another province or city had set their sights on Jinling? At this thought, these young heirs and heiresses grew tense, their eyes fixed intently on their phone screens. As soon as Zhang Haitao finished speaking, the group members immediately launched into a heated discussion. Holy crap, what's going on? How did it come to this? How come we didn't know a thing? I knew a little about this, but it was pretty vague, so I didn't take it seriously. Now that Brother Tao mentions it, it seems these families have joined forces to suppress the news. What's really going on? How did it suddenly turn out like this? Did something happen? After discussing it for a while without reaching a conclusion, they tagged Zhang Haitao again, asking him to quickly break it down for them. It's agonizing to be left hanging halfway through a story not knowing how it ends. At Zhang Haitao, bro, stop keeping us in the dark, spill the beans already. Others chimed in below, all eager to know the detail. Bro Tao, if you satisfy our curiosity, I'll treat everyone to a night out at the club tonight, how about it? That's a great idea, Brother Tao. I'll join you guys when you go, just don't keep us in suspense anymore, okay? Oh my god, you're driving me crazy. Hey, Zhang Haitao, can't you just spit it out already? Why are you dragging this out? What's the matter, are you constipated or something? Jia Qian spoke up again, giving Zhang Haitao a good scolding. As the eldest daughter of the Jia family, one of Jinling's 4 great families, Jia Qian had absolutely no need to be overly polite with them. Besides, they were all on good terms, and everyone knew exactly what her temperament was like. Zhang Haitao sat on the sofa in the villa's living room, watching the young masters and ladies getting all worked up before he finally began typing at a leisurely pace. I heard from a friend of my best buddy that Qian Duo crossed someone he shouldn't have, which is why he's so scared. As a result, the entire Qian family is on high alert and immediately contacted the other families. The other young masters are all afraid of being implicated, so they've gone into hiding as well. Most importantly, seeing how terrified the Qian family was, those other families naturally had to take action. No sooner had Zhang Haitao finished typing than he saw ellipses flooding the chat window below his message. Everyone typed. In utter exasperation, they simply didn't want to talk to him. Huh, what's going on? Are you scared too? Zhang Haitao, still unaware that things were taking a turn for the worse, added a mischievous smiley face after his message. The other young masters and young ladies were seething with anger and immediately started cursing at him. Zhang Haitao, you damn, you've been spouting nothing but bull damn this whole time. Don't you think we know they've messed with the wrong people? But who is it? Spit it out. That's such a rambling, disjointed statement. Isn't this just an expanded version of the earlier rumor? So just because you wrote a few more words, does that suddenly make it the damn truth? Exactly, Brother Tao. If you know who they are, tell us right away when you get back. If it's some big shot, we can at least prepare in time, right? Zhang Haitao looked just as frustrated and snapped. I don't damn know either. If I did, do you think I wouldn't tell you? I can't exactly make up an identity for them when I clearly have no idea, can I? Hearing Zhang Haitao's response, everyone started grumbling. Then why the hell did you even say anything? Now we're stuck halfway through the job, neither here nor there. That's just damn unethical. Damn it, is this all you've got to show us? No offense, Brother Tao, but you've really screwed this up. I agree with every single complaint. I'm speechless, this is so damn frustrating. Reading everyone's comments, Zhang Haitao was livid. Is it unreliable just because we don't know that person's identity? If I hadn't said anything, you guys wouldn't even know what happened. Besides, do you really think that's all Brother Tao's got? I could drop a secret at any moment and scare the hell out of you all. With that in mind, Zhang Haitao spoke up again. Don't be so harsh on me. Even though I don't know who the other person is, I did hear the whole story from my good brother's friend. This time, the rich kids were much more level-headed and didn't take the bait so easily. One of the young masters asked, the information reliable? Don't tell us it's just hearsay. If the information wasn't reliable, wouldn't all their worry and frustration have been for nothing? I was actually there yesterday. Not only did I piece together the whole story, but I experienced it firsthand, Zhang Haitao typed, sounding indignant. Otherwise, those families would have covered it up if you guys didn't know about it. How would I have found out? Their expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly coaxed Zhang Haitao to tell them more. They showered him with all sorts of perks from lavish meals to spa treatments, throwing them at him one after another. Only then was Zhang Haitao satisfied, and he began recounting the events in the group chat. It was Qian Duo's birthday yesterday, so he took the young masters from those families to Shangfeng Bar to party. You all know how show-offy Qian Duo is on his birthday. He acts like he wants to fly right out of the ground. I heard he'd brought plenty of cash, planning to splurge at Shangfeng Bar, but he unexpectedly ran into some tough guys and ended up getting into a confrontation with them. The young masters and ladies in the group looked as if a light bulb had gone off, so that's how the feud started. What happened next? How did they get into it? Someone asked in the group chat. Zhang Haitao finally stopped teasing them and quickly sent a message. Guess what that mysterious guy did? He ordered 1,000 bottles of Black Spade champagne, 1,000 bottles of premium vodka. 1,000 bottles? The young heirs and heiresses were all stunned. They stared at their phone screens over and over again before they were sure they hadn't misread it. Holy cow, why did he order so much? That's got to be close to 10 million, right? Spending 10 million in one go? That guy is crazy. Looks like Qian Duo's in deep trouble. He's definitely crossed someone really powerful. This is huge. It's definitely the biggest single order in Shangfeng Bar's history, right? The owner must be over the moon. The other young heirs were green with envy. Everyone knows how high the profit margins are on drinks at bars and nightclubs. Shangfeng Bar must have raked in several million in a single night. That's incredible. Zhang Haitao chuckled and quickly said, but Shangfeng Bar doesn't have it. That much spade champagne, even Shangfeng Bar wouldn't dare stock that much. When that guy heard they were out of stock, he didn't get flustered or upset at all. He just casually picked up the mic and announced that he'd cover the entire bar's tab for the night. The rich kids were all stunned. Without even 1,000 bottles, he just bought out the entire venue's tab. Even they wouldn't dare do something like that. Even an ordinary small bar covering the entire venue's tab isn't something that can be settled with just a few 100,000 or a million. Especially after the DJ made the announcement, almost the entire crowd would go on a spending spree in retaliation, and the resulting bill would be an unimaginably astronomical figure. This big shot actually just covered the entire tab at Shangfeng Bar. Shangfeng Bar is the most luxurious bar in Jinling. Its opulence would hold its own even in the Suzhou-Hangzhou region. Anyone who can say they're covering the entire tab at Shangfeng Bar must be a super rich playboy. But precisely because Shangfeng Bar is so extravagant, some of the young heirs didn't believe such spending power was possible and directly questioned, "Aren't you just spreading rumors? Is there really someone that extravagant?" Zhang Haitao was immediately annoyed to see someone questioning his words. He picked up the tea from the coffee table and downed it in one gulp. He slammed the cup back down on the coffee table and sent a message, clearly annoyed. "Why would I lie to you guys? Besides, if you want to know about this kind of thing, just ask around. I heard this straight from a friend of my best buddy. They were all so drunk they couldn't tell up from down. It was absolutely amazing. Let me tell you, losing a little money like this is no big deal for Qian Duo. No one's gonna make a fuss over something like that. It's not a big deal. I could have just let it slide. But guess what happened? Unbelievable, that idiot Qian Duo got carried away by the booze, went outside, grabbed a rock, and was about to smash the guy's car. Do you know what kind of car that guy was driving? A Bugatti Veyron. A luxury car worth 50 to 60 million, and that idiot Qian Duo actually dared to pick up a rock to smash it. Don't you think he's a total moron?"
The young masters and ladies were stunned once again. A Bugatti Veyron, that's a luxury car you rarely see. Most people would be lucky just to catch a glimpse of one, and Qian Duo actually wanted to smash it. No wonder the owner was furious. Just then, one of the young heirs in the crowd asked, "Even if he's a super rich second-generation heir, he's just richer than us. No matter how arrogant he is, he can't possibly do whatever he wants here in Jinling, can he?" They could accept that he was rich. There was no point arguing about that. But trying to wipe out several major conglomerates in Jinling all at once, isn't that a bit over the top? Even a mighty dragon can't subdue a local snake. As soon as the young master spoke, the other young masters and ladies nodded in agreement. That's right. Here in Jinling, we haven't even felt the slightest stir yet. Maybe it's just a scare tactic. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Haitao spoke up again. "We can't do as we please in Jinling?" "Haha, young man, you are too naive. Does that Bugatti Veyron really have a license plate that says J999, the Supreme Sovereign license plate?" As soon as Zhang Haitao finished speaking, the entire group fell silent. That's the very top-tier license plate. Not even the 4 great families of Jinling have managed to secure one. Yet here it was, right on that guy's car. Could anyone who gets to display a license plate like this possibly be an ordinary person? All the young masters and ladies were so stunned they dared not speak. Just what kind of status did this person have? They'd absolutely no idea. Zhang Haitao looked at the silent group chat. He was sure everyone was staring at their phones, so he continued with a touch of smugness. "You all know the status of this license plate, right? After all, it's a Jinling license plate. Someone's already looked into the owner's information. But guess what? They haven't been able to figure out who the owner is. No one has any idea where this car came from. It just appeared out of thin air right here in Jinling. So everyone's saying this guy is the scion of a Tianjin aristocratic family, a top-tier second-generation heir. I don't mind sharing this with you. That person has already mobilized connections in high places and is preparing to take action against the Qian family." Now no one had any doubts left. The young masters and ladies all wore grave expressions as they pressed Zhang Haitao for details on the specific actions to be taken. "Brother Tao, my dear brother Tao, has that person made any moves? What have you heard?" Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhang Haitao kept mentioning high-level officials and sanctions, which made everyone's hearts race with fear. Zhang Haitao was basking in the flattery, feeling incredibly smug, and deliberately paused for a long moment before speaking. "That man has issued an ultimatum. If the Qian family doesn't hand over Qian Duo, they'll be driven into bankruptcy and wiped off the map in Jinling. But think about it, if the Qian family hands over Qian Duo, then he's probably in trouble." "In trouble? Is that even considered in trouble? He's definitely going to die. This is a matter of life and death. It's terrifying." For these rich kids, a little scuffle was still within their tolerance level, but a life or death situation like this was too much for their delicate little hearts to handle. "What do you think? Will the Qian family hand over Qian Duo?" one of the young masters asked, his tone laced with caution. A young lady replied quickly, "After all, Qian Duo is the Qian family's eldest son. They'll probably, maybe, likely protect him, right? They might not think much of Qian Duo's character, but they weren't about to let him die. Deep down, they still hoped the Qian family would protect him." "Really? There are plenty of young heirs in the Qian family. Are they really going to risk the family business for some spoiled rich kid?" Everyone fell into an instant silence. Such a harsh reality was just too hard to face, wasn't it? At the same time, however, Their fear of that young master had already reached a certain level. Chu Ling now had some free time, so he sat on the sofa and scrolled through the group chat logs. His face grew increasingly exasperated. Faced with the people and events mentioned in the group chat, Chu Ling was truly baffled. Could it be that last night, besides himself, someone else had rented out the entire Shangfeng bar? That just doesn't add up at all. He'd only asked for 100 bottles of Black Spade champagne yesterday. How did that turn into 1,000 bottles? Plus 1,000 bottles of vodka on top of that? Why on earth would he buy that much booze out of the blue to fill a bathtub with it? This is total bull-damn. And while we're at it, when did I ever have that kind of clout to the point of putting pressure on the Qian family? Isn't this just damn slander? Chu Ling was at a loss for words. He could laugh or cry. Spending a few million was a drop in the bucket for him. It wasn't about proving a point to Qian Duo, but purely to help his good friend Yu Chengji get over his heartbreak. Besides, Qian Duo had only tried to smash the car. It was just an attempted act at most. There was no need to take it so seriously, was there? Chu Ling remembered clearly that when he left yesterday, those rich kids were all scared stiff on the ground. Plenty of people had seen it. He figured they weren't coming out because they were too embarrassed. How could it possibly be that they were running for their lives? These guys really know how to spin a story. Just as Chu Ling was venting, Zhang Haitao spoke up again. You probably don't know this, but it seems that person has already started applying pressure. He's reportedly given the Qian family 3 days. If they don't hand over Qian Duo, he'll send the Ministry of Defense to wipe out the Qian family. The Ministry of Defense wipe out? Everyone felt a tightness in their throats and began swallowing hard, each of them absolutely terrified. This wasn't just about Qian Duo's life, it was about the survival of an entire family. Everyone felt Qian Duo was as good as dead after all. Compared to an entire family, a single life seemed insignificant. Chu Ling? What are you guys talking about? This is getting more and more outlandish, isn't it? How did he suddenly become such a tyrant? What really made Chu Ling want to spit blood was that these people actually believed it. They actually believed such a ridiculous story, and they were spouting it with such conviction. That's brutal. We'd better be careful. We absolutely can't provoke him. This is terrifying. I never expected a second-generation rich kid from Tianjin to show up. He's really coming in strong. The scariest part is that these rich kids from Tianjin have more clout than us local big shots. It's just damn ridiculous. All the young masters and ladies realized this matter was no trivial affair and began sounding the alarm in their minds. We've got to be careful with this. Tianjin had either grovel at his feet or get the hell out of here. Chu Ling read their messages and could already picture how terrified they must be, trembling in their boots. He couldn't help but sigh and posted a message in the group chat. Where did you guys get this info? It's fake, right? Doesn't this seem a bit far-fetched? When everyone saw Chu Ling's message, they were all completely baffled. Who was this guy? Then it suddenly dawned on them, wasn't this the second generation from another province who just joined the group? They all felt a deep sense of contempt. How dare a rich kid from another province act so arrogantly in their Jinling second-generation group? And to question what they said, just how arrogant could this guy be? We can't afford to cross the Tianjin second-generation crowd, but we're certainly not going to let a little nobody like you off the hook, are we? At this thought, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up in everyone. They glared at Chu Ling's profile picture, finding it hard to contain their rage. Zhang Haitao was the first to speak up. Faced with this challenge, he was furious. You're just a second generation from another province. What gives you the right to question what I say? So his tone turned hostile. Bro, watch your mouth. This is top secret intel. I got my hands on. You're lucky you even got to see it. With Zhang Haitao leading the charge, the other rich kids began to berate Chu Ling as well. Exactly. I've heard similar reports too. Brother Tao's sources are extremely reliable. I heard that Qian Duo is indeed hiding at home, too scared to come out. I had someone call him and the line went through, but no one answered. Bro, let me give you some advice. Don't go blabbing about this, got it? That guy isn't someone you can afford to mess with. These remarks weren't all criticism. In fact, they were also reminding Chu Ling to keep a low profile and not provoke the big shots, lest he get himself into trouble. Otherwise, before he even figured out what was going on, he'd lose his life. Reading their accusations and warnings, Chu Ling really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, I told you I'm not that great, why are you guys still hyping me up so much? It's got me totally confused. Then a thought suddenly struck Chuling, and he recalled a saying he'd seen before. There's a kind of being good where we think you're good. Seeing that Chuling had fallen silent, everyone assumed he was intimidated, so they began to mock him. Everyone, let's go easy on him. After all, he might be some rich kid from out of town. His perspective is different from ours, he can't grasp or even imagine what we're talking about. What kind of hick is this? He doesn't even understand such a basic concept, and he actually has the nerve to join our group. Let's wait for Brother Jai to come out and kick him out. What a disgrace. Let's cut him some slack. Just as we can't understand the extravagance of the second generation rich in Tianjin, isn't it only natural that he doesn't get our references? As they went back and forth, it was as if they'd found some kind of balance in their minds. They all stopped paying attention to Chuling. He's completely out of our league, there's no point in even trying to communicate with him. Beep, beep, beep. WeChat group messages popped up one after another, startling Du Junji awake from his sleep. He hadn't been sleeping well to begin with, and now that he'd been woken by the notification sounds, Du Junji looked a bit grim. He casually opened the group chat and started reading from the very top. The moment he saw them, Du Junji was terrified out of his wits. As he read the messages over and over, an indescribable fear welled up inside him. Du Junji never would have imagined that in the brief moment he'd dozed off, Chuling had already accepted the group invitation and started chatting with these people. Du Junji, who had been half asleep just moments ago, was now fully awake, his expression shifting from grim to deathly pale. He leapt to his feet from the sofa, seemingly oblivious to the sharp pain as his leg slammed into the coffee table, a clear sign of the sheer terror gripping him. If what Zhang Haitao and the others were saying was true, then damn it. Hadn't they just crossed a big shot? As soon as this thought crossed Du Junji's mind, he immediately reached for his phone to send a message and try to stop things from escalating. Before he could even speak, a message notification popped up. I asked some friends about it, and they said that guy might be a rich kid from Magic City. Rumors on the streets are all over the place right now. Some even say he's a descendant of the Aizenjuro clan. A descendant of the imperial family. Is he really that big a deal? But come to think of it, it's possible after all. That kind of extravagance isn't something just anyone can pull off. If that's the case, his identity is getting more and more mysterious. Either way, let's all be a little more cautious and watch our backs when we go out. That group of rich kids kept hyping it up, and the so-called mysterious identity was getting more and more far-fetched. Chuling could hardly bear to watch anymore. You guys really know how to exaggerate. All I did was rent out the whole place. How did it turn into this? A descendant of the Aizenjuro clan. Watch out, their ancestor might knock on your window in the middle of the night to argue about the family tree with you. Chuling thought for a moment, then decided to send a message to set the record straight. It was really just a minor altercation at a bar. It's not nearly as dramatic as it sounds. But everyone completely ignored his message. They couldn't even be bothered to mock him anymore. You don't know a damn thing. What do you mean, minor altercation? Someone almost got killed, for crying out loud. People like this are really too low class. They don't even understand how dangerous society can be. Just then, Du Junji's message finally came through. What the hell are you all doing? He'd been so nervous just now that his hands were shaking a bit, and he kept making typos, which is why it took a while. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Du Junji's message. What's wrong with Brother Jai? Why is he suddenly losing his temper out of the blue? One of the young rich kids quickly typed out an explanation. Brother Ji, here's the thing we're talking about. What happened last night? Something happened at Shangfeng Bar yesterday, and it looks like Jinling is in for some serious trouble. A mysterious second-generation heir has arrived in Jinling, and he's out to take down the Qiang group and the others. After the young heir finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then changed the subject. By the way, Brother Jie, who is this country bumpkin you brought along? He's so inconsiderate. We're here to talk business, and he comes in and questions us right off the bat. If it weren't for your sake, we'd have taught him a lesson. You'd better keep people in line. This is a total lack of respect toward us, isn't it? Someone like this is an embarrassment to you, Brother Jai, isn't he? The other young masters spoke up at this point, saying, He actually doubts the information we gave about that person, acting as if he knows everything. He really has no idea where he stands. Someone like that will never amount to anything. Whether he amounts to anything or not is none of our business, but he certainly be causing trouble for us. Brother Jai, let's get rid of this kind of person as soon as possible. It'll put everyone's minds at ease. Isn't it easy to make him behave? Once there's a follow-up on Qian Duo's case, he'll see what's coming and get scared. Du Junji was so furious he was nearly beside himself. These idiots, they're practically begging to get themselves killed. He tried to stop them, but he just couldn't hold them back. Give me back my men? Du Junji typed a message on his phone. This guy is driving a Bugatti. License plate number Jin 99999. In an instant, the entire group chat fell deathly silent. The young heirs and heiresses staring at their screens were all stunned, and the next second, they went absolutely ballistic. A Bugatti with the supreme license plate? Isn't that the big shot, the mysterious second-generation heir they've been talking about? At that thought, everyone was stunned into silence. Their eyes widened instinctively as they stared intently at the screen, unable to believe what they were seeing. They had actually been mocking that very person, and they were calling him a disgrace. A second-generation kid from another province, who knew nothing. It was as if their minds had gone out of control, frantically replaying the rumors they'd just heard. At the thought of those terrifying consequences, their hair stood on end and they broke out in goosebumps. It's all over. Just a moment ago they were mocking Qian Duo for being so blind as to offend a big shot, and now weren't they in exactly the same situation? Everyone's mind went blank. They were too terrified to know what to do and could only instinctively start apologizing frantically. Big shot, we really didn't know it was you. Please don't take this to heart. I'll slap myself right now, okay? It's my fault for judging you by your appearance. You're a magnanimous person. Please don't hold this against us. We're so sorry, Big Shot. Please forgive us. We were just terrified by the rumors about you. Chuling glanced at their messages but couldn't be bothered to reply. He shook his head slightly, tossed his phone aside, and went to check on Ku Xiaobing. She'd been sleeping for so long, she should be waking up soon. The rich kids in the group chat, unable to see Chuling's reply, were completely thrown off balance. Does this mean he won't forgive us? Or did he think their sincerity wasn't enough? Just think, Qian Duo was about to lose his life just for trying to outdo him in wealth, and they were already lashing out at him. It's over, it's all over. Overcome with fear, they created a new group chat and added Du Junji. Du Junji saw he'd been added to a new group chat. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he received a flood of messages. A whole bunch of rich kids were frantically tagging him. Bro Du, you've really screwed us over. You added this guy without even telling us. What are we supposed to do now? We're all screwed this time. Now that we've offended this person, will we ever have a good life again? Won't we end up just like Qian Duo? Given the nature of what we do, it seems even worse than his situation. Some of the young ladies even burst into tears, sobbing, "I don't want to die." Why isn't that guy replying? Did he send someone over? Should we make a run for it too? They had all become like birds startled by a bowstring. Du Junji had become their only lifeline, and they all began pleading with him. Since you're the one who brought him in, you must know him well, right? Please put in a good word for me, Brother Jai. Brother Jai, you can't just stand by and watch us die. Help us figure something out. Even just a suggestion would be great. Du Junji was at his wit's end, thinking to himself, I'm not even that close to that person. He decided not to reply to their messages at all. The group of rich kids was stunned. They thought to themselves, this is it, we've been abandoned. Meanwhile, just as they were going completely crazy, Chuling was cuddling with Ku Xiaobing, catching up on some sleep. Looking at Ku Xiaobing fast asleep, Chuling simply lay down beside her, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and drifted off to sleep. When Ku Xiaobing woke up, Chuling was still asleep. She checked the time and saw it was almost noon, so she carefully got out of bed, intending to make lunch for Chuling. There were still plenty of ingredients at home, so Ku Xiaobing decided to stir-fry 2 dishes. Anything too complicated was beyond her, so she decided to simply stir-fry 2 green vegetables. Having made up her mind, Ku Xiaobing washed the Chinese broccoli. Chuling had helped pick it out yesterday, It looked crisp and fresh and was a delight to the eye. To prevent oil from splattering everywhere like last time, Ku Xiaobing had a sudden idea. She'd simply add the Chinese broccoli and oil to the pan at the same time, then turn on the gas and cover the pan with a lid. Listening to the muffled sizzling sounds coming from the pot, Ku Xiaobing was extremely pleased. She really was a little genius this way. The oil definitely wouldn't splash on her. But just as the greens were about to be ready, Ku Xiaobing casually rummaged through the cupboard and discovered she was out of salt. Seriously, there's always some little mishap happening, holding me back from becoming a culinary master. Ku Xiaobing muttered under her breath, glancing down at her pajamas. She couldn't be bothered to change to go out and buy some, so she decided to borrow some salt from her neighbor first. With that in mind, Ku Xiaobing threw on a jacket and knocked on her next-door neighbor's door. "Who's there?" A sharp, decisive female voice called out from inside the room upon hearing the knock. Ku Xiaobing recognized her neighbor's voice and quickly replied, "Sis, it's Xiaobing. I'd like to borrow some salt from you." After a few footsteps, the front door swung open from the inside, revealing a woman's face. The woman, who looked to be in her 30s, was delighted to see Ku Xiaobing. She hurriedly ushered her inside and greeted her warmly. "What's up, Xiaobing? You said you wanted to borrow something just now." "Salt," Ku Xiaobing said, looking a little embarrassed. "I was just about to cook, but I realized I'd run out of salt, so I had to pop over to borrow some." As soon as she heard this, the woman's eyes lit up with a gossipy gleam, and she looked at Ku Xiaobing with a mischievous grin. "Oh? I've heard from your mom that you never lift a finger around the house, so how come you're cooking now? Is something going on?" As she spoke, the woman gave Ku Xiaobing a knowing wink. Ku Xiaobing was in the prime of her youth and very pretty. It was high time she started dating. Besides, as a neighbor, she'd heard some noises last night even through the wall. Yet she had to admit, the sounds went on for quite a while. Even she was green with envy. Ku Xiaobing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She was too shy to say a word. The woman watched her, laughing heartily, then hurried into the kitchen to fetch a bag of salt that was more than half full. Teasingly, she said, "Just take it all so you don't die of embarrassment right here." After saying that, the woman burst into laughter again. With a red face, Ku Xiaobing wrapped some salt in a paper towel, muttered that there were still vegetables in the pot, and ran out, hurrying back home. She took off her coat and rushed to the kitchen, where she quickly pulled out the paper towel packet and opened it to sprinkle the salt into the pot. Just then, Chuling woke up. Although he'd only napped for a short while, he felt refreshed and very comfortable. Hearing a faint sound coming from the kitchen, Chuling furrowed his brow, sensing that something might be amiss. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the dread he'd felt when Ku Xiaobing had taken over the cooking before. Could this young lady be experimenting with some kind of dark cuisine again? As soon as this thought crossed Chuling's mind, he sat up with a start, quickly slipped on his shoes and headed for the kitchen. Before he even stepped through the kitchen door, he saw Ku Xiaobing holding a paper bag and sprinkling powder over the food. A bright white cloud. No matter how he looked at it, it looked just like Chuling. Was she trying to murder her own husband? Ku Xiaobing dumped the salt in all at once. Just as she was about to toss the crumpled paper away, she caught sight of Chuling, who looked completely bewildered. She saw that Chuling's gaze was fixed intently on the pot, and she immediately panicked, blurting out, This is salt, not poison. Should I eat some to prove it?" As soon as she said it, Ku Xiaobing felt frustrated with herself. Why did that sound so much like denying the obvious? Chuling looked at the flustered Ku Xiaobing, chuckled and said, "Do you really think I wouldn't know?" He was just teasing her on purpose. This silly girl's reaction was just too adorable. "You're so annoying." Ku Xiaobing shot him a glare. He'd had a worried for ages. Chuling cast a discreet glance at the greens in the pot. The once fresh, crisp vegetable hearts had been scorched by the high heat until they were limp and wilted. Their color had turned black, and they were speckled with burnt spots. He wrapped his arm around Ku Xiaobing's slender waist, turned off the gas and led her out of the kitchen, saying, "All right, don't cook anymore. Let's go grab some lunch." "Where are we going to scrounge a meal?" Ku Xiaobing turned to look at Chuling. She'd gone to the trouble of cooking herself. It would be such a waste not to eat it. Chuling blinked, smiled, and changed the subject, saying, "Don't worry about it. Are you feeling better now?" Only then did Ku Xiaobing remember. She moved her body a little and said with a look of surprise and delight, I really feel so much better. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost would have forgotten all about it. I feel like I'm back to my old self. Your massage technique is absolutely amazing, and it actually feels even more relaxing than before. Hearing Ku Xiaobing's words, Chu Ling raised an eyebrow, pinched her chin with his fingers to force to look into his eyes, and gave a soft snort. Before? When was that? Two blushes instantly spread across Ku Xiaobing's face. She gave a soft click of her tongue and said, "What are you thinking? I meant I feel better than I did yesterday. As for comfort." At this point, Ku Xiaobing's voice gradually trailed off and she whispered, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "It definitely wasn't as comfortable as last night." Sure enough, the transition from girl to woman may be just a split-second difference, but it brings about so many changes. Just like now, Ku Xiaobing was practically like a delicate little bird, giving off an air of having been conquered. Chu Ling chuckled softly, pressed a firm kiss on Ku Xiaobing's lips, and satisfied, led her off to change. Chu Ling wanted to take Ku Xiaobing out for a stroll and, while he was at it, test out her tenfold cashback offer. Since the goal was to earn cashback, they'd obviously need to buy high-priced items to accumulate it quickly. In that case, buying a house, and the most expensive one at that, would be the most efficient option. When it came to the most expensive properties in all of Jinling, it had to be Tianfang Tanlong Bay, where Chu Ling currently lived. However, since both the apartments and villas at Tanlong Bay were already sold out, they could only go see if any commercial spaces were still available. Chu Ling recalled that the last time he went there, it seemed the commercial spaces hadn't all been sold yet. "Let's go. I'll take you to a great place," Chu Ling thought to himself as he took Ku Xiaobing, who had just changed into her clothes, by the hand and headed out the door. Chu Ling got behind the wheel and drove toward the sales office at Tianfang Tanlong Bay. When they arrived in front of the sales office, they discovered that the parking lot was actually full. Looking at the various luxury cars in the parking lot, Ku Xiaobing couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is the most luxurious community, even the sales office is packed every day." Chu Ling reached out and ruffled Ku Xiaobing's hair, then pulled the car over to the side of the road. Two of them walked toward the sales office. Stepping through the sales office's main entrance revealed a spacious courtyard featuring a fountain and numerous small flower beds. A slightly wider path running through the center was covered with a thick red carpet, reserved exclusively for guests. Walking along the red carpet, they could see the floor-to-ceiling windows of the sales office, through which the interior was clearly visible. Chu Ling and Ku Xiaobing walked arm in arm into the sales hall. As they entered, several sales representatives stood up simultaneously. "Hello and welcome to Tianfang Tanlong Bay." As the finest residential community in Jinling, Tianfang Tanlong Bay sets extremely high standards for its sales staff. The company requires salespeople to treat every visitor equally, without any favoritism or discrimination. However, where there's a rule, there's always a way around it. Although the sales staff appeared to have all stood up, they had already sized up the couple's attire through the floor-to-ceiling windows the moment Chu Ling and Ku Xiaobing entered. They were dressed quite nicely, but unfortunately, they had clearly walked in. They didn't even have a car, so one could imagine their financial resources weren't particularly substantial. Moreover, both of them looked far too young. Although the man was handsome and the woman was quite pretty, this was a sales office, not a place where looks alone would get you in. The veteran salespeople immediately formed their own judgments. Although they had all stood up and were preparing to approach Chu Ling and his companion, their steps slowed slightly, which immediately set the newcomer, Liu Yu, apart as she walked at a normal pace. "Hello, sir. My name is Liu Yu. Is this your first time visiting us?" Liu Yu greeted Chu Ling and his companion with great enthusiasm. Seeing Liu Yu engage with Chu Ling, the remaining veteran salespeople let out smug grins and turned directly back to their seats. After all, they were experts at picking on new hires. Liu Yu was well aware of these veteran salespeople's tactics. It was true she was a newcomer, but she wasn't naive. She saw right through them. But Liu Yu had no choice. After all, she was new on the job. Even with high-quality leads, she couldn't compete with the veteran salespeople and could only pick up the clients they left behind. Even so, that didn't stop Liu Yu from treating Chu Ling and his companion with respect and warmth. "Are you two here to look at properties today? Would you like me to show you around?" Chu Ling nodded and, taking Ku Xiaobing by the hand, walked toward the model display. To his surprise, as soon as he looked up, he saw a young woman standing next to the model display. She was wearing a black ruffled dress that accentuated her lovely figure. She was quite pretty. Her delicate features gave her an innocent, demure look, like a gentle, refined young lady. Her long hair was styled in big, loose waves, falling casually over her shoulders. However, when compared to Ku Xiaobing, she was still far from her level of beauty. As Chuling looked at her profile, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he recognized the girl standing before him. Isn't this Li Huan? As he looked at Li Huan, a hint of awkwardness crossed Chuling's face. Back in high school, Chuling had once had a crush on Li Huan and had even confessed his feelings to her. He still remembered how Li Huan had looked at him with an apologetic expression and said softly, "I'm sorry, Chuling. Right now, I just want to focus on my studies. I don't want to think about dating." Chuling hadn't really taken it to heart after all. When you confess your feelings, whether the other person accepts them or not is entirely up to them. Ironically though, just a few days later, Li Huan started dating another boy at school, and their relationship was nothing short of intense. Back then, Li Huan taught Chuling a very important lesson. A woman's words are deceitful, you simply can't trust them. But all that's in the past now, after all, hasn't gone through a phase of youthful naivety. It's perfectly understandable that a girl wouldn't want to date you if you forced yourself on her. Wouldn't that make you a scoundrel? Just as Chuling was lost in thought, Li Huan, sensing his gaze, looked over at him. Li Huan looked at Chuling's handsome face and recognized him at a glance. "Chuling?" Li Huan let out a soft gasp instinctively, but immediately regretted it, her voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness. She also recalled what had happened back then. When Chuling had confessed his feelings to her, she thought that since his family's fortunes had fallen on hard times, he wouldn't be a good choice no matter how handsome he was, so she'd turned him down outright. Now that they'd met again, things were still a bit awkward. But since they were old classmates, she felt she should at least say hello. With that in mind, Li Huan walked over to him, smiled warmly at Chuling and said, "Long time no see, old classmate. I didn't expect you to have gotten even more handsome. How have you been lately?" "Yeah, I'm doing pretty well," Chuling replied politely. Li Huan's gaze then shifted to Ku Xiaobing standing nearby, and her eyes were instantly filled with awe. Wow, she's a total stunner. Even as a fellow woman, Li Huan had to admit that Ku Xiaobing was truly beautiful. Today, Ku Xiaobing was wearing a short, white cotton top paired with beige wide-leg pants, with a slender strip of skin peeking out just at the center of her waist, radiating youthfulness while exuding a touch of playfulness and intimacy appeal. Coupled with the fact that she had just completed her transformation from girl to woman, she exuded a captivating allure that made it impossible to look away once you caught sight of her. Her beautiful face was free of makeup, yet her eyes were bright and her teeth gleaming. Her eyes were particularly expressive, dewy and luminous, as if they held an entire ocean within them. "This beauty is stunning, is she or?" Li Huan exclaimed, asking with a smile. Before Chuling could say a word, Ku Xiaobing had already stepped forward, smiling as she introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Chuling's girlfriend. My name is Ku Xiaobing." Watching Ku Xiaobing's eagerness to stake her claim, Chuling couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then Ku Xiaobing glanced at Chuling, a look that gave him the feeling she was grilling him. Chuling shrugged. "Take your guesses, after all, she's nowhere near your level." Seeing Chuling's expression, Ku Xiaobing couldn't help but smile to herself. Hearing Ku Xiaobing's reply, a complex emotion flashed in Li Huan's eyes, though it vanished in an instant. Chuling then spoke up, asking, "Are you here to look at properties?" Li Huan gave a soft and explained, "I'm here with my parents. They have some spare cash right now, so they want to invest in a retail space. After all, there are only 10 units left here, but the price is a bit too steep, so they're still on the fence." Tianfang Tanlong Bay is, after all, the most expensive residential complex in Jinling, so the surrounding retail spaces have naturally followed suit, with prices soaring to staggering heights. However, when it comes to investing in real estate, the rule has always been to buy high, not low. That's why so many people come here to inquire about prices. They're optimistic about the future prospects of the Tianfang Tanlong Bay area. But the near astronomical prices of these retail spaces have also deterred some people. Chuling nodded in agreement and replied with a faint smile, "The commercial spaces here still have great investment value. If you don't buy now, they might be gone." After a few more casual remarks, Chuling led Ku Xiaobing in the opposite direction. Liu Yu had just seen Chuling chatting with an acquaintance, so she went to the break room to pour them both some coffee. Just as she was holding the coffee and about to head back, a veteran salesperson came out and called out to her, "Little Liu, have you seen President Liu come in?" "Mr. Liu." Liu Yu was confused. Which Mr. Liu was he talking about? Seeing the look on Liu Yu's face, the veteran salesperson feigned a sudden realization, clapping his hand to his forehead and saying, "Look at my memory. You just started here. What major client could there be?" "I'm talking about Liu Kai, the CEO of Tianqing Industries. He's a longtime client of our Tianfang Tanlong Bay project. A few days ago, he reserved 2 commercial units with me, and he should be coming in today to finalize the paperwork. If you see him, be sure to let me know right away, okay?" After saying this, without waiting for Liu Yu to respond, the veteran salesman launched into a soliloquy. "Ah, Mr. Liu is really wealthy. 2 commercial units, the total price must be well over 10 million. Hearing the veteran salesperson's words, Liu Yu felt incredibly annoyed. He knew full well that she didn't know any Mr. Liu, yet he still told her to let him know if she saw him. Wasn't he just here to show off his sales figures and act all high and mighty? But immediately afterward, Liu Yu began to feel a pang of envy. With a total price of over 10 million, the commission alone would be substantial. This damn Versailles style, showing off, really puts a damper on things. With that thought, Liu Yu forced a smile and said to the veteran salesperson, "Okay, I get it. I have a client to meet, so I'll head out now." "Clients?" The veteran salesman's expression was quite a sight, sarcasm, mockery, and disdain all skillfully blended together. The veteran salesperson chuckled softly, shook his head, and tossed off a sarcastic remark. Well, you'd better take good care of them." With that, he swayed his hips as he walked away. Liu Yu could only take a few deep breaths, psych herself up, and pick up the tray as she walked toward Chu Ling and his companion. "Mr. Chu, may I take you both to the lounge to sit for a while and introduce you to everyone?" Liu Yu put on a warm and professional demeanor. After receiving their consent, the 3 of them settled onto the sofas in the lounge, and Liu Yu handed coffee to Chu Ling and Ku Xiaobing. Just as Liu Yu was about to begin her introduction, Chu Ling beat her to it and interrupted, "Do you offer a free lunch here?" Liu Yu? Oh well. The older sales rep from earlier happened to be walking by and overheard Chu Ling's question. He almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth and hurried away. Damn, this is a classic case of someone just trying to scrounge a free meal. Looks like this newbie is going to come away empty-handed today. Ha, she really needs to work on her judgment. Liu Yu sighed inwardly but didn't let it show. Smiling, she said, "Of course, sir. It's about time for lunch. How about this, let's go have lunch together, and you can introduce us to the company while we eat," Chu Ling said enthusiastically. Liu Yu agreed, stood up, and led the 2 of them to the staff cafeteria. Using her meal card, she swiped a lunch for the other 2 as well, and the 3 of them chose an empty table to sit down at. "Mr. Chu, we currently have 10 commercial units left at Tianfang Tanlong Bay. They're all in excellent locations, though the prices are on the higher side. However, they offer tremendous potential for future appreciation." Liu Yu didn't rush to eat, but instead quietly explained the current status of the commercial units. She had mentally prepared herself. Even if they were just clients there to get a free meal, it didn't matter. She'd treat it as an opportunity to practice interacting with clients. Chu Ling let out a soft "oh" and said, "Only 10 units left." With that, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a bank card, handed it to her, and said, "All right, looks like I'm too late. I'll take all the remaining units." Liu Yu was startled by the bank card in front of her. She stammered, "Wait, sir, are you sure? Don't you want to take a look first? I haven't even given you a proper tour yet." She had genuinely prepared a whole speech full of sales pitches and was just about to deliver it. Chu Ling elegantly took a bite of his food, and after swallowing, said slowly, "If someone else buys them while you're giving the presentation, wouldn't I be at a loss? Go ahead and process the purchase for me." With that, Chu Ling turned to Ku Xiaobing at his side and held out his hand toward her. "Where's your ID? Give it to me." Ku Xiaobing was puzzled, but she obediently pulled out her ID and handed it over. "Register the shop in her name. Once the contract is ready, just have her sign it." Chu Ling rattled off a series of instructions, then went back to eating. After finishing, he couldn't resist offering his critique. "Your Tianfang Tanlong Bay is, after all, the best residential complex around, but your staff's treatment is just average. The food here could definitely use some improvement." Only then did Ku Xiaobing snap out of her shock. She was truly taken aback. Gripping the hem of Chuling's shirt with her small hand, she said, "You're buying this for me. This is far too expensive." She didn't want to accept something so valuable from Chuling 10 commercial units in the most expensive residential complex. That was simply mind-boggling. "What else am I supposed to do? Who else should I buy it for?" Chuling said, gently coaxing Ku Xiaobing. "Look, whatever's yours is mine, right? You're not going to run away, are you?" Ku Xiaobing looked at Chuling helplessly. She held up 3 fingers and said very seriously, "I swear I definitely won't run away." How could she possibly bring herself to run away? After all, this was a man who was rich, handsome, and had been with her for so long enough to make her feel so fulfilled. "Well, that settles it then." Chuling reached out and pinched Ku Xiaobing's cheek. "That's how it's going to be." Ku Xiaobing seemed to want to persuade Chuling further, but unfortunately this time, Ku Xiaobing was cut off before she could finish her sentence. Chuling's slender, well-manicured fingers gently rested on Ku Xiaobing's soft lips, silencing her. Liu Yu, sitting across from them, watched their interaction from start to finish. She wanted to just keep her head down and eat, pretending it wasn't happening, but those words felt like little needles burrowing right into her ears. It was infuriating. Liu Yu was now both helpless and speechless. It felt as if someone had pried open her mouth and stuffed it full of dog food. As a single person, she had no choice but to make a hasty retreat. All she wanted to do right now was scream, "Kill the dogs!" However, Liu Yu quickly turned back, holding 10 sets of sales contracts for the shops, and solemnly handed them to Ku Xiaobing. Ku Xiaobing signed the contracts, and Liu Yu then returned the bank card to Chuling. Transaction was officially complete. Just then a light screen popped up. Host successfully spent 40,000 yuan. Triggered the goddess rebate skill. 10x rebate, totaling 400,000 yuan. A 40 million yuan purchase, a 400 million yuan rebate. Liu Yu looked at the signed contract, her heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. She'd signed it, she'd really signed it. She truly never expected that she would actually sign such a huge deal. A 40 million retail space, she'd really made it big this time, and she'd finally proven herself. However, Liu Yu didn't let her elation get the better of her after all. Without Chuling's decisive approval, this massive order wouldn't have been possible, would it? Composing herself, Liu Yu resumed her professional sales persona and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, Ms. Ku, congratulations on becoming our most distinguished clients at Tianfang Tanlong Bay. Please wait a moment. I'll contact our staff right away to prepare the property deed for your commercial space." Ku Xiaobing was taken aback for a moment and asked in astonishment, "Is your efficiency really that high here? Issuing the title deed on the very same day? That speed is absolutely incredible." Liu Yu smiled slightly, nodded proudly, and said, "Yes, Miss Ku. We have dedicated staff who can expedite the process to get the title deeds to you quickly." Tianfang Tanlong Bay's success is inseparable from their meticulous attention to detail. This level of service is truly one of a kind, making clients feel like royalty. The 3 of them sat down together for a light meal, and soon the property deed was delivered. Liu Yu handed it to Chuling. Chuling raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Just give it directly to our landlady." With that, he turned to look at Ku Xiaobing beside him. Liu Yu felt as if she'd just been forced to swallow another mouthful of couple food, and hurriedly said, "I just think it would be more effective if you handed it over personally." After all, Chuling had purchased the property specifically as a gift for Ku Xiaobing, a whopping 40 million, so they couldn't let such a precious ceremonial moment go to waste. Chuling thought about it and realized she had a point, so he reached out to take it then, without even glancing at it, shoved it straight into Ku Xiaobing's arms. "Just listen to me, you just take it." Chuling had no intention of hearing Ku Xiaobing refuse again. Ku Xiaobing felt a shiver run down her spine. Property deeds worth tens of millions, just holding them in her arms like this actually felt like this. Chuling looked at Ku Xiaobing's expression, shook his head with a smile and said, "Your mindset isn't up to par. A few property deeds have you so scared. Looks like I'll have to help you level up a bit." "Level up?" Ku Xiaobing shot Chuling a sidelong glance. "How exactly do I level up?" She had a feeling this wasn't going to be anything good. Chuling's lips curled slightly into a smile, but he said nothing. Some immortal arts can only be grasped intuitively, they defy verbal explanation. "All right, we've eaten for free and bought a house. Let's go." Chuling called out to Liu Yu, intending to take Ku Xiaobing with him. Hearing Chuling's words, Liu Yu almost burst into tears. This wasn't just freeloading, he was a total heartthrob who kept finding new ways to shower her with perks. If only she could get a few more freeloaders like him, wouldn't she reach the pinnacle of success in no time? Liu Yu quickly followed the pair as they headed toward the sales office entrance. With such a generous client, Liu Yu would gladly walk him all the way to his doorstep. Just then, a man with a very rugged appearance walked through the entrance of the sales office, a look that clashed sharply with the high-end suit he was wearing. He hurried into the sales office, looking somewhat flustered. But it was precisely this incongruous appearance that drew the attention of the veteran saleswoman from earlier, who rushed over, addressing him as Mr. Liu, with every other word and flashing a dazzling smile. "Mr. Liu, you've finally arrived," the veteran saleswoman cooed. This was her big client, she absolutely had to keep him happy. Mr. Liu smiled broadly at the saleswoman and spoke in a booming voice. "I'm here to buy those 2 commercial units. Last time I asked you to hold them for me, did you manage to do that?" Those 2 storefronts were in a prime location, but their prices were outrageously high. Earlier, Mr. Liu didn't have enough cash on hand, but a payment for goods just came in today, so he rushed over in a hurry. "Don't say that. You've already given me the heads up, so of course I'll do as you say. You've spoken, how could I possibly refuse?" the veteran salesperson said, flashing Mr. Liu a flirtatious glance. Mr. Liu's mind was completely focused on the storefront deal at the moment. He had no time for anything else. He pulled his bank card straight out of his pocket, handed it over, and said, "All right, go ahead and take care of it for me. That'll put my mind at ease." "Got it." Veteran salesperson took the bank card, inwardly overjoyed. This was a deal worth tens of millions. She'd be able to buy another designer handbag this month. Just as she was about to lead Mr. Liu inside, she spotted Liu Yu on the other side, seeing Chuling and his companion off. The 3 of them were chatting and laughing, especially Liu Yu, who was being exceptionally deferential. She followed Chuling and his companion all the way toward the main entrance, until only their retreating figures remained. The veteran saleswoman watched their retreating figures and let out a cold chuckle to herself. "Looks like this little girl's deal fell through again. I knew a young client like that wouldn't close the deal. But once Liu Yu returns, she'll have to show off properly. She's already drafted the Versailles-style story in her head." "Please have a seat, Mr. Liu. I'll go pour you some coffee." The veteran salesperson led Mr. Liu to the lounge area and turned to leave. Mr. Liu, of course, wasn't having any of it. He urged him impatiently, "Cut the nonsense. Just get the shop deal sorted out first, and I'll buy you coffee all night long." All right, I'll go right away. Is that good enough?" The veteran salesperson walked off to the office area with a forced smile. Mr. Liu really was impatient, so eager to hand out money. What a great comrade he was. She just checked it before going to lunch. How could it have been sold in such a short time? The veteran salesperson grumbled to herself, but her hands didn't waste a single moment. She hurried into the sales system to draw up the contract. But when he checked, he was completely baffled. What's going on? Could the system have glitched? Why are all the commercial units showing as sold? They were all gone in an instant. That's a full 10 commercial units, worth over 40 million. The veteran salesperson was completely stunned. She quickly restarted her computer, telling herself it was just a system glitch that would be fixed with a restart. But when the computer finished rebooting, the sales system was still completely empty. All the commercial units had been sold out. She tried moving the mouse and found that the computer was responding very quickly. It clearly wasn't a hardware issue. How could this happen? The veteran saleswoman stared at the sold label on the screen, her face a picture of disbelief. What's going on? How come all the retail units are gone? Mr. Liu, who had walked in unnoticed, pointed directly at the screen and confronted the veteran saleswoman. What did you just tell me? What assurances did you give me before? I told you to set aside shops for me, and this is how you handle it. Mr. Liu was furious. His voice grew even louder as he got worked up. He'd even figured out exactly which projects to pursue. He was set to make money as soon as he secured them. Now that this sure thing was slipping away, how could he not be anxious? The veteran salesman quickly forced a smile and explained, "Please don't worry, I'll go check on it right away." The veteran salesman was genuinely getting flustered. What was going on here? This was basically a setup to screw him over. If the property really was off the market, not only would he lose his commission, but he'd also alienate a major client. For a salesperson, that would be a devastating blow. At that moment, the sales manager was drawn over by Mr. Liu's loud voice. Seeing the veteran salesperson emerge, he asked with displeasure, "What's going on in there? Who's arguing?" After all, Tianfang Tanlong Bay prides itself on luxury and comfort, and excellent service is their hallmark. If the clients heard this, it would reflect very poorly on the company. With that in mind, the manager's expression darkened as he glared at the veteran salesperson. Seeing the manager approach, the veteran salesperson felt a surge of relief and quickly explained the situation with Mr. Liu. "The client has already made a reservation with me, but it seems there's a problem with our system." After hearing the veteran salesperson's explanation, the sales manager finally understood the situation. He said bluntly, "There's no glitch in the system. All our remaining units have been sold. They were just bundled and sold by Liu Yu. Go tell the client that we truly have no units available right now." Liu Yu. A bulk sale. That's 10 commercial units with a total value of over 40 million. The veteran salesperson was instantly stunned, his face turning an unusually grim shade. Her commission, her designer handbag, they'd just gone up in smoke. Just then, Mr. Liu stepped out, glaring furiously at the sales manager and yelling, "How are you running this place? Don't you know I reserved these first? I even brought the money with me, and now you're telling me they're gone?" Mr. Liu didn't just want to yell at them, he wanted to explode right then and there and blow these scammers to smithereens. Upon hearing Mr. Liu's words, the manager furrowed his brow and replied calmly but firmly, "Sir, since you did not pay a deposit for your reservation, it can only be considered a verbal commitment and has no legal validity. Since their sales office hadn't received deposit, they were perfectly within their rights to sell the shop to someone else. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that." When Mr. Liu heard the manager mention the deposit, he was kicking himself. The sales representative had mentioned the deposit to Mr. Liu twice before, but Mr. Liu had always held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that such an expensive property wouldn't sell anytime soon and would eventually be his anyway. If he paid the deposit first and later decided he didn't want it, the real estate company's refund process was incredibly cumbersome. Mr. Liu found the whole thing a real hassle. Knowing he was in the wrong, Mr. Liu ignored the manager and started cursing at the veteran salesperson. "What the hell is wrong with you? You've ruined my business. I'll see how you make me up for this. I don't care, you'd better find a way to get me that storefront. You're good for nothing but causing trouble. I trusted you so much, and yet you've screwed me over like this. You have to take responsibility for this. Damn it. Couldn't you have covered it for me first, since I hadn't paid the deposit yet? You've made so much money off me over the years, don't you have any conscience?" Mr. Liu's voice boomed, and his accusations grew increasingly harsh, drawing the attention of many salespeople. The veteran salesperson had long since reached her breaking point. She stood there covering her face, sobbing quietly. Another veteran salesperson couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up. "The guy who was buying the house just left. If you're serious about buying it, why not go after him and talk it over?" Upon hearing her words, Mr. Liu visibly paused for a moment. That was actually a good idea. He might as well go out and demand an explanation from the other party. He'd clearly set his sights on it first. What right did that guy have to buy it? He was determined to find out who this person was, someone who'd shown him such a lack of respect. With that thought, Mr. Liu hurried toward the main entrance. From a distance, he spotted Chuling and Ku Xiaobing and immediately bellowed, "You two stop right there." Chuling and Ku Xiaobing were just about to get into their car to go home when they heard the angry shout. Both of them froze in their tracks. But Chuling's hand had already pressed the car key fob, and the headlights of the Bugatti beside him flashed twice in an instant. The car was already unlocked. Mr. Liu stared at the unlocked Bugatti, lost in thought. Mr. Liu, this... He'd been so preoccupied with demanding an explanation that he'd forgotten someone who could whip out over 40 million in an instant couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Just look at the guy's car. Was a Bugatti Veyron, a luxury vehicle worth 50 or 60 million. He was in a completely different league from him. Mr. Liu was starting to back down. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell on the Supreme 95 license plate hanging on the Bugatti Veyron. How is that even possible? Mr. Liu almost began to question the meaning of life. This must be a big shot. Chu Ling opened the car door for Ku Xiaobing, telling her to get in and wait for him, before turning to Mr. Liu and asking, "What do you need?" A burly, muscular man like that, dressed in a business suit, it just looked so out of place, didn't it? When Mr. Liu saw Chu Ling frown, a thin sheen of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He quickly forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I mistook you for someone else. I apologize for the disturbance." As he spoke, Mr. Liu began backing away. Not only that, but his steps grew wider and wider, and he even began to speed up, completely oblivious to the fountain pool behind him. Before Chu Ling could even call out a warning, he heard a splash. Mr. Liu had already lost his footing and fallen into the fountain. Several security guards on patrol nearby rushed over and pulled Mr. Liu out of the fountain. Chu Ling. Seeing someone so reckless, he now believed the other man had truly mistaken him for someone else.
Chu Ling shook his head slightly, got into the car, and drove away with Ku Xiaobing. Meanwhile, Li Huan, who had greeted Chu Ling earlier, had already returned from the store with her parents. "Huan, what do you think of that store?" Li's father asked his daughter for her opinion, still feeling somewhat torn inside. Li Huan thought for a moment and said, "The shop is in a great location, and the layout is very well proportioned. Not to mention, as one of Jinling's most luxurious residential complex shops, it certainly won't lack high-end customers. From a business perspective, that's a natural advantage. Even if we were to rent it out, we wouldn't have to worry about finding tenants or getting a good price. You could say that, aside from the price, there's nothing wrong with it." After hearing his daughter's precise analysis, Li Huan's father wholeheartedly agreed. So, gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, then let's buy one. We'll buy this one, it's decided." This type of real estate is well suited for long-term holding. Buying a retail unit here is essentially an investment in the future prospects of Tianfang Tianlong Bay. It's definitely a sound choice. It might not make us rich beyond our wildest dreams, but it'll definitely provide a comfortable retirement. The sales representative who had shown them the shop heard his words and immediately replied, "All right, I'll go get the contract." Li Huan's father handed over his bank card and asked the sales representative to take it to complete the paperwork. Unexpectedly, the sales representative returned very quickly. Looking at Li Huan's family, whose faces were full of anticipation, he said apologetically, "Sir, I'm afraid you're a step too late. All our retail units have already been sold." Li Huan's family was completely taken aback. "How is that possible? You just said there were plenty left." Li Huan's father was a bit upset, and his tone turned sharp. "They'd finally made up their minds, and now you're telling them they're all gone. What's that supposed to mean?" Li Huan also looked at the salesperson in confusion. Could this be some kind of new sales tactic? Was he trying to raise the price? The salesperson looked apologetic and explained, "There were indeed plenty just a moment ago, but they're truly all gone now. This isn't some kind of price hike ploy. Just as we were heading out to view the shops in person, a gentleman bought all 10 remaining units worth 40 million one go. By the way, it was the same gentleman who spoke with your daughter earlier." For a moment, Li Huan was stunned. "Greeted her? Was it Chu Ling? Are you saying Chu Ling bought them?" Li Huan quickly pressed for more details. Her emotions were extremely mixed at that moment, and she was utterly stunned. Why on earth did it have to be Chu Ling who bought it? After all, she had refused to date him back then precisely because his family had fallen on hard times and was struggling financially. And now he's actually bought this many storefront, worth 40 million. He's so much richer now than he used to be. The salesperson said with a smile. "That gentleman's surname seems to be Chu, but I don't know his first name. That gentleman is quite generous. He put a 40 million property in his girlfriend's name." Li Huan. "What? So, Chu Ling is doing that well now? If she had agreed to Chu Ling's proposal back then, wouldn't she have gotten 10 commercial properties by now?" The salesperson, completely unaware of the love-hate drama between Li Huan and Chu Ling, added a dig. "You're so lucky to have a friend like that. And what a car that gentleman drives, a Bugatti Veyron. I hear it's worth 50 or 60 million. But the most impressive part is his license plate. It's a 95 plate." The salesperson spoke with a look of envy on his face. Now that's the life of a tycoon. TSK. At that moment, the entire Li family was stunned. A 95 license plate. That doesn't just mean being rich or noble, it means the pinnacle of wealth and prestige. Li Huan was filled with regret. She had almost become the leading lady, but now it was all for nothing. Driving a car worth 50 to 60 million, she spends tens of millions at a time. If only she had. As she thought about it, Li Huan felt like slapping herself a few times. She really was blind. How could she have failed to such a promising prospect? Beside her, Li Huan's parents looked at her, their faces filled with surprise. "Do you have a friend who's that impressive?" Li Huan. "Mom and Dad, please don't say anything." Meanwhile, Chu Ling was still driving down the road. With just a quick glance, he could see Ku Xiaobing sitting next to him, looking deeply troubled, so he teased her. "What's the matter? You're worried about getting 10 commercial properties. You're actually unhappy about getting something so good? Hearing Chu Ling tease her, Ku Xiaobing pouted and said, "Where am I supposed to put these? What if my parents find out?" These were property deeds worth tens of millions. She felt she had nowhere to hide them. Ku Xiaobing suddenly recalled her mother's earlier words about seizing opportunities, and her face flushed bright red. Had she really seized the opportunity now? But last night, she really couldn't help herself. Chu Ling looked at Ku Xiaobing's slightly flushed cheeks, which resembled the tempting red apple in the Garden of Eden that lured people into sin, and suddenly said, "You'd better become an artist soon. As long as you fulfill your dream, I'll have fulfilled mine too." Huh? Ku Xiaobing froze for a moment, not understanding what Chu Ling meant by this out-of-the-blue remark. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ku Xiaobing's mind, and she remembered that Chu Ling had said his dream was to become an illustrator. This guy is so naughty. Is he hinting at something? What are you talking about? Ah, I'm trying to talk to you about something serious, and you're being so silly, Ku Xiaobing said with a playful scold. Afterward, Chu Ling walked Ku Xiaobing home. "Xiaobing, I need to stop by my place first," Chu Ling said, glancing at his phone. Chu Mengmeng had just sent him a message. Ku Xiaobing nodded understandingly. "All right, drive safely on your way back." Watching Chu Ling drive away, Ku Xiaobing finally headed home. No one was home. Her parents hadn't returned yet. She walked straight into her bedroom, pulled out an elegant box from the closet, and placed the property deed inside. After examining it over and over again, she finally placed the box under the bed. Chu Ling drove straight back to the villa. Chu Mengmeng and the others were all at home and hadn't gone out. When they saw him return, they all gathered around him. "Cousin, where did you go?" Chu Mengmeng asked with concern. Last night, her cousin had said he'd be back late, but she hadn't seen him until this morning. Chu Mengmeng couldn't help but worry, so she finally sent Chu Ling a text. "Nowhere in particular," Chu Ling said as he walked over and sat down on the sofa, reflecting on the experience. "I just went to do some things I enjoy." After saying that, Chu Ling turned to the girls. "Never mind me, what about you guys? Have you been eating properly?" Chu Mengmeng nodded and replied sweetly, "Of course we've been eating well." When it came to food, Chu Mengmeng suddenly couldn't stop talking. "Cousin, your apartment complex is so luxurious. The property management here even offers free food service. Let me tell you, cousin, it was so delicious." As soon as Chu Mengmeng mentioned food, her big watery eyes lit up with a greenish glow. Chu Ling was amused by her expression. What a little girl, she's so easy to please. Chu Mengmeng also told Chu Ling about the beautiful sights they'd seen while out and about. "We went to see the night view along the Qinhuai River last night. Those river lanterns were so beautiful." Chu Ling patiently chatted with the girls, nodding along every now and then. When the group finally stopped pestering Chu Ling, Zhang Lai actually slipped quietly over to his side and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Brother Ling, did you go out with Sister Bai yesterday? You could have actually done that at home. I really didn't see anything that day, I promise. I haven't mentioned it to anyone either. You don't have to worry about us. Why did you have to go out?" Chu Ling. "Oh, kid, of course you didn't see anything because we didn't do anything at all." "Oh, come on, are you still letting your imagination run wild? It seems to be getting worse and worse." For a split second, Chu Ling even felt a pang of guilt had he defiled an innocent, pure girl. "Brother Chu Ling, don't worry, I'll definitely keep my mouth shut." After giving her assurance, Zhang Lai ran off to find the other girls. Chu Ling figured it was pointless to try to explain anyway, so he decided not to bother. "I'll take you guys to the hot springs tonight. Wanna come?" Chu Ling thought for a moment before saying to Chu Mengmeng and the others. After all, he'd signed up for the Xianyan Club but hadn't actually gone to enjoy it yet. It would also be a good chance to check out the place. As soon as Chu Mengmeng heard the word hot springs, her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Really? Wow, long live my cousin." The girls all seemed thrilled. They'd never been to a hot spring before, so this would be their first time. Chu Mengmeng and her roommates huddled together to discuss it, then told Chu Ling they were going to pack their things before running upstairs. Standing in the living room and watching the girls rush about, Chu Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly. He pulled out his phone and called Ku Xiaobing. Ku Xiaobing answered almost instantly, her sweet voice coming through the phone. "You're home already?" Chu Ling hummed in response, then said, "Let's go to the hot springs tonight. I'll pick you up in a bit and introduce you to my cousin." The two chatted quietly for a while longer, and just then Chu Mengmeng and the others came running downstairs, so Chu Ling hung up the phone. Seeing that they had all come downstairs and changed into their outfits, Chu Ling announced, "All right, let's go." Chu Ling called the driver and asked him to drop Chu Mengmeng and the others off at the Xianyan Club first, while he drove to Ku Xiaobing's house himself. After picking up Ku Xiaobing, they headed toward the Xianyan Club. They weren't far from the Xianyan Club. As night fell, the club's neon lights had already come on, standing out clearly against the night sky. "I never expected there to be a hot spring club right here in the city and so close too," Ku Xiaobing said, a hint of excitement in her voice as she spotted the massive neon sign. Hearing her words, Chu Ling turned his head to glance at her and said with a soft chuckle, "Let's check it out today. If you like it, we can come here often in the future." Sure, Ku Xiaobing replied sweetly, craning her neck to take in the Shanyan Club. The Shanyan Club was a standalone building. From a distance, it looked like an ancient castle that had suddenly landed in Jinling City. Its architectural style stood out starkly from its surroundings, making it all the more dazzling. The castle's exterior had a touch of British style, with hundreds of small spotlights embedded in the walls. When fully illuminated, they revealed the castle's architecture in all its glory to everyone. Because there were gaps between the spotlights, the entire castle was bathed in a mottled, dappled light, making anyone who saw it want to get closer and explore. Ku Xiaobing gazed at the beautiful exterior of the castle and couldn't help but exclaim, "This hot spring club really knows how to have fun." They actually went with a castle theme. It looks so atmospheric. This place must be really expensive, right? Although she had never been to the Shanyan Club before, just looking at its imposing exterior, she could imagine the high-end luxury inside. Chuling smiled as he turned to look out the car window and pointed to a Rolls-Royce limousine. "Let's go. My cousin and the others are already here." With that, he found a spot to park and led Ku Xiaobing toward the stretch Rolls-Royce. The young women spotted Chuling as well and hurriedly got out of their car. Just then, they also spotted Ku Xiaobing walking beside Chuling and were instantly struck by her stunning beauty. Isn't that older sister just stunning? Knowing she was going to meet Chuling's cousin, Ku Xiaobing had changed her outfit and applied a touch of light makeup before leaving the house. The high-neck, sleeveless, form-fitting knit top hugged Ku Xiaobing's curves perfectly, making her slender waist look even more delicate. Paired with a black sheer skirt, the outfit gave Ku Xiaobing an ethereal, otherworldly look, as if a fairy had descended to earth. "Wow, that girl is just too beautiful." Chu Mengming's eyes widened the moment she saw Ku Xiaobing. The other girls also gazed at her longingly. Compared to someone as radiantly feminine as Ku Xiaobing, they really were just a bunch of green, immature girls. She was nothing short of a goddess. Chuling, observing from the sidelines, noticed this as well. Ku Xiaobing had just completed her transformation into a woman, exuding a natural allure from the very core of her, being far more feminine than these young girls. Especially that impressive cleavage. Even Chu Mengming, who had the best figure, paled in comparison. There was simply no contest. Ku Xiaobing also took a look at the young girls and was pleasantly surprised to discover that every single one of them was a beauty in the making. Among them, Chu Mengming was the prettiest, with big round eyes that seemed to beg to be drawn closer. So Ku Xiaobing walked up to Chu Mengming and asked with a soft smile, "You must be Mengming, right? I've always heard your cousin talk about you. He's always praised your beauty. Now that I've met you in person, I realize your cousin was holding back. Mengming is much prettier than he described." Hearing Ku Xiaobing, who was like a goddess to her, compliment her on her beauty, Chu Mengming was overjoyed and stepped forward to take Ku Xiaobing's hand. After Chu Mengming introduced everyone, Ku Xiaobing, with her warm demeanor and friendly manner, quickly hit it off with the group of young girls. From this perspective, Chuling, standing all alone, actually looked like an outsider. Chuling pouted slightly from behind. What a bunch of materialistic girls. Just because they saw a pretty older sister, they've forgotten all about big brother Chuling, huh? Chuling had originally planned to introduce everyone to each other, but now it seemed there was no need. "Let's go. We'll head inside first," Chuling said, already leading the way into the Shanyan Club. As soon as they stepped through the doors of the Shanyan Club, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. The entire lobby was vast, with a soaring triple-story high atrium that made the space feel even more luxurious. Right in the center stood a circular, arched reception desk. The marble countertop was translucent and lustrous, resembling a single, exquisite gemstone. The young girls were completely stunned by the opulent decor, their faces betraying their astonishment. They excitedly turned their gaze to Chuling, their hearts filled with gratitude. Isn't Brother Chuling just the best? He takes them out to see the world every single day. If they stayed in Jinling a few more days, even ordinary high-end venues wouldn't impress them anymore. Just as the group walked inside, several front desk staff members were sitting at their stations taking a break. They looked completely relaxed. It had been a long time since they'd had a moment like this. Accustomed to a hectic pace, they actually found themselves a bit bored now that they had some free time, so the receptionists chatted in hushed tones. "After working here for so long, this is the first time I've had it this quiet. I wish people would book the whole place out every day," said a receptionist with almond-shaped eyes, her face full of longing. The receptionist sitting next to her rolled her eyes and scolded gently, "Don't be silly. If that were the case, what use would we be? Besides, given the caliber of our Shanyan Club, do you think just anyone could book it on a whim? Just for tonight alone, it'll cost over $1 million. $1 million just for one night?" The receptionist pursed their lips and fell silent. If they had that much money, they'd definitely use it to buy a house to live in. Wouldn't that be great? One of the receptionists suddenly spoke up. "Do you guys know who's booked the whole place for tonight?" The receptionist with almond-shaped eyes lit up at the mention and leaned forward, asking, "Who is it? Do you know?" "I just happened to overhear the general manager mention it. It's young Master Du." The receptionist who asked the question replied smugly. "Young Master." The attendant with the almond-shaped eyes gasped, "Is that the young Master Du from one of the 4 great families of Jinling?" Upon hearing the name Jinling's 4 great families, the others all looked as if they'd been startled by a cicada's chirp. In Jinling, the four great families were a force to be reckoned with. A mere stamp of their foot could send the entire city trembling 3 times over. Although young Master Du had just returned from military service, given his status as the family's heir apparent, he had quickly taken charge of some of the business operations and was highly favored by the Du family patriarch. Rumors were now sweeping through Jinling that young Master Du was certain to take over the Du family and become its leader. It's safe to say that young Master Du is currently the most sought-after figure in Jinling, and his status is of course on a whole different level. The fact that young Master Du had reserved the entire venue sent shivers down everyone's spines. He's one of Jinling's top rich kids. It's not just that when I escorted young Master Du and his group inside just now, he was surrounded by quite a few young heirs and heiresses. But from the way they were talking, it seems young Master Du did something wrong and is trying to apologize. He reserved the entire venue just to make it up to these young heirs and heiresses. The waitress with almond-shaped eyes lit up upon hearing this. So many rich young men and women are here tonight. If we could just get to know one of them, our lives would be a lot easier from now on, wouldn't they? The circle of the top-tier rich kids isn't one that just any wealthy young man can break in. Those in attendance tonight are bound to be either wealthy or well-connected. Just as the group was whispering among themselves, Chu Ling and his companions had already reached the front desk. Several waitresses immediately stood up to greet them, their eyes widening instantly. These people were truly extraordinary, weren't they? Chu Ling was handsome and dashing, while Ku Xiaobing exuded feminine charm. Their looks were off the charts. Chu Mengmeng was innocent and endearing, and the other young women were also strikingly beautiful, all natural beauties in the making. Not to mention they were all dressed in designer clothes, clearly worth a fortune at first glance. Especially Chu Ling. The moment they sensed Chu Ling's aura, they knew he was no ordinary person. His demeanor was remarkably reserved, making him hard to read. The waitress with the almond-shaped eyes made up her mind, stepped forward immediately, and said with a smile to Chu Ling and his group, "You must be young Master Du's friends, right? Let me show you in." Young Master Du. Chu Ling was taken aback and asked, "Who is young Master Du?" The front desk staff exchanged puzzled glances. "Aren't you Mr. Du's friends?" After all, they clearly looked every bit the part of wealthy young masters and ladies. Chu Ling shook his head slightly and said, "No, we're here to soak in the hot springs and, while we're at it, to see your general manager." Upon hearing this, the front desk clerk immediately looked apologetic and said, "I'm so sorry, everyone. We made a mistake. But I really do apologize. The place has been reserved by a guest for tonight. We'd appreciate it if you could come back another time. We're truly sorry." Not only did the receptionist apologize, but she also pulled out a few gift certificates to give to Chu Ling as a small token of apology for today. Her attitude was so gracious that they simply couldn't stay angry. Chu Ling waved his hand and said, "Here's what we'll do. Go find your general manager and have him come over. I need to speak with him." "Please have a seat here for a moment while I go get our general manager," the front desk attendant replied promptly, then turned and left. She thought to herself, "Oh no, it looks like this guest is really upset. He's asking to see the general manager right off the bat." Another receptionist led the group to the sofa and warmly gave Chu Ling and the others tea, along with some pastries and snacks. Chu Mengmeng casually picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. The flaky pastry melted on her tongue, and the taste was absolutely delightful. She quickly urged the other girls to try some, and even personally picked up a piece to feed to Ku Xiaobing. Just then, a few more rich kids came in from outside and headed straight for the front desk. "Brother Du is way out of line. He thinks he can just fob us off with a single hot spring session. That's not gonna fly. I've been on edge all day. I'm definitely gonna order the best package today and fleece Brother Du," one of the young men said angrily. What happened in the group chat today had left him with a huge psychological trauma. Just thinking about it now still sent shivers down his spine. A young lady standing nearby snorted coldly and reminded him, "We still need Brother Du to put in a good word for us. If you've offended him, just wait and see what happens to you." The young master was deeply annoyed, but he knew she had a point, so he let out a cold snort through his nose. Just then, they spotted Chu Ling and his group sitting on the sofa. Who were these people? The young master furrowed his brow, called over a front desk attendant, and asked, "Who are these people?" "They're here to soak in the hot springs and see the general manager," the front desk attendant replied earnestly, recognizing the young master standing before her. "Here to soak in the hot springs?" The young masters and ladies glanced at Chu Ling and his group. They didn't recognize them. They definitely weren't guests invited by Du Xiao. "Didn't young Master Du reserve the entire place today? Didn't you know?" the young master demanded. The receptionist sensed the displeasure in the young master's tone and hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, sir. These guests said they were looking for our general manager. They're just waiting here for a moment. They won't disturb anyone." The young master was about to say something else when the young lady beside him cut him off, unwilling to cause any further trouble. "Are you still as arrogant as ever, trying to kick people out? Don't you know to keep a low profile by now? Haven't you had enough of this yet?" The young master immediately clamped his mouth shut, as if he'd been grabbed by the throat. Just thinking about that person, his legs were already cramping up. The young master stiffened his expression, reined in his temper, and said, "Just get this over with. I'm only looking out for you guys. It wouldn't be good if we made young Master Du unhappy." The The young lady standing beside him shot him a glance and snorted coldly, then the group headed inside. After a moment, a man in a suit emerged from inside, none other than the general manager of the Xianing Club. As he walked, the general manager asked the receptionist beside him, "Do you know who's looking for me?" The receptionist shook her head slightly and pointed to the sofa where Chu Ling and the others were sitting, saying, "It's that gentleman over there." The general manager followed the receptionist's pointing finger, and the moment he recognized Chu Ling's face, was instantly stunned. The two receptionists, seeing the general manager's expression, were both taken aback. After all, the general manager had always presented himself as someone with a storm raging within but a calm exterior, unflappable even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. But now he was visibly agitated, his face radiating respect. General Manager Jiang Shengxi's gaze fixed intently on Chu Ling, his eyes betraying a profound shock. He couldn't possibly be mistaken, this was the new owner. "Boss, you're here." Jiang Shengxi strode toward Chu Ling, his hand already outstretched, ready to shake Chu Ling's hand. Chu Ling merely gave Jiang Shengxi a faint smile and extended his hand to Xiang's. Standing before Chu Ling with a slight bow, Jiang Shengxi said respectfully, "Boss, why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? That way I could have gone to greet you in person." The two front desk clerks stared in disbelief at the general manager's demeanor. It was truly a shock. Is this really our new boss? The two front desk attendants exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. Chu Mengmeng, Ku Xiaobing, and the others were also stunned, staring at Chu Ling in disbelief. "Cousin, is this club yours?" Chu Mengmeng asked, her face a picture of disbelief. "Such a high-end club, and it actually belongs to my cousin. Such a luxurious lobby, so comfortable sofas, and this prime location where every square inch is worth its weight in gold. How on earth did her cousin get so rich all of a sudden?" Chu Ling's gaze swept over the pretty faces, each showing a hint of shock, and he said with a smile, "I just bought it. This is my first time here too." The general manager, watching Chu Ling talk with his friends, immediately began give instructions to the front desk staff. "Go to my office and bring some good tea. How can the boss be drinking this? Hurry up! These pastries won't do either. Tell the pastry chefs in the kitchen to make some fresh ones and send them over. Bring some juice for these young ladies, too, and hurry up." Just as the general manager finished giving his orders, Chu Ling had also finished speaking with Chu Mengmeng and the others. Seeing this, the general manager hurried forward and said respectfully, "Sir, since you're here, I'll take this opportunity to brief you on our business operations." "All right, bring me the financial statements and detailed records to review." Upon hearing this, the general manager immediately called his assistant to fetch the documents and respectfully placed them on the coffee table in front of Chu Ling. Chu Ling picked them up and flipped through them, discovering that not only were the documents he'd requested included, but there were also some additional materials, even a list of employee details. Casually picking up a copy of the employee roster, Chu Ling found himself in a situation that was both amusing and exasperating. Just a moment ago, he'd thought this secretary was quite competent, but he never expected her to slip a list of kitchen staff in among the documents. However, since he'd already picked it up, Chu Ling gave it a quick glance. He suddenly looked up at General Manager Jiang Shengxi and asked, "Why isn't there a nutritionist in the kitchen?" Chu Ling had just glanced at the corporate culture of the Xianian Club, a club that claimed to be a health and wellness center in the heart of the city, yet it didn't have a nutritionist. For such a high-end club, the attention to detail wasn't very user-friendly. Chu Ling tapped the document with his finger and said, "Add a few nutritionist positions immediately. For our VIP clients, we can also offer free health and dietary consultations." Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement immediately flashed in Jiang Shengxi's eyes. It had to be said, Chu Ling's suggestion was spot on. After all, their main focus is urban wellness and relaxation. Adding this detail of nutritional meals would certainly boost customer loyalty. With greater customer loyalty, the club's performance would naturally soar. With that in mind, Jiang Shengxi immediately nodded and said excitedly, "Got it, boss. I'll take note of that. I'll go arrange the hiring and launch the program right away." Chu Ling remained seated, reviewing the various reports, then pointed out a few more areas for Jiang Shengxi to improve. After all, Chu Ling had unlocked god-tier management skills, so he could naturally spot even the smallest oversights. Jiang Shengxi listened respectfully, deeply impressed. This new boss wasn't very old. He'd originally assumed he was just a wealthy heir, but with just a couple of casual demonstrations, Chu Ling had outshone even a man with years of management experience. He's really got what it takes. He's truly impressive. With that in mind, Jiang Shengxi's attitude toward Chu Ling grew even more respectful. "I'd like to soak in the hot springs here tonight. I heard someone has reserved the place for the evening." Chu Ling returned the documents to Jiang Shengxi and asked. Jiang Shengxi nodded. "Someone has indeed reserved the entire facility. I'll go talk to them. Please wait a moment." With that, Jiang Shengxi headed toward the interior of the club. The front desk attendant then brought over some fine tea and freshly baked, steaming pastries. Another attendant placed a glass of juice in front of each lady before stepping back. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the Xianian Club, quite a few young men and women from wealthy families were already seated, chatting quietly. Du Junji, wearing a bathrobe, sat upright on a lounge sofa. Even from his composed posture alone, one could see traces of his former military life. It is often said that military service can completely transform a person's lifestyle, and this was certainly evident here. Just then, a young hare walked past Du Junji, and a young heiress covered her mouth and giggled softly. "Look at young master Du, and then look at yourself. You're not even that old, and you're already so slovenly you've got a potbelly." Hearing her words, the others turned to look as well. When compared like this, the difference was stark. Although Du Junji's muscles were hidden by his bathrobe, his flat stomach and the contours of his bulging muscles were still quite obvious. Noticing the crowd's teasing glances, the young master muttered discontentedly, "What do you know? This is called having a big heart." The young lady shot him a glance, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward, and retorted, "Oh, I never would have guessed. You've only been to school for a few days, yet you're already spouting all that pretentious nonsense." The young master, "Don't stop me, everyone, I'm going to take her on." The crowd watched as the young master rolled his eyes in exasperation and immediately burst into laughter. It took the young master quite a while to compose himself before he glared at the young miss, fuming, and blurted out, "I think you're just jealous that I'm well built. Want to borrow some for a fat transfer?" At this point, the young master paused deliberately, glancing at a certain not-so-voluptuous part of the young lady's figure, and gave a sly grin. "They say 1,000 caddies of affection can't beat 4 tails of cleavage. Miss, you've got it!" The other young masters and young ladies burst out laughing. Those who were drinking tea even had their cups tremble from laughter. "Realized it? I think you're just being perverted, you little rascal. You really dare to say anything? How mean, but there's no denying it's true." "Ha ha ha, can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter." The young lady who'd been called out turned red and then pale. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge forward, shouting, "You little rascal, you dare provoke me! I'm going to rip your clothes off right now and pluck every single hair from your chest to see if you've got 4 liang's worth." The young lady was truly livid. If it weren't for friends holding her back, she would have pulled all the master's hair out. Hearing the young master's wails and apologies, the crowd burst into laughter and chaos. They were all friends who'd grown up together, from families of similar means, so they were naturally very close. Once they'd laughed their fill, one of the young masters leaned back comfortably on a lounge sofa and declared loudly, "Forget it, I'm getting the best service tonight, no matter what. Nothing else can make up for all the anxiety I've been through." After saying this, the young master deliberately glanced at Du Junji. Those words were meant specifically for him. Hearing the young master's words, the others nodded vigorously and chimed in. "That's a great suggestion. It's exactly what I had in mind. Forget the best, just give us the most expensive." "That's what I mean, great minds think alike. That's exactly what I had in mind before I even got here." "Haha, you're still too young. How can one be enough? If we're going to get it, let's get the whole lot." Du Junji, listening from the sidelines, was terrified. He hurriedly stopped the young masters who were egging each other on, his face grim as he said, "Be reasonable, will you? Even a landlord's family doesn't surplus grain." Unexpectedly, Du Junji's half-joking plea of poverty caused everyone present to glare at him in fury. The crowd could no longer hold back and began to vent their frustration. "Bro, Du, one day, just one day. Do you have any idea what I've been through? My legs are still shaking right now. Stop it, before I get to the restroom. Don't force me to lose control right here in front of you." Another young lady looked at Du Junji with tearful eyes and said indignantly, "That's right, brother Du, you have to take responsibility." Du Junji, "Miss, you can't just say things like that." However, seeing how miserable they all looked, Du Junji shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hand dramatically, declaring, all right, you can do whatever you want, okay?" Du Junji was actually just teasing everyone on purpose. After all, he'd already spent over $1 million on the private booking. What's a little massage money compared to that? "Long live brother Du." The crowd cheered and was just about to call over an attendant to choose their treatments when they saw Jiang Shangxi walk in. As regulars at the Xianyan Club, they all recognized Jiang Shangxi and greeted him. Jiang Shangxi walked straight over, looked at Du Junji with an apologetic expression, and said, "I'm sorry, young Master Du, but tonight's booking may have to go to someone else. We'll refund your money immediately, young Master Du. We hope you'll understand." The group of young hares and heiresses were completely dumbfounded. Back in Jinling, they were the kind of people who could walk all over the place. It was already a miracle they hadn't snatched someone else's private booking, and now someone had actually taken their spot. Everyone was already in a bad mood because of the WeChat group incident that morning and had come here specifically to unwind. Wasn't this just adding to their frustration? Damn it, are they picking on even us now? And you expect us to just let it slide? If an apology were enough to make things right, what would we need the police for? How can the Xianyan Club let this happen? We've already booked the whole place, why are you kicking us out? It really is true that in a big place like this, you can run into anything. Something's off today, is everyone out to get us? My uncle might be able to put up with it, but my aunt certainly can't. You've got to give us an explanation today. The crowd surrounded Jiang Shangxi and began berating. Did you all eat and drink well? Chu Ling, having drunk her fill of tea, immediately stood up and asked the other girls. Zhang Lai and the others quickly stood up, repeatedly saying, "We're fine," while only Chu Mengmeng moved slowly, taking the opportunity to grab a pastry and pop it into her mouth. Chu Ling looked at Chu Mengmeng, chuckled softly, and shook her head. This cousin of hers really is a little foodie, but she can eat all she wants without gaining a pound. It's pretty infuriating. Seeing that everyone had stood up, Chu Ling turned to the receptionist standing nearby and said, "Please show us around." Seeing that the new boss had spoken, the receptionist dared not disobey and hurried ahead to lead the way. As they walked, Chu Ling took in the decor of the Xianying Club. The decor exuded luxury at every turn. Small flower beds lined the walls every few steps, and even the ornaments on them were gilded. Chu Ling took a closer look and noticed that the gold paint, which usually peels off easily, was, in fact, perfectly intact everywhere. The front desk attendant noticed Chu Ling's gaze and explained with a smile, "Sir, we have workers check these details every day. If they find any peeling, they touch it up immediately." Chu Ling nodded, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Indeed, the Xianying Club was top-notch in every respect, with excellent attention to detail. "The door on your right leads to an indoor water park," the front desk attendant said as she walked ahead, thoughtfully giving the group a tour. Curious, Chu Mengmeng pushed open the door. Inside was a massive swimming pool with numerous water park attractions suspended overhead. At the entrance was a depression about 10 centimeters deep, presumably filled with disinfectant. All guests entering the water park must step through the disinfectant solution before proceeding. The front desk attendant patiently explained, "Usually it's mostly mothers bringing their young children here to play. After all, the natural hot spring pools in our club aren't suitable for children to soak in." Everyone nodded in agreement. This design was truly brilliant. After moms had finished playing with their children, they could head over to soak in the hot springs to relax. It was simply perfect. Ku Xiaobing couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a super luxury hot spring club, this design is truly user-friendly. If the space were any smaller, a design this grand simply wouldn't work. There are also large men's and women's changing rooms and bathing areas on the first floor. Let me take you all up to the second floor to have a look. The front desk attendant gave a warm introduction as she led the group up to the second floor. On the second floor, there's a lounge, a spa, and a variety of massages including Chinese, Western, and Thai styles, as well as a private treatment center exclusively for women. As they listened, a look of longing appeared in their eyes. Especially the young girls like Chu Mengmeng, their eyes were practically popping out of their heads. If could try all of this, they'd be over the moon. Meanwhile, Jiang Shangxi, who was surrounded in the middle, was under a barrage of questions from the young ladies. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, Chu Ling walked in with a few others, chatting, laughing. Chu Ling looked at the young masters and ladies before him, smiled slightly, and said, "Sorry to interrupt your private gathering. We'd like to soak in the hot springs and experience it for ourselves too." Even these young heirs and heiresses, who were used to seeing it all, were captivated by Chu Ling and his group's good looks, staring at them in awe. Only the young hare they'd encountered earlier in the lobby stepped forward. "It's you guys?" After saying that, the young hare pointed at Chu Ling and asked Jiang Shengxi, "No way, Mr. Jiang, you cancelled our private booking just for these people?" Du Junji suddenly caught sight of Chu Ling and froze in his tracks. How on earth did I run into him here? Immediately, Du Junji snapped out of it and barked, "Shut up." Hearing Du Junji's rebuke, the young hare gave Chu Ling a cold smile and said, "This is young Master Du, the future head of the Du family. If you make him unhappy, you'll be in for a world of trouble." "Did you hear that? Young Master Du told you to shut up. Hurry up and leave, don't bother young Master Du." Du Yunji. What the hell? Are you damn using his name to intimidate people? Why don't you say that about yourself? Huh? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Du Junji's forehead. He glared fiercely at the young master. "Damn it, you've really let your imagination run wild. How could I possibly dare to talk about this guy?" Seeing that the young master was about to speak again, Du Junji didn't hesitate. He rushed over and clamped his hand over the young master's mouth. The young master let out muffled grunts, straining to turn his head and see who was behind him. Du Junji was so furious his lungs felt like they were about to explode. He shouted, "I told you to shut up. Damn it, are you trying to get me in trouble?" The young master. Mem. Seeing this, the crowd rushed over to pull the two apart. Another young hare whispered to Du Junji, "Bro Du, what's gotten into you?" The other young masters and ladies also turned to Du Junji, expecting an explanation. Out of the blue, why would he lay hands on one of his own people just because of an outsider? Du Junji felt like his head was about to explode. He looked helplessly at the young masters and ladies who were completely baffled. Then, Du Junji's gaze fell on Chu Ling, and he said, "This is the one I added to the group chat." "The one from the group chat?" In an instant, the entire room fell silent. One by one, the young masters and young ladies stared at Chu Ling in utter disbelief, their minds reeling with shock. Was this the very person who had the Qian family on high alert, the one driving that Bugatti? Suddenly, there was a thud as the young hare who had been speaking just moments ago plopped right down onto the floor. The other young masters and ladies stood there with their heads bowed, looking as if they'd been startled by a cicada's chirp, as if they hadn't heard a thing. They were reminded once again of the terror they'd felt that morning at the mercy of the group chat. They'd come here to soak in the hot springs precisely to forget what happened that morning. But they never could have imagined that not only had they failed to forget it, they'd actually run right into the man himself. The young masters and ladies exchanged glances. Had they somehow snatched the private booking from under the person's nose? What a disaster. The young masters and ladies looked as if they wanted to cry, but couldn't. If they'd known it was this big shot, they would have gladly paid to have him come soak in the hot springs. Now, though, they'd offended him time and time again. How on earth were they going to salvage this situation? With that thought, everyone's minds turned to Dujunji standing nearby, and their gazes all turned toward him at once. The look in their eyes seemed to say, "Brother Du, whether we survive or not depends on you." Dujunji felt both helpless and frustrated. For a long while, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Instead, one of the young ladies stared intently at Chuling and said blankly, "You're that big shot from the WeChat group?" Big shot. As soon as Chu Mengmeng heard that, she burst out laughing. Looking at the expressions on the faces of those rich kids, she turned to Chuling and said with a smile, "Cousin, since when did you get this nickname, WeChat Big Shot?" That title sounded a bit odd, no matter how you looked at it. Watching Chu Mengmeng struggle to hold back her laughter, Chuling thought to himself, "You have no idea how over the top they were that day. In all my life, this is the first time I've realized just how awesome I am and that I have so many secret identities." You were this close to changing your surname to Aizenjioro. Chuling ruffled Chu Mengmeng's hair. The little girl's hair was soft and silky, a real pleasure to touch. Chu Mengmeng. Cousin, what did you say? Aizenjioro? Chu Mengmeng was completely baffled, and then confusion set in. Cousin, why would I have to change my last name? As soon as the young masters and ladies heard Aizenjioro, they recalled what had been said during their conversation earlier that day. Well, that was just a guess, wasn't it? Claiming royal blood that would make a much bigger impression. Dujunji walked over at that moment, his face full of apology, and brother Chu, what they said in the WeChat group that day was just an innocent slip of the tongue. What do you think? Do you think we could just let this go? Before Dujunji could finish his sentence, Chuling waved his hand to cut him off. Chuling understood what Dujunji meant. In truth, he hadn't really taken it to heart in the first place. It was just a casual chat, he wasn't that petty. Sure, these people had snapped at him, but wasn't it all because of Aizenjioro Chuling? They were even now, and that was that. I've really learned something today. I've seen what it means when three people say there's a tiger, Chuling said with a smile, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. It's fine, we're all friends. Hearing Chuling say, "We're all friends," the group of young masters and ladies finally came to their senses, feeling as if they'd narrowly escaped disaster. Thank goodness the big shot isn't holding it against them. Just a moment ago, they thought they were doomed. The young masters and ladies first breathed a sigh of relief, then hurried over one after another to apologize to Chuling. Brother Chu, you're truly magnanimous. As the saying goes, a statesman's heart is as vast as the sea. We're in awe. This morning was purely a misunderstanding. We're truly sorry. The thing is, we were just so scared that Qian Duo kept hiding and wouldn't show his face. What a coincidence, don't you think? I guess we hit the jackpot by accident. It's a case of no fight, no friendship. Brother Chu, if you ever need anything, just let us know. After apologizing, the group immediately began showering Chuling with praise. Chuling had already experienced just how sharp these rich kids' tongues could be, so he quickly waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys go ahead and pick your activities. Today's tab is on me." The group didn't waste, and just getting to hang out with Chuling was a stroke of luck in itself, and dawdling any longer might annoy the big shot, which wouldn't be good. "I'll have a Thai massage. I love that." One of the young hairs was the first to order a service, and the others quickly called over the attendants to order their own treatments. "I'll have a Thai massage too, the longest package available, plus an ear-candling treatment." Chu Mengmeng and the other girls huddled together, chattering away as they listened to the young masters and ladies choose their treatments. "I see everyone else is ordering Thai massages, but I still want to try a Chinese massage. It feels more reliable. But everyone says the spa treatments are better for girls. Should we give it a try? Why don't we soak in the hot springs first, then take our time deciding?" Chuling shook his head as he listened from the sidelines. What innocent little girls they were, and they were actually quite good at helping their older brother save money. Only kids have to choose, grown-ups of course, get it all. Chuling made the decision for them. "Let's soak in the hot springs first, then try out all the treatments here. We can't come all this way for nothing, right?" The girls immediately lit up with excitement. Chuling was the best. Chu Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with admiration as she praised her cousin loudly. "Bro, you're the best." "Brother Chu, can we try everything too?" a young hair asked with a wide grin. Chuling raised an eyebrow and said, "Do whatever you like, everyone. Just let loose." The others cheered and headed off to soak in the hot springs. Ku Xiaobing wanted to follow Chu Mengmeng and the others, but Chuling held her back. Holding Ku Xiaobing's hand, Chuling walked over to Jiang Shangxi and asked, "Are there any private hot spring rooms? Please set one up for me." Jiang Shangxi nodded repeatedly, looking as if he understood perfectly, and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll get one for you right away." Soon Jiang Shangxi returned, holding a room key, which he handed to Chu Ling. Chu Ling took the key card and led Xiaobing inside. After locking the door, Chu Ling looked at Xiaobing, who was standing fully clothed beside him, and teased, "What's this? Are you gonna soak in the hot spring fully clothed?" "You're so annoying," Xiaobing pouted shyly, shooting Chu Ling a glance before turning her head away. "That naughty man, no wonder he said he was bringing me here to soak in the hot springs." Immediately, the faint sound of clothing rubbing against skin filled the room. Immediately after, there was a splash accompanied by a girl's soft, coquettish gasp. Curled up in the hot spring, Xiaobing shot Chu Ling a resentful glance, her face already flushed with a hint of pink. "This is so embarrassing," Xiaobing said, wishing she could dive completely underwater and not show her face at all. She hadn't even had time to finish feeling embarrassed when someone yanked off her clothes and pulled her into the hot spring. Seriously. The more Xiaobing thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, so she cupped her hands with hot spring water and splashed it at Chu Ling. Chu Ling didn't notice Xiaobing's action and accidentally got his face splashed. Xiaobing giggled, splashing the water even faster as she called out with a laugh, "That's what you get for being naughty. That's what you get." Watching Xiaobing's joyful laughter and the snow-white skin that had accidentally peeked out of the water, a faint gleam flashed in Chu Ling's eyes. He straddled the hot spring and started a water fight with Xiaobing. Xiaobing was no match for Chu Ling's strength and was quickly defeated. She hid in a corner of the hot spring pool, too afraid to turn around. As if afraid that Chu Ling would press his advantage, Xiaobing cautiously peeked at his movements while softly begging for mercy in a voice as soft as a kitten's. "Oh my, I was wrong. Please spare me." Seeing her like that, Chu Ling's heart melted. How could there be such an adorable girl? Reaching out, he pulled Xiaobing into his arms and pressed a kiss to her rosy lips. As they played and soaked in the hot spring, Xiaobing looked out at the spacious pool and remarked, "It's so big, it feels like we could even swim in it." Swim. As if a thought had struck him, Chu Ling dived straight under the water. He moved so quickly that Xiaobing, who was busy looking around, didn't even notice what he was doing. By the time Xiaobing realized Chu Ling was gone, he had already dived to the bottom of the pool. Huh, where did Chu Ling go? Xiaobing wondered, poking her head out to look. All his belongings, including his slippers, were still where he'd left them, and there were no footprints on the ground. The occasional water droplets were clearly left behind when the two of them had been playfully roughhousing. Just as Xiaobing was feeling a bit of loss, something grabbed her leg. Xiaobing was startled and immediately let out a scream. Immediately afterward, her thigh was grabbed as well. It was then that Xiaobing realized why she hadn't been able to find Chu Ling. He had been hiding underwater all along. No wonder they call him a rascal, he was actually trying to scare her. Xiaobing angrily swung her leg to kick Chu Ling, but he deftly dodged it. The two of them wrestled around for a while longer. Then Chu Ling checked the time and said to Xiaobing, "Come on, let's get out of the water. It's about time." No sooner had Chu Ling finished speaking than he had already stepped out of the water. It's best to soak in a hot spring for about half an hour, and now was the perfect time. For a girl with a figure like Xiaobing's, it's especially unwise to soak in the hot spring for too long at a time. She could easily faint. Chu Ling went to get a towel and returned just as Xiaobing was stepping out of the water. He immediately wrapped her in the towel and gently patted the water drops off her body. Feeling Chu Ling's thoughtfulness, Xiaobing felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. After drying her off, Chu Ling walked straight to the bed and beckoned to Xiaobing with a flick of his finger, saying, "Come here, lie face down." Soon soft moans began to drift from the room. Meanwhile, in the outdoor hot spring, a few young hares were soaking and chatting. "Don't you think it's a bit much that we've offended Brother Chu, yet he's still inviting us to soak in the hot springs and work on projects with him? Why don't we go find Brother Chu, set up a time and treat him to a meal, just to apologize for the stupid things we've done?" "Dinner? I think that's a great idea. We can apologize and build a good relationship with Brother Chu at the same time. It's perfect." The other young hares all chimed in, agreeing that it was a great idea. The young hares exchanged glances, all feeling a bit restless. They decided to skip the hot spring altogether and got right out of the water. They went to change into their bathrobes, and just as they stepped out, they ran right into a group of young ladies who had just finished soaking in the hot springs. The young lady's hair was still dripping wet. They clearly hadn't been out of the water for long either. "Hey, why are you guys out here too?" one of the young ladies asked as she stepped forward. An impatient young master stepped forward and voiced their thoughts. "We were just saying we'd go find Brother Chu to discuss this with him. We didn't expect to run into you all." "Oh my gosh, we were thinking the exact same thing." The young man's idea coincided perfectly with the young ladies, so they all headed toward Chu Ling's hot spring room together. Just as they reached the door and before they could knock, they heard a sound coming from inside. The voice had a rhythmic cadence to it. The young masters and young ladies standing at the door all felt a bit awkward. Some of the more bashful young ladies even blushed on the spot. This is just too awkward. Du Junji beckoned to the group, signaling for them to follow him out. Looks like Brother Chu is really getting into it. Why don't we head back and hang out for a bit, then come back later? The group exchanged glances and chimed in unison. Brother Du is right, you can't interrupt something like this. It ruins the mood. If we interrupt him now, it'll really be over. Let's go soak for a while longer and come back later. Right, let's soak a little longer and wait for Brother Chu. The young masters and ladies split up and began soaking in the hot springs once more. After soaking a few times, Du Junji checked the time and realized an hour and a half had already passed. Figuring it was about time, he said to the other young masters, Brother Chu should be free by now. Let's go check on him. Changing clothes took a bit more time, and on their way to find Chu Ling, they saw a group of young ladies outside drinking beverages. The young ladies were all slender, and their bodies simply couldn't handle soaking for too long, so they decided to come out and recharge their energy. Everyone gathered together again and headed straight for Chu Ling's room. But when they reached the entrance to the hot spring room, that sound was still drifting out. Du Junji, the group of young masters, the young ladies. Holy crap? Damn, that's way too intense, isn't it? Du Junji instinctively glanced at his watch. Could it be that it's damn broken? Is this even human? The group of young masters also began to feel envious. Damn, Brother Chu is just too intense. How long has this been going on? That's something we can only dream of. I wish I could do that too. The young ladies in particular blushed and their hearts raced as they lowered their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Some of the young ladies were even thinking to themselves, that's an hour and a half. If it were me, could I handle it? Probably not, right? That thought, the young lady, caught up in her wild imaginings, couldn't help but silently scold herself. Seriously, what was she thinking? After sighing for a while, the crowd naturally couldn't just stand at the door and keep waiting. Otherwise, everyone would know just how eager they were to befriend Chu Ling. Anyone who didn't better might think they were psychopaths who enjoyed eavesdropping. Finally, Du Junji suggested, I don't think we can predict when Brother Chu will be available. Why don't we just get started on the project first? Some things really can't be rushed. The young masters and ladies didn't dare say anything. They simply followed Du Junji to the lounge to get their treatments. It wasn't until their session was over and everyone had started chatting in the lounge that Chu Ling finally walked over with Ku Xiaobing. As they were leaving, they happened to run into Chu Mengmeng and her friends, who had just finished their spa treatments, so they all walked out together. However, Ku Xiaobing was walking a bit unsteadily, and her knees were still red. Seeing this, the young men and women all turned their heads at the same time, sharing a knowing look. Especially some of the young ladies thought it was perfectly normal for Ku Xiaobing to stumble. It would have been strange if she hadn't reacted at all. Thinking back on the commotion and how long it had lasted, the young ladies' faces flushed and their hearts once more. Du Junji and the others quickly stood up and approached him, saying to Chu Ling, Brother Chu, we'd like to treat you to a meal. You really have to do us this favor. Seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, Chu Ling didn't refuse. He smiled and said, just leave it to you guys. While the young masters and young ladies were gathered around Chu Ling chatting, Chu Mengmeng and her friends walked over to Ku Xiaobing and started talking to her. Just then, Chu Mengmeng looked down and noticed Ku Xiaobing's reddened knees. Surprised, she asked, Sister Q, what happened to your knees? Ku Xiaobing's pretty face flushed instantly. She stammered a bit, unsure how to respond. She had no choice but to tell a white lie. I accidentally tripped and fell right onto my knees, so I ended up bruising them. Hearing this, Chu Mengmeng felt very sorry for Ku Xiaobing and thoughtfully reached out to support her arm. When she saw Ku Xiaobing looking her way, Chu Mengmeng gave her a sweet smile. Zhang Lai, standing nearby, was also blushing, and her mind immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion. She remembered many dirty jokes saying that knees turn red. However, Zhang Lai quickly recalled Chu Ling's earlier explanation and expression, thinking to herself that surely this wasn't the case this time. Besides, Sister Ku's explanation made perfect sense. If Chu Ling knew what was going through this girl's mind, he'd definitely quip, you got the wrong things right and the right things wrong. Du Junji and the others were now very happy, even a little excited, because Chu Ling had just accepted their invitation. What does this mean? It meant the big shot was willing to get close to them and be their friend. A young hare suddenly looked at Chu Ling and asked cautiously, Brother Chu, are you really not the kind of person the rumors out there say you are? What kind of background? Chu Ling smiled helplessly and said, what are you thinking? We're all the same. I'm just an ordinary guy. Do you really think I could be what the rumors say? With that, Chu Ling gave him a look that said, figure it out for yourself, and walked away. Outside the Shanyan Club, the driver was waiting. As soon as he saw Chu Ling emerge, the driver immediately stepped forward, politely opened the car door, and said respectfully, Sir, please get in. The sequence of movements was as smooth as flowing water, leaving the group of young masters and ladies speechless with astonishment. Parked before them was a custom-made, extended wheelbase Rolls-Royce. At that moment, Du Junji. The crowd. Damn it, you call this nothing special? Earlier, there was a Bugatti worth 50 to 60 million, sporting a 95 license plate. And now, isn't this the 200 million yuan supercar they've been talking about so much, and it's yours too? And this you call this nothing special? In an instant, everyone felt as if their hearts were about to go numb. The big shot's way of thinking really is quite different from theirs. Living in constant awe day after day, they'd gradually grown accustomed to it. Spending over 200 million on a luxury car that really is nothing out of the ordinary. The young masters and ladies exchanged glances, completely speechless. That's Brother Chu for you. He really knows how to play the Versailles game. It's on par with I'm not interested in money, I'll just set a small goal for now. While the young masters and ladies were still reeling from the shock, Chu Ling had already left with Chu Mengmeng and the others. They watched as the Bugatti Veyron and the custom-made stretch Rolls-Royce gradually vanished from view. The group of young heirs and heiresses stood in silence, exchanging glances. Beside them, Jiang Shengxi, who had come out to see them off, delivered the final blow. Mr. Chu really is quite low-key. The young masters and ladies all turned to look at him. Was this guy out of his mind? Where exactly was the low-key part? Huh?
It wasn't until the taillights had completely vanished from view that the crowd slowly averted their gaze. Even though they were all among Jinling's top rich kids, they couldn't help but feel both jealous and envious of everything about Chu Ling. I never used to understand the mindset of people who resent the wealthy, but now that I've gotten to know Brother Chu, I've finally experienced it for myself. That's for sure. Brother Chu's wealth is simply mind-boggling. He drives a luxury car worth over 200 million just for fun, yet he's so calm and down-to-earth. Brother Chu is my idol. After this brief encounter, all the young heirs and heiresses present were won over by Chu Ling's personal charm. Du Junji looked at the group and said with a smile, "Tonight was definitely worth the trip. Not only did we get to enjoy Brother Chu's hot spring for free, but we also managed to set up a date with him for next time." The young heirs and heiresses nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with delight. But no matter how much delight they felt, they couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. The financial clout Chu Ling had displayed tonight was simply staggering. The young heirs and heiresses all knew that while Chu Ling's status might not be exactly as they'd claimed, it was certainly no less impressive. With that in mind, the young heirs and heiresses felt that Chu Ling's identity had become even more mysterious. Du Junji even took the trouble to remind everyone and his friends in particular not to offend Chu Ling and provoke the true god. "Let's go, we're out of here," Du Junji called out, and the group of wealthy young men and women dispersed, each heading back to their respective homes. Chu Ling was now driving his Bugatti Veyron, intending to drop Ku Xiaobing off at home first. Looking at Ku Xiaobing's pretty face, still flushed with a hint of blush, Chu Ling's playful side took over. Every now and then, he'd gently tug at her small hand, savoring its soft, delicate, and utterly exquisite texture. His clean, slender hands would occasionally wander boldly up and down her legs. This caused Ku Xiaobing to let out a startled gasp. But out of consideration for the driver's safety, Ku Xiaobing could only endure it, her face flushed. The car slowly pulled up in front of Ku Xiaobing's apartment building. As he watched her open the car door to get out, Chu Ling reached out and grabbed the strap of her backpack. "Huh, what's wrong?" Confused, Ku Xiaobing sat back down and looked at Chu Ling curiously. "Rascal, why won't let me go?" Chu Ling said nothing, but tapped his right cheek with his finger, a hint that couldn't have been any more obvious. Ku Xiaobing looked down and chuckled softly. She quickly leaned in, planted a kiss on Chu Ling's cheek, and then ran off, still smiling. Chu Ling felt a soft touch on his cheek, and his nostrils were filled with that unique, sweet scent of a young woman. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he turned around and headed straight home. Ku Xiaobing rushed back home, only to discover upon opening the door that her parents had already returned before her. Seeing her daughter return, Mrs. Ku took a good look at her and immediately noticed her reddened knees. Feeling heartbroken for her daughter, Mrs. Ku hurried over to support Ku Xiaobing, furrowing her brow as she asked, "You little rascal, what happened to your leg?" They were bright red, a sight that was truly heartbreaking to behold. Ku Xiaobing felt her mother's concern, but her face flushed as she inadvertently recalled the events of the day. With a blush on her face, she said hesitantly, "Oh, it's no big deal. I was out playing today and accidentally fell." Ku's mother recalled how her daughter had been limping when she came in. It did indeed look like she'd taken a fall, and she seemed a bit off. So she didn't suspect anything. Ku Xiaobing instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It had really scared her to death. Ku Xiaobing set down her bag, went to the bathroom to freshen up briefly, and headed straight for the kitchen. She remembered she'd cooked lunch earlier. If she reheated it, it might still be edible. But when she got to the kitchen, Ku Xiaobing discovered that the food she'd made was gone, even the spatula had been scrubbed spotless. Ku Xiaobing looked at her parents in the living room and felt a surge of joy. She hurried out and asked her parents cheerfully, "Mom and Dad, where did the food I made go? Did you guys eat it?" Mom nodded, shot Dad a sidelong glance and said teasingly, "Your dad ate all that food? Let me tell you, sweetie, your dad really tucked into them. He cleaned his plate, not a single bite was left." As she spoke, Mrs. Ku spread her hands in a gesture that said, there was just no stopping him. The moment the topic turned to his daughter's cooking, Mr. Ku's face instantly darkened. It turned a sallow, sullen shade, looking utterly unpleasant. Ku Xiaobing didn't notice her dad's change in mood at all. She was still lost in her own happy daydreams, and the look in her eyes as she turned to him was full of smug satisfaction. "So, Dad, this is the first time your little girl has successfully cooked a proper meal. Give me your feedback." After saying this, Ku Xiaobing couldn't help but chuckle, looking coy and innocent. "Isn't it delicious?" Ku Xiaobing was eagerly awaiting praise from her parents. She genuinely wanted to learn how to cook well so she could prepare meals for her beloved. Thinking of Chuling, a wave of sweetness washed over Ku Xiaobing's heart. Mr. Ku's face had been a whirlwind of emotions, but the moment his daughter looked his way, he quickly composed himself and nodded vigorously. After all, it was his daughter's first time in the kitchen as a father. He definitely had to encourage her. Not bad. It's good, it really is pretty good. Ah, Mom. Ku Xiaobing. Dad, if you don't go live streaming to sell black garlic, you're really wasting your incredible acting skills. Dad hadn't expected things to turn out this way either. He awkwardly covered his mouth and said, "Sweetheart, don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't talking about your dish. Your dish. Ugh. I really love it, Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't hold it in any longer and dashed straight for the bathroom. Ku Xiaobing. With such a clear answer, the smug look had long since vanished from Ku Xiaobing's face. She sat cross-legged on the couch, Didn't that just mean her cooking skills were terrible? But as a girl, how could she be a terrible cook? If that were the case, how could she ever get married and have children? Ku Xiaobing pouted, growing angrier the more she thought about it. Her normally pretty oval face was puffed out, making her look like a little squirrel hiding food in its mouth, with her cheeks bulging an indescribably cute sight. Ku's mother was amused by her daughter's adorable expression. She instinctively grabbed a handful of pine nuts and handed them to her, whispering soothingly, "Don't be upset, sweetheart. Your dad was just teasing you. It turned out really delicious, I'm telling you. Your dad was really enjoying it." Ku Xiaobing looked up, seeing the expectant look in her mother's eyes, and asked, "Mom, have you eaten yet?" Ku Xiaobing's words were like a cold, hard-steamed bun. They instantly stuck in Mrs. Ku's throat, leaving her struggling for a long moment before she managed to squeeze out, "Hey, what should we have for dinner tomorrow? Do you want spare ribs, sweetie?" Ku Xiaobing shot her mom a glance. So she was planning to use the food ploy, was she? "You think you can change the subject just by tempting me?" Ku Xiaobing persisted. "Have you eaten yet?" "Hey." Mrs. Ku gave an awkward laugh and backed away toward the kitchen. "I remember I haven't washed my bowl yet. I'll go wash it first." Ku Xiaobing pouted, determined to get a straight answer. "Mom, have you eaten yet or not?" Mom immediately put on an innocent expression, spread her hands and said, "I'll be honest with you, sweetie. I brought that dish to your dad, and then I went to clean up the kitchen, washing the pots and such. Your dad was sitting there eating by himself, and by the time I turned back around, he'd already finished. What was I supposed to do? What do you expect me to do?" Mrs. Ku looked completely innocent. After all, he was her own husband. She wasn't going to kill him and eat his meat. Mr. Ku, coming out of the bathroom, heard this and his face fell. He was suffering in silence right now. "You were the one who served it to me, and the look on your face. It was as if you were saying, if you don't finish it, you're done for. How did it come to this?" The whole scene was just like telling Dalang it was time to take his medicine. Thinking of this, Mr. Ku silently shed a tear in his heart. Listening to her mother's words, Ku Xiaobing let out a cold laugh. But then she immediately changed her demeanor, clinging to her mother's arm and rocking back and forth as she said in a sweet, pleading voice, "I know you're the best, Mom. There's no way you'd ever look down on me." Ku's mother nodded vigorously. "Of course." Ku Xiaobing beamed, rested her head gently on her mother's shoulder, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Well, since you didn't get to eat it today and you're so upset, I'll make it for you again tomorrow." Ku's mom. As soon as Mr. Ku heard this, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha ha, this finally happened to you." Hearing the laughter, Ku Xiaobing's eyes twinkled as she said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share. No need to laugh." "Dad." "Oh, I want to eat the food little Chu makes." By this time, Chu Ling had already driven back home when he suddenly sneezed out of the blue. Chu Ling raised an eyebrow, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and thought to himself, "Who's been thinking about me?" Just then, the light screen in front of Chu Ling flashed. "Congratulations, host! You've earned a check-in opportunity. Would you like to check in?" "Check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host! You have earned 400 constitution points and 1 divine tier reward fragment. Collect 3 to redeem a divine tier reward." 400 constitution points? Chu Ling looked at the light screen before him and smiled slightly. His total constitution had now reached 100 points. And the divine tier reward fragments were especially rare. "Cousin, are you busy?" Chu Mengmeng didn't step inside. Instead, she politely asked from the doorway. Only after receiving Chu Ling's permission did she skip and bounce her way inside. "Not bad, you've finally learned some manners," Chu Ling said with a smile, looking at his cousin affectionately. Chu Mengmeng rolled her eyes and said indignantly, "Cousin, don't you think you're underestimating me? I know plenty of things." After saying that, Chu Mengmeng winked at Chu Ling. "Cousin, we're planning to go lobster fishing tomorrow." Earlier that day, while scrolling through videos, the girls had seen people catching crayfish nearby. It looked like a lot of fun. After discussing it among themselves, the group of girls decided they wanted to give it a try. Chu Ling raised an eyebrow. These young girls sure know how to have fun. But judging by the look on their faces, they'd probably come back empty-handed. Chu Ling simply waved his hand decisively and declared, "I'll just go with you guys." As she spoke, Chu Ling had already pulled out her phone. There are actually plenty of paid crayfish fish spots in Jinling, but just like fishing for fish, it's much more fun in the wild, and that's where you can really show what you're made of. Chu Ling wasn't one to do things halfway. If he was going to go, he wanted to make it worth his while. He opened the map app on his phone, zoomed in to examine various locations in Jinling, and suddenly pointed to a few spots in the suburbs, saying to Chu Mengmeng, "There should be plenty of crayfish here. Let's go there tomorrow." Chu Mengmeng looked at Chu Ling in disbelief, then glanced at the locations on the map. "Cousin, you know about this. Are there really any there?" Chu Ling reached out and gently tickled Chu Mengmeng's nose. Satisfied by little girl's startled gasp, he smiled and said, "You don't trust me yet. All right, go to bed early. Let's try to catch as many as we can tomorrow. I'll cook them up for you guys." "Okay." Chu Mengmeng ran out happily. She was going to share this great news with her close friends. Chu Ling smiled as he watched her leave, then closed the door and got ready to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, when Chu Ling got up, the girls were already waiting downstairs. Chu Ling glanced over and saw that they had everything ready: buckets, fishing line, bait, and more, and were just waiting for him to come downstairs so they could head out at any moment. Seeing this, Chu Ling went to fetch a few large buckets to load into the car. Watching Chu Ling's actions, Chu Mengmeng and the others' lips twitched slightly, and they exclaimed in surprise, "Cousin, you don't need that many." "With this many buckets, people would actually believe we're going to load cargo." Chu Ling gave a mysterious smile. "Just watch and see. I know exactly where I'm going." It was still early, so Chu Ling went to the kitchen to whip up a simple breakfast and served it to his little girl. Chu Ling's cooking skills were astonishing. Even the simplest fried eggs tasted delicious, leaving them full of praise. "Brother Chu Ling, you're such a great cook. Whoever marries you will be so lucky." "If I were Mengmeng, I'd hang out at Brother Chu Ling's place every day. This food is absolutely amazing." "You guys can talk all you want, but why are you snatching my food? Isn't that a bit unsportsmanlike?" Chu Ling shook his head in exasperation and popped the last bite of fried egg into his mouth. "You two really do have mouths as sweet as honey." Seeing that it was about time, Chu Ling decided to call Ku Xiaobing and invite her to go crayfishing with him. He dialed her number, and Ku Xiaobing picked up right away. "All right, kiddo, you're up pretty early. I'll take you lobster fishing. Interested?" Chuling teased Ku Xiaobing. On the other end of the line, Ku Xiaobing's voice sounded very apologetic. I'm sorry, Chuling. We have guests over today, so I can't get away right now. I won't be able to make it. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a child wailing and screaming loudly filled the line. Chuling found the noise quite grating. He instinctively rubbed his ears and said, "All right then, we'll head out first." Although Ku Xiaobing felt a bit disappointed, she still told Chuling and the others to have a good time before hanging up. Putting her phone back in her pocket, Ku Xiaobing looked helplessly at the living room, where a little boy was jumping all over the place. He was running around and shouting at the top of his lungs. Wah, wah, wah. It sounded as if they were keeping hundreds of ducks at home. Tap, 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 tap. You're dead. The little brat mimicked the sound of a machine gun with his mouth and fired a burst at Xiaobing. Not only that, but when little brat saw that he'd been firing for ages and Ku Xiaobing across from him hadn't been injured or fallen to the ground, he immediately lost interest. He hopped onto the sofa with his shoes still on, looked up at Ku Xiaobing, and shouted at the top of his lungs in a piercing voice, "You've already been hit by dozens of bullets. You're dead now. Lie down already." Ku Xiaobing. If you weren't so young, I'd have cursed you out ages ago. Talking like that first thing in the morning is so unlucky, you're really unlikable. Seeing that Ku Xiaobing wasn't playing along at all, the little brat immediately raised both hands to cover his eyes and began wailing loudly. Unfortunately, he was way too short compared to Ku Xiaobing. Looking down at him from above, she could tell right away that he was just faking it, crying without any tears. Such a low-level act. Ku Xiaobing couldn't be bothered to give the little brat another glance. She simply sat down on the couch and started watching TV. The little brat wailed for a while, but when he saw no one was paying him any attention, his eyes darted around, and he stopped crying, running back and forth across the room again. He was bouncing and jumping around the room in his shoes, making so much noise that Ku Xiaobing rolled her eyes. This kid is such a pain. If he keeps jumping around like this, the neighbors downstairs are probably going to complain. Just then, the front door swung open from the outside and a gaunt woman walked in. The woman had brownish yellow hair styled in woolly curls. She looked just like the reincarnation of Newton. As soon as she entered, she first surveyed the layout and decor of the apartment, then raised one hand to fan her face rapidly beneath her nose, as if there were some unpleasant odor in Ku Xiaobing's home. The woman walked right into the house without even taking off her shoes. With her furrowed brow and look of disgust, she looked exactly like a mother-in-law from the city visiting her son-in-law's rural home for the first time. Seeing the woman's demeanor, Ku Xiaobing felt nothing but disgust, yet she could do nothing about it. Still, out of politeness, she had to greet her. Ku Xiaobing stood up, gave the woman a sweet smile, and said, "Second cousin, you're here." Second cousin Zhang Qiao finally looked up at her upon hearing Ku Xiaobing's voice, muttering with a look of displeasure, "Oh, you guys just don't know this awful weather in Jinling is nowhere near as bad as in the Magic City. No wonder all the rich people are flocking to Magic City, that's no joke." Ku Xiaobing stared at her second cousin with a look of utter exasperation, a breath catching in her throat as she choked on her words. Oh my god, what kind of accent is that? This second cousin wasn't originally from Jinling. She still had a Jinling accent before she went to the Magic City. How long has she been there that she's turned out like this? Do big cities really change people that much? Qiao, you're here. At that moment, Mrs. Ku emerged from the kitchen and greeted Zhang Qiao with a look of delight. After saying that, she didn't forget to give her daughter a gentle scolding. "Look at you, child. Your second cousin has come all this way, and you don't even know to pour some tea for your elders. Really?" Ku Xiaobing blinked and obediently walked toward the kitchen. Soon, Ku Xiaobing came out carrying the tea, poured a cup for her second cousin, and handed it to her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qiao merely glanced at the tea and immediately furrowed her brow, fanning herself impatiently as if she disliked the scent of the tea. "Oh my, I'm just not used to this tea anymore. Let me tell you, back in Shanghai we only drink black coffee. Of course, it has to be hand-ground coffee, anything else just doesn't do it for me." Ku Xiaobing's expression soured instantly, and she thought to herself, how can anyone talk like that? This second cousin of mine, according to Mom, she's just a bank teller in Shanghai, and her husband is an office worker too. Does she really have time to drink coffee every day? Black coffee too. Aren't you afraid of getting too much caffeine and not being able to sleep? By now, Ku Xiaobing had figured it out. This woman was just showing off at her house. She wasn't going to put up with it anymore. She immediately removed the teacup in front of Zhang Qiao, then picked up the cup and downed the tea in one gulp. "I poured this tea myself. If you won't drink it, I'll drink it." Qiu's mother watched her daughter from the side, a look of helplessness on her face. She puckered her lips at her daughter, signaling her not to take it to heart. Even if she was putting on a bit of a show, she's still a guest after all, isn't she? This girl, why can't she show even a little patience? Mrs. Ku chatted with Zhang Qiao for a while, but soon realized the conversation was going nowhere. This Zhang Qiao was seizing every opportunity to show off. Even Mrs. Ku, who considered herself quite well-mannered, had had enough. I've got some soup simmering in the kitchen. I'll go check on it, you stay here for a bit." After dropping that line, Mrs. Ku dashed off to the kitchen in a hurry, not wanting to spend even a minute longer in the living room. Seeing that Mrs. Ku had left, Zhang Qiao turned her attention back to Ku Xiaobing. She sized Ku Xiaobing up from head to toe and found that, whether in terms of looks or fashion sense, she was flawless, so she simply changed her approach. "Xiaobing, I heard you were attending college in Shanghai. Why did you come back to prepare for graduate school? You didn't happen to fail the entrance exam for a graduate program in Shanghai, did you?" Zhang Qiao looked thoroughly nosy, her eyes fixed intently on Ku Xiaobing. "Of course not. My scores were actually the highest in Magic City," Ku Xiaobing said in a calm tone. "I just want to build my career close to my parents, so that's why I came back." Zhang Qiao let out an "oh," looking a little disappointed. Ku Xiaobing pursed her lips. How scary it is to be uneducated. How could anyone think Jinling University isn't good? Jinling University is one of the top 5 universities in the country. Just then, Ku's mother sat back down on the sofa and Zhang Qiao continued, "If you ask me, you should just make a life for yourself in the Magic City. There are opportunities galore there, don't you know your cousin's husband just landed a few major projects not long ago?" As she spoke, Zhang Qiao curled her finger, revealing the diamond ring on it. Mrs. Ku asked, "Did you just buy that? How much did it cost?" Zhang Qiao deliberately waved her hand in front of Mrs. Ku and said smugly, "It wasn't that much, only 20,000 yuan. My husband insisted on buying me a bigger one, but I turned him down right away. We've been married for so long, a token gesture is enough. Why waste the money, right?" Mrs. Ku looked embarrassed after hearing this. Who was she trying to take a dig at? Only 20,000. After Zhang Qiao finished speaking, seeing that Mrs. Ku and Ku Xiaobing weren't saying a word, she assumed the two had been left speechless with envy. She continued to show off, saying, "You really have to go to a big city. In a small place like Jinling, people just don't have much of a broader perspective." With that single sentence, she'd insulted the entire Ku Xiaobing family. Mr. and Mrs. Ku had lived in Jinling their whole lives. Their daughter had finally managed to get into college out of town, only to come right back. Wasn't the implication here that her family lacked sophistication? Mrs. Ku's expression turned sour. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a loud clatter suddenly came from Ku Xiaobing's room. Ku Xiaobing's expression changed instantly, and she hurried toward her room. Ku's mother and Zhang Qiao also stood up and followed her. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a mess strewn all over the floor. The wooden floor was littered with scattered Lego pieces. It was a 30-40 centimeter tall Lego creation that Ku Xiaobing had built herself, which the child had knocked over. Far from being scared, the little brat was sitting on the floor, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Ku Xiaobing's face darkened. She'd spent a long time building this and now it was ruined. She usually took great care of this Lego set, and had even had a display stand custom made for it on her computer desk. It was its designated spot. Given the little brat's height, there was no way he could have reached it. Ku Xiaobing glanced at her computer chair and, sure enough, saw several distinct footprints on the seat cushion. He must have stood on the chair to knock the Lego set onto the floor. "What are you doing?" Ku Xiaobing was a bit angry, and her tone turned sharp. Seeing Ku Xiaobing lose her temper, Zhang Qiao immediately picked up her son in protest and said, "Xiaobing, your little brother is just a kid, he doesn't know any better. As his older sister and an adult, you should be more patient with him. It's just a few building blocks, after all." Getting mad at her own son over a few building blocks was truly baffling. With manners like that, and she's a graduate student? "Your aunt will pay you back. How much? 20 should be enough, right?" Zhang Qiao looked utterly disdainful, as if Ku Xiaobing's family were deliberately trying to rip her off because they thought she was rich. Ku Xiaobing, 20? Not to mention the cost of the genuine Lego set. It took her a long time to build it too. And they expect to fob her off with 20 yuan? Ku Xiaobing held back her anger and explained, second cousin, you might not know this, but the cost of the set alone is 400 or 500. What? 400 or 500? The moment Zhang Qiao heard Ku Xiaobing's words, she jumped up with a yelp as if her tail had been stepped on and glared at Ku Xiaobing. Oh my gosh, how could that be? That expensive? It's just a set of building blocks. I think you've been scammed, Xiaobing. You've paid the IQ tax. This thing is just a bunch of plastic, isn't it? Zhang Qiao deliberately nitpicked, insisting the toy was a scam, and didn't even mention the matter of compensation. Looking at the Lego pieces scattered all over the floor, she said with a hint of reproach, Xiaobing, you really are something. Why buy such an expensive thing for no reason? And leaving it out here like that, of course someone was going to bump into it by accident. Ku Xiaobing was about to explode. Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Just a moment ago you were the rich lady buying diamond rings and drinking black coffee, and now you're freaking out over a set of Legos? Besides, can't you see how high I had it stacked originally? As soon as Zhang Qiao saw the scowl on Ku Xiaobing's face, she immediately picked up the little brat from the floor and walked out. Watching Zhang Qiao's back as she strode out, Ku Xiaobing grew even more furious. Ku's mother hurried over, took her daughter's hand, comforted her. It's not worth getting upset over. When she comes back, Mom will buy you another one and we'll build it together. Ku Xiaobing pointed to the footprints on the computer chair and said, look at this, what a mess he's made of it. Ku's mother took one look and felt both angry and helpless. But since it was a relative's child, they stayed for a little while before leaving. Ku Xiaobing knew her mother was in a difficult position, but she was still furious inside. Feeling a bit wronged, she said, I'm going to lock my room. Otherwise, who knows what else she'll break. Mrs. Kusu's daughter, agreeing repeatedly, and the two of them locked the door together before stepping out. After locking the door, Mrs. casually slipped the key into her apron pocket. She had no idea that the little brat had seen her every move and committed it to memory. The group sat down on the sofa again. To break the awkward silence, Mrs. Ku asked, now that you're back, where are you staying? Zhang Qiao replied smugly, I'm living in Tanlong Bay now. Tanlong Bay? Mrs. Ku paused for a moment, then asked in astonishment, did you buy a villa there? She was well aware of Tanlong Bay's reputation. Everyone said the villas there were the absolute pinnacle in all of Jinling. Has Zhang Qiao really made it that far? Zhang Qiao giggled and said, no way. The villas there are so expensive, the markup is way too high. It's all just brand prestige. I just rented an apartment there. I was actually planning to buy one in Tanlong Bay Phase 2, but that place is a total rip-off. There are so many pre-arranged deals in this day and age. You can't even spend your money where you want to. You guys shouldn't just stay cooped up at home all the time. You really need to get out and see the world more often. Zhang Qiao continued, but Tanlong Bay is a really great place, especially the feng shui. You'll see for yourselves if you go check it out. If you actually lived there, you'd definitely rise to great heights. Mrs. couldn't be bothered to say much, so she just mumbled a couple of polite responses. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qiao changed the subject and asked, you've been living in this house for many years now, haven't you ever thought about moving? Mrs. Ku waved her hand and glanced at Ku Xiaobing standing beside her. We don't have that kind of money. Xiaobing's almost old enough to get married, and we need to save up for her dowry. Zhang Qiao raised an eyebrow, her expression a veritable parade of emotions, and said with a smile, oh, that's true. You're just fine right here. Besides, if you moved there, the property management fees would be so expensive. Mrs. Ku and Ku Xiaobing weren't blind. They saw the change in Zhang Qiao's expression perfectly clearly. The way she spoke while looking down on them was truly off-putting. Especially the disdain and contempt in her eyes, it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. You're just a renter and you're looking down on the house we bought ourselves. Mom, I need to use the bathroom. The little brat came over at that moment, tossed a remark at Zhang Qiao, and then headed off toward the bathroom on his own. Zhang Qiao watched his tiny back and, not knowing where she found the courage, said smugly, look at my kid, he's so young and already knows how to use the bathroom on his own. The little brat wasn't going to the bathroom at all. Seeing that the adults were all looking elsewhere, he secretly pulled out the key tucked inside the apron hanging there. With the keys in hand, he slipped into Ku Xiaobing's room and sat on the floor playing with Legos for a while. When he got tired of sitting, the little rascal just lay down. As he rolled over, his eyes fell on a paper box lying on the bed. Seeing how delicate and pretty the box was, the little rascal yanked it right out. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiao was still sitting in the living room, showing off to Ku's mom. "I'm planning to rent a storefront in Tanlong Bay. You have no idea, even the cheapest one there costs 300,000 or 400,000 a year. It's a total rip-off. It's not even that expensive in Shanghai. But once I get it up and running, when Xiaobing finishes her master's degree, she can come work for me. I'll pay her at least 6,000 a month. How about that? I'm only doing this because we're family. I wouldn't offer that to just anyone." Ku Xiaobing. "I'm a graduate student at Jinling University. Wouldn't I easily make over 200,000 anywhere else? 6,000? You should thank this harmonious society, otherwise I'd probably beat you to death." Just as Zhang Qiao was showing off and Ku Xiaobing was rolling her eyes, the little brat walked out, clutching the box he'd found in Ku Xiaobing's room. As he walked, he banged on it hard, making a loud thumping sound. Ku Xiaobing heard the noise, turned her head, and was startled. She took a quick step forward, snatched the box away, and said angrily, "How dare you sneak to my room? The property deed is inside, you can't let it get damaged. This little brat is really annoying. He can sneak into my room even when it's locked. What kind of parenting is that?" Seeing Ku Xiaobing's harsh attitude, Zhang Qiao was furious, and her tone turned sharp as well. "He's just a kid, he doesn't know any better. Why are you yelling at him? It's just a box, so special about it. A box like this, back where I come from, even the junk collectors wouldn't take it. Hiding a lousy box like this, there can't be anything good inside. Pieft, what's in it anyway?" Hearing his mother's words, the little brat instantly felt backed up and ran straight over, shoving Ku Xiaobing hard. Ku Xiaobing didn't see it coming at all. She plopped down on the sofa and the box in her hand clattered to the floor. The lid flew. 10 property deeds scattered across the floor. In that instant, both Zhang Qiao and Ku's mom were stunned. 7, 8, 9, 10. Zhang Qiao quickly counted them, and her expression instantly turned grim. What is this? Huh? Oh my goodness. When did the Q family get so rich that they're buying 10 properties at once? Zhang Qiao stared intently at the property deeds, unable to tear her eyes away. Ku Xiaobing was also frozen in place, but all she could think about was how she was going to explain this. Mrs. could feel her heart pounding violently in her chest. So many property deeds, what on earth is going on? Mrs. Ku knew the family's financial situation all too well. There was no way they could afford this many properties. Her daughter had just started graduate school. There was no way she could have that much money. At that moment, Ku Xiaobing felt her mother's piercing gaze and couldn't help but shrink her shoulders. 3 people, 6 eyes, were fixed intently on the 10 bride property deeds. In an instant, Ku Xiaobing panicked. Seeing the property deeds scattered across the floor, she thought to quickly pick them up. But before she could move, Zhang Qiao and Mrs. Ku had each picked up a property deed and held it in their hands. As she watched the 2 of them flip open the certificates, Ku Xiaobing closed her eyes tightly. It's over, she's been completely There's no way to hide even a single one now. Zhang Qiao felt a surge of determination. Even though she knew Ku Xiaobing couldn't possibly have thought of this ploy to embarrass her in advance, she still wanted to open it up and verify it for herself. She flipped open the property deed and froze the moment she saw the large characters Tianfang Tanlong Bay printed on it. Seeing Zhang Qiao's expression, Mrs. Ku also looked down at the property deed. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. All 3 held their breath. Each of them felt as if a storm were raging inside, their eyes darting back and forth between the other 2 as they struggled to process what they were seeing. After flipping through the property deed several times, Zhang Qiao's expression changed drastically. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she could barely speak. Tanlong Bay. This is actually a house in Tanlong Bay? And it's registered under Xiaobing's name? Not only that, but it's so spacious. And the location looks fantastic too. It really is a house in Tanlong Bay. Zhang Qiao's mouth twitched, and it took her a long while to force out a single sentence. At that moment, Zhang Qiao's eyes were wide with disbelief. She simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. What is this? She really wanted to find something to nitpick about, but she'd just gone on and on about how amazing it was. She was too embarrassed to say anything now. Tanlongbei was, after all, the undisputed #1 in Jinling. She never would have imagined that out of the 10 brochures they'd pulled out all at once, one would be for Tanlongbei. Ku Xiaobing was at a loss. How on earth was she supposed to explain this? Mrs. Ku also recalled how Zhang Qiao had been raving about Tanlongbei just moments ago, so she immediately bent down to pick up the remaining property deeds. She flipped through the titles one by one, examining them over and over again, her expression growing more and more shocked with each click. These were all commercial properties at Tianfang Tanlongbei, and most importantly, it looked as though they'd been purchased outright. Instead of looking at Ku Xiaobing, Mrs. turned to Zhang Qiao standing nearby and asked in confusion, "You're more familiar with that area. Could you help me estimate how much it would cost to buy all these commercial properties?" Zhang Qiao took the property deed, carefully examined the floor areas and locations listed on it, and was even more stunned. These were all the prime location shops, the most expensive ones. It would take at least 40 to 50 million to buy all these shops. And that's assuming a lump sum payment. If we were to pay in installments, it would likely be even higher. 40 or 50 million. As Zhang Qiao spoke the words, she nearly bit her tongue. It felt as if her heart were being repeatedly pounded by a heavy hammer. She was utterly stunned, and her voice began to tremble. Zhang Qiao knew exactly how much money she had. What she'd said earlier was just her bragging. But she never would have imagined that this family who had been forced to put up with her bragging was actually that wealthy. Zhang Qiao was absolutely terrified. Anyone who could whip out 40 to 50 million like that couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. At that thought, Zhang Qiao regretted it so much she wanted to slap herself across the face twice. Hadn't she just offended a wealthy family? How could she ever have the nerve to ask for their help again? Zhang Qiao's eyes were filled with terror and regret. Her whole body began to tremble, and she wished she could slap herself across the face right then and there. Serves you right for having a big mouth. Onku had no time to spare for Zhang Qiao's feelings right now. She, too, stared at the property deeds in utter astonishment, speechless. That's 40 or 50 million. Where on earth did her family get that much money? But if they don't have the money, where did these property deeds come from? Mrs. Ku furrowed her brow, looked at her daughter, and asked in a very serious tone, "Xiaobing, tell Mom the truth. Where on earth did these property deeds come from?" Ku Xiaobing felt completely overwhelmed and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Feeling her mother and Zhang Qiao's piercing stares on her, she knew there was no way to keep this a secret any longer. Ku Xiaobing sighed silently to herself. She never expected that after hiding it for just one day, everything would be exposed. All right, I'll tell the truth. Actually, Chuling and I are dating, and he gave them to me." Ku Xiaobing laid everything out on the table, explaining it in great detail. She didn't want to go into such detail, but she also didn't want her mom to misunderstand her as if she were materialistic or greedy. Ku Xiaobing pouted in a pout of grievance and said, "I told him not to bring it, but in the end, Chuling..." Zhang Qiao and Ku's mom both froze in surprise. Wait, someone else gave it to her? Oh well. Although Mrs. Ku knew who Chuling was, she never would have imagined that the two of them would have become a couple and started dating so quickly. Dating isn't exactly unusual, but giving away a house right off the bat, and such a big one at that. Even a TV drama wouldn't dare to portray something like this. Ku's mother glared at Ku Xiaobing and, pretending to be stern, scolded her. "You good-for-nothing child. How could you accept such an expensive gift from him?" Ku Xiaobing remembered that day's events perfectly well. Thinking back on it, she really did feel wronged. When they were registering the property deed, she'd said she couldn't accept it, but Chuling insisted on putting his name on it. As soon as Ku Xiaobing said she didn't want it, he kept asking her if she was planning to run away. Mrs. Ku and Zhang Qiao were both at a loss. Mrs. Ku was fine with it after all. Seeing her daughter so cherished made her happy. But Zhang Qiao was a different story. The look in her eyes toward Ku Xiaobing had completely changed. This whole scenario was just classic Versailles drama. Too bad it was actually happening in real life. While she could only vent her frustration with words, what a difference. Just as the two were about to speak up almost simultaneously to say something to Ku Xiaobing, her phone suddenly rang. Ku Xiaobing picked up her phone and saw that it was Chuling calling. As soon as she answered, Chuling's voice came through the phone, sounding very cheerful. Xiaobing, come down for a bit. I'll be downstairs at your building in a moment to drop something off for you. With that, he hung up. On Chuling's end, the moment he hung up, he looked down at the several large buckets of crayfish in front of him, a smug smile playing on his face. Chuling turned to the girls behind him and said proudly, "What do you think? I was right, wasn't I? There really are crayfish here, aren't there?" Chu Mengmeng and the others stared at the spoils before them, completely dumbfounded. This wasn't just there were way too many. The large buckets they'd brought were all stuffed to the brim. If Chuling hadn't brought a few extra when he left, they wouldn't have been able to carry them all back. Chuling kept a big smile on his face the whole time. He waved his hand at the girls and said, "All done. Let's call it a day." Chuling single-handedly lifted 2 buckets of crayfish and effortlessly loaded them into the car. The other girls didn't have Chuling's strength. 2 of them tried to carry 1 bucket together, but it was so heavy that their hands shook, causing several crayfish to fall right out. There was nothing they could do. The buckets were simply packed too full. Just as they were carrying them, a few crayfish actually crawled out onto the ground on their own, waving their large claws. If Chu Mengmeng and the others had seen this, they would have been even more amazed at just how many crayfish were here. They're crawling out on their own. After Chuling helped them pack the crayfish, she looked at the packed trunk and said, "I already made a call. We're going to take some over to Sister Ku. There's just too much here for us to eat all by ourselves." Okay, the girls agreed enthusiastically, hopping right into the car and getting ready to leave. After hanging up the phone, Ku Xiaobing looked at the 2 of them, who were staring at her intently, and explained, "That was Chuling calling. He asked me to come down for a moment." With that, Ku Xiaobing got up and went into her room to change. Soon she was dressed, said goodbye to the 2 of them and hurried downstairs with her keys. Only Mrs. Ku and Zhang Qiao remained in the room. Mrs. Ku looked at the property deeds with a complex expression and said with a smile, "Look at the mess this has caused. I didn't even know about it." Zhang Qiao forced herself to suppress her shock and asked, as if making small talk, "What does Xiaobing's boyfriend do? He seems pretty well off." Mrs. Ku shook her head and frowned. "I don't know what he does either, but I've seen him once before. He was driving that car, what's it called? A Bugatti Veyron. Xiaobing said it costs 50 or 60 million. A Bugatti Veyron? Zhang Qiao gasped, utterly stunned. She knew exactly what kind of car a Bugatti Veyron was. It was a limited edition supercar, one you couldn't even find in Shanghai. Zhang Qiao felt a huge jolt of shock, and a bitter taste filled her heart. She had always thought that this family, who had made their fortune in Jinling, had, without her even realizing it, surpassed her by so much. Unlike her penniless, yet still trying to put on airs. And now, of course, she'd run right into a brick wall. Just look at the caliber of that man's son-in-law. Even if 10,000 of her were combined, she probably wouldn't measure up to a single one of his little toes. At that moment, Zhang Qiao was like a defeated hen. She could no longer hold her head high. The rich expressions that had once graced her face were gone, replaced only by emptiness and regret. Zhang Qiao felt utterly miserable. In a daze, she found herself walking over to the window. Aunt Ku followed Zhang Qiao over, and as soon as she approached the window, she spotted her own daughter waiting downstairs. The 2 looked down from the upstairs window. A moment later, they froze in surprise. "This? Is that? What kind of car is that? It's so long and so impressive." The 2 looked in the distance. They saw a custom-made, extended wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom pulling up. In an instant, Mrs. Ku and Zhang Qiao were both stunned. As soon as Mrs. Ku saw the massive, imposing front end of the car, she was so stunned that her mouth dropped open. "What kind of car is this? It's so grand and so long." Zhang Qiao, on the other hand, spotted the little golden statue on the hood right away and stared at it wide-eyed. Is this the legendary Rolls-Royce where just the emblem costs over 200,000? But she'd never seen a Rolls-Royce this long. The 2 of them could only cran their necks to look down, wishing they could see it even more clearly. The Rolls-Royce had already come to a stop, and Chuling got out immediately, walking over to Ku Xiaobing. The young girls in the car didn't get out. They just rolled down the windows to wave at Ku Xiaobing, winking at her the whole time. Ku Xiaobing smiled sheepishly. These young girls were quite clever. They were giving her and Chuling some space to talk. Chuling opened the trunk, pulled out a bucket of crayfish not quite full and handed it to Ku Xiaobing, saying, "We came over to bring you some crayfish. At lunchtime, ask the auntie to cook them up for you, okay?" Upon hearing Chuling's words, Ku Xiaobing immediately felt a pang of displeasure. I'm a master chef, can't I even cook some crayfish myself? As soon as she said that, she remembered her dad's reaction to the dish yesterday and instantly felt a pang of guilt. Her voice even grew quieter. Chuling didn't argue. He smiled as he looked at the bucket of crayfish and asked, "Are you going to carry it upstairs yourself, or should I help you?" Thinking of her mom and Zhang Qiao still at home, Ku Xiaobing immediately waved her hand and said, No, I'll just take them up myself, one by one." After saying that, Ku Xiaobing turned to the young girls in the car and said with a gentle smile, "Thanks for the little lobsters." Chuling watched as Ku Xiaobing walked away, then turned and got into the car. Looking at Chu Mengmeng and the others, he said loudly, "Let's go home. I'm going to cook you lobsters in all kinds of flavors." The girls clapped their hands in unison, and Chuling drove the Rolls-Royce toward home. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhang Qiao and Ku's mother watched the departing Rolls-Royce, both looking utterly stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a Bugatti Veyron? How did it turn into this car? This car. It's definitely more expensive than a Bugatti Veyron, isn't it? At this thought, Zhang Qiao felt the hairs on her body stand on end, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. This is just too much money. Just then, Ku Xiaobing walked over carrying a lobster. Mrs. Ku looked at her daughter, quickly stepped forward to help carry it, and after they'd set it down, turned to ask her daughter, "Xiaobing, has little Chu gotten a new car? Wasn't it supposed to be a sports car?" She'd actually seen it with her own eyes when she and her husband went for a night run earlier. Hearing her mother's question, Ku Xiaobing called out from the kitchen. He used to drive a sports car, but apparently Rolls-Royce headquarters sent him a bunch of custom models. Besides this one, he has many others, all worth over 100 million. This stretch limousine, according to Mengmeng, that's Chuling's younger cousin, is worth 200 million. 200 million. And there are plenty more worth over 100 million, all gifts, no less. What kind of status does he have? Zhang Qiao and Mrs. Ku were both stunned, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Is Chuling really that rich? After all, it's already shocking enough for someone to spend hundreds of millions of their own money on a luxury car. Not to mention that Chuling's car was actually a gift from Rolls-Royce headquarters. That's the world's top luxury car manufacturer. How could they just casually give away a car to someone? His status was simply off the charts. Zhang Qiao felt that with her limited brain power, she'd never figure it out. It didn't matter if she couldn't figure it out. What was important was to cling to her powerful connection. Immediately, her eyes darted about and her face lit up with a warm, friendly smile as she looked at Xiaobing and said, "Xiaobing, I never would have guessed you'd amount to so much. Your second cousin really didn't recognize a mountain when she saw one. But the moment I walked in, I could tell you weren't just any ordinary child. You're destined for great wealth and prosperity." Q's mom, Ku Xiaobing. Did it really have to come to this? This was completely backtracking and eating her own words. Seeing the indifferent expressions on Mrs. Ku and Xiaobing's faces, Zhang Qiao immediately grabbed her son, who was about to run over, and gave him a few hard smacks on the butt while scolding him fiercely. "I told you not to mess with your sister's things. Just wait, I'm going to beat you to a pulp today." Mrs. Ku tried to step forward to intervene, but her daughter pulled her back. Ku Xiaobing shook her head slightly, signaling for Zhang Qiao to go ahead with her act. Wasn't this all just a show for the two of them? After delivering 2 hard slaps, Zhang Qiao also noticed Ku Xiaobing and Mrs. Ku standing to the side. She visibly froze for a moment. What the heck? This seemed a little different from what she had imagined. Even if Ku Xiaobing didn't get it, given Ku's mom's personality, she'd have to step in to try to talk her out of it, or at least stop her a little, right? If they'd stepped in, she could have used the opportunity to build a connection. Who knows, she might have even gotten the storefront for free. But you guys are just standing there doing nothing. What's the deal? But there's no turning back now. Zhang Qiao has already made her move, so she can't just give up halfway, right? At first, the little brat refused to back down, screaming at the top of his lungs inside the room and hurling insults and right. Seeing him like that, Zhang Qiao lost her temper and gave the little brat a good thrashing. The brat was truly scared and burst into tears. "Go on, go apologize to your cousin," Zhang Qiao said, panting from the beating as she pointed at her son. The little brat finally felt the pain. He suddenly became much more well-behaved. He walked obediently up to Ku Xiaobing and said, still full of resentment, "I'm sorry." His words were so mumbled and rushed that no one could make them out. The little brat glared at Ku Xiaobing defiantly, but since he'd been scared by the beating, he didn't dare say anything else out of the blue. Ku Xiaobing didn't get angry. She simply sat back down on the sofa and said nothing. Zhang Qiao looked at the quiet living room, then smiled. She took Ku Xiaobing's hand firmly and said earnestly, "Xiaobing, your second cousin is still young. Don't take it to heart if he does something wrong. Your second aunt is here to apologize to you. When you have time to visit Shanghai, be sure to come to my house." Her warm and friendly demeanor was as if she were a completely different person, a stark contrast to how she'd been when she first arrived. Ku Xiaobing and her mother remembered all too clearly the disdainful sarcasm Zhang Qiao had displayed the moment she walked in. Her inherent arrogance had been on full display. This was a world of difference from her current behavior, all flattery and sycophancy. It was a night and day. Then Zhang Qiao turned to Ku Xiaobing, her face beaming with a smile. "Xiaobing, you know what? Second cousin auntie just told you she's planning to rent a storefront. You have so many properties right now, and since we're family, what do you think?" The implication of that single sentence was crystal clear. Ku Xiaobing wasn't one to be taken for a fool either. She looked back at Zhang Qiao and said, "Second cousin, we're family, so naturally we should help each other out." After that, even Zhang Qiao's face broke into a smile, her mouth stretching almost to her ears. She looked at Xiaobing. "You're such a sensible child. You've understood these things since you were little. You really have such good manners." "It's just that," Ku Xiaobing added, pausing briefly before sitting down on the sofa with a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Second cousin auntie, look at you, you're from a big city, and you just mentioned that your husband landed a major project. You're clearly a wealthy lady, and you've seen for yourself we're just a modest family from Jinling, living in a small place like this." Sigh. "Zhang Qiao, a modest family? You little rascal, who taught you to talk like that? Is this even what you'd call a modest household?" Before Zhang Qiao could say a word, Ku Xiaobing turned to her. "So, second cousin, I know that with your financial means, renting is really beneath you. You should definitely buy a place. And a shop this small probably wouldn't even catch your eye, would it?" Zhang Qiao, "Oh, this." "Xiaobing, let me explain. Ku Xiaobing then stood up and looked at Zhang Qiao. "Second cousin, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you here for lunch. Since you're always dining at high-end restaurants and eating Australian and French lobsters, I imagine you probably look down on local crayfish. So we won't keep you from your fancy meal." With that, Ku Xiaobing stood up, walked to the door, and opened it all in one fluid motion. "Zhang Qiao." She grabbed Ku Xiaobing's hand and was about to say something, but Ku's mother also hurried over, smiling. "Second cousin, look, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're already at the door. It seems there's no keeping you here, and we won't hold you back from your fancy meal. All right, let's get together again next time we have the chance. I know you're reluctant to see us go, but all good things must come to an end. I won't see you off." After saying all that, Mrs. Ku half pushed, half pulled Zhang Qiao and the little rascal out the door, then slammed it shut with a loud bang. Zhang Qiao and the little rascal were left standing outside, dumbfounded. Had they just been kicked out? Ah. Meanwhile, the child kept screaming and screaming. Smack! Zhang Qiao slapped the little rascal right across the face. "I'll make you stop screaming. Who told you to touch other people's stuff, you little brat? I'll beat you to death." As Zhang Qiao spoke, she kept hitting the little brat, her heart filled with utter regret. She felt completely dazed. If only she hadn't tried to show off, she could have connected with this promising relative. How did it come to this? Now look at her, they'd kicked her right out. This time they'd kicked her out. Who knew if they'd even let her back in next time? Over here. Mrs. Ku and Ku Xiaobing exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of satisfaction deep down. It was truly a moment of vindication. A moment later, Ku Xiaobing watched Zhang Qiao and the little brat's retreating figures from the window. Smiling, she clapped her hands and said, "Phew, we finally got rid of them." Mrs. Ku patted the sofa, looked at Ku Xiaobing intently, and said, "Xiaobing, come here. Mom wants to talk to you about something." Ku Xiaobing?
"Mom, I really didn't want to come. Please go easy on me." Before Mrs. Ku could even say a word, Ku Xiaobing had already started begging for mercy. Having been a daughter for over 20 years, she had a deep understanding of her mom's way of thinking. Mrs. Ku looked at her daughter and said, with a touch of disappointment, so you know what I'm gonna say. As a young woman, you need to be independent and self-reliant first and foremost. Don't always rely on Chuling to spend money on you, understand? Especially those expensive things, you absolutely mustn't accept them. Remember that. Miss Ku truly had her daughter's best interests at heart. After all, the two are still just dating. Even if Chuling was wealthy, she shouldn't be completely financially dependent on him. Not only would that make him look down on her, but it would also undermine her values. Ku Xiaobing nodded vigorously, took her mother's hand and said, I know, Mom, I won't do that. Mrs. Ku tapped away on her phone for a moment without saying a word. The next moment, a notification sound rang out from Ku Xiaobing's phone. Alipay, 30,000 yuan received. Ku Xiaobing was startled and quickly pulled out her phone to check. When she saw that the transfer was actually from her own mom, she was completely stunned. Mrs. Ku looked at her daughter and said earnestly, this money is your allowance and dating fund from Mom. Now that you're in a relationship, go buy some nice clothes, go out with Chuling whenever you feel like it. And when you go out to eat, don't hesitate to spend money when you need to, understand? Ku Xiaobing. Mom, you're not secretly a millionaire, are you? Are you afraid I'll squander it all and end up a good-for-nothing, so you didn't dare tell me the truth? Mom Ku gave her a light tap on the head, rolled her eyes at her, and said, what are you thinking about? You're always imagining things that aren't even true. Ku Xiaobing clutched her forehead, nuzzling her head against her mom's shoulder as she said in a spoiled tone, Mom, I know you love me the most, but I've already earned tens of thousands working as a tutor. I don't need your money anymore, and I'll be more careful from now on. Don't you trust your own daughter? Ku's mom ruffled her daughter's hair and said, just keep the money. When young people have money on hand, they feel more secure. With that, Mrs. Ku stood up. I'm going to make you some crayfish. Tell me, what flavor do you want? Meanwhile, inside Villa No. 1 at Tanlong Bay, Chuling was preparing the crayfish. Since these were all caught in the wild, cleaning them required extra care. Chuling took several large basins, first soaking the crayfish in one, then placing another basin of the same size on top and shaking it back and forth. Chu Mengmeng and the others watched Chuling's technique, completely stunned. A basin that big plus water, how heavy must that be? And he was actually shaking it. Yet Chuling handled it with such fluid grace, as if he were holding two small bowls. Watching Chuling's expert maneuvers, the girls stood by in awe and admiration, their respect from growing even more. Since they planned to make several different flavors, they had prepared quite a lot of ingredients. The chili peppers were finely minced, and the garlic was chopped into a paste and set aside. Chuling worked quickly. With a swift flick of his wrist and a rapid series of tap-tap-tap sounds, all the ingredients were ready. Chu Mengmeng's eyes widened in amazement, and she exclaimed, Cousin, with skills like that, you'd be more than qualified to be a professional chef. When stir-frying crayfish, various seasonings and spices are also essential, but Chuling had already prepared them, placing them all in small bowls and setting them aside. Row after row of various seasonings and spices were laid out, a truly pleasing sight to behold. The young girls didn't recognize all of them, but just looking at them made them incredibly happy. Standing in another corner of the kitchen, they watched Chuling at work, chatting and offering their opinions. With the ingredients mostly prepared, Chuling planned to stir-fry a few different flavors first to satisfy the girls' cravings. She poured high-quality sunflower seed oil into the wok. When the oil was about 7 or 8 parts hot, she quickly added the minced garlic. As the minced garlic sizzled in the hot oil, it immediately released a distinctive aroma. Chuling tossed in some spices, gave the mixture a couple of light stirs, and then added the crayfish. With a sizzle, the crayfish began to stir-fry under Chuling's skilled hands. Chuling's expert pan-tossing drew a series of gasps from the young girl, especially when a bright red flame flared up in the wok. As he quickly reduced the sauce, it startled the girls so much they nearly jumped out of their seats. That was some seriously impressive cooking. Just before serving, Chuling added the remaining minced garlic to the pan. The heat from the crayfish and the residual warmth of the pan brought out an even richer flavor in the garlic. Chuling fetched a large plate and transferred the crayfish onto it. The bright red crayfish against the white porcelain plate made for a delightful sight. Let's go! Let's head out and give them a taste! Chuling beckoned, and the girls immediately followed, eagerly taking their seats at the dining table beside him. Unable to resist the aroma wafting toward her, Chu Mengmeng picked up a crayfish from the plate. Not caring that it was still too hot to handle, she peeled out the meat and popped it straight into her mouth. The fresh crayfish had firm, succulent meat and a fantastic texture. There wasn't the slightest hint of a fishy taste. Her mouth was filled with the aroma of garlic. Chuling hadn't cooked them for very long, so the crayfish weren't dry at all. Chu Mengmeng's eyes lit up as she reached for the plate in front of her. The girls tucked in with gusto. With a taste like that, they could easily polish off a few more plates. Only Chu Mengmeng still had a shred of consideration left. She peeled a few crayfish for Chuling and held them to his lips. Chuling felt a warm glow in his heart. Just as he swallowed, he heard Chu Mengmeng say with a sweet smile, "You'll have to go to the trouble of making some other flavors for us to try too." It's okay, it's fine that they're all the same flavor. They're so delicious. Zhang Lei, oblivious to the grease smudged on her cheeks as she ate, still managed to look up and chime in when she heard Chu Mengmeng speak. She was absolutely swamped. Seeing the young girls eating so happily made Chuling happy too. After eating to himself, he went to the kitchen, stir-fried some spicy and soy sauce-flavored crayfish, and brought them over. His timing was perfect. He arrived just as they'd finished the garlic crayfish. The girls let out a cheer and dove right into round 2. Cousin, these spicy and soy sauce-flavored ones are so good too. Chu Mengmeng licked her fingers as she ate. The flavor was simply out of this world. Especially the sauce, it was so delicious. Chuling went back to the kitchen to stir-fry 2 more batches of both flavors, and they were devoured in no time. Luckily, they'd caught plenty of crayfish today, otherwise there really wouldn't have been enough for the girls to eat. I can't eat anymore, I really can't. The girls had already retreated from the dining table to the sofa, their once flat tummies now bulging, a clear sign they'd eaten way too much. Watching them eat like that, Chuling shook his head in exasperation, silently grabbed his car keys, and headed out to buy them some digestive tablets. After looking around the street for a bit, he spotted a pharmacy in the distance. Chuling pulled up in front of the pharmacy. As soon as he got out of the car, he heard shouts coming from a short distance away. "Stop! That child down!" Chuling glanced in the direction of the shout and saw a man holding a little girl, running toward him. The little girl was exceptionally pretty, with big eyes set against her fair skin. She looked incredibly cute. So striking at such a young age, she was clearly a little beauty in the making. In contrast, the man's appearance was downright repulsive. Setting aside his facial features, his shifty, sly expression alone made it impossible to feel any goodwill toward him, not to mention the panic that flashed in his eyes from time to time, which only served to heighten one's suspicion. The shouts had come from the group of people chasing the man from behind. The man could already feel his pursuers closing in from behind, and he was panicking, losing his bearings. When he saw Chuling blocking the path not far ahead, he immediately shouted a threat at her. "Mind your own business! Get out of my way!" As he spoke, he brandished the dagger in his hand. The pursuers spotted Chuling and immediately shouted at him, "Catch him! He's a human trafficker! Don't let him get away!" A human trafficker? Chuling narrowed his eyes and immediately positioned himself in the middle of the road. As long as the man passed by, he would be within Chuling's range of attack. Seeing where Chuling was standing, the human trafficker's heart sank. But with pursuers hot on his heels, he had nowhere else to go. "Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you." The human trafficker's face contorted into a ferocious grimace as he glared at Chuling like a demon. But the trafficker soon realized that Chuling had no intention of moving. The trafficker grew desperate, tightening his grip on the dagger as he prepared to stab toward Chuling. Cold gleam flashed in Chuling's eyes as he dodged the attack. The trafficker had been certain his strike would land, but to his surprise, Chuling moved like a ghost, vanishing in a flash. A chill ran down the trafficker's spine and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he was out to threaten Chuling by holding the little girl in his arms, saying he'd kill her if Chuling dared to move before he could even open his mouth, he felt a hurricane-like force hurtling toward his face. The trafficker choked as Chuling's open palm struck him squarely across the throat. Chuling's strike was incredibly powerful. With a single blow, the trafficker was sent tumbling backward, while Chuling reached out and pulled the little girl into his arms. The man felt the world spinning. He was so terrified his wits had completely left him, and knife in his hand had already slipped from his grasp, flying toward Chuling. As Chuling watched the knife flying through the air, he kicked out with his foot. The moment the trafficker hit the ground, the knife struck almost simultaneously, plunging straight into his palm and piercing right through it. Amid the trafficker's wails and screams, the blade sank completely into the ground, leaving only the bare hilt firmly embedded in the back of his hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The pursuers behind him had only just arrived on the scene. After dealing with the trafficker, Chuling's expression changed instantly. With his back to the man, he walked slowly forward, grinning and teasing the little girl amidst the man's various screams and moans behind him. "Little girl, do you enjoy the magic trick your big brother just performed for you?" Seeing the human trafficker's pitiful state, the onlookers and the men who had been chasing him were all stunned for a moment, gazing at Chuling in awe. Especially when they recalled Chuling's seamless sequence of moves just moments ago, the look of astonishment in their eyes deepened. "Look, that knife it's already stuck in the ground." A passerby suddenly pointed at the human trafficker's hand and stammered, his voice trembling with fear. After all, this was a main thoroughfare, and the spot where the trafficker had fallen was on asphalt, a surface that was incredibly hard. Otherwise, how could it withstand being run over by cars and trucks day in and day out? Yet with just one kick from Chuling, the knife had driven itself completely into the ground. What immense strength must that have taken? At this thought, the crowd looked at Chuling with a mixture of fear and admiration. Even the men who had come chasing after the man were stunned by Chuling's combat skills and After all, the sequence of events just now placed extreme demands on a person's ability to react in their speed. And Chuling executed every move with perfect precision. Not only did he subdue the human trafficker, but he also rescued the little girl in time, ensuring she didn't suffer even the slightest injury. These men knew full well that even they couldn't have pulled off such a feat. As a result, their admiration for Chuling deepened even further. The leader of the group was about to step forward to thank Chuling, but when he saw Chuling's face, he froze in his tracks. He recognized him at a glance. Wasn't this the very person who had saved them and their loved ones during that terrible car accident? And these men were none other than those former soldiers. Even now, as they recalled the events of that day, they still felt a chill run down their spines. Back at the hospital, the situation had been incredibly precarious. The doctors had issued critical condition notices several times. The agony of nearly losing a loved one, even thinking about it now, still cuts deep into their hearts. After their loved ones finally regained consciousness, they went to thank the doctors for saving their lives. The doctors said that if it hadn't been for the prompt on-site emergency care, their loved ones would never have made it to the hospital in time for treatment. In other words, it was Chuling who saved their loved one's life. They wanted to thank Chuling, but none of them had his contact information, so they had no way to reach him. They even contacted the reporter who had interviewed them at the time, but unfortunately no one had any information about Chuling. Just when they thought they'd never see him again, fate intervened. They unexpectedly ran into him right here. The man leading the group was none other than Lin Yuhan, the son of the middle-aged woman who had been pinned under the car. Lin Yuhan immediately led his group over and showered Chuling with thanks. "Sir, it's you. If it weren't for you last time, my family and I... Well, in any case, we must thank you for your great kindness." That's right. The doctors told us that if you hadn't administered first aid in time, we would have missed the window of opportunity long ago. I won't say anything more. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call. My life belongs to you. Listening to their sincere gratitude, Chuling waved his hand gently and said, "It was only my duty." As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen appeared before Chuling, displaying the information of these men. Huh? Chuling looked at the light screen in front of him. Named. Age. Height 105.56. Stamina points 500. Affinity 5. Iname Kiang. Age. Stamina points 400. Affinity 80. Chuling hadn't really paid much attention to these people before, but now that he looked at them, things seemed a bit different. Their physical fitness points were all in the hundreds, far exceeding those of ordinary people. The physical constitution of an average adult is around 100, but the lowest among these people was 400 clearly. They were considered quite capable within the military. Seeing these numbers, Chuling began to consider recruiting them to his side. But he felt that bringing it up this moment would seem like taking advantage of their vulnerability, so he held his tongue. After Chuling kept coaxing her, the little girl in his arms finally stopped crying and, wrapping her arms around his neck, jiggled. Chuling finally let out a sigh of relief and thought to hand the little girl in his arms to Lin Yuhan and the others, casually asking, "Is this your child?" Lin Yuhan and the others scratched their heads. One of the men stepped forward to explain, "No, we just heard the cries for help and came over on our own to help chase after the culprit. The child's parents should be here any minute now, right?" The others nodded in agreement. They'd been so flustered at the time that they hadn't even noticed who the child's parents were. Just as they were speaking, they heard a voice behind them that sounded almost spent. Chuling and the passersby who had been watching from the roadside turned to look and were instantly struck by a bright sight. Their eyes widened in surprise. They saw a stunningly beautiful girl running toward them, her lovely face flushed bright red and glistening with sweat, as if she'd just finished a vigorous workout. Her skin was exceptionally fair, and her rosy cheeks made her look just like a lotus blossom emerging from the water, utterly endearing. Especially those voluptuous curves, wave after wave after wave, they were enough to set anyone's heart racing. Chuling also glanced in her direction and suddenly realized that the girl who had been running all the way over and was now barely able to stand was none other than Lin Wanner. What was she doing here? Just as Chuling was puzzling over this, he suddenly felt the little girl in his arms struggle, as if she were eager to get down. Fearing the little girl might hurt herself if she struggled too hard, Chuling quickly and gently set her down on the ground. The moment the little girl left Chuling's arms, she immediately ran toward Lin Wanner and threw herself straight into her embrace. Lin Wanner looked at the little girl, Lin Ziner, who had burrowed into her arms, and recalled the scene just moments ago when someone had snatched her little sister away. That sense of terror and the relief of having her sister back overwhelmed Lin Wanner so much that her legs gave way, and she plopped down onto the ground. She hugged her little sister tightly and began to cry loudly, as if only by doing so could she vent her emotions and feel a little better. The little girl had been feeling a bit wronged at first. She'd puckered her lips, but hadn't started crying yet when she heard her sister's loud sobs. Little girl. Sister? How did you steal my sobs? Huh? Seeing how upset her older sister looked, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears and she comforted Lin Wanner like a little adult. Big sister, please don't cry. Jinyu is fine now, I promise I won't blame you, okay? As she spoke, Lin Jinyu reached out her little hand to wipe away her sister's tears. Hearing her younger sister's words, Lin Wanner immediately looked up and gave the little girl a thorough once-over, breathing a sigh of relief only after confirming she was completely unharmed. That really scared me to death. Lin Wanner clutched her younger sister's hand tightly, still feeling the after effects of the scare. Lin Singer giggled, pointed in Chuling's direction, and said, "It was all thanks to that big brother and the other big brothers who protected me. Don't worry, big sister, I'm fine." Hearing Lin Siner's words, Lin Wanner instinctively looked over, wanting to thank her savior. As soon as Lin Wanner looked up, she saw a familiar face. She recognized him instantly. Wasn't that Chuling? "Chuling, what are you doing here?" Chuling looked at Lin Wanner, whose face was full of surprise and delight, nodded in greeting, and said, "What a coincidence." After saying that, Chuling pointed at the little girl and asked, "Is this little girl your sister?" "Yes." Lin Wanner nodded and raised her hand to wipe away the tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. Thinking back now, she felt a little embarrassed that she'd cried so uncontrollably just a moment ago. She lowered her head, pulled Lin Siner into her arms, lifted her up, and said to her, "Hurry up and thank Brother Chuling and these older brothers." Lin Siner looked at her older sister. Encouraged by her sister's gaze, she gave Chuling and the others a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Brother Chuling, and thank you, big brothers." Chuling found the little girl's babyish voice quite amusing, so he teased her, saying, Is that all, just saying thank you? Shouldn't you give your big brother a little something to show your appreciation?" Chuling was just teasing the little girl on purpose, hoping she'd offer to give him a kiss or something. Upon hearing Chuling's words, Lin Siner immediately looked torn, her delicate features almost scrunched up into a frown. She gently bit her finger, and finally, as if she'd made up her mind, she called out to Chuling, "I don't have anything nice to give big brother. My sister is the best to me, I'll give her to big brother instead." Lin Siner had mustered a great deal of courage to say all that, so she spoke very loudly. Many people on the entire street heard her clearly. "Lin Wanner? Little girl, is this really my own younger sister, You're just giving your older sister away like that?" The onlookers gathered around, all covering their mouths and laughing. This little girl really is a clever little thing. She actually just sent her older sister off like that? But jokes aside, as everyone looked at the dashing and handsome Chuling and the stunningly beautiful Lin Wanner, they couldn't help but think they were a perfect match. A perfect match. Seeing this, Lin Wanner's pretty face flushed red. She quickly covered Lin Siner's little mouth, too embarrassed to speak. Inside, she was furious. After all this time she'd spent pursuing her, not only was Lin Siner ungrateful, but she was actually trying to give her away as a gift. That little brat really has no sense of gratitude. Chuling, Lin Yuhan, and the others couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was just too amusing, actually trying to sell out her own sister. Chuling, in particular, couldn't stop laughing. He fought back his laughter and said, "All right, then I'll take her. If your sister ever decides she doesn't want to run away anymore, I'm going to come after you for her." Lin Siner let out a bewildered "ah," as if she didn't understand such a deep statement at all. Why wouldn't my sister want to? Chuling and the others were all amused by Lin Siner's expression. They clutched their stomachs and couldn't straighten up. However, they all remained frozen in their positions, not a single one of them. After all, behind them lay a human trafficker pinned to the ground. The scene was somewhat gory, so to avoid traumatizing the child, it was best to block her view a little. The human trafficker was still desperately trying to escape, but Chuling's knife was stuck too tightly. He simply couldn't pull it out. Moreover, every attempt caused excruciating pain, tearing the wound even deeper. In the throes of excruciating pain, the trafficker was sighing ouch, ouch from behind, but no one even glanced his way. Everyone felt that people like him deserved it. Especially the parents among the crowd. Seeing this human trafficker, they could truly empathize. If their own child were abducted, how unbearable would that be? Thinking of this, they all felt like kicking the trafficker a few times just to let off some steam. Just then, the police arrived on the scene. The police car screeched to a halt beside the group, and a female officer in uniform leaped straight out of the vehicle. The officer was very tall, over 1.7 meters, and although she was wearing her uniform, her graceful figure and curves were still visible beneath the fabric. Especially around her chest, the buttons seemed strained, clinging tightly to their buttonholes as if they might pop open at any moment. That sense of being on the verge of spilling out made it impossible not to take a second look. After leaping from the patrol car, the officer seemed to glide toward the group as if the wind were carrying her. Her movements were bold and fluid, without a trace of self-consciousness. Even though she was wearing the slightly loose-fitting pants typical of a uniform, the contours of her stride allowed one to imagine the long, shapely legs hidden beneath. Her face was bare of makeup, yet she was incredibly radiant. Her skin was visibly smooth and fair, as white as cream, with a texture so delicate it seemed it might break at the slightest touch. A cold gleam flashed in her almond-shaped eyes, giving her an air of both beauty and boldness. Upon seeing the police arrive, Lin Yuhan and his companions walked over and handed their discharge certificates to the female officer. They then briefly described how they'd spotted someone snatching a child, chased after the suspect, encountered Chuling here, and finally subdued the child trafficker. Police Superintendent Lili looked up and appraised Lin Yuhan. She quickly returned his discharge certificate, nodded at him with a faint smile, a gesture of respect, and then walked straight over to the child trafficker on the other side. She immediately spotted the knife pinned to the trafficker's hand. Her eyes widened in shock, and she was utterly stunned. This was an asphalt road. How much force would it take to embed a person's hand into the ground with a single stab? However, Lily gave nothing away. She merely glanced twice in Chuling's direction before walking up to the human trafficker. Everyone assumed Lily was going to handcuff the trafficker and take him away, but to their surprise, the female officer walked over and delivered several fierce kicks to the trafficker's body. Lily's kicks were both swift and brutal. The trafficker winced in pain, curling up and howling in agony. The movement in particular aggravated the wound on his hand, making the pain even more intense. Lin Yuhan. What the hell? Is she actually allowed to hit people? Man, this female officer really has quite a temper. The human trafficker, noticing the crowd's stares, immediately pulled himself together and began shouting, "The police are beating me. I haven't even convicted yet. What right do you have to hit me? Everyone's watching. You're all my witnesses." To attract even more attention, the human trafficker shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing the trafficker's outburst, the onlookers around him chimed in one after another. "We didn't see a thing, heh? The police are here to take the criminal away. What else could it be? I think this criminal is just looking for trouble. Who hit him? Just take him away. That human trafficker deserves to die. I say we might as well go up there and beat him up. Let him get a taste of how cruel society can be." Hearing the comments from the crowd, Lily thought to herself that the human trafficker still dared to be so brazen. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth, and a flash of murderous intent crossed her almond-shaped eyes as she unleashed several more kicks. At first, the human trafficker continued to shout defiantly, but as soon as he heard a faint, almost inaudible sound like bones snapping, his loud shouts instantly turned into heart-wrenching cries of pain. Then it gradually faded away. Not far away, several other police officers watching the scene felt a twitch at the corner of their eyes. A rookie officer who had just arrived couldn't bear to watch any longer. He glanced at a veteran officer beside him and whispered, "Brother Zhang, won't something go wrong if we beat him like this?" If someone with malicious intent were to film this and post it online, it would likely cause a huge uproar, wouldn't it? Even if no one posted it, if the suspect kept appealing his case higher up, Lily would probably be in deep trouble. Brother Zhang glanced at the rookie, then turned his head away to avoid looking at him, saying calmly enough, "Mind your own business. Deputy Captain Su was specially assigned here. I hear she got into trouble and was sent down here to atone for her mistakes. Don't be so blind as to provoke her. She might get transferred back at any moment." People like that have powerful connections, otherwise they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. And this wasn't just Brother Zhang speculating. He'd seen it with his own eyes. At that moment, Brother Zhang's thoughts had drifted back to a few days earlier. He had just arrived at the bureau when he saw their immediate superior greeting Lily with great enthusiasm. That warmth and friendliness were even more pronounced than the enthusiasm they usually show toward their own boss. After all, what kind of person was their boss? He was someone who remained unflappable even if a mountain collapsed before him, and whose face remained as calm as a still lake even when rumbled within his chest. For someone like that to be so enthusiastic was truly rare. However, it also indirectly reflected just how much influence Lily actually held. Later, Brother Zhang took it to heart and decided to ask around about Lily. To his surprise, a friend in the archives department told him with a grim expression that the records he was looking for simply couldn't be found. Usually, only people with special status have their files concealed. Brother Zhang was terrified when he heard this, especially when he recalled that Lily had always had a fiery temper so much so that no one dared to intervene even when he beat up prisoners. Brother Zhang was practically certain of it. This Lily must have some serious connections after all. Even when people come down from higher-ups to atone for their mistakes, they're usually only appointed as deputy captains. With that in mind, Brother Zhang wrapped an arm around the young officer who was still looking around nervously and whispered in his ear, "Take my advice, brother. This deputy captain is not someone we can afford to mess with." After dealing with the human traffickers, Lily walked over to Chuling and the others and said to them, "Thank you for stepping in to help, but you'll still need to come back with us to give a statement. We hope you'll cooperate." Chuling and the others understood the situation and got into the police car together. Once everyone was inside, Lily looked at the knife still lodged in the trafficker's arm and stomped down on it with his foot. The kick was so powerful that it completely crushed the exposed hilt. As for the remaining blade, it sank straight into the ground. Seeing this, Lily immediately kicked out, forcing the trafficker's hand off the blade. The trafficker felt as if he were on his last breath. After that stomp and kick, he began wailing at the top of his lungs once more. This time the pain was truly unbearable. It felt as if every pore in his body was bursting with agony. "Ah!" Hearing the trafficker's agonized wails, Lily was thoroughly annoyed. She waved toward the police car in the distance and pointed directly at the rookie officer, saying, "Liu, his screams are too awful. Pull his socks down and stuff them in his mouth." "Human trafficker?" "Xiao Liu." "Damn it, pull down his socks? I can't bring myself to do that, take mine instead." After Lily finished speaking, she glanced around and spotted a few security cameras nearby. She walked straight toward the cameras, looked up, and realized they weren't part of the city's centralized surveillance system. They were cameras installed by the store itself. However, their field of view covered exactly this area. Seeing this, Lily walked straight into the nearest store, showed her police ID, and pointed at the camera outside, saying, "Hello, ma'am. Is that camera outside yours? I'd like to check the approximate location." The clerk, seeing this, quickly led Lily over to the monitor. After narrowing down the area, Lily immediately said, "Okay, could you please give me today's surveillance footage?" The clerk, of course, didn't dare refuse, so she copied today's footage onto a USB drive and handed it to Lily. Lily then visited several nearby shops and obtained a few more sets of surveillance footage before turning around, getting into his car and heading to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, Lily personally took statements from the group. In contrast to the fury she had displayed earlier toward the human traffickers, Lily was efficient and decisive, quickly completing the statements for all of them. She then personally escorted them to the entrance and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your act of bravery. You've worked hard. I'll apply for a bravery award on your behalf." Chuling and the others simply waved their hands to decline, then walked out of the police station. Chuling glanced at his watch and saw that exactly 1 hour had passed. He sighed repeatedly, "It's so much more comfortable out here." No matter how they tried to pass the time in there, every moment felt like an eternity. Hearing Chuling's words, Lin Yuhan and the others couldn't help. Although both the military headquarters and the police station are disciplined organizations, the atmosphere there was completely different. Lin Yuhan seemed to suddenly realize something and said, "That female officer just now was a bit harsh, especially those kicks she delivered." Hearing this, the other comrades' expression changed as if those kicks had landed on them personally and a chill ran down their spines. However, they also vividly remembered Lily's efficiency and decisiveness. Otherwise, with so many of them, taking statements one would likely have taken several hours to complete. Lily had wrapped it all up with a single, swift and decisive round of questioning. Lin Wanner took Lin Siner's hand and walked a few steps forward, then turned to the group and asked, "None of you have had lunch yet, right? How about we go out for a nice meal?" At the mention of food, each of them had their own thoughts. Although Chuling had eaten a few pieces of lobster, he'd spent most of the time cooking it, so he'd barely had a chance to eat any, let alone get. As for Lin Yuhan and the others, needless to say, they hadn't even had time to eat before the child snatching incident occurred. On top of that, they'd chased the child traffickers quite a distance, and since they were all big and burly, they'd burned through even more energy. Lin Yuhan reached down to rub his stomach and heard a loud rumble as if his stomach were answering him. Just then, Lin Siner stepped out of her sister's arms, tugging at Chuling with one hand and taking Yuhan's rough hand with the other. In her babyish voice, she said, "Big brother, let's go get something yummy to eat together." Faced with such an adorable child, everyone's hearts melted. How could they possibly refuse? "Okay, let's all go eat." Everyone agreed, so they hailed 2 taxis and headed toward the restaurant. Not far away, a pair of eyes watched them get into the taxis, fixating intently on Chuling as she climbed in. The owner of that gaze was none other than Lily, who had seen them off earlier. At that moment, Lily had taken off her hat, revealing her face, one so stunning it could bring a nation to its knees. Her short, chin-length hair perfectly matched her capable and decisive personality, giving her a dashing and stylish appearance. After watching Chuling and the others' taxi disappear completely from view, Lily turned and returned to her office. She pulled out the surveillance footage she'd obtained from the shop and began watching it carefully. Based on the time of the incident as described by the group, Lily fast-forwarded the footage to the relevant time period. Soon, she saw Chuling standing in the middle of the road, blocking human traffickers' path. Then the very next moment, a look of shock spread across Lily's face. She saw Chuling strike out with a karate chop and snatch the child from the air before the trafficker could fling him away. Not only that, but she also kicked the flying knife that was coming toward her right out of the air. Lily had witnessed the scene firsthand, so she knew exactly what kind of force that final kick carried. That mid-air kick sent the flying knife straight through the trafficker's palm and into the ground. The look of shock on Lily's face grew deeper and deeper. She watched that clip over and over again, her expression so somber it seemed as if water could drip from it. Watching the knife sink into ground time and time again, Lily grabbed a knife of the same specifications and went outside. She wanted to test it herself. Lily flung the throwing knife with a flick of her wrist, then leaped into the air, landing with her toes and delivering a fierce kick to the knife's hilt. The knife let out a soft whir as it plunged straight toward the ground. After landing steadily, Lily turned to look. She saw that only the tip of the knife had penetrated the asphalt. Most of the blade remained exposed, glistening in the sunlight. As she observed the results of her experiment, Lily's pupils dilated and contracted. This the result of her using all her strength, yet to her surprise, it wasn't even half as powerful as the other person's. Although she had previously driven the knife into the ground, she had done so after Chuling had already stabbed it in, which was hardly surprising. Think about Chuling's move back then. Not only did he kick from midair, but he also pierced the human trafficker's hand first before driving the blade into the ground. Taking all these factors into account, Sai Lily even began to wonder if, in her place, she might not have been able to pierce the ground at all. Sai Lily's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally pulled out her cell phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, a young man was watching a group of shirtless youths in front of him who were currently sparring in pairs. However, every time a young man threw a punch, it was accompanied by a fierce whistling sound as it cut through the air, and their speed and evasion were extremely swift. Even when a punch landed, the recipient showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, a sound like a sledgehammer striking a steel ingot rang out. "Pick up the pace! Faster! Didn't any of you eat lunch? Why are your punches so weak?" The young man watched their movements and shouted at them. Just then, the young man's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and answered immediately. "Little junior sister, what's up? Have you finished doing penance after being sent down to this backwater?" Sai Lily heard the young man's teasing, snorted coldly through her nose, and said stiffly, "I did nothing wrong. Why should I repent? That old man is being way too unreasonable." The young man seemed to have anticipated Sai Lily's response. He shook his head repeatedly, smiling. He knew his little junior sister's temperament all too well. He knew she wouldn't admit her mistakes easily. "Then why did you call me?" the young man asked curiously. "You aren't asking me to put in a good word for you, are you? If my word carried any weight, he wouldn't be the old man." Sai Lily didn't even bother to explain. She went straight to the point. "Senior brother, could you look up someone for me? Find out which sect this person comes from." With that, without waiting for the young man's response, she sent him the video. The young man couldn't help but roll his eyes and said with a sigh of exasperation, "Fine, I knew it. You never come calling unless you need something. You only reach out when you want something. Why don't you ever ask how your senior brother has been eating or sleeping lately? You're such a brat you don't have a shred of conscience. I've really spoiled you for nothing." Although the young man grumbled, his hands didn't waste a moment. He'd already opened the video and was watching it. As he watched, he asked, "What kind of video is this?" Sai Lily's voice soon rang out on the other end of the line. "It's a video of catching human traffickers." Upon hearing this, the young man chuckled softly, feeling a bit dismissive inside. He even thought his junior sister was making a mountain out of a molehill. He said irritably, "What's so interesting about this? Do I really have to investigate such a trivial matter? Do they really think I have nothing better to do? I'm practically just a tool to them." Still, since it was a task assigned by his junior sister, the young man kept watching the video. When he saw Chu Ling kick the dagger through the air, only for it to sink into the ground right up to the hilt, his eyes narrowed sharply, and his entire demeanor changed abruptly. He immediately rewound the video a bit, deliberately slowing down the playback, and watched it over and over again. After watching it several times in a row, the young man covered the microphone and gave a subtle nod to the young man beside him, signaling him to fetch a dagger. Soon, the younger man handed him the dagger. A few dozen seconds later, the senior disciple, his face dark with foreboding, walked toward the other archive room. Meanwhile, Sai Lily was still anxiously awaiting the results. In just a few minutes, Sai Lily's cell phone rang. A text message arrived containing only 5 characters. "Not unread." Sai Lily's heart sank. She narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, "Just as I thought." But the very next second, her delicate brows furrowed again. "Driver, let's head to Wanda Plaza up ahead." Lin Wanner planned to take everyone to Wanda Plaza for dinner. There were more good restaurants there, offering a wider variety of choices. Upon arriving, Lin Wanner first asked the group for their opinions. "How about we try some Sichuan cuisine? Do you guys like spicy food?" Lin Yuhan and the others didn't really mind. Having served in the military, they were just happy to have a filling meal and weren't picky about what they ate. Chu Ling also said with a smile, "We'll go with whatever you suggest." Lin Wanner chose a nice Sichuan restaurant right away. After everyone was seated, she handed the menu to the group and said, "You guys order first. See if there's anything you'd like." "You go ahead, we're not picky." Lin Yuhan and the others flatly declined. They were already feeling quite embarrassed enough to be accepting a meal from a young woman. Seeing this, Lin Wanner generously ordered a table full of the restaurant's signature dishes, all familiar favorites. As the dishes were brought out one after another, everyone who was already quite hungry digged in heartily. Lin Yuhan and his friends, in particular, were absolutely starving. The flavors at the Sichuan restaurant were quite strong, and the ventilation system seemed to be malfunctioning a bit. The smell made Chu Ling's nose feel a little uncomfortable. So he made up an excuse and stepped outside for some fresh air. To her surprise, the moment she turned away, Lin Yuhan followed her out. He walked straight up to Chu Ling, glanced warily around to make sure no one else was nearby, and then asked, "Savior, which school do you come from?" "Chu Ling, which school do you come from? What does that mean?" Seeing the look of slight surprise on Chu Ling's face, Lin Yuhan assumed he'd guessed correctly and said, "I understand this isn't something you're supposed to discuss with outsiders, is it? My apologies for being so forward." Chu Ling, "No, what on earth are you talking about?" Chu Ling looked at Lin Yuhan with a serious expression and said in a very earnest tone, "I really don't know." "You really don't know?" Lin Yuan froze upon hearing this. "Then your strength and these abilities, they didn't come from the mountain gate?" Chu Ling shook his head. He truly had no idea what shaman was. However, he was quite intrigued by the topic, so he looked at Lin Yuhan and asked, "What do you mean by shaman? Why do you think I'm part of it?" Lin Yuhan hesitated for a moment, staring intently at Chu Ling. Finally, as if he'd made up his mind, he said, "Never mind. It's not like it's a secret or anything shameful anyway." Lin Yuhan paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. "I saw you lift that bus with sheer strength the other day, and I started wondering which mountain gate you came from back then. Combined with your fighting skills and that raw power today, it only reinforced my suspicion. I never expected you wouldn't even know what a mountain gate is." Chu Ling furrowed his brow. "What exactly do you mean by martial sect?" "You know I'm a veteran, right?" Lin Yuhan paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. "Back when we were in the army, we had hand-to-hand combat tournaments. Our company had a few skilled fighters, and I was one of them. Back then, I was arrogant and a bit full of myself until I ran into those guys." As he spoke, Lin Yuan's eyes still betrayed a mix of resentment, trembling, and fear. Watching him, Chu Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze intense as he waited for Lin Yuhan to Lin Yuhan paused for a long time. Only after his emotions had calmed considerably did he slowly speak up. "In the semifinals, I faced an opponent who weighed only 2/3 as much as I did. To me, he looked frail and weak, but his hands were like iron clamps. Just being gripped by him made me feel as if my bones were about to shatter. That pain that seared to the very marrow, along with the sound ringing in his ears just before his bones were about to shatter, remains a nightmare for Lin Yuhan to this day. Not only that, but when Lin Yuhan finally found an opening to strike his opponent's body, it felt as if hit a metal surface. His hand nearly snapped in the process. Thinking back on it now, Lin Yuhan still shudders as he says, "It felt like they had the golden bell shield from novels. Their bodies had been forged into steel, and ordinary strikes had absolutely no effect. Not only were his attacks ineffective, but they also caused him immense pain, making him instinctively hesitate to strike with full force." Those men grew increasingly fierce as the battle raged on, as if they were wielding weapons themselves. When a punch landed, it felt like being savagely beaten with an iron rod. He gritted his teeth and held on for a long time, but with him taking a one-sided beating, the outcome was inevitable. In the end, Lin Yuhan lost the match. Dragging his body, which had become numb from the pain, he ran over the captain, unwilling to accept defeat, and demanded to know exactly who these people were. At first, the captain was reluctant to go into detail, simply telling him to accept the fact of his defeat and rest properly. Only after he pestered him relentlessly did the captain finally reveal some information. The captain told him that those people were from the Mountain Gate. They had undergone all kinds of grueling training since childhood, mastering the opening the dragon's spine technique, and each possessed strength measured in hundreds or even thousands of jun. They were simply no match for ordinary people like them. As for further details, even the captain didn't know. All he knew was that these people were not only extraordinarily powerful but also extremely mysterious. Even obtaining this little bit of information had been no easy feat. At this point, Lin Yuhan let out a bitter laugh and said later, "The captain warned me not to investigate anything related to the Mountain Gate on my own. What power do I, a mere private, have to investigate such matters?" This matter had been buried deep in Lin Yuhan's heart all along. If he hadn't witnessed Chu Ling's astonishing skills far beyond what any ordinary person could achieve, he would likely have kept this secret to himself for the rest of his life. Hearing Lin Yuhan's words, Chu Ling furrowed his brow and fell deep in thought. After all, Lin Yuhan's physical constitution points had already reached 500, far exceeding those of the average adult. That man had left him completely defenseless. Just how high must his physical constitution point? This was Chu Ling's first encounter with such matters, and he was quite curious. He asked a few more questions, but Lin Yuhan couldn't provide any further information. He had already told him everything he knew. Chu Ling nodded and didn't press the matter further. "Aren't you guys going to work this afternoon? Won't your act of heroism interfere with your jobs?" Chu Ling asked, feigning casualness. Hearing Chu Ling's question, Lin Yuhan gave a wry smile and said, "What jobs do we have to go to? We came out today specifically to look for work. After all, our loved ones are still being treated at the hospital, and they all need of medical expenses. Over the past few days, we've almost spent all of our settlement money." Thinking of the bleak days ahead, Lin Yuhan couldn't help but let out especially since jobs aren't exactly easy to come by these days. Thinking of this, Lin Yuhan felt an even deeper sense of bitterness. Chu Ling paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he pressed, "Aren't demobilized soldiers usually assigned jobs? Why didn't you guys get one?" Lin Yuhan's face betrayed the weight of his experiences as he explained, "Before we were discharged, we were free to choose. If we opted for a job, our resettlement allowance would be reduced. If we chose not to be assigned a job, the allowance we received upon discharge would be a bit higher." After discussing it among themselves, the comrades realized their parents were still relatively young, so they decided it would be better to keep the resettlement allowance on hand. They could use it to start a business or something. Or maybe buy a house and get married. That would be a way to settle down. Unfortunately, man proposes, but God disposes. On the very day they were discharged, they were involved in such a horrific car accident that it was a miracle their families' lives were spared. "Has liability for the accident been determined yet? What was the ruling?" Chu Ling asked again. Lin Yuhan shook his head. "The dump truck driver died. The insurance paid out a portion, but with medical bills for so many people, it's just a drop in the bucket. Our family members are in the hospital, and now is the best time for treatment. We can't just sit around waiting, so we're paying for the treatment ourselves for now. Regardless of whether these expenses can be reimbursed or if anyone is held responsible, we can't just abandon our family, can we? Hearing Lin Yuhan's words, Chuling nodded slightly. His respect for Lin Yuhan's character grew even more. Such filial piety is rare. Chuling looked at Lin Yuhan and said, "Here's what we'll do. I'll give you 50,000 yuan a month, and all you have to do is work for me." 50,000? Lin Yuhan was taken aback, almost unable to believe his ears. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Well, benefactor, 50,000 is far too much. Besides, you're our benefactor, it's our duty to help you." Now, Lin Yuhan was about to say more, but Chuling waved his hand to stop him. "Who does that helping the boss drive down your own pay?" Chuling made a joke, then turned serious. "All right, don't call me boss. I look about your age, maybe even a bit older, so just call me Brother Ling. As for the pay, there's no need to discuss it further. Do me a favor this afternoon, spread the word to your crew. I welcome anyone who's willing to join, and I'll understand if they're not." Hearing this, Lin Yuhan immediately responded excitedly, "Brother Ling, what are you saying? You're giving us face, so of course we'll spread the word. All right, I'll get things organized this afternoon." For everyone, this was absolutely fantastic news. If they could work for Chuling, not only would their future livelihoods be secure, but they wouldn't have to worry so much about their family's medical bills either. They'd never have to worry again about their loved ones missing out on treatment because they couldn't afford medical bills. They could get treated and be discharged whenever they were ready. The more Lin Yuhan thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately went to find the others to get in touch with the contacts. Just then, Lin Wanner finished paying the bill and walked out. When she saw Chuling, a smile lit up her face and she said, "Brother Ling, if you have time, why don't you come over to my place for a cup of tea?" Before Chuling could say a word, Lin Siner had already snuggled into his warm embrace. Chuling could feel the little girl's body still trembling slightly, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Seeing the little girl like this, a tinge of tenderness welled up in Chuling's heart. To have been through such a terrifying ordeal at such a young age, how pitiful. Lin Siner then lifted her head, gazed at Chuling's handsome profile, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Brother Chuling, will you come home with us? It's so warm in your arms. Please stay with Siner, okay?" That sweet, soft voice made Chuling's heart almost... He reached out and gently pinched Lin Siner's little cheek, saying softly, Okay. You're so good at being cute at such a young age. What are we going to do when you grow up?"
Lin Jinyu giggled and burrowed deep into Chuling's embrace, unwilling to get up. This warm feeling was so comforting. Chuling and the others hailed a taxi and headed straight to Lin Wanner's home. As Lin Wanner opened the door, she introduced the place to Chuling, saying, "This is the apartment I just rented." Chuling followed Lin Wanner inside. The small apartment wasn't very spacious, just over 30 square meters, but though compact, it had everything one needed. It had a bathroom, a kitchen, and a very small living room. Everything was spotlessly clean, and the air was filled with a delicate, sweet fragrance unique to young women. Chuling took a quick look around. The room was filled with small decorative items, giving the little home a warm and cozy atmosphere. Many of the decorations and furnishings were pink, exuding a distinctly girlish charm. As soon as Lin Siner stepped through the door, she wriggled out of Chuling's embrace and, hugging a brown teddy bear, began to mumble to herself, as if recounting the events of the day. Her adorable appearance and innocent words made Chuling and Lin Wanner chuckle uncontrollably. She really is just a little kid. You'll have to spend more time with her these next couple of days. Don't let her sleep alone. Chuling reminded Lin Wanner in a Lin Wanner nodded vigorously. Not only had little Singer been terrified, but she herself had been quite shaken as well. She probably wouldn't dare let the little girl out of her sight for several days. Chuling sat down on the sofa and, watching Lin Wanner as she continued to brew tea, asked, "Everything was fine, why did you move out of the dorm?" Lin Wanner nodded toward Lin Xinyu and explained, "My parents have been busy with some things lately and don't have time to look after the little one, so they've left her with me for now. I can't exactly take her with me to live in the dorm, can I? Besides, I still have to do my live streams every day. By moving out of the dorm, I won't disturb my roommates during my streams." Not only did this avoid disturbing them, but also gave Lin Wanner more flexibility with her streaming schedule. She could even stream later into the night. After all, Chuling's recent tip had boosted her popularity significantly, and she certainly wasn't going to let that go to waste. Chuling nodded in understanding. By then, Lin Wanner had finished brewing the tea. She brought it over and poured a cup for Chuling. Although it was just ordinary green tea, it wasn't bitter or astringent and had a delicate fragrance. It's not exactly high-quality tea, but it was hand-roasted back home, so it's very fresh. Lin Wanna explained enthusiastically, "Brother Ling, if you don't mind, you can take some home to try." After all, since it wasn't a particularly rare variety, Lin Wanna felt it would be inappropriate to offer it to Chuling as a gift. After all, Chuling's status spoke for itself. While the two were talking, the little girl had already fallen asleep face down on the bed. She was clearly exhausted. Lin Wanna went over to tuck a small blanket around her, then glanced at the time. It was almost time for her live stream, so she sat down right in front of her computer. Lin Wanna's streaming schedule was fairly consistent these days, so as the broadcast time approached, her loyal fans were already waiting in the chat room. She opened the streaming app, and Lin Wanna's beautiful face appeared on screen, drawing a flurry of compliments from her fans. "Wanna looks even prettier today, so beautiful. The streamer isn't late today, kudos. What time are we starting the game today? I'm already logged in, just waiting for you to invite us." Seeing the fans' comments, Lin Wanna smiled slightly and replied, "A little later. Once the viewership picks up, we'll start playing." Just then, a fan spotted Chuling in the background. As a longtime fan, the moment they saw that stunning profile shot, a thought struck them, and they asked in the chat, "Is that Lin Yun?" But before Lin Wanna could answer, she was overwhelmed by a flood of comments. A flood of fans began bombarding the chat with messages. "Host, you've changed. Even if you're hiding a guy in your golden chamber, you shouldn't let it show. It's over, my Wanna isn't pure anymore. My Wanna has been defiled by a stranger." A stranger? Those three words pierced many viewers' eyes like sharp thorns. The longtime fan who had asked the question earlier immediately jumped in, saying, "The person above is going too far. Do you know who this is? This is none other than Ling Yun, the hero who was driving that Bugatti in that massive car crash." Others also rushed to speak up in defense of Chuling. "How could Ling Yun possibly be Wanna's stranger? He's clearly my man. He's mine, okay? You up there, how dare you openly steal my man? Come out here, let's have a private chat. He's a total catch. All I need now is a daughter. Anyone want to help me have one?" Haha. Looks like the guy above is a lifelong bachelor who came here to trick innocent female fans. Let's all gang up on him. Especially many of the female fans, seeing Chuling's eyes practically shooting sparks, were joking around in the comment stream. Wanna smiled gently at the comments and said, "You guys are going too far. Let's just get back to gaming." With that, Lin Wanna connected her phone and began streaming the game. Chuling sat quietly on the sofa behind her, sipping his tea, when he saw Lin Sina running over, clutching her brown bear plushie. Her little face looked a bit pale, and there seemed to be a bit of sweat on her forehead. Lin Sina pouted, looked at Chuling with her big, round eyes, and said pitifully, "Big brother Chuling, I can't sleep. I'm scared." As soon as she finished speaking, her little body had already burrowed into Chuling's arms. She must have dozed off just a moment ago. She dreamed again that she was running away into the distance, trapped in a smelly embrace. It was so terrifying that it woke her up. Chuling was sipping his tea. Seeing the little girl like this, he felt a pang of tenderness and soothed her in a gentle voice. "Can't you sleep?" This put Chuling in a bit of a bind. To be honest, he really didn't have much experience comforting little girls. Chuling thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered the god-tier magic trick skill he'd unlocked earlier. He winked at Lin Sina and coaxed her gently. "How about Big Brother teaches you a magic trick? Would you like that?" The viewers in the live stream also saw Lin Sina come out and immediately flooded the chat with comments. "Wow, the streamer's little sister is here, what a cute little girl. The streamer's little sister is about to be swept off her feet by Big Brother Ling Yun. As expected, women of all ages love handsome older brothers. Wanna's little sister and Big Brother Ling Yun seem to get along really well. Look at that little girl, she's constantly burrowing into his arms. That little girl sure knows how to be cute, she must be a total little cutie." The fans really liked Lin Sina too, so they watched her interact with Chuling in the background while chatting about it in the live chat. Lin Wanna noticed the comments at that moment, but she didn't take them to heart. She knew the fans were just joking around. "Alright, which hero do you guys want to see next? Let's play another match," Lin Wanna said, then started another game of Honor of Kings. Lin Sina was now completely nestled in Chuling's arms, having cast her beloved brown bear aside. When she heard Chuling say he'd teach her a magic trick, a spark of excitement flashed in Lin Sina's eyes. She nodded vigorously and said, "Brother Chuling, you know how to do magic." Chuling was utterly charmed by Lin Sina's sweet compliment. He stood up, took a bouquet of fresh flowers from the entryway cabinet by the door, and grabbed a piece of paper from the table. After gathering everything, Chuling sat back down on the sofa, making sure to hold Lin Sina close in his arms. Then Chuling rolled up his sleeves and said to Lin Sina in his arms, "Come on, our task right now is to tear this paper into small pieces." No sooner had he finished speaking than he had already torn off half of the large sheet of paper and handed it to Lin Sina. Lin Sina took the paper with a puzzled look, but being a well-behaved child, she obediently began tearing it into pieces. The two of them, one big, one small, seemed to be competing with each other, taking turns tearing off pieces. Before long, they had turned the large sheet of paper into a pile of small scraps. Chuling arranged the small pieces neatly, stuffed them all into Lin Sina's tiny palm, and then gently covered them with his own large hands. Fans watching the live stream saw the interaction between Chuling and Lin Sina and started posting comments. "Lingyun is so patient, he's even playing paper-tearing games with a little kid. How interesting." Seeing such a heartwarming scene, the fans instantly lost interest in the game and focused their full attention on the two of them. Just then, Chuling took Lin Sina's hand and flung it toward the ceiling, mimicking the gesture of a celestial maiden scattering flowers. But the moment the paper was scattered, the paper scraps transformed into flower petals and drifted down. The viewers in the livestream witnessed it all. In an instant, the livestream went wild. "Holy crap, what did I just see? What is that? Weren't those just paper scraps that just flew out? Why did they turn into flower petals? Huh? Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is it time to get a new phone? Why do the pieces of paper look all blurry to me? That's so cool. Wanna stop playing games, go check out the magic show." Reading the comments, Lin Wanna was completely baffled. She instinctively turned her head to look behind her and saw the floor covered in flower petals. Lin Wanna looked straight at Lin Zinni and said softly, "Zinni, you can't be a troublemaker. How could you scatter flower petals all over the floor? You shouldn't be so mischievous." Lin Sina. "Huh? Sis, wait, just now, I was definitely throwing paper scraps. How did they turn into flower petals in the air? Huh? What's going on?" Lin Sina immediately tilted her head to look at Chuling, her little eyes brimming with utter confusion. Chuling reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair, then thoughtfully smoothed it back for her. Smiling, he whispered, "What do you think? Isn't that magic amazing?" Lin Sina nodded vigorously, smiling sweetly as she said, "It's amazing. Brother Chuling, you're so awesome." As soon as Lin Wanna finished speaking, she put her headphones back on and resumed her live-streamed gaming session. Her opponents in this round were particularly tough, so Lin Wanna had to focus all her attention on the game. As a result, she didn't see the comments in the live stream chat or hear the conversation between Chuling and Lin Zinga. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream chat began to discuss what was happening. "Did I just see that wrong? No way. I clearly saw the kid throw out paper just now. How could it have turned into flower petals right there in midair? That's way too far-fetched. If Lingyun weren't so incredibly wealthy, I'd seriously suspect this was all just a stunt." Exactly. That move just now was so impressive. I wonder if the streamer got scared out of her wits. I sure was. Some fans who've been following Lin Wanna's gaming career, however, found the whole thing hard to believe. It might be plausible if Chuling were performing a magic trick, but having a little girl assist him? Even a top-tier magician wouldn't dare trump thing like that, would they? So these fans also started posting comments in the chat. "Even if you're trying to hype up Big Brother Lingyun, you don't have to come up with such ridiculous claims, do you? A magic trick with a little girl as the assistant. I don't buy it. If you ask me, you must be seeing things after all, it's so far away." Some particularly enthusiastic fans didn't even bother with small talk, they just started sending out big rockets. "It's such a thrill to watch, I've got a tip." With someone leading the way, the other equally excited fans started tipping as well. All sorts of special effects started flying across the screen, and as more people tipped, the live stream's viewership gradually surged. Many people, as soon as they entered the stream, couldn't even see the streamer's gameplay. All they saw were donation effects exploding across the screen, leaving them completely dumbfounded. This is a big spender's stream. So many tips, I'm blown away. I've been here for ages, and I still haven't even gotten a clear look at what the streamer looks like. This room is insane, so many people tipping at the same time. What's going on here? The super moderator quickly noticed what was happening in this room. He immediately joined the stream, and upon confirming it was a legitimate esports broadcast arranged for various promotions. The stream even earned a featured spot on the homepage and made it onto the leaderboard. Victory. Lin Wanna finally secured the victory, but as soon as she returned to the live stream, she was completely taken aback. Why are you all suddenly tipping me so much? What's going on? Not only had the tips skyrocketed, but the stream's viewership had surged and had even made it onto the homepage recommendation. Lin Wanna was instantly stunned. Wasn't this happiness coming a little too suddenly? Hearing Lin Wanna's question, the chat exploded with comments describing everything they'd just Host, your little sister and Ling Tian put on a magic show. They scattered pieces of paper, and they instantly turned into flower petals. That's amazing, seriously amazing. That scene was mind-blowing. Host, take a break, let your sister take over. We want to ask her how she felt. What a cute little sidekick. Can you get Big Brother Ling Tian to come out? I want to ask him how he did that, and his WeChat ID. Magic. I suspect the host's little sister knows Harry Potter, and has even been taught some kind of magic. After reading the comments, Lin Wanna couldn't help but laugh. No way. Are you guys saying my little sister knows magic? Turning paper scraps into flower petals in mid-air. How could that be possible? She's just a kid, how could she possibly know magic? Next thing you know, you'll be saying she's going to ascend to heaven in broad daylight. Viewers. We're not lying, are we? Hey. Host, please look me in the eyes, believe me. I wouldn't lie to you. It's true. It was your little sister who held them and scattered them. If you don't believe me, go ask her. Seeing that they kept bringing up her younger sister, Lin Wanna said unhappily, you can't joke around about my little sister. She's still young, you shouldn't be making fun of her. Viewers. Just watch the footage. Exactly. Even if we were lying to you, the footage wouldn't lie. Host, we've known each other for so many years, don't you trust us? Lin Wanna looked at the fans' accusations in the live chat and said helplessly, please don't say that. You asked me to look back just now, so I went over to check. There wasn't even a scrap of paper on the ground. You must have seen it wrong, it was probably just a reflection from the light. Lin Wanna spent a long time explaining, but she realized that no matter how emphatically she spoke, there would always be someone jumping in to insist she believed them. She felt quite helpless about it. After giving it some thought, Lin Wanna flashed a sweet smile at the camera and said, since I've received so many tips today, which is a rare treat, I'll sing a song for everyone. Host, move aside. We want to see the girl perform a magic trick. Don't block the view, move over. Host, go away. You can end your stream now, the little sister is all we need here. We're all tipping her. Host, if you must, just stay on the side and be a little assistant or something, hand her some water or whatever so our little sister doesn't have to work so hard. Seeing that her fans weren't just continuing but actually getting more and more out of hand, Lin Wanna's smile began to fade. What on earth are you guys talking about? I'm really upset now. I've watched my little sister grow up. How could she possibly know how to perform magic? As her older sister, how could I not know after all these years? You guys are really ridiculous. Hearing Lin Wanna say this, fans on both sides of debate began arguing again in the live chat. Can't you guys stop being so unreasonable? She's just a little kid, why are you making her out to be some kind of genius? Have you even considered how her older sister feels? What do you mean, making a fuss? We're just standing up for what's right. We saw it, so why shouldn't we say anything? Who do you think you are? We're all Wanna's fans. Is arguing like this really fun? Let's all calm down and talk this out nicely. This isn't about whether it's fun or not, we actually saw it. We're not making fun of her little sister. Are we the kind of people who would do that? Lin Wanna was pretty upset herself, so when she saw the comments, she didn't bother responding and simply restarted a game stream. No matter what they said, Lin Wanna simply wouldn't believe a word of it. The stream comments finally began to slow down. After all, everyone was at a loss. It was incredibly awkward for them to be chatting away while the streamer completely ignored them. My Wanna has changed, she's completely ignoring me now. Why don't we just have Wanna sing a song? After all, we've all tipped her. That's true, let Wanna sing or maybe even dance. Meanwhile, Chuling and Lin Sina had no idea what a stir their earlier incident had caused. Lin Sina was also bursting with excitement. She tilted her pretty little face up toward Chuling and said, "Big brother, do you know any other magic tricks? Could you perform one for Sina again? It's so much fun." Lin Sina's eyes sparkled, melting Chuling's heart. Watching the little girl's happy expression, Chuling realized that magic was actually quite fun. Something that brings joy to others also brings joy to oneself. Besides, there were still plenty of props left in the system space. With that in mind, Chuling reached out and gently tickled Lin Sina's little nose, saying softly, "Wait here for me a moment, little sister. I'll be right back." No sooner had he said this than he had already walked to the front door. From a blind spot, he retrieved a blanket, walked back inside, and spread it out on the floor. After finishing all this, Chuling casually placed a few items on Lin Sina, then beckoned to the little girl and said, "Sina, come here and stand on the blanket." Lin Sina walked over, looking completely bewildered. She didn't understand why brother Chuling had called her over, but she obediently made her way toward him anyway. She stepped gently onto the blanket, which felt incredibly soft and comfortable. Delighted, the little girl bounced up and down a few times, finding it quite fun. Seeing the little girl perk up again, the comment stream began to flood with messages. "Look, the little sister is bouncing. So cute, so happy. A child like this is just like a little angel." Exactly. There's no way she's scheming. If she knew magic, how could she possibly trick her own sister? "I suspect the streamer is just trying to trick me into having a daughter. That's so mean. Can you guarantee that the child we have will definitely be a girl?" Watching Lin Sina's innocent and carefree demeanor, the viewers began to wonder if what they'd just seen, the paper strips turning into flower petals, was just a lighting effect. But just then, as Lin Sina continued dancing, she suddenly floated right up into the air and stayed suspended there for several seconds. In an instant, the comment stream exploded again. "Your sister just ascended to heaven in broad daylight. Holy crap. Holy damn, I just saw an immortal. I feel like I've gone completely blind." Witnessing such an astonishing scene, the flood of tips erupted once more. "This is way too intense. Send those gifts. I'm not leaving until I've seen it all today. How on earth did she do that? Could there be some invisible wires or rigging? But I can't see a thing, and her expression is so natural. Is there any expert out there who can figure out this magic trick? This is just too amazing." Some viewers even used special donation comments to remind Lin Wanna to look behind her. "Hurry up and look behind you, she's performing another magic trick." Lin Wanna looked at the messages flooding the comment stream and was instantly speechless. What's gotten into these viewers today? Why do you have to pick on a child? The more Lin Wanna thought about it, the angrier she got. She said indignantly, "I'm earnestly begging all of you, can't you just leave a little girl who's only a few years old alone? I've already told you, stop making fun of my little sister." Seeing Lin Wanna still speaking so stubbornly at a time like this, the viewers were going absolutely crazy. Comments began flooding the live stream chat at a rapid pace. "Sis, streamer, can you turn around and take a look? Come on, look. Seriously? Why is this streamer so stubborn? Are we spending money just to make you miserable? Are we that stupid? Look now. This is practically the 11th wonder of the world. I promise you won't regret it. Hurry up, streamer. If you wait too long to turn around, the show will be over." Lin Wanna was actually getting a little annoyed. Pouting, she glanced at the comments and forced herself to suppress the flicker of irritation in her heart. "Fine, I'll turn around and take a look right now. I hope you guys aren't pulling my leg." Lin Wanna turned her head in a huff, and as soon as she did, she saw Lin Sina standing on a rug she'd never seen before. When the little girl saw her older sister turn to look at her, she grinned happily and said sweetly, "C'est moi." That sweet little kiss instantly extinguished the little flame of irritation in Lin Wanna's heart. She felt a warm glow in her heart, almost as if she were melting. Looking at her adorable little sister, Lin Wanna truly felt all her anger melt away. With her back to the screen, she used the microphone on her headphones to say to the viewers, "See, you guys are just joking around. You're so boring. I told you my little sister is just a kid. She's nowhere near as dramatic as they make her out to be. I almost fell for your nonsense." Viewers. Damn it, who knew you'd turn around just like that? What a coincidence. Don't blame us. Just then, Lin Sina hopped again and hovered in midair. The little girl seemed to be thoroughly